start streaming right now. There we are, and that's because a notification got in the way. We are now streaming live, and people should be hearing us. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to make certain that both of us are audible, Mr. Peter Moon and myself. So everybody respond immediately. Peter Moon will say hello, a few other things, and we'll get a response to see if people can hear us.
Okay, this is Peter Moon, and I'm here with Douglas Dietrich, and I'd like to know if you can hear me. The first people that start in, let us know that you can hear us both, and then we can proceed with the show.
Yeah, we're going to take it easy, and we'll start off pretty slowly because we're just going to make certain people can hear us before we get into any serious narrative. That's the safe way to handle this. Let's make certain people join us, and this is the usual time for the show to start, the Peter Moon preface, and so we should have the normal amount of people joining us within moments right now.
Barry says he can hear us both loud and clear. Thank you, T-Tank.
T-Tank Barry, you're the best. There we are, as does RJD. RJD also says loud and clear. God bless you both. Thank you so much, both of you. Wonderful human beings. I presume you're both gentlemen, but let me know if I'm wrong. I know T-Tank Barry is a gentleman. RJD sounds like... I don't know. I intuit that to be a gentleman, but we'll find out. Let us know. And, of course, as always, I do want to let everyone remember that as soon as we start streaming, we are automatically under attack, and I say automatically very pointedly. Autobots begin to swarm us, and they begin to pump a lot of downvotes, and this keeps us off of searches. So we're going to count on all of you listening to counter that. It's your war. You have to fight it with us. And our enemy is your enemy. So just make certain that you get in there and use whatever IP address you've got. Laptop, cell phone, tablet, whatever's got a different IP address, your PC. Hit it with an upvote. Hit our show with an upvote. And that evens up the score and gets us back on searches so that people can discover us. Responses from T-Tank Barry and RJD. T-Tank says, "You're welcome. God bless you both." And RJD says, "Indeed." So these are both gentlemen who have joined us early in the program. We've already got 8 upvotes. Certainly more will be joining us soon, and others will be making themselves known in the chat room. But we definitely have a good baseline of people watching us right now. And we'll start serious narrative in a few minutes. We're just kind of ease on into it. Peter Moon will start by kind of speaking a little bit about what's been going on with him recently, anything he wants to talk about, anything he feels was entertaining or kind of stood out. By all means, Peter, take it away.
Well, I think what we want to focus on first and foremost is thank you to those who have contributed to Douglas. He's got to meet his $400 target or whatever it is now. We made some progress towards that. And so I would thank you for those who've contributed. Some have contributed good-sized donations, and there's also the small donations. And if you can, those of you who can, if you can just put a few dollars, numerous of a few dollars, those who can afford more, please do for Douglas to sustain himself and to sustain these transmissions. One of the things we'll focus on a little bit here with I think we're still warming up here, is with the attacks that have been taking place. It is a consistent and persistent attack forum against us and against Douglas in particular. And it's like we are being attacked because we're trying to do something. And there's people, I will say that while the attack is persistent and does not stop, we've made progress, considerable progress, because these people aren't really, they're fighting not only an unholy war, but a self-destructive war, because they do believe in destruction.
Yes.
And what they will ultimately do is destroy themselves.
Yes.
Because they believe in destruction for everybody, but that in the end ends up working against them. So they are on a path of self-destruction, quite heinous and quite proud of it. Quite arrogant, very prideful.
Indeed.
They do tend to make stupid mistakes. They leave trail behind them.
Yes.
And this is part of what, any action, because their actions are not sane, they're inevitably miscalculating. So they'll think, oh, yeah, we'll attack Douglas Dietrich. We'll take his station off the air by saying he's indulging in hate speech, whereas it's not true, or they have a vested interest or a motive for getting him knocked off for their own purpose, whether it be selfish or just working for the tribe that they belong to.
Yes.
And it's they're like I've been constantly watched to see if I would say the wrong thing so that I can be accused of this, that, or the other thing, rather than wording things correctly or politically correctly or trying to go to extents so insults won't be insults. It doesn't serve to insult people, even the adversary, because the adversary is weak.
Yes.
In certain areas. So if you insult them, it only makes them stronger because you've been reduced to their level of insult.
Yes.
And one of the things I'd like to address as we get into the rhyme and rhythm of the show, we will be addressing one viewer's particular question about magical entities shortly. But before we do that, because so much of what has been misconstrued is about the Bible and Judaism, I don't even remember. I mentioned it to you, Douglas, but I don't remember where I saw it or read it.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody said that there were originally 777 texts of the original Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
yes.
I think that included Old and New Testament, because at the Council of Nicaea they reduced it to 606 texts. To what degree these were altered or changed, I cannot say, but it did occur to me that out of these 666 minus 777 minus 666 is 111. And 111 text leaves quite a lot of room, which you have called apocrypha. Yeah. And apocrypha means of doubtful authenticity, is what it means. So in other words, it's of doubtful authenticity to the official reference of the church.
Right.
It's actually, it came from somewhere. And
it was certainly contemporary. So go on, yes.
Yes, yeah, and you get the impression, if you read a lot of this stuff, that, and if you read enough of it, you'll get that there were wars of words, and people were making stuff up so as to advocate one type of thought or philosophy over another. These were warring factions of philosophy, religion, theology, whatever it was. Or stuff was written to counter what was going on. Like you might, there were the Nestorian Christians. There were all sorts of different types of Christians, and Essenes and whatnot, and I guess they all had their positives and their negatives. But it also occurred to me that the original texts of Judaism themselves were either based upon older texts, and this can be gone into with the different names, as I've alluded to before, of yeshiva. It's like Shiva, and there's I've had a whole book that talks about how all these names of the Hebrew pantheon is a very loose word, and maybe not the best word, but can be found in Hindu Sanskrit. Yes. References like yeshiva, Shiva, and there's some Jewish guy also used to have a website. I'm sure it's still up somewhere, showing all this, how things were patterned. He says, what are we doing now? How much of it is patterned after the Vedas? How much of it is patterned after this, and then where were things changed. The story of the Tower of Babel has a probably, in my estimation, just on sheer logic and opportunity for all sorts of changes, because the Tower of Babel story is about trying to build a pathway to God. You could call it the Kundalini, trying to go to the cosmic consciousness, and mankind is, shouted down and his language becomes confused. This is symbolic of a brain mechanism whereby your filter process is now defeated. So if you went into the projection technology that Radu Sinamar writes about, or even in certain psychedelic states, because that induces psychedelic or what is similar to psychedelic, depends how you use your semantics, where you have an unlimited filter that will feed off of your own intuition, hyper amplified intuition, and you can now see all the languages of the world and how they all come together, and you see the whole God mind, and all. It looks as simple as paradise while you're looking at it in this exalted state. And then when you begin to, depending on your, I guess, relative wisdom and ability to articulate, this is where it becomes difficult. And this is the one area where I am very adept, is at communication. And this becomes very challenging because I talk to people who can't express what they're thinking. They think a thought, they have the thought, and they can't finish the thought or say it in a completely articulate way. And Douglas is also very articulate. He knows what he's talking about.
Thank you.
And now the point here is not to begrudge people who can't think in very clear terms, but rather than to allude to the fact that anybody writing a sacred text, whether it be the Bible or some other text from some other religion, philosophy, etc., who sees things in a pristine, clear state from what we would call the God mind, the infinite mind, that one might see in a psychedelic state, where it's as clear, crystal clear what's going on, is how do you articulate that and simplify it into a 3D consciousness mold where people are trying to, cope with their day-to-day living vis-a-vis this exalted state. What is the role of that exalted state in mankind's perspective? Now, the Bible or any holy book is a book that's trying to communicate such, if we take it at face value. Mm-hmm. And if we define the Holy Bible as the book of the Son, which means the book of astrology, and the cosmos as we see it, and all of the synchronicity, all the wonderful, delightful synchronicity that's involved in the orbital mechanics of the universe, which is just an expression of creation, and what is the consciousness behind this creation? All of the stars and the suns are a reflection of the God mind, the Creator. So it's a template into looking what the Creator platform, theater, that the stage that we're operating or living in. Now, when we have we have this filtering. How good is the filter? How good is the communication? And when we think of the Holy Bible, it is a two-dimensional reference frame, meaning it's written, and then who are the interpreters? Who are the interpreters, and what are they interpreting, and what are they interpreting it for? As I was taught very early on when I began to research some of my Montauk stuff, there are three traditions in your typical, at least your Abrahamic religions, and this would apply to almost anything, you have the tradition that is for the congregation, which is your Torah in the Judaic religion, the Bible, the Catechism in the Catholic. I think the Catechism is stressed more in Catholicism than the Bible itself, whereas the Bible is stressed more in your Protestant stuff, because you had the priestly caste who was continually interpreting it and telling you what to think in the Catholicism, and this is what Martin Luther rebelled against. And it's interesting, I had just recently read where Martin Luther, what really ticked Martin Luther off, of course, he was the one who started Protestantism by protesting against the Catholic Church, and what really ticked him off is that the Catholic Church was granting indulgences, meaning if you paid a certain amount of money, you'd be forgiven for your sins. And the reason they were doing this was to build the Basilica at St. Peter's. It was actually a construction project. And it was a way to raise money. And
wow.
This is, of course, and this was outrageous to him. And of course, see, he's looking at religion as a holy endeavor, whereas they're using it very Scorpio-like, collecting money, other people's money. It's about power and control. And so, but basically your written holy book is for the people, and it's for your congregation. And then you have, say in Judaism, you have the Talmud and the Torah, not the Torah, the Kabbalah, the Talmud, and all of these, the Zohar. These are your teachings, so the more esoteric teachings for your priestly or educated people, the educated learners. People like Thomas Aquinas in the Catholic Church, who were scholars, and the monks and all these sort of people that would be students with texts thereof and whatnot, and specialized learning, higher learning that goes beyond the deeper understanding of what the congregation does. And then there is the hidden tradition. The hidden tradition is for it's the mystery tradition.
Right.
That's not what is commonly going to be understood, except by your most elite class. And I wish I could find the reference for this, because I once found a reference for this in a book. It was about Islam. Somebody was writing about and said how when you get to a certain level in Islam, they'll tap you on the shoulder and say, you don't have to bow to Mecca 5 times anymore. That's for the rank and file.
Right.
No. This is not necessary. And it's like, the people behind. And I remember telling this once to a Turkish gentleman on a plane. I was coming back to the United States, probably from Munich, and the guy from Turkey was not a devout Muslim. And of course, Turkey is probably one of the most liberal Muslim countries, was anyway.
Secular. Yeah.
It was not. They weren't fanatical, although I think they have become somewhat fanatical in recent times. But the rank and file person from Turkey was not a fanatical Muslim. And he told me no, he was not. And he was actually ran a hedge fund in New York City, and he had been to China looking for economic opportunities in China. And I was telling him this about it, and he just began to shake his head and say, no. Like he couldn't accept what I was saying. It upset him viscerally, because he couldn't believe that could be the case. In other words, that there was an aspect to the religion that was a sham. And keep in mind, this is where we get the word shaman. or sham comes from shaman,
Right.
because the shaman is like a magician. He's holding something up in one hand and doing something with the other. And the word sham, actual shaman, comes from Shem, who was Sham is what they called him in ancient Bulgaria. Whatever the name was, that I can't remember. But he was the third son of Noah. Sham.
Yes.
And that's where we get shaman.
Right. Shem.
And then that's why we have the word shaman in Siberia, because the Tengrism, which was in that area we know today as Bulgaria, migrated to Siberia. And of course, that word has been applied to shamans of Native Americans as well. But in any case, there's this hidden tradition in most anything. You will see it in Freemasonry. You will have the rank and file of what the Freemasons will read, which is quite pedestrian. And then you will get the, more elevated teachings, and then there's behind the scenes. And
Absolutely.
if you tell a Freemason, they get upset when I tell them this. The Freemasons get upset.
Yeah.
Now, they're living. It doesn't say that in Albert Pike's book. And they believe, they have a dogmatic mindset. And that's all they will ever be, is a dogmatic partner. And that's just how some people are. And they'll read the dogma and go by the dogma. And that's fine. Some people are that way. We're all meant to rise or sink to our level of understanding, whatever that is. So when we talk about the Bible, whether it be the Old Testament or the New Testament, and I've been exposed to certain doctrines in Christianity, which you've never heard of. I'm not talking about you, Douglas. Probably
Understood.
And I don't know them well enough to even talk about them. I've been exposed to them, and they're very involved. They're somewhat interesting. They might have some relevancy. They definitely have relevancy because they're high-level teachings of secret societies. But they've maintained themselves through thousands of years, and so whether or not they're true is beside the point. It's that they have a lot of meat to them that certain people follow and believe in. I don't mean to suggest, if I was that interested in them, I would be pursuing them vigorously. I would much direct people more to study Qigong, even if it's not the best Qigong. It's like you're going to go better off in that direction, healing your body and working on your body, making your body a pleasant place to live,
Right.
Rather than studying the convoluted mechanisms of esoterica.
Quite so.
Which, has its own value. So basically, it come back to a question to you, Douglas, of text, and you did speak a bit about it. And this is where I'm beginning to say, and this is what I'm going to say with reference to our work. We're talking in our work that we're working on. The book does still not have a title. That one of the chapters is on the Jewish apocalypse, which includes the work of H.P. Lovecraft, which he learned from his wife Sonia Green, a Jewish person who was telling the plight of the Jews, and the plight of the Jews. And certainly at that time was not Hitler, because he was only coming in his fledgling part of his career.
Yeah.
But it was not Hitler or the Germans at all. It was the Zionists.
Yes.
It was the Zionists that she was targeting from her own Jewish indoctrination. And when Harry Houdini, who was an Orthodox Jew, found out about this, a very devout Jew, he became equally outraged, and he was going to write a book with H.P. Lovecraft to expose the false messianic announcement of the discovery of the helizon,
Yes.
rediscovery of the helizon, which was false, which was known as the cuttlefish. Now, I had just recently found on the internet that the word for cuttlefish in Portuguese is chocho.
Yes.
Spelled, I think it's spelled, it's either CHO or TCHO, but it's chocho. It's just unmistakable.
Right.
So you have.
And when you told me that, I actually remembered it. I had never consciously recollected it until the moment you told me. Then I remembered, oh, that's right. Just like that. One of those things where it's just, I never thought to bring it up consciously because I didn't recall it or recollect it consciously. But when you brought it up, then I said, oh, yeah, that's right, to myself. So go on. Yes.
Well yes. And of course, Douglas had pointed out that the word I believe it was in Basque was TXO, or like chocho.
Yes.
And you see, I don't know. The Pyrenees are part. I think they're northern Spain, if I'm not mistaken. Are they not?
Yeah. They're the border between Spain and France, essentially.
Right. And then see, Portugal's on the extreme western end of Spain. The Pyrenees might extend, but it's very possible that the Basque people.
Oh, well, let's put it this way. The Pyrenees do not extend to Portugal, but they don't have to. The Basque people, of course, were throughout the Iberian Peninsula. So, the Portuguese would have been influenced inescapably by the Basque people.
Yeah, exactly. And because Portugal is very much a different culture than Spain's, somewhat similar, but there could have been an escape from Spanish Pyrenees to Portugal.
Yeah.
Whatever. And also keep in mind, Portugal is very much a seafaring nation, it being on the coast.
Yes.
So they would have more cause for fishing up cuttlefish.
Yes.
Or whatever is in the water.
That's right. As a matter of fact, the majority, if people look up the maritime boundaries of Portugal, the majority of its boundaries are they're maritime, they're oceanic, and they're enormous. Portugal is essentially a nation at sea. When you take into account its islands and their maritime economic zones, it's this enormous maritime block of control that they could that they're basically can prevent others from fishing in or running submarine patrols in, etc. They're a lot bigger than they look. So go on, Peter.
Yes. So when we so I'm talking about the book that we're working on, the Jewish or the chapter on the Jewish apocalypse,
Yeah.
which shows that the main turmoil of Judaism,
Mm-hmm.
which is pre-Hitler,
Yes,
is within Judaism itself.
that is correct.
That's now I'm talking about the 1880s with the discovery of the helizon, or the false helizon, meaning they think it's the cuttlefish,
Yeah.
and also which is the sign of the Messianic times, which we're not going to go into because we've gone into it so many times, and it will be discovered or written in detail in the book. But the false Messianic times. But all of this goes back to 2,000 years earlier with the obfuscation of the helizon, which was facilitated by King Herod transferring the stewardship of the making of the blue dye, which the helizon produced, to the Romans, who didn't make the blue dye. They just left it as purple. They didn't expose it to the sunlight. They didn't know the secret. Therefore, the tradition of the helizon was lost, signaling the rejection of Messianic times until sometime in the future when they would rediscover the process. Now, which is basically now.
Yes, essentially.
Give or take a decade or score.
Yeah.
Score being 20 years. So we're in these we're in the end times of the Jewish apocalypse now. Whether it manifests as predicted or not is a whole other issue. But this is the thought form, the egregore, another
word we'll be focusing on later in the broadcast, egregore being a group or aggregate of energies, entities, thought forms, etc., and so on and so forth. But so we go back to 2,000 years with King Herod, who was dedicated to, well, he's not a Jew.
Yes.
Now, there's a lot of confusion in Judaism with regards to King Herod. And then there's this inflection in the Old Testament, or the New Testament rather, of the Jews demanding the death of Christ. And of course, these would be, by default definition, Edomite Jews,
Yes.
who are not really Jews. King Herod being an Edomite, meaning tracing back to the sons of Esau, who was born red. It was bred. He was, and all of the descendants of him became the enemy of the Jewish people per the Old Testament. So here you have, and he was originally of a Hebrew father. I think his father was it Joseph?
I don't remember exactly. I'd have to look it up to tell you the truth, but yeah.
But in any case,
Yeah.
And this is recognized in the Bible, Edomite. Edomite
Yes.
equals enemy of the Jews, and also the enemy of the Christians, because he's the enemy of the Christ. All of them are the enemy of the Christ. And in league with Rome, and so on and so forth. Now, so you have a great percentage of the Jewish population going back in the 1880s being adhering to this Edomite philosophy. In other words, anti-Judaic philosophy. Anti-Judaic.
Yes.
And then you have to understand, and there are conflicts to this day within Judaism of Jews who are opposed to Zionism. And Judaism, in its probably most exalted light, is very embracive of different nationalities. And it's very inclusive. It's said to be the fastest growing religion today. And it has a lot to do with education. At the same time, I was just watching the Jewish channel before I was on the show, or I had it on the background. I wasn't listening to it full attention. But they had two rabbis talking. And one of the big problems is the rabbinical schools are not that well attended. And there's a lot of, I think traditionally, and even comedians would often talk about it, Jewish people have a complex about being Jewish.
Yes.
This is undenied. We're the chosen people, we're great, but we're persecuted. And blah, 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 blah. Now, the original persecution of the Jews goes way back. But whatever it was a struggle for survival. And there was this idea that they had a powerful egregore behind them, or a powerful God. And I think it kind of consolidates with the story of David and Goliath. And David goes on to become a conqueror, and he's too bloody to build the temple himself, so his son Solomon does. And that becomes the acme of the Jewish religion, the building of Solomon's temple with a conduit to God that only the high priest can see, and blah, blah, blah. That is sort of, but then there's all this sequestration of demons, jinn, and Solomon is he's exercising tremendous powers in controlling the jinn to build this temple. Like, at what cost? At what cost? When I think of all the effort, and of course, L. Ron Hubbard, I'm talking about, looked up to Solomon in some respect because of his power. He alluded to him, but tremendous amount of what you would call maintenance to maintain his empire. It's a full-time job. He had a full, what he called the Guardian's Office, a full intelligence network that was bigger than the intelligence agencies of most countries, to maintain the existence of his organization, church. And that's a tremendous amount of effort being expended just to maintain itself.
I think this is a good opportunity for us to do something here, which basically Peter is going to ask me a question very soon. What I want to do now is take advantage of this time to give Peter something. I want people to know that our largest contributor so far in the past few days has been Holly Kaditis Kiefer. I'll try and send her a thank you note in Facebook Messenger sometime soon. I do want people to know she sent 100 United States dollars. And all of you who have sent $20, $30 here and there, definitely appreciate it. Had about $50 on one PayPal card and about 100 some odd on the other. I had to get supplies today from the corner store, where these PayPal cards are the closest thing I have to the EBT, or electronic benefits transfer card. In other words, my food stamp card, which I cannot use at the corner store. They simply don't accept that. So I had to get some supplies, and that alone is already $100. You're paying for the so-called convenience of shopping at the convenience store next door. So this is kind of the challenge that I do face. So we are definitely still heading towards raising as much money as we can. I want everyone to bear this in mind, the challenges that we're dealing with, the constant assaults that we're under, and you can help. You can help by helping me make rent, and therefore that way we can continue these transmissions. What I'm going to do now is give Peter the hyperlink. The hyperlink is now in his message box in Facebook. That way, as we get into the serious aspects, I mean, we've already gotten very serious, but as we get deeper into these serious aspects of what we're discussing, we can present, people will be presented with a link to directly hit us. And so our man Peter has shared that on his timeline, and I want to thank everyone who comes here. Thanks to Peter. And it's such an important part of the program, the Peter Moon Hours, and his contribution. What I'd like to ask him to do is continue a little bit with some of these challenges L. Ron Hubbard was facing, and some of the parallels between what he was doing as opposed to, say, what Solomon or Aleister Crowley were doing, because he seemed to straddle both those worlds, between Crowley and Solomon, so to speak, this kind of Solomonic wisdom and this kind of Crowleyite pragmatism. When it came to spirituality, L. Ron Hubbard was kind of bridging these universes and beyond. So I will not be able to hear Peter, but I'll be gone for only a few minutes. I just have to take care of just a final few things here and there. I'll be back in about 5-7 minutes at the absolute longest. When I come back, you'll know. I'll let you know I'm back immediately, but I'll go on mute and just tend to this. But other than that, I think that we've segued very strongly into a good opening hour, and I feel so much more comfortable now that we've got a kind of a new schedule settling in, where we start with the Peter Moon Hour and just kind of take it from there. I think it works so much better for all of us, both ourselves and the listeners. And so now that the technology is settled in, now that we've got the new modem, the new mic, the only thing I hope to get in the future is another monitor, which would be better than the one I got now, but we can wait on that. So in the meantime, we'll do our best to make it through the month, and we can do that with your help. Right now, we'll turn it back to Peter and I'll be back in just about 5 minutes. Okay. And,
okay. Well, thank you, and thank you. That's a very good launching board to spring from. Douglas has asked me to, and I'm going to reiterate this, he has asked me to compare let's say, the maintaining of the empire of L. Ron Hubbard as compared to Aleister Crowley and Solomon. Well, the first thing I would say, what first comes to mind, is that Aleister Crowley had an ideal situation where he would have a church in every city or many cities, and L. Ron Hubbard actually achieved that. And to that degree, Hubbard ostensibly identified himself as the one who would come to fulfill the book of the law. So, as Crowley said, someone would come after me who would, reveal the secret of the book of law. And L. Ron Hubbard rode that wave. He rode that wave, no question about it. But he didn't understand that wave in the context of what Aleister Crowley said. So he kind of had all the beneficiary of that wave. And of course, that is explained in my Montauk Book of the Living. And basically what that big secret revealed of the Book of the Law, somebody who would come and understand it later, as was given to me by John Paroli, formerly of the OTO, who got kicked out and was a character in himself, and was very much a character. However, he did have an incredible, I guess, aptitude to decipher that book for whatever his occult abilities were, and he shared them with me. And basically, what it is. And it's laid out in the Book of the Law, in the Montauk Book of the Living, but basically the Book of the Law is sort of this channeled entity coming through Crowley, which is basically demonstrating the pattern of DNA. And it's in a geometrical form, and it's referred to. However, DNA was not known about at that time. And it's comparing it, but the tree of life was. And Crowley understood the tree of life. He explained it very well in his book 777. And that basically shows that the tree of life is a schematic for how life works. And all philosophies, religions, they all conform to that tree of life, to the DNA. And you have all the planets correspond to it too. It's basically a schematic to understand the universe. The tree of life is, but it's also a reflection of DNA. So it's life moving and evolving. And as I've explained many times before, when DNA evolves, we're not all the same. Some people are more Venusian. Some people are more jovial, meaning Jupiterian, like Jove. It's another name for Jupiter. Some people are more Mars-like. Some people are more Plutonian. Some people are more Neptunian. There's all sorts of different expressions of DNA. Some DNA forms into giraffes. Some DNA forms into tigers, and so on and so forth. It's a infinity of permutation. And that's what DNA is, but it's all repetitions of different and similar patterns. And here it is in the Book of the Law, and this is the big secret. The big secret is basically a big smorgasbord of life. The Book of the Law of the life. Love is the law. Now, to get back, so that was, he was riding the wave of this occult power, which was Crowley's dream, was to have all these churches, with all this stuff. But Crowley never understood the Book of the Law. He wrote a lot about it, but he claimed he did not understand it, and he certainly didn't. But it was like this, wow, life being handed to him on a platter, and he had a lot of understanding. But and Hubbard rode a wave too. Now, where Crowley and King Solomon come together is with what you would call, I guess they're sort of like a sandwich. They're two pieces of bread with John Dee in the middle. John Dee was, of course, a necromancer, meaning he talked with the dead, meaning he talked to entities via Edward Kelly. And he between him and Edward Kelly, channeled an elaborate system known as Enochian language with its own grammar. It was too elaborate to be made up. And the angels that came and dictated this to him claimed to be the very angels that served King Solomon. We can call them jinn if we want to. Double-sided. Nevertheless, these were the entities, egregore, by their own admission, that gave King Solomon his powers and his ability and his wisdom, so to speak. Now, it doesn't mean they are, but whatever they were, they created a profound effect on the occult world and the world in general, because that promulgated the foundation of the British Empire. And that was power. That was John Dee, King Solomon. He's the sandwich. Now, the other side of the sandwich, the bread, is Aleister Crowley, because Aleister Crowley is emulating John Dee, doing his best to study and emulate John Dee. And he's working with Enochian. And this is probably one of the least understood aspects of Crowley in general, because it's a whole, he writes very little about it. He does write something about it. He does allude to it, I think, more than he writes about it. But these are occult commands or calls, and it does, I guess what you'd say, penetrate certain regions of consciousness that if you start playing with it, it's going to affect things. And I do give a description of it in the Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, courtesy of Joseph Matheny and the Orbit Lodge he belonged to at one point, and describes what happened when they and were doing when indulging in the Enochian magic. It creates results, and I can't say the results are good, but it creates results. Certainly creates an effect in the substructure of reality. Now, because you're penetrating the hierarchical rulership of reality. Now, when we get to, that's the relationship, but sort of between Solomon, John Dee, and Aleister Crowley.
Excellent.
I was explaining that John Dee is like the middle of a sandwich between Crowley and Solomon.
Cool.
And but Solomon is the original. Mm-hmm. John Dee is seeking to emulate the angels of Solomon, and he's not as straight and narrow as at least Solomon appears to be. And not that Solomon, he had his own problems, taxing the hell out of people, and he took a toll on everybody.
Yes.
To build God's temple. And if you study any of the work of Dion Fortune, she makes a point of it. But when there's a temple is built, there's a sacrifice.
Yes.
Will go down the tubes, or be the sacrifice of the temple. Now, so Aleister Crowley is coming along later, and he's seeking to work with these energies. He would be, I would say, if you were climbing a ladder, you're making a lot of noise. So anyway, Solomon would be at the top of the ladder. Jonathan Dee would be the next rung, and Aleister Crowley would be that rung. Now, where L. Ron Hubbard fits in, I don't know if it's fair to put him on that ladder at all. Maybe in one context, because what L. Ron Hubbard is doing, per his own admission, is building what he calls the bridge to freedom. He's building a bridge across the abyss, which Aleister Crowley describes, and Hubbard even refers to it as the abyss in a film that he did on his gradation chart. And I describe this very clearly in the book L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, a very much an underappreciated book, but probably one of my more interesting books, which does have a token appearance by the Cho-Cho in it, which it's in I think a dream of mine, or rendered as a dream. It's one fiction chapter I wrote for it, explaining what happened to Hubbard, but attacked by the Cho. But anyway, that's a very underappreciated book, and I would recommend people who are interested in my work definitely to read that book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, which you can read on Kindle. You can get from Amazon. You can get it from Skybooks, USA.com as well. So anyway, but what L. Ron Hubbard was working with was techniques to help the individual to cross that paradigm. And I think that he was building where what his virtue was in my life is that he built this whole system of counseling and teaching other people to do that counseling, so that you had, and the purpose of that counseling was to go into your mind to cross this bridge to freedom, to cross the abyss, which Crowley referred to as to reach the city of the pyramids. It has all sorts of allegories, and to cross the abyss. And of course, crossing the abyss is the abyss of Cthulhu. It can be interpreted that very readily. It's going to devour you. And of course, he had his own interpretations of it, his own experience with it. But when we get into more of the comparison to Solomon, where Hubbard, his challenges were not so much in building a system that people could do. And I was thinking about this just the other day. When I got into Scientology, there were lots and lots of people practicing this. Some people were paying money for it, getting very good results. You could just see wonderful changes in their lives. I was on the outside looking in. I got involved and became more on the inside experiencing it. And I saw there were many wonderful things I wanted to experience that I saw my fellow Scientologists experience. And eventually I did get to experience these things, and it was a wonderful time. And when I look back at my history, these people had a lot of advanced knowledge of how to counsel and whatnot. But then there was a more advanced level, and that's really knowing where who the shoemaker was and what he was doing. That was Hubbard. And I got so many insights that my fellow people who were my senior Scientologists at that time and who really helped me, that they never had and never will have, because I got to see more about who he was. And I don't mean that in a pejorative sense, but I do remember they were, and I'm saying they, the majority of people I talked to, when I got involved in Scientology, I was ready to join the C organization, Hubbard's organization. It was my destiny. It was my fate. It was like I knew that. And it intimidated these people because they didn't want to join, because they weren't as dedicated. And I was dedicated, and it was unusual. They thought I was unusual, and they admired me to a certain extent, but I could also see in many of them fear in their eyes. Yes. And some of these people, especially one lady who admired me very much for this, she's still in Evolve, and I think she ended up in the Scientology prison they call the RPF, or Rehabilitation Project Force, and I don't know what she'd know if she could talk to me all these years later. I don't know. It might rip her soul.
Wow.
To talk to her, because I don't know if she could deal with it. She was a wonderful person. She was wonderful. But then they all buy into the zeitgeist of the times, and their zeitgeist was very different than mine, because I got to see things from the top of the pyramid, and so I mean that's what's called advantage. Advantage. You see advantage. You see the view, a vantage point, and I feel this certain tragedy that these people experienced, and they helped me so much, and I love them, but it's like we're on different pathways. And the point is, though, that L. Ron Hubbard created this structure and taught people how to do things to really help each other. And then at some point, now he's having whatever his pluses and minuses were, he created a format where people could have wonderful experiences. If he didn't, there wouldn't be all of this movement into it. Now, I could also tell you that Jim Jones of the People's Temple created an environment where people could love each other and have joy. And his ability to make people feel good was only to gather them together and make them feel good in a loving environment. That's all he could do. He had nothing more to offer than that. And then he began to cannibalize them and do his own run his own madness on them with the help of the intelligence agencies. Hubbard had a much more sincere mission. But the problem with Hubbard, or what he faced, was in creating this environment where everybody could avail himself of his techniques, which is a very challenging thing to do in any form of psychology, but his stuff was very elaborate, is teaching people how to do it, teaching people how to correct people if they're doing it wrong. But then you also have a battle with society and with the organizations that are there to fight you. And he said they're only going to fight you if you're screwing up. So don't screw up. This is what he said in so many words. He didn't say it in those words, but that's in fact what he said. And inevitably, people are going to screw up. So he has to create a defense system, which was his guardian's office. And of course, they get their hands dirty and they play dirty. And whether or not Hubbard is complicit in that, it becomes irrelevant, because the whole thing is you're trying to build this bridge for people. You're also building an empire off of it, and now you're being challenged with the problems of empire and politics and Machiavelli. And he was very Machiavellian, and of course, Machiavelli includes Machiavelli is the undercurrent to all world politics. If you study political science, you study Machiavelli. And that's the end justifies the means. And basically, if you have to take somebody out, you take them out. Now, I'm not saying that Hubbard took people out, at least murdering them. He took them out legally. And that still lives with Scientology. And right now, Scientology is on trial with this Danny Masterson case, which I do not follow. There's updates on it every day. I get on my YouTube feed, but I don't watch them. And basically what you have is Scientology defending Danny Masterson, an actor who is alleged to have used, drug or drunk women to rape them, Scientologists. And because they were Scientologists, they didn't report it. They only reported him to the ethics section of Scientology, and they don't report him to the police. So this is becoming, and of course they were Scientologists and they signed agreements not to think. So this is all being, they're trying to determine whether he's criminally guilty. They had a trial that was, I guess, ended in a hung jury. So they're retrying him right now. And I think the jury's in deliberations. And it's like, okay, we're going to find him guilty of this charge, not that charge. And it gets into, but the weird thing about it is there's a certain faction that's trying to put Scientology itself on trial, when all this really is a Scientologist who really screwed up and really took advantage of people, assuming he's guilty. And if he isn't guilty, truly isn't guilty, the church is, doing the right thing to defend him. However, the church is more concerned about itself in any case. And somehow they've got themselves really, and what's being challenged is their policy of hiding crimes from the police. That's what the challenge is. Mm-hmm. And they're saying their policies are hiding crimes from the police. Well, in actual fact, when I was in Scientology, the Guardian's office would take this rich person from, I think he was from Belgium or the Netherlands. I think his name was Albert Lipschitz. And he was a diamond trader. And he was old man. And he gave a lot of money to Scientology. And we'd just gotten there and arrived in Clearwater. And he was pissing in a churchyard. And I mean, it was a church across the street. It was a regular Protestant church. It was just grass. He's pissing there, pissing on the ground. And either he was seen or somebody saw him. Now, what people don't understand, and this is like 1976. In 1970s, in 1960s, in Europe, you just pissed on the side of the road. That's what you did in Europe. It was very rural. And I remember my teacher telling me when he go to Europe, he says, yeah, you see somebody, they've got their hand over their crotch, they're on the side of the road out in their car, and they're pissing on the road. This is just how they piss. They don't have bathrooms. And when you went to a bathroom there, you pissed into a hole. Or you would defecate into a hole. This was European bathrooms. And there were books that were like Europe on $1 a day, and went up to $2 a day, $5 a day. And that's, you buy these books in the newsstand, and you could travel through Europe on $1, $2, $5 a day. And it was cheap, cheap, cheap. And the bathroom facilities were not good because Europe was still recovering from the war.
Yeah.
And people don't understand this. So here was this Albert Lipschitz. He's in America. He's not an American. He's Jewish. But so what? He's just taking a piss on the side of the road in suburban Clearwater. Or it wasn't actually suburbs, it was a city. But so what? And the Guardian's office kicked him out. They said no more. They put up an issue saying, he was caught urinating. We don't accept this. This is against the laws of the city of Clearwater. There was another guy caught shoplifting, and he was, he was exposed. He'd been on the ship for years, and they just boom, boom, they kicked him out.
Wow.
Humiliated him.
Jesus.
And because they're saying, hey, we're not crooked. We don't want crooked people on our staff. Don't be crooked. They did this with many people. There might have been some cases that were more sensitive, that they might have been more judicious and not making a big deal out of it. But there were many cases. So what they're doing in modern times with Danny Masterson, if he was guilty when he came in, they would have, and I'm just trying to go back and think, if I was looking over the shoulder, because I generally didn't deal with ethics, but I would deal with the people who were dealing with ethics,
right,
so as to correct them. But if I was looking over the ethics officer's shoulder and he'd saying, okay, what happened? He says, Danny, I have these reports that you raped these girls and that you drugged them. And this is coming up in their auditing sessions or coming up in their reports. What do you say? And he's going to say, he's going to admit it or he's not going to admit it. And if the evidence was such that he's not going to admit it, he would be security checked and find out if he did do it. And if he did do it, he's going to have to take full responsibility for his crimes. And the first thing he's going to have to do is, part of what he's going to have to do, first off, he's putting the church in liability. So he's put the church in a great endangerment. He's endangered the church. So you're going to look at the ramifications of this. And he's going to have to make this up to the women. He's going to have to compensate them in some form or another, which would start with an apology. But it wouldn't just end there. They would have to have satisfaction. And he's also damaged the church. And there have to be the questions of him going to the authorities and reporting himself. Now, these are things, and at what point, and if it was done back in those days, they probably would have just, took him to the police, the Guardian's office. In fact, it wouldn't even have been the ethics office. It would have been the Guardian's office. And because that's higher level than the ethics department, which I would have had nothing to do with, because that wasn't in my purview, as Robert Mueller would say, not in my purview. So and then the only reason to excuse him is because he's a celebrity and he's going to bring money to the church. However, I would go back in time and say this Albert Lipschitz, he had tons of money. They were sacrificing all this, hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm sure he would have supplied annually, and they could have even got him to donate because he pissed, on the street. Now, that's different values for different times. And later, they brought him back. I remember they brought him back because he had money. And what did he do? He pissed on the street. So you see the different times, and now what's happened is they've made Scientology a household word for outrageous behavior or outrageous policies. So I went off on a tangent there, and as I say, I've not been following the case. It sounds like I have, but I haven't, because it's getting updated every day, and they're deliberating, and I just find it's too much negative attention. Has nothing to do with what Scientology is or was in the first place. However, to get back to the original question of L. Ron Hubbard and Solomon, he was building an empire. Now, Solomon built an empire which taxed the living hell out of so many places and locations and people with all this gold and all this stuff. And they made Teklet Blue, which was the helizon. They had the helizon technology or methodology, and they made blue. And this set up an empire for Solomon, but or the Jews. But he had an empire to maintain, and his empire fell apart when he died. It fell apart. There was the diaspora because it could not be maintained. That might be an interesting study in itself. But Solomon was the only one who could maintain it. It didn't, and that was because he had control of the jinn. Hubbard, his empire, it was all this maintenance, and his empire has what it's discombobulated. It's not the same because it's maintained. And this reminds me of the quote of the Hall of Fame football coach of the New York Giants, Bill Parcells. He won his second Super Bowl and he retired. And he said, it's easier. He says it's hard to win, but it's even harder to maintain. In other words, he knew he couldn't maintain that level of performance because he won his second Super Bowl. He squeezed it out. He squeezed all the tube out of the toothpaste to win that Super Bowl. He was very fortunate. And the only reason he won was because his first string quarterback got hurt. And the second string quarterback was better and more effective. And that's why he won. He won by happenstance. And was it the field goal kicker for the Buffalo Bills missed the last second field goal. So they won, but he says, no mas. He knew when to quit. He said, because he knew he couldn't repeat. And it was too much work and effort. So he quit. And in other words, maintaining something is much harder. Like it's just like if you have a MVP season in any sport, it's hard to repeat that MVP season, to maintain it. So this is what you had, and Hubbard reached his peak at whatever point, and I was able to ride the crest of Hubbard, or whatever he created, right on his surf, so to speak, to my own wonder and satisfaction. But so when we compare, Hubbard was teaching people to cross the abyss. Crowley was alluding to that, mentioning it with all of his rigmarole. Hubbard had a much more engineering way to get you across it. And then I suppose you could say Solomon had the most arguably pure conduit to the Godhead. But this was not for individuals. This was reserved for the high priest, one time of the year where they could go in and see the Shekinah. I allude to it like a Pez dispenser. They have the Pez dispenser, but they can only eject the Pez or see the Pez pill, whatever it is. And they have, and this is like this God force. And it's like, this was what this representative of the force of the Ark of the Covenant that could, now the Shekinah is actually, what they would have is between the two cherubs, they would have this flame it was called the Shekinah glory, the glory of the flame, which was equated to Jesus in esoteric Christianity. That was the floor of the Christ. And that flame, that flame of of God, the fire of God. Now, that was the dwelling space between the cherubs, was the dwelling, which Shekinah is identified as the dwelling space. And then you have the feminine space, and then you have the glory of the flame flying through the that flame. If you want to get more esoteric, that flame has 3 prongs to it, and it's the letter Shin, which is the secret word of Freemasonry, the Shin, which I've written about extensively. So you have that sacred tribute acknowledgement of this 5th element, which is the conduit to changing the entire world, or the changing the entire world. That is not a bridge to crossing the abyss. That is an establishment of a conduit. It's a whole labyrinth of esoterica that if you follow your way through the maze, you can arrive at this enlightenment, which is what I experienced through all of my writing. I never joined Freemasonry. I never joined Christianity or Judaism, but through all of the machinations of synchronicity, which is the precursor to the Tao or the God mind, I was introduced to this concept. And what does it give you? It gives you an enlightenment. But it's like, what do you do with it? What do you do with it? I value what I learned. I value what I learned in Scientology, or what I experienced in Scientology, much more. The relief of the mind, the relief of one's stuff. I'm not putting this down. It's more of an intellectual achievement and an understanding. It's not insignificant at all, and it's part of the pathway that I learned in my interactions with Joseph Matheny and the Meta Machine and all that, my conversations with him, and then the experience at Spofford Alley in Chinatown, which has led to Douglas Dietrich and all that. It's part of the path of enlightenment. And I'm not putting it down, but it's so what I would say is Crowley's laying the groundwork. Hubbard's creating a system to get you across this bridge. Whether you make it or not is beside the point, like building a bridge across it. And then, Solomon's got he's got the secret, he's got the energy, but it's kind of like stuck there in time. Now, I'm going to branch off into talking about, just for a minute here, the Choclavina Cave, because my experiences and my dreams have put me in touch with this energy that exists around Choclavina Cave in Transylvania, which David said is the most important location with reference to time phenomena, the most important place on the earth by far. And they have this phenomena that comes up out of the ground called the oriflame, the flame of gold that comes up out of the ground. And of course, I was having dreams of that same energy in the Ark of the Covenant when Indiana Jones puts this crystal pole up, staff, and it shines into the place, the Well of Souls, where the Ark of the Covenant is buried. So it's like symbolic of that energy. And I'm having this dream about that, only I'm holding the staff. And I mentioned the gold underneath the ground, which is extensive there. And my friend German starts telling me all about this oriflame stuff. And then I later that night meet somebody in the village who actually has seen it. And in other words, there is this idea that there's this powerful energy within the ground there that is identical or similar to the energy of the Ark of the Covenant. And it's referred to, this area as the Valley of the Golden Thrones, and I would call this the throne energy. So it's like, wow. But then again, if you get in the way of that energy, you're going to get scorched, just as they say in the Bible. It could scorch you. So it's like, you get this energy, okay, what are you going to do with it? It's just like getting into Solomon's, into the temple, into the Holy of Holies, and seeing, being the high priest. What's the high priest going to do? Is he going to go out and I mean, it's sort of like, it invites me to be satirical and comical. what's he going to do? Walk around and strut around the temple like, I saw it and you didn't, and have his authority over you because he has the authority. I see the truth and I know the truth and we have this power, and what it invites abuse. And whether I'm right or not when I say that, we do know that the temple degenerated after that. So what is the point? And what I would also say is, in the god system of the Hindus, you have Brahma, the creator, Vishnu, the preserver, and Shiva, the destroyer. Vishnu and Krishna was an incarnation of Vishnu. That's the preserver. So how do you preserve that? And how long do you preserve it for? Vishnu is maintained. But something can only be maintained until which point that it gets destroyed by Shiva the destroyer. So anyway, I've filled your time. I hope you had a good trip to the store.
Fine. No, I was fine, and I was glad to come back and hear what I did. You did a magnificent job, and we'll do our best to turn towards asking this person's question in light of all the context you provided, which is, I think, a very good preface, a precedent towards what we'll discuss now.
Well, it's kind of like, this is the old story of before Enlightenment, chopping wood and carrying water. After Enlightenment, chopping wood and carrying water. Going to the store to get a Coke or whatever the hell you had to get. It's like, we all got to go buy toilet paper. Did Jesus use the bathroom? These are thoughts that don't come comfortable to people's minds. In other words, these are facts of life. Whatever. So anyway, we have this question from a listener, and do you want me to dig up the question?
Feel free to do that, and then what we'll try to do is, we'll meander all over the place with it. I'll even bring on one of our wonderful special expert consultants, Brendan Zogit.
That would be great. That would be great, because Brendan might be able to answer this question perhaps better than myself or Douglas.
Yes.
So we will defer to him. And I know. Well, I'm not finding it because it's in my other email account. And I'll have it in just a second. And I'm going to read the exact quote, but I'm also going to.
Matter of fact, while you're doing that, I'll bring Brendan on.
And I got to say that he just wrote to me. He says he's reminding me, as I asked him to, or her. I don't know if it's a him or her. Mm-hmm. He says, "I thank you. I have sent Douglas $10 today. So thank you much for sending Douglas $10.
Wonderful.
Get your question answered. I appreciate all the knowledge that you both share. Cannot wait for the next book that comes out. Hope that it's available on Kindle, though. It means he's probably in another country.
Yeah. By the way, Brendan is with us, so he'll listen to the question. Go on.
I don't have plans to have it on Kindle, by the way. But by the way, I don't need to remind you about anything. Your memory is amazing. Unfortunately, mine is slowly declining. Well, we'll help your memory here. Try to anyway. And this is the question that he wrote. He says, "Hi, Peter. Please, could you or Douglas do a transmission on the differences between an egregore, a tulpa, a servitor, and a horcrux, and give examples? Are the Harry Potter books an example?" Now, I want to begin, Douglas, and I want you to define them. An egregore, a tulpa, a servitor, and a horcrux. First, define each of them, and then we'll let Brendan take over.
Well, I would say that when we take a look at a egregore, a tulpa, a servitor, and a horcrux, I would say that the egregore is something that I would describe as that kind of entity which is brought into being by a collective cleaving to a phenomenon, Like, say, for instance, in the old days, it was the radio shows, like The Shadow, where the Shadow was said to be a superhero that was supernatural, and that it would especially appear where the show was broadcast from. There was a certain hotel that character, this fictitious entity, was affiliated with, yet people kept seeing shadows in the hotel that they felt were not cast by anything explicable. So that would be like an egregore, and then the egregore begins to feed depending on how much the public responds, and therefore the shadow with time probably lost power because the shadow itself as a character lost interest. The public lost interest in the shadow. It is still not a forgotten character, but definitely less potent than it once was. When it comes to the modern day egregores, they would be online. They would be basically internet egregores. So I'll try and go into a bit into that later. I do want people to understand this is exactly what Michael Aquino was trying to impose upon the world through the unleashing of the internet on the world, through DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. And then when you have a servitor, that would imply essentially a being that could be a homunculus, like a construct created by someone in order to serve a wizard or a sorcerer, or more practically, it's essentially an entity that is the product of a different creator. In other words, the term was used by the sorcerers, or the warcerers, warlocks of the U.S. military. They would use that term to refer to races created by gods that did not create us, the anti-gods, as opposed to, say, for instance, God creating us in his image. God, his very name means jealous. He is jealous of other gods, does not want you to worship other gods. Well, he created us in his image, and these other gods that he's jealous of created other races in theirs. And those would usually be the servitors that were being referred to. Now, when it comes to the egregore, the servitor, then there's the tulpa that he mentioned. I'll do my best to explain that. A tulpa is something that you kind of manifest yourself through your own concentration. And this tulpa then ultimately can gain a life all of its own, and can ultimately, conceivably, gain control of your life. So this is something that is a product of Tibetan mysticism. And of course, the Tibetans were very good at monastics, and therefore keeping themselves company by non-physical entities. So the tulpa was something that they could create or generate as an imaginary friend gone solid. Or then you have the situation where the tulpa is created and weaponized, as was during the time of the Third Reich by Schrödinger, the great physicist. So I'll go into that later. But our dear friend Brendan Zogit is here to outline what any of these would have to do with the Harry Potter novels, give us context for Harry Potter, and then talk about the Horcrux, which of course is really something that Our Lady J.K. Rowling's really learned from her master Michael Aquino about that concept and simply gave it another name. But many of the names she used were really derivatives from Vedic traditions. And so by all means, Brendan Zogit will take it from here and talk about the Vedic cultures and how J.K. Rowling's, like a typical British imperialist, can't stop raping South Asia and has to pick up something else from India to make herself a multi-millionaire, with no proceeds going back to the Asian Indians themselves. Take it away, dear Brendan.
Yes. Greetings, Peter, and greetings, Douglas.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Take it away.
Yes, thank you. So, Douglas, you explained all those initial terms very well, and that's exactly what they are. And the tulpa, I would say, is like a visualization, right?
Yeah.
But it's like it becomes a being or some sort of something in physical at some point. Not necessarily a being, but so that was, and that is something that is from Vedic itself. So there's like really higher and divine examples that come from like the earliest mythologies, such as the birth of Ganesha. So the god Ganesha is like the initiator god of any kind of mantric or like ritual activity in the Vedic, because Ganesh was created not from Shiv and Parvati together, but from Parvati alone. So he's created from the mother goddess essence, Shakti, directly, and she visualizes the perfect son, right? The most faithful child, and then builds him out of turmeric, and through her Shakti, divine essence, creates this being, and that is Ganesha. And she tells him to protect her abode at all costs from any being, whether it was the gods themselves or lower beings like the Asuras. So he takes that to heart, being the most, the most faithful son or the most faithful devotee of Divine Mother. He protects her even against Shiv, the god of destruction, one of the most powerful gods. And then after Shiv sends his hordes, the Shiv Ganas, against him, he defeats all of them effortlessly because he was imbued with this Shaktian like warrior spirit, pretty much indefatigable.
Excuse me, we got a lot of background noise, Douglas. A lot of background noise.
Oh, I know. He's at work.
That's him. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, is it too much? I can.
It's very strong.
Adjust. Okay. Yeah. So there's So it's that. Hello. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So through her power, she creates this being, and then he's fighting off the various armies of heaven itself, the different gods and devas. And the devas eventually they get beaten by this little kid, and they go and ask the Trimurti, which is Brahma, Vishnu, Shiv, as Peter was saying earlier. They ask them for help, and so they hatch this plan to defeat this little kid, because at this point they don't know where he came from. Ganesh, I'm talking about the little Ganesh, the brand new child, and and he fights valiantly against the three gods, but they trick him, and through this deception, Shiv is able to cut off his head with the trident, with it's called a Trishula, the special weapon he has. It's like the combined force of Vishnu and Shiv had to defeat him, and they did some kind of sleight of hand strategy, something like this. And then so his head gets cut off and he dies. And when Parvati, who is she's like the embodiment of all divine feminine, like all three goddesses, but she's in like one incarnation. She's like an avatar of Divine Mother, who's the force behind even the Trimurti themselves. She discovers that her son gets killed, and she basically withdraws all the life essence from the universe, and then all the devas lose their power, and then the actual multiverse itself begins collapsing. So what the gods do is they bow to her, praise her, and then say, we're going to make this right, and we will discover the first being, whatever being we come across first in our efforts to please you, that'll replace the head of your son, and it became the elephant's head. That was the first being they came across. And the elephant, there was this whole story of the elephant was fighting with like a turtle, and there's like this whole mythology behind that. And the elephant was like facing north. It was basically doing something that was forbidden, so they were able to kill the elephant dharmically and all this. And so they cut off the elephant's head, then they put it on the child, and he basically gets reborn as Ganesha. And that still wasn't enough. So what they did was they said, this child will have the highest position of all the gods above the other gods, and he will always be referenced first in any of the Vedas and any of the hymns. In any of these rituals, he gets the prime position, and so that's what happens. That's why Ganesha, if you go into the Hindu culture, everyone says Shri Ganesh first. That's the first thing they do. So I would say that's like the highest version of that Tolpic thing, which they actually took from Vedic, which is basically Buddhism and even the Tibetan magical tradition is all that thing. What would be derivation of the original Vedic, and there were like sorcerers in the Vedic too. Like you have in the story of the Ramayana, the beings that were underneath the earth in the lower realms, the 7 realms below. There's one called Patal. Patal Lok is like the lowest, where the Nagas live and these different beings. And the leader of that region during the time of the Ramayana, he was this being called Indrajit. And Indrajit was like the most powerful sorcerer, and like even to this day he's considered, as far as the Vedic mythology, the most powerful sorcerer ever to have lived. And Hanuman defeats him in this like magical battle, which I can go into another time because it's a fun story. But so that's what, yeah. And then going back to the Harry Potter thing, like the concept of the Horcrux is this kind of.
Excuse me, Brendan.
Oh yeah.
You just talked about Ganesh, but
Yes.
what was that? I got lost in what it was an answer to. That was an answer to what?
That's what it brought to mind when we were talking about the Tulpa.
Okay,
so
so
because she created him.
Tulpa.
Yeah.
Ganesh was a tulpa.
In the highest sense, I'm not saying that's what he was, but I'm saying in the highest sense of that kind of creation of visualization from pure Shakti, like the real meaning of that.
Right.
You know?
In other words, in other words,
from mythology.
Yeah, what Brendan is describing is that the reason that Vedic, shall we say that history, that Vedic history, they would call it a history, is significant.
It is,
is because you have a creation of something that you're visualizing, and therefore that is like a tulpa. You're making something that you're visualizing real. And therefore you're realizing, like, instead of an imaginary friend, this goddess wanted the best of sons. So she created the best of all sons. Children, yeah. So cool.
Okay, well, thank you both for that, and go on with the next one, please.
Yes. Oh yeah, no problem. Thank you. And so the Horcrux is this concept that was quote unquote invented for Harry Potter books, but obviously you can't write $1 billion series without some outside assistance.
Thank you.
Like even the best of artists, like even what's his name, Stephen King, all these people that were writing for like 40, 50 years straight, like they never got to this level. So she has some connects, and she lived on, I mean, if you just look, like I reference this a lot when I'm on here, but it's valid points come from this channel. But it's this guy that walks around London. He's lived in London. He talks about all these famous spots, right? He's like a tour guide, but he points out where all these famous people live. And J.K. Rowling herself lived in some of the most high-end places in London. So there wasn't some rags to riches tale that they say she wrote the book on a napkin in a cafe. You know, that's what they told us when we were young. Like
that is such bullshit. Oh my
well,
god.
that's what they told us, yeah. Like she wrote it down on a napkin in a cafe, and then she went home and started writing it, and then boom, her first book became a bestseller just right off the bat. So that's already suspicious in and of itself. I'm sure she's talented, whatever, but still.
That's so disgusting. And just to remind you, I want you to contextualize the Horcrux with Michael Aquino's quote unquote suicide. So, take your time in doing that. Take your time in getting to that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So what a Horcrux is, as per the Harry Potter book, is an object formed by dark magic that is used by a witch or wizard in the Harry Potter series, in which the Horcrux allows the being to achieve immortality by splitting a dark wizard's soul into separate pieces, and then thereby imbuing objects, people, or even entire areas with this fragment of their soul, of their spirit. It's not soul because they don't have that kind of power, but it's their spirit gets. And in the way she puts it in the story is that every time they kill someone with dark magic, it fragments their soul, right? So each time they do that, whatever little humanity they have left gets fragmented more and more, and that's why they become even darker and all this, the usual good bad story. But one of the dark wizards, who's like the main guy, Voldemort, the whole story is based off of that being. the dark being in that book, he finds out that he can take those, or he uses some forbidden magic. He takes each one of those pieces to ensure his immortality, and he starts putting them into like rings. He puts one into Harry Potter. That's why he's the main character, and everything revolves around him. One piece of his soul's in Harry Potter, and then a piece of his soul's here and there, and part of it's in Hogwarts, like in underneath Hogwarts. And so each book has like you don't find out till the end, but in each book they're battling a part of his soul every time, essentially. So, and his point of doing that was because anytime someone killed his physical body, which had happened multiple times in that story, he would just have one of his cronies resurrect him through this one of the pieces. So it's like, and then there's another way to describe this. If you've ever watched, there's an anime called Naruto, and there's this snake being who's named Orochimaru. He's basically a Naga, but he does the same thing. He splits up his chakra into all different people, and he's like the most revived person in that show. He just gets resurrected every 5 minutes. It's like it becomes like a meme. Yeah.
I think this is a very important point you just brought up, though, about this reincarnation or extension beyond death. This is very important because I think Douglas was already alluding to that this was what Michael Aquino was seeking to do.
Yes.
But take it from there.
Yes, and that's what most likely where J.K. Rowling got this information from. That's what Douglas and I kind of were speaking of before, because there's no way some English lady that's not initiated into the mysteries just comes across this information and writes a book. I mean, it's a good story making device. I don't disagree with that, but to have such a flushed out plot line like that is very odd in my eyes, because I've written stories, I've done fiction before in my little ways,
Well,
so
beyond that, think of the satanic inversion process. Hari Putar. Tell them about the meaning.
Yes, we can bring that up. Yeah,
please.
We can bring that up because, and then you have the actual naming of Harry Potter himself is swooped from the Vedic, because the child of prophecy, quote unquote, is what he is in the book. It comes from Hari Putra, which Hari is a form of Vishnu, right?
Yes.
Or it's actually Harihar is this. It's actually where all the avatars come from. It's Vishnu and Shiv put together in this kind of dual being called Harihar. And then there's emanations of each one, and the emanation of Hari would be Hari Putra. Putra meaning emanation, meaning son of Hari. So he's the being that comes back, from divine to save the earth, and that's where she took it from. I mean. So it's clear, there's clear parallels there. And she uses a lot of, different things like, And then what Douglas was saying as well before is the Ministry of Magic came from the Japanese Ministry of Magic.
Thank you.
Which she totally anglicized and removed any Eastern. Because in her book, there's like no Asian magic schools. Like they like reference it, but they never show it. It's like bizarre. It's only like there's one in Africa, there's one in Russia in her series, and then there's like they reference the Asian one, but they don't ever include them like in the story at all.
But tell our listeners what your impression was of the two Bulgarian interviewers when I brought that up, and they went into denial, like, is that in the Harry Potter books? And they obviously had read them quite astute.
Yeah. They didn't understand what you were saying, and they were saying like, oh, I've never seen that in Harry Potter before, but they didn't get the reference that it was the Ministry of Magic. It was.
Thank you.
Which is a government organization based off of magical governance that she put as the head of the Harry Potter universe, like their MI6, basically.
Thank you.
But she definitely swooped it from. Can you remind me of the Japanese name again?
Onmyoji.
Yeah, the Onmyoji.
That would be. I think the Onmyoji really means like a sorcerer, but Onmyoryo is the bureau. Onmyoryo.
Bureau, yes, thereof. So so she knew of this somehow, obviously.
Yes.
And took it that way.
And almost nobody knows about that, so it had to be Aquino that told her that.
Right, it's definitely not something they teach us at school.
Yeah.
About Japan, Imperial Japan. There is another anime that references similar to that. Like, have you guys ever heard of? It's an older one. It's called Rurouni Kenshin. and it's actually based off the Meiji. The whole story is the Meiji Reformation, and they go into like the Shinsengumi and all these different groups.
So just so
But-
people understand,
yeah.
what Brendan is talking about is he's referencing an anime that I never personally heard of, but is obviously an anime
It's historically based.
that is historically based at the time of the Meiji Restoration, when the emperor was reasserting all secular power. And what happened was, at that time, there was a group of young men who, because the samurai class was falling apart and the samurai, the shogunacy was senescent, they were finally allowing peasants or commoners to become samurai. And the way that they allowed this was through the Shinsengumi. So the Shinsengumi was an organization of kind of like samurai police or vigilantes that were then trying to protect Japan, so to speak. And they were allowing common men to become samurai through a samurai taking them on and mentoring them. And this was what made them such a uniquely revolutionary organization. And they took on a very bizarre uniform where they wore the samurai kimono, but it was this kind of very distinctive sky blue, very much like a United Nations baby powder blue that was very similar to almost like United Nations samurai. So it was this kind of perspective that made them stand out in Japanese history, and there's a very deep Japanese romance about them. So you will see them often dressed in very kind of modern European kind of clothes, as well as that kind of uniform. But and I'm sure you saw that in the anime. They're showing that. So go on, take it from there. Yeah.
Yeah, it showed them in that way. It's historical, but it also has like mythology and magic and stuff in it, you know.
Yes.
And it even shows a chochoa by the way in there. This little pygmy. It shows like a little pygmy controlling a giant, and he's like a sorcerer. So if you ever watch, I'll pull it up one of these days and show you. But or maybe not necessarily a cho, but something similar.
Yeah.
This like pygmy sorcerer thing.
Yeah.
But anyways, so in that show, they speak of when Tokugawa Ieyasu founded Tokyoto. He took these principles, these magical principles, and feng shui, which they kind of don't explain very well in the English translation. But I know in the Japanese they were trying to say it was a magical setup. They basically geomantically set up the original Edo, Tokyo.
In other words, a sacred place. It was sacred placement. Go on.
Sacred placement, but they set up the city in such a way that was feng shuied. It was geomantically set up to protect it from negative influences. And he used these jade pieces that they input into all these different shrines, which I looked up, and these jade pieces are actually real, but no one knows what happened to them. They replaced these jade pieces recently. Maybe in the last 100 years, they've replaced the jade pieces with these refabs. Still jade, but not the original. The original occult pieces are obviously owned by the Omryos and these people, right? Like the beings that run that magical, you know. So, but basically they were saying that Tokyo was founded on these principles and by the Tokugawa shogunates. And basically when in that story someone steals one of the pieces, and that's just plot device, but that basically confirms that from the onset that capital was made for or it was used, it's been using magical principles ever since. And you know, I think it's pretty clear to anyone who knows about that stuff. It's almost magical in technological levels, because like how can you fit that many people in that little space, you know? It's like, it's already pretty next level. It's the most densely populated place on the planet, so
absolutely
definitely has some assistance from the kami and different things.
The kami being the spirits. Go on.
The spirits. It only became dark recently, you know, in my opinion. I would say that there's like a lot more negative influence nowadays than it had in the beginning, obviously.
And so just so people know, our man Brendan is at work, so he's putting things away while he's speaking to us. And,
I apologize. If I didn't answer anything, you can tell me now so I can like mute.
What are you putting away?
Yeah, I apologize for that, but
No,
I'm,
but what is it? I'm curious. It's so loud. What is it?
It's one of them's it's like a trash can and various different items. Like I do maintenance, so I'm like cleaning stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I apologize for all the background.
Yeah, and of course, I want people to know that our dear friend Mark H., who often participates with us on these calls later on, often comes in. He sent me a filmmakers article, basically saying that the filmmakers behind the 1986 B movie Troll say they used the name Harry Potter long before J.K. Rowling did. Noah Hathaway, who starred in the film as a young hero who saves his family from an evil troll, said, "I was Harry Potter Jr." So Troll was made in 1986. The hero of the film is a boy named Harry Potter Jr., who is surrounded by a fantasy world of witches and wizards and magic 11 years before J.K. Rowling's novel. And so Mark H. says, "Douglas, I remember watching this movie when I was younger, and I remembered the character Harry Potter 11 years before J.K. Rowling's novel." He also asks about because you know so much about the, of course, Vedic traditions. Marky Milk, who is Mark H. in the chat, says, "Hey Douglas, Peter, and Brendan, would you know why CERN uses the Shiva statue?" So, of course, creation and destruction of matter.
Oh, I could answer that.
Yeah, go on.
I could answer that right now.
Yeah.
So why they have Shiv in front of CERN? I mean, first of all, they're trying to say the dance of Shiv is the dance of subatomic particles. Okay, that's their right.
Yeah.
So that's their first thing, and then secondly, they get inspiration from the Vedic. Obviously, that's clear, right? Just how Oppenheimer did, and all these guys, right?
Yeah, of course. They I am become death, the shatterer of worlds. Do explain that to people, please. Yeah.
Yes, he quoted the Gita, Dr. Oppenheimer, the dude that allegedly invented the nuclear bomb, but he just got it from the Shastras and the. I mean, in all the Vedic texts, it talks about like these heavenly celestial weapons called the Astra, and the Astra were even more powerful than any thermonuke that's ever been used ever on Earth by us in modern times. And there's even a lecture he's giving at one of the Eastern Coast universities, Mr. Oppenheimer. Mm-hmm. And one of these people asked him, "Is this the first time we've ever used humans have ever tested nuclear weapons?" Which is a strange thing to ask. Obviously, someone knew about like the German tests and the Japanese tests, right?
Thank you.
So whoever was asking that already knew something was up. And then Oppenheimer responds by saying, "In modern times, of course."
There you go.
So he knew. So he took inspiration from the Vedic, and so do these beings at CERN. And they wish, that's the thing, they even get the word wish, Shiv, from wish and vish, that they wish they had the Shiv power. Yes. So that's what their way of trying to like, they think they're trying to get the Shiv power, but the real Shiv power comes from the power of the third eye, like the maximum ultimate power of the third eye that only Shiv has. And like, you know, that whole thing can only come from the highest being, which is Shiv, higher and divine force, not... You can't just smash particles. And there's a funny thing about CERN too, is like if they ever, you know how they always say, oh, it's going to open up a black hole and destroy the whole planet. It's like if they really thought it was that dangerous, they wouldn't have put it in Switzerland. They would have put it somewhere in Africa or like Asia. Right? So it's like, I mean, it's a joke when they say that CERN has no real power. This is from my view and my understanding of the Vedic, that there's nothing going on there. It's just like scientific jacking off.
Masturbation, scientific masturbation.
Yeah, like they made just like a big, and everyone has like, oh, this is a quantum loop and they can pierce the veil, but they can't do any of that. This is from my Vedic view. They can't do anything of the sort, and they never will. And they wish they had the Shiv power because that's the real thing, right?
Yeah.
So I appreciate what you're saying because I never paid any attention from the get-go. And I hear people say, "I watch CERN closely." It's like,
right, people go crazy.
Like when they said that there's going to be a black hole in the Brookhaven, you know, and they asked David Anderson that. It's just absurd. It's absurd
to somebody who's a really nuclear physicist, the only nuclear physicist that might pander to that is somebody who wants to get attention and sound mysterious. Not even Michio Kaku would stoop to that level. So stupid.
True. And it's funny they use these words CERN, concern, and then everyone's harping about HARP and CERN. You know, that was a big thing a while back, is everyone's concerned about CERN. It's like these words, they do it deliberately, almost like to joke on people. That's how I see it anyway.
Yes,
well,
it's almost
of the city, of course.
It's the city, but they like have the abbreviation, and they even had the original logo was 666 and all that. Like they just do it to mess with people. Like
they're just trolling, really. I mean, and this is what Brendan is pointing out is, yes, it's named after the city of Cern in Switzerland, but it's very similar to the word concern. And then they use that term, I'm concerned about CERN, and it's almost like it becomes just like a rap music kind of white rap.
And they're harping about HARP, right? Yeah. Everyone's harping about HARP, like it can do this. I don't think it can do anything of the sort, in my opinion. Like only Divine can control weather, from my view. Like yeah, they try, but it's nothing. As of yet, we haven't seen anything. Like they can't stop. Like I've made this example before on here. It's like they can't stop earthquakes. Like they can set them off, but they can't stop them. You know, like even Tesla wouldn't even go. He was like not trying to release. That's why he had to protect his all of his notes, because they could set stuff off, but no one can ever control it. You know, he knew that. That's why he didn't want it out there.
Yes.
Like you can make things happen, but once it's out of control, it's in Divine's hands, and like only those higher beings can affect things after that.
Thank you. Now with that in mind, I will go a bit into this when I'm talking about servitors and egregores and tulpas, but try and help our listeners understand what happened on March 5th of 2022 when the killing stone broke containing the nine-tailed fox demoness in Japan.
Oh, yes. You're talking about Sessho Seki.
Yes.
Sessho Seki.
Yes.
The stone of death.
Yes.
So there's this stone in somewhere in southern Japan called Sessho Seki. It was a very special, Shinto shrine area, like enshrined area with they had the Kitori gates and the sacred rope and all these things binding the stone. And sometime during the last, like you said, it was 2022. Yeah. During the last year, the stone basically blew up from the inside out. It cleaved in half completely. And this is like a multi-ton stone. This is like megalithic. This isn't just like a little rock.
Thank you.
This is like megalithic. And it's out in the country. It's like out in the country near a volcano. So there's like no people out there. It's not like what is that stupid thing that they blew up, the Georgia Guidestones, where someone throws a rocket launcher at it. It's like way out in the country. Like no one drives out there. Yeah.
It is hard to reach. It's hard to reach.
It's very hard to reach. It's like halfway up a mountain, basically, in other words. Yeah. And so they noticed a crack forming in it, and so the Shinto priests started doing. This was after 2020, so it'd been happening for a while. So they reformed the rope, and we're doing oblations to the kami and praises and their traditional ways. And literally overnight, like you were saying, around March, the beings, whoever was watching the area, they came to it, and it was broken in half. One piece had fallen down the hill, and it was completely split open. And this started setting, like, even Japanese people who are secular, usually they don't care about this kind of stuff. They were like panicking and like making jokes about it, because the story of that stone is that there was this being, the nine-tailed fox, the Kitsune demon, one of the most feared demons in the ancient world. It had actually destroyed ancient China. So there was a dynasty in China, and you can look up this mythology. I'm not like fully versed on it, but the nine-tailed fox had infiltrated through shape-shifting, and it basically turned into a consort, or shape-shifted into the consort of the emperor of China at that time. Yes. One of the southern empires, like Tang perhaps, or something. Song maybe.
Yes. I'll explain it. Don't worry. Yeah.
Okay, so you remember the details.
Of course. So just go on with what you...
So it basically takes over the empire and destroys it. Then it flees to Japan, and in that in that fleeing, a traveling Buddhist monk, discovers it through his spiritual power, and he ends up battling this being, the nine-tailed fox, and he seals it using some jutsu and different, like this is literally something out of an anime, but this is, in my opinion, historical fact, because why else would they make this? That's why they make animes in Japan, because they have all this information or knowledge with a G, knowledge, about like what had happened in the past. And so this being does this sealing jutsu, which is called which would be referenced as let me think what it's called. Shinjutsu, I believe. Shinjutsu?
Yes.
Or something like this.
Yes.
So they do like
Shihan no
a sealing...
Genjo, but go on, yeah. You do
yes.
that.
Yeah, so there's a name in Naruto for it too. I'm trying to remember what it is, but it's all just pop culture at this point. But so he does a sealing jutsu and seals it in that stone called Sessho-seki. And then it brings peace to the whole region. And so for it to escape, whether it was divinely allowed or it itself escaped is, in my opinion, more so the latter, the first, that divine allowed it to get out, because this world needs a bit of cleansing.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that I want it to happen. It's just like, that's just where we're at. Like that when things fall to a certain point, that's why the avatars were here. That's why, like intervention comes from higher to lower. And just because it's a demon fox doesn't mean it is against Dharma itself. Like it doesn't necessarily mean it's against Dharma. That's like one of the teachings in Vedic. There is no evil. It's like there are beings that are, antithetical to divine, or they go with divine, but there's not necessarily this like until you get to the outer, those beings, the anti-gods and stuff, where it's just like, which they do reference these beings, but they're not considered important, like, because like because the higher force can take care of this stuff. That's why.
Well, it's also because they're doing God's work
in the mythology.
they're doing God's work in their own way. And like Judas, without Judas, there would be no Christianity because Christ had to be crucified.
Exactly. Right. So exactly, even more so for these ancient demons, they had their function in those times.
Yes.
And so they may have more function yet to serve, and that's why they're out.
Oh,
so,
absolutely.
But in other words, that nine-tailed fox is out and about, and we have yet to see any repercussions from it, but I don't doubt that it's there.
Oh no, they've been
manifest.
ongoing, but they may have been somewhat tempered. They may have been somewhat tempered by the Shinto ritual, which was held to placate the fox, and they are attempting to reunite the rock. They are attempting to resolder it together, so to speak.
Yes.
So just to put all this into perspective for people, and I mean, it was magnificent to have you with us, Brendan, as always so important. And
I appreciate that. I hope it was coherent. I'm going to mute for a bit, and my phone may die, so in this time. But I could jump back on the call eventually, so just...
Okay, good. And so we love you dearly. And,
I just got to finish up this shift.
Sure, and try and listen while I bring some context to what you shared, okay? Yeah,
I'll be on the call until my phone dies, but just so you know, I can't get back on for a bit. So.
Excellent.
All right.
Understood.
Gratitude.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, much appreciation. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. So I'll try and put some of these things into perspective for people so that they have a better understanding of these things like egregore and servitor and torpa. So let's put it this way. The best thing to start off with is where people have the greatest comprehension and people have their greatest root in this culture. And Marky Milk, our man Mark H, says, interesting. Thank you for that, Brendan. Yes. And definitely we want to say hello to Nolani Bouchard and to Clarice Claudette, who's also in the chat room, a wonderful human being who has provided me with care packages in the past. And certainly all of you, our dear Clarice Claudette says, John Dee had one stone and Joseph Smith had another, but they saw into fallen angelic realms. There were 12 stones. Okay, so that's how she understands it. She says that in the book, The Keys of Enoch by J.J. Hurtak, the Urim and Thummim 12-stone crystal breastplate is related to DNA and fire languages. So fascinating. Aside from all of that, of course, we do have David Fitzsimons, greetings from Atlantic City. Videosphere joined us and said everything sounds good. So we're retaining quality of audio. Again, everyone give us your upvotes. Certainly, and Nolani Bouchard says, thank you, Brendan. Thank you, dear lady. And of course, do remember we are fundraising to get me, prevent my homelessness, enable me to pay rent at the end of the month. So all of your contributions are helpful. $100 money order arrived today from our lovely Holly Coditis Kiefer. Unfortunately, I also had to spend $150 on supplies. So we want to get me through the end of the month. People give what you can spare. The man who asked us a question provided us $10. Every little bit helps, so long as you don't put yourself out. In terms of trying to put things into perspective for your average Westerner, to start from, say, for instance, our jealous God, our Christianity, as I explained before, that even though my my stance is that we are most certainly alone in the universe in terms of life on other solar systems, life in other solar systems. We have never been alone as a sentient species in our own solar system, because once life appears, it takes hold and never lets go, mutating and adapting with each mass extinction, but almost always leaving relic populations as survivors, no matter how devolved, degenerate, or feral those remnants may be. So our biplanetary oases, our moon, which is essentially a twin planet to Earth in the sense that it is the largest moon in the solar system, proportionate to any planet in our solar system, making us effectively a double planet, a binary planet. Our biplanetary oasis has most certainly spawned sentience before us. And these other intelligent species, which have most certainly evolved on our home world in the past, and even in those other worlds in our solar system that had been in the habitable zone at the time when the sun was not yet progressed to the point of being the yellow dwarf star it is today, when Venus was habitable, and in the past when Mars was. They are also seeking exmigration into our future. This would be because of the singular conditions conducive to life on our specifically twinned sunbound planets, not in spite of them. In other words, if we are to really succeed in destroying ourselves and creating a runaway greenhouse effect, then that would make our planet very similar to the environment it was when the dinosaurs thrived, and the sentient, sapient dinosauroids, the ideanos that would have evolved at that time, would have been, they would be trying to migrate into that future that we're creating now, where they could live again. So if you were to take the most easily accessible Bible, the King James Version, at Exodus 34, it would be chapter 34, verse 13, wherein Moses basically has scaled Mount Sinai with the second pair of stone tablets on which the God of Abraham would inscribe the Ten Commandments. He inscribes, "For thou shalt worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God." Now that's a very important statement right there. Whose name is jealous. In the original Ha-Ivri, the Hebrew language, the key words in this verse are Shem and Quanah. Per one of the standard biblical reference works, right beside me, a concise dictionary of words in the Hebrew Bible by James Strong's, Shem's is a noun meaning name. One of its specific denotations is the name as designation of God. And the word Quanah means jealous and is applied only to God. And other English Bibles script the same basic communication as the King James. The New International Version scripts it as, "Do not worship any other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God." And the English Standard Version phrases it more parenthetically. In other words, they put it in parentheses. For you shall worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. And the New International Reader's Version scripts, do not worship any other God. I am a jealous God. In fact, my name is jealous. So understand that envy is the very name of your God, if you're a Christian, or at least the ancient Judaic God, which many Christians cleave to by identity.
I have to interrupt you there, Douglas.
Yeah, go on.
Envy is one of the 7 cardinal sins, is it not?
Of course. Yes.
Therefore, if and I dispute the etymology, but what does it matter what I dispute? That's just my opinion. But nevertheless, if that is the correct etymology, it is a glaring contradiction.
Obviously, which is why I have always told Christians the Jewish God is not your God. The Jewish God is a mad God and a God of contradictions, a God of insanity. This is something we've gone into before in the past, but the one message to be taken here is that there are other gods, dark gods, upon the faces of and beneath the depths within the worlds bound by our 2 systemic suns of light and darkness, our brown dwarf companion star, which is at the other end of this solar system, which interacts with our bright star, and which the military, the Navy in particular, has known about through astronomical observations for generations by now, but which has never been officially acknowledged. One of the main causes for the mass extinctions on a clockwork cycle. Every so many millions of years, right down to a year that can be predicted, and we don't need to worry for another 100 million years in terms of this level of extinction. There is a mass extinction that is caused by the interaction between these 2 suns, the dark star and the light star, the dark star being Nemesis, and the Nemesis star has been misinterpreted by popular culture physicists who try to popularize it to the general public with ludicrous, laughably ridiculous explanations, saying that it spews forth comets or something stupid like that. It causes comets to spew forth from the Oort belt by displacing gravity due to a very large planet that essentially goes through the Oort belt and then causes displacement of many of these incoming bolides at that time, which then extinguish all life on Earth. This is obviously a mechanism that was designed. And basically through this mechanism, judgment and purgation make way for rebirth. And we have to understand that in these various rebirthings before ours, gods in whose terrible image other sentient species have been made, well, those relic populations believe as well that they are destined to inherit creation. And these are the servitors. They're the servitors of other gods. This is where the term was used by the military. So that's the important thing. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually share screen with Peter Moon. He will be the only man able to see this unless our man Brendan Zoget opens up his screen. And I will show him something that he brought up. Now, I don't know if you can see this, Peter, but you can see this chart of religious history. If you can see this, let me know. And I will explain it to our listeners. Is this visible on your screen?
Yes, I can see it.
Yes. So what we see here is that 4,000 years before Christ to 3,000 years before Christ, during the Copper Age in the East, was the first Minoan period, the first Egyptian dynasty, the first Sumerian dynasty of Ur. Ur, has come to mean like the origins of everything. The Ur flood, the Great Flood, for instance, or the Ur civilization, the first great civilization that may have been global. The megalithic circle of Stonehenge is believed to have been transferred to England at this point. And it is here that we notice that about this time was developed the Memphite drama, a statement recorded later on the Shabaka stone, disclosing the sun god, Ta, as sitting in moral judgment over human affairs. And it is at this time that the religions of the Aryan culture are born. Aryan culture evolves the esoteric pantheism, later immortalized by the presages in hymns or gathas of the Indian Rig Veda and the Persian Zendavesta, and in magic formulas or mantras common to both religions. So here we have the Vedas, the Gathas, and the Greek lyrics, myths of gods in similar poetic meter, indicating common origin, common use of ritual, and the ritual drink of the Soma. So it is well after that, from Aryans come the Iranians, the Greek name for Aryan, and the Persian religions, the early Greek religions, Hinduism. It's well after that, suddenly Judaism appears, with Moses, who adopts the Chemite Yahweh, as God of Israel, and issues 10 commandments of Exodus 34, from which I've just spracket from, showing influence of Egyptian and Mesopotamian religious ideas. This is the chart developed by Richard Sparks, one of the most brilliant men in history, whom almost nobody knows of. And he developed 2 other charts beside this, but this is the one where, again, we see him talking about 1,000 years before Christ. Right after this, the Jerusalem Temple of David and Solomon, prophecies of Samuel and Elijah, the revised code of Exodus 20, and Amos, warning of divine justice and punishment for wrongdoings. Hosea, ascribing the quality of human love to God, and Isaiah claiming that God affects the moral government of the world. And this is all central to Judaism, the religion of the Hebrews, which is a later day religion. The others, of course, that it derives from are never credited by the Jewish people, who claim that they're the Alpha and Omega of everything. And it really isn't that long later, we have Jesus of Nazareth. So this is something that, of course, I'm bringing up for the sake of a visual cueing to our context, of which Peter Moon was referencing earlier, and then Brendan Zogit was referencing. All of this, of course, being important to us and to what we're speaking of. Now, it's in this context that we turn towards something that could be considered kind of like a tulpa or an egregore. We were just speaking of the fox spirit, but she is, of course, of a kind of species. She's of a kind of species that my mother taught me about. And the way the German doctors that she was dealing with when she was on diplomatic missions to the Third Reich, they would refer to these creatures as henge, which is actually a Japanese word that became a loan word for German occultists. And Henge would be the romanization, henge. But the Germans would often call it henge, like Stonehenge. So Japanese folklore tells of these henge, these henge, the animal spirits, capable of transforming into humans, often to work mischief. So a common type of henge or henge is the kitsune, the fox. And like all henge, some kitsune are good and some are evil, and others are simply what they are, caring little for human distinctions of morality. A perfect example of the last type is the reiko, the ghost fox. And the reiko are masters of illusion. They're able to create these complex images that behave as though they were the real things being mimicked. Most often they disguise themselves as beautiful women, but another favorite trick is to turn the most dilapidated hovel into a marvelous dwelling fit for nobility. And any of a reiko's illusions are dispelled when the reiko is destroyed. The reiko can appear as an ordinary, albeit somewhat pale, fox, a beautiful woman, or an otherwise beautiful woman, very well endowed physically, thick and voluptuous, with the head of a fox. In any of these forms, the spirit can converse normally and generally has a pleasant speaking voice. Now, of course, a reiko would rarely show itself to humans until they offend or intrude on its territory and thus become deserving of, well, punishment. And once it's decided to torment a human, the spirit would use its powers to disguise its true appearance, the better to lead the presumptuous one to his or her own downfall. Now, a Reiko, of course, if it engages in some kind of combat, it would create a distraction and then flee. But if it has no other choice, it would exhale gouts of flame up to 3 meters in length from its nostrils, or more likely, simply bite its opponent. This isn't, of course, to say that a Reiko enjoys combat. In fact, if it can be made to understand that a human has suffered enough, it relents. Similarly, if a Reiko is shown that its actions make it no better than the people it is punishing, it immediately desists and sometimes offers significant fortune as a compensation. Now, Reiko are just one among hundreds of different henge, or henges, as the Germans would call them, extra-dimensional creatures that have made the earth their home for several centuries. With the last great tide of dark matter, the last great wash of the kind of dark matter that ebbs and swells on currents of the cosmos, many of them chose to, they arrived in large numbers then, as my mother taught me, and certainly throughout Asia, probably more than anywhere else. And many of them chose to settle in the hills and mountains of Japan, because much of Japan is otherwise uninhabitable. And as might be expected, cohabitation between humans and henge was never entirely trouble-free, and although many of the spirits worked to establish favorable relations with their new neighbors, large numbers of them considered humanity to be animals, unusually bright animals, but also extremely dangerous ones. Some henge, the Reiko among them, delighted in baiting humans, especially proud, arrogant, or aggressive men. The Reiko were among the first to discover that humans taste good, too. Now, for centuries, Reiko preyed upon men, deceiving them with clever lies and illusions, living among them in disguise, and occasionally devouring the most delectable. Naturally, long-lived as they are, a spirit would periodically fake its own death and then reappear disguised as someone new. And this trick also worked when a Reiko was in danger of being exposed. Many humans would be surprised to learn that the evil spirit they burned alive was nothing more than an illusion-shrouded straw dummy. So in modern times, the Reiko carry on their tradition of making men miserable, posing as the worst caricatures of woman, shrewish wives, ruthless executives, domineering in-laws, and so forth. They're particularly fond of attacking men where it hurts the most, their wallets. And as human ambition has changed from power and land to power and money, Reiko take every opportunity to turn fortunes into dust. Now, this is why the Japanese were the only nation on earth to regulate cryptocurrency. And when cryptocurrency went bust, only Japanese citizens were the only people in the world to get their money back. Now, sadly for humans, Reiko see no real difference between hoarding a fortune and saving a crust of bread, and sometimes their victims don't deserve the torment. Curiously, however, ruining human lives isn't the driving goal of a Reiko, who prefer to simply exist. It's important to know that much. But the attitudes and egotism that most humans find annoying in their fellows, the Reiko find intolerable, and they're equipped to do something about it. So, Reiko, like all kitsune, are fox spirits. They use illusions to accomplish most of their ends. The art of illusion involves manipulating light and sound, as my mother taught me, to produce artificial images and noises. Now, beginners at this craft can normally affect only a small area and are limited in the illusions they can create. But as their expertise increases, they are able to affect progressively larger spaces and create incredibly complex simulations. And while illusion magic requires no physical trappings, having a model to work from greatly simplifies the procedure for crafting an illusion. That's where artists like myself have come in as being important to the spirits. That's why my mother always encouraged my artwork. How, interestingly, spells of illusion magic can be combined and invoked simultaneously. Thus, while visual and auditory effects are caused by two different spells, a Reiko can cast them as part of the same action and generate both effects simultaneously. Essentially, the separate effects combine into a single spell. My mother tried to teach me some of these spells that she said she had actually learned from Kitsune or Reiko. But the important thing she taught me, probably the most important in our postmodern age, was that illusions used to be considered effective only against things that can perceive them. The most realistic image in the world can't convince someone who cannot see. For example, and creatures that rely heavily on scent, such as dogs, are not fooled as easily as those that primarily rely on sight would be. However, because this sort of arcane spellcasting manipulates light and sound instead of minds, it is effective against anything that uses sight or hearing, including cameras and other sorts of electronic recording devices. So the Reiko can fool technology, and that is how they can still exist in the postmodern world without being perceived. That was something that my mother explained to myself. So when it came to the significance of Japan's killing stone, as it's called, breaking in half, it's important to note that if we were to go over, say, for instance, the main points of exactly what had happened, we're discussing an event that basically took place on March 5th of 2022, and this involved the Seisho Seiki in Nazu, Japan. In English, it's best to simply call it the Killing Stone. And it held the transmutic corpse of the wicked nine-tailed fox demoness, the nine-tailed foxes being the most powerful on earth and in the heavens and in all the hells below, Tamamo no Me. And the Japanese term for the nine-tailed fox is Kyubi no Kitsune. Kyubi no Kitsune meaning nine-tailed fox. Now, first we had the pandemic, then there was the war, and that's when that infamous stone, said to contain that evil spirit, cracked open in Japan. This is a convergence of crises, and it's split in half, and at this point in history, believe it or not, it's actually what you'd call a tourist attraction in the rustic sense. In other words, it takes a hike to get there, or a 5-hour drive before the hike, but tourists go to see it. They can't get too close, but they photograph it. And there's a reason that they can't get close. The rock is said to release poisonous gases. Its location is on the slopes of an active volcano, so toxic gases are all over the area. According to the United States Geological Survey, volcanoes can release a potent mix of gases, including carbon dioxide, sulfur dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, and hydrogen halides. It's a malodorous place, to say the least. And of course, scientists would say that there were reports before the Seisho Seiki broke that cracks had developed in the rock surface. So rainwater possibly seeped into those cracks, and over time, with expansion and contraction, finally forced the rock to split, even though it was a perfect halving of the rock that looks very dramatic, as if something burst forth from inside. But understand that what our man Brendan was referring earlier, the Buddhist priest, noticed many hundreds of years ago that any bird flying above the rock was killed. He performed a ceremony over the rock, and Tamamo no Me allegedly appeared to him and confessed all her sins. The priest then reportedly hit the rock with a hammer, and the pieces of it scattered across Japan, with the single largest remaining core becoming the Seishoseki of today. So it was around the 1950s that the rock was declared a historic site, mind you, and meaning that they acknowledged what had been said about it as being true, and it became this popular tourist attraction, for Japanese at least. Americans later on probably went to see it and just photograph it. I don't think they grasp much about it. But we can certainly all grasp that times have been tough, more than tough. They're hellish. And over we think to ourselves, it can't get any worse. And then it gets worse. Well, in the couldn't have predicted that new hell category, we had in March of 2022, the infamous Japanese killing stone, the Seishoseki, cracking in half like it was a giant egg, releasing this powerful chaos-causing nine-tailed spirit. So when our man Brendan understood as much as he did, which in itself is impressive, it's in the, he thinks of it as southern Japan. The reality is it's in the Tochigi prefecture, which is basically north of Tokyo, really. And it was on March 7th that an employee who worked with the Nazu Tourist Information Center visited the site of Seishoseki, the killing stone, and confirmed that the large rock was broken in half and that the holy rope that was draped around it had fallen off. And that alone was also very, very bad. This is like the strands of garlic hung around the vampire's neck in some old movie had been removed, or the crucifix that held it down. The bonds were broken. But it seemed that it was on March 5th that a tourist tweeted a photo of the catastrophe and said, "I feel I'm witnessing something I shouldn't be witnessing." So in terms of the spirit herself, basically the real nine-tailed fox is golden-furred and sexy. She changes into these various women, always some sort of courtesan throughout history. But we actually went from China to India and back to China. Because there's different versions of any history, or in this case, many Westerners would perceive it as myth. The popular one from the Edo era, very early Tokyo, before it was Tokyo, tells of this certain wicked nine-tailed fox spirit who she hopped about causing all this great calamity and violence, and she possessed a concubine to the King Zhao, the ruler of the Shang dynasty, which I'm so impressed Brendan actually knew, in China. Her name was Daji. And it said because of her enchantment of the king, a reign of terror was caused, and the Shang dynasty ended for good. The fox spirit then scooted on over to India, where it again took the form of a courtesan, this time one named Lady Keio, who just happened to be the special friend of Prince Banzoku. And bewitching ensued, and old Prince Banzoku started cutting off men's heads. 1,000. To be exact. Next, the nine-tailed fox escaped back to China, ready for a second go. And again, a courtesan was the body of choice, this time one named Bao Si. But it was soon recognized and chased away, where it went quiet for a couple hundred years, where it appeared in Japan. So the next recording of her activity is said to have taken place under Emperor Konoi, or a little before him under Emperor Toba, or Go-Toba. The stories are similar, so I'm going to pick my favorite emperor of the two and his story. That would be the Toba version, because I like his name. It transliterates as bird wing, Now enter the Heian era, Heian, and cue Tamamo no Me, another courtesan to a powerful man. This time to that Emperor Toba I've just been talking about. Now, he reigned from around 1107 to 1123, his son after that. During this time, he met Tamamo no Me and lost his mind. She was not only extremely beautiful, but also extremely intelligent. They say there was no question she could not answer. But alas, after him falling hopelessly in love, Emperor Toba fell deathly ill. It was believed to be Tamamo no Me's doing. At least that's what his mother thought. She called upon a Onmyoji, one of the great sorcerers of the Japanese Ministry of Magic that my mother was a part of. This one named Abe no Yasunari, or Yasuchika, as his kind of like professional name, kind of like a stage name for an actor. In other words, when you are possessed by the spirits and you get into your work, you're no longer just the guy, you're now this other manifestation. He consulted the stars and gods and came up with an answer for her son's illness. Abe no Yasunari agreed with the mother-in-law. Yes, indeed, it's this smart, lovely courtesan's fault. And you know why? She's a nine-tailed fox spirit. She was chased from the home. Now, one story has the emperor sending two men, Kazusa no Suki and Miura no Suki, or sometimes called Yoshizumi Miura and Kazusa Hirotsuni, which are kind of like honor names given to warriors on their deification, because they become as unto battle gods when they die, to lead an army of 80,000 men to kill the fox spirit on the plains of Nazu. Now, there's different recordings of exactly what happened. One said they did something called the umakigari, which is a hunting technique where the hunters surround their prey in an enormous circle, moving in closer and closer so their prey cannot escape, then they can kill it. Now, some tales have Tamamo no Mea not being killed, but transforming herself into a big stone, or the spirit willingly hiding inside the stone, or the arrow used to hunt her was a specially carved and holy one called a whistling arrow, and that it had the power to send the bad spirit into the rock. Another story said they shot her with regular arrows piercing her neck and flank, with another warrior cutting her down with his sword. It was while dying or after her death that she changed into the stone, trapped. But this wily fox spirit had something left up her sleeve. She started to release a poisonous gas, and for years killing any creature that came close. Even monks who attempted to exorcise it were killed. It was dubbed the Seishoseki. The kanji, the Japanese characters, the ideograms, actually transliterate as death, life, rock, meaning a rock that brings death to living things. But killing stone is simply much more euphonic in the English. And the lethal gas aside, it became a place of all things to visit. It was decorated with shimenawa, a kind of holy rope, to protect everyone from it. This was essentially a border so people wouldn't get near the fumes. And there in Nasu, Tochigi, north of Tokyo, on this rocky slope was the killing stone among 1,000 little Ujizo statues. And especially since in 1957, it was designated a historic spot, although the stone's killing spree had calmed down quite a bit by then. Now, it is, of course, always imperative to note that the rock and statues are located near a natural onsen, or hot spring. So volcanic gases seep through the ground in that area, historically killing all living things that came near. Evidence of the rankled spirit and the malodorous nature of the geography. But the question then becomes, was she exorcised or not? So you've got this mysterious and captivating nine-tailed fox spirit escaped, and this most recent breakage entails she might be looking for another host body to reside in or to wreak more havoc upon this world. Or you might be comforted to know that in the 14th century, in 1385, August to be exact, a certain Buddhist monk named Jenu Shinzu, some say using only a fly whisk, as Buddhist monks do, called a hosu, visited on a windy day when the gas could not overwhelm him, and exorcised the evil spirit in the stone, causing it to break into 3 pieces, 2 of which took off and flew to faraway places, one, the core, remaining at Nasu. That was over 650 years ago. The stone has been fairly quiet since, not killing anyone, well until it broke in half. Now, in terms of tracking down the other 2 pieces of that rock, my mother knew where they were. There's, I think, more than 2 temples or shrines that take credit for having one of the sundered pieces, because some versions of the story have it explode into more pieces than 3. My mother said that, what was it? Well, at least a second chunk of Shesoseki made its way all the way to Okayama Prefecture, Maniwa City, to a temple called Kaseiji, where it still resides today. Now, the photo that she showed me of it, it was in kind of a rock jail, surrounded on all sides by short stone pillars. And the third piece traveled to Fukushima, to Isosumi Shrine, where it's located at the Shesoseki Inari Jinja. Now, Inari relates to foxes, so some quality naming there. And that one has reportedly harmed people, caused some natural disasters in the area. And obviously there was the nuclear meltdown at Fukushima Daiichi. And there were some other places that laid claim to having some of the haunted rock. In Kyoto, at Shinyodo, there is an ojizo that is believed to have been carved from Shesoseki, which is downright cruel, right? Because people go to ojizos to pray for comfort, offering little gifts. Imagine going and being poisoned by this little guy. Although my mother never heard about anyone actually dying or falling ill from that one. But back to the main killing stone. So it's been cracked since around 2021, exploded in 2022, and it just seems to be your everyday disruptive spirit breaking free from the confines of her stone to stir up some shit. But as I said, they held a ceremony to appease the spirit and pray for world peace. So on March 26th of 2022, in the aim of addressing this grave and unsettling state of affairs, the Nasu Tourist Association, which has jurisdiction over the killing stone, held what they called a Kyubi no Kitsune Nasu Sheshoseki Ireisai Oyubai Nai Hewa Kigansai. That would be the ceremony to appease the spirit of the nine-tailed fox at the killing stone in Nasu and pray for world peace. So that may have settled it at that time. But it's important to also know why they did this. And this is because, even though it's a 5-hour drive away from Tokyo, every May, and that includes this month, tonight, there's a sacred fire festival at night where the participants all wear white and carry torches and walk from Nasu Onsen Shrine to the Sheshoseki. So, over the past few nights, it's been pretty intense. Everyone wearing white, gold sashes, fox masks, blonde or white wigs. And there are flutes, singing, drumming, dancing, storytelling, and an enormous bonfire. So the town of Nasu is brought in some equipment, or at least they were supposed to fix the broken stone, re-cement it back together. But as far as I can see, instead of spreading a curse, the broken Seshosheki has been bringing in a lot more tourists, and that's a very good thing. So this, of course, is something that we would say is kind of a relic population servitor of another god. When we get into something like a tulpa, that would be what was created in World War II by the Germans. But as a segue in between, think of what the Americans thought of this in World War II. And when I worked with the Department of Defense and dealing with their records, the Americans came up with an outlandish idea codenamed Operation Fantasia, after the Disney film, where Mickey Mouse unleashes all these devils and demons and Satan comes riding in to demoralize the Axis Empire of Japan by mimicking what they believe to be these legendary spirits with this unsuccessful World War II plot to fight the Japanese with radioactive foxes. And you see which side America is on. Operation Fantasia aimed to destroy Japanese morale by exposing soldiers and civilians to a Shinto portent of doom. The kitsune are fox-shaped spirits with magical abilities. So, in the wake of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, Wild Bill Donovan, the leader of the Office of Strategic Services, America's wartime intelligence agency, the forerunner to the CIA, told his scientists to find a way to outfox the Nazis and the Japs, America's Axis enemies. And in response, the scientists produced a number of these dirty tricks, including explosive pancake mix, incendiary bombs strapped to living bats, truth drugs for eliciting information from prisoners of war, and this foul-smelling spray that mimicked the repulsive odor of fecal matter, or scatol, because they thought the Japanese are obsessed with cleanliness, so if you made it smell like they shit themselves, they would be embarrassed to the point of killing themselves. So Americans were trying to spray the shit smell on them during World War II. This is the kind of insanity of the American mind. You might say desperate times call for desperate measures, but one wouldn't think that the Americans were quite this desperate yet. But among all these outlandish strategies, Operation Fantasia was the most desperate of them all. It was the brainchild of OSS psychological warfare strategist Ed Salinger, an eccentric businessman who had run an import-export business in Tokyo before the war. And Salinger's business dealings had given him this cursory introduction to Japanese culture. He learned the language, collected the art. He studied what he considered to be superstitions, which is why the OSS hired him. And he pitched Operation Fantasia to the organization in 1943. His prospectus claimed it would destroy Japanese morale by exposing soldiers and civilians to a Shinto portent of doom, the kitsune, the fox-shaped spirits with magical abilities. And in this memo outlining his idea, he wrote, "The foundation for the proposal rests upon the fact that the modern Japanese is subject to superstitions, beliefs in evil spirits, and unnatural manifestations, which can be provoked and stimulated." And Vince Hoyton, the historian and curator of the International Spy Museum, in his own book, titled Nuking the Moon, in which the Americans intended to blow up the moon to show the world that they had power over creation, he wrote about Operation Fantasia, and he said it demonstrated nothing but the breadth of the racism, ethnocentrism, and complete and total disregard for Japanese culture held by every single one of the top American personnel in United States military, intelligence, and political leadership. I mean, being relatively unacquainted with East Asian religions, the OSS ascribed a level of gullibility to the Japanese that it never did with its European enemies. In reality, the Japanese culture of yokai, which understands the nine-tailed fox demonists that I just described to be 1,000 years old, The realm of animals that explain the paranormal, well, in some ways resembles the folklore of any other culture. There's a scholar named Michael Dalen Foster who writes that thinking about the genesis of yokai, then, is really a philosophical problem. It helps us explore how human beings struggle to grasp, interpret, and control the world around them. That, of course, is another empty dismissal of the reality of these entities, which have been part of Japanese life for thousands of years. But when it comes to the question of how to create fake kitsune, the OSS dreamt up a gaggle of ideas. At first, the OSS personnel fashioned fox-shaped balloons to fly over Japanese villages and scare the citizens below. But all they succeeded in was creating new toys for Japanese children, whose parents would capture the balloons as they hung low over the villages and bring them down for the kids to play with. They also asked a whistle company to create an instrument that simulated fox sounds. And in a memo to the OSS planning staff, Salinger said, "These whistles can be used in combat, and a sufficient number of these should create an eerie sound, the kind calculated to meet the Japanese superstition." But every time the Americans would blow these whistles in combat, they gave away their position and Japanese snipers would blow their heads off. So in addition to all these balloons and whistles, which gave away American positions and provided Japanese kids toys to play with, the OSS hired another company to create artificial fox odors. Now, Salinger thought that Japanese citizens would somehow recognize this scent, just as he thought they would recognize a rare fox sound, and cower in fear. But despite Salinger's best efforts, all the balloons, whistles, and odors were abandoned as extraordinarily dangerous, impractical, and had all of their users killed when they were deployed. It looks like the foxes were really protecting Japan and really out to get these Americans that were insistent on trying to exploit them. So instead, the OSS reverted to Salinger's original plan. Catch live foxes in China and Australia, spray paint them with glow-in-the-dark radioactive paint, and release them throughout Japanese villages to spread radiation sickness. Now, this scheme presented a number of logistical hurdles. First, the kind of radioactive paint that should be used was easy. The United States Radium Corporation provided an answer in the form of its glow-in-the-dark paint, which contained radium. Now, the health risks associated with this paint were well known. As early as 1917, women detailing watch dials with this luminous paint so men could look at their watch dials in the dark and see what time it was, all suffered from anemia, bone fractures, necrosis of the jaw, the result of them using their pursed lips to shape the contaminated brush tips into a fine point. They all died by the hundreds, miserably. So, despite this proof, or rather because of it, the OSS continued with Operation Fantasia to kill both the animals and Japanese that they thought would somehow become in contact with the animals, as if the animals would chase them down. I think that they were counting on the experience from all the Japanese fox balloons being grabbed by children and played with, that children would play with these animals. So the idea was to kill children who would paint these glowing animals. Now, getting the radioactive paint to adhere to animal fur became the next roadblock. And to test whether it would, the OSS turned to a man named Harry Nymphaeus, a veterinarian at the Central Park Zoo. And in his tenure at the zoo, Nymphaeus had dealt with issues as varied as, well, a paralyzed elephant and a canary with a broken leg, but never anything like this. He recruited the help of a raccoon, who was more than willing to have his fur painted in exchange for his daily allotment of food. And this raccoon was kept under lock and key and hidden from public view. And after several days of ordinary raccoon shenanigans, while he grew more radioactively weak and enervated, the paint stayed on. Now, to find out whether the faux supernatural foxes would actually frighten the Japanese, the OSS decided to release 30 glowing foxes in Washington, the District of Columbia's Washington, not the one north of my state, Washington, D.C.'s Rock Creek Park, to gauge the reactions of local Americans. So if the foxes spooked Americans, the logic went, if we could dignify it with that term, certainly they would scare the Japs even more. So on a summer night in 1945, OSS personnel released the foxes in the park, and the creatures scampered along the trails with apparently promising results. The sight of these ghostly apparitions at first confused and then terrified passerby on their evening strolls. One citizen was so concerned that he notified the National Park Police, which reported on the incident. In fact, the quote on the notes I was ordered to collate was, "Horrified citizens, shocked by the sudden sight of the leaping ghost-like animals, fled from the dark recesses of the park with the screaming Jeemies," term actually used. Screaming Jeemies. But then another barrage of procedural questions had to surface. How would the foxes get to the Japanese islands? The OSS had initially planned to drop them in the ocean and let them swim ashore, but it wasn't clear whether they would survive such an excursion. Could foxes even swim long distances? Nymphaeus gave his word that they could, but Salinger's team devised another experiment to test his hunch. Believe it or not, all this had the same security level clearance as the atomic bomb and was considered far, far more important. They just don't tell you about it because it was so fucking stupid. Like, in the end, the atomic bombs were as well, but they managed to sell that one a lot easier. So, when it came to this, under the cloak of an early morning fog, the OSS personnel packed a group of captured foxes onto a boat destined for the middle of Chesapeake Bay. The foxes paced inside their small cages, and when the engine cut off, they became frantic. One by one, the personnel threw them overboard into the cold, brackish seawater to sink or swim. The foxes swam and survived, to the delight of the OSS team. The dry, or wet run, rather, for the Japanese invasion had been a success. They thought this was going to win the war. But by the time that the foxes reached the shore, most of the radioactive paint had washed off, and within minutes of stepping onto the beach, the animals licked off the rest of the remaining paint and died. The aquatic foxes concept had proven to be a bust after all, and they were hoping this would take the place of Marines. Now, if Operation Fantasia was to go forward, the foxes would have to be dropped on shore. But the greatest challenge, Ed Salinger predicted, aside from the fact that the Americans couldn't touch Japanese shores, would come after the foxes were already in place. To his knowledge, nobody had ever trained foxes. What would keep them in the vicinity of people and stop them from running off in the wrong direction if they encountered a barrage of gunfire? So Salinger's solution was simple. Strength in numbers. If we released hundreds of thousands of foxes at once, en masse, some will get through. This is what he wrote in an OSS memo. And they were proceeding to try and round up every fox they could in any occupied nation on Earth. And on the off chance the foxes failed, he suggested painting readily available minks, muskrats, raccoons, and coyotes in their stead, so thousands more, hundreds of thousands more of these animals were gathered and painted, shellacked in radioactive paint that was sprayed through garden hoses, leaving them. Yes.
Sorry for interrupting. This sounds like something out of the show like Archer, where it's like a parody of the OSS.
Yeah.
He's like a spy, and it's based off of the OSS, but it's like something so harebrained and cracked that it's like something they put in satire in that show. That's what it sounds like to me.
Thank you. So
yes.
This is how they operate.
And this was real. This is like actually something genuine.
Yeah, all real.
That's wild. That's wild. Yeah. So I just wanted to interject there. Sounds like something out of Archer. Yeah. Anyone's ever seen Archer?
I appreciate that. No, Archer, by the way, is based on parodying the James Bond as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like an amalgam of all those like spy films and stuff like that.
Thank you.
But it's almost like their plot was based off of something like this because they have a running joke about an ocelot where they try and use it in different missions and stuff. It sounds like just like this.
No,
Like,
no,
this is where
trust
they
me.
inspired it from.
Archer's stuff is all based on real shit.
Yeah.
All of that is. Yeah, it's a joke by those in the know. It's an in-joke, which is why
Yes,
most people don't know
exactly.
about it. Yeah. They talk
Right.
about the Irish Nazis in there. They talk about the Irish
Yeah,
Nazis.
yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Which is true, by the way, historically true. And the Ireland sent a condolence to the Germans when Hitler supposedly died. When it was reported that Hitler killed himself, the Irish sent their diplomat over into Berlin to send his condolences. Yes.
Fascinating.
Yeah. Anyhow, and as off the wall as what I've described already is, Salinger's idea got even stranger.
Right. Yes. Continue, please.
Yeah, there we
Well,
are. So there was one document that I had to make certain got to the Army Heritage and Educational Center in Pennsylvania. It was this OSS memo in which he wrote that he had learned of a peculiarly potent manifestation of the fox legend, a version of the superstition that supposedly terrified the Japanese even more, and that appears in the form of a fox bearing death's head on his crown. And so his plan to capitalize on this information bears repeating in his own words. We have made a stuffed fox with a real Jap human skull affixed to his head, equipped with a simple mechanical device for raising and lowering the jaw so as to simulate the opening and closing of the mouth of the skull. This stuffed figure will be painted and give the same luminous effect as in the case of the live foxes. So Salinger suggested draping this taxidermied fox carcass in a black cloth painted with glowing bones and lifting this human fox hybrid into the air with balloons or a kite as if it were levitating to have an even greater demoralizing effect on the Japanese. From the ground, the Japanese would look up and see a floating, glowing fox body covered in glowing bones, with a human skull sitting atop its head, whose jaw opened and closed as if it were talking. Now, when they got ventriloquists to the front lines in Okinawa, behind these levitating, glowing, stuffed animals, literally real animals whose bodies had been stuffed, taxidermized fox carcasses, heading towards the beach as the vanguard. This was the vanguard of the invasion for Okinawa. Not a single one of them reached the beach. All of them were massacred. The Japanese just blew the ventriloquists apart. And as for the floating skeletons, all the Americans heard was laughter. The laughter was so loud they could hear it reverberating from the beaches as the Japanese laughed at these incoming balloons that the Americans had unleashed. Now, at any rate, because none of these previous plans had worked, Salinger included an addendum to the memo titled Fox-Possessed Human Beings. And in this scheme, Japanese citizens from America's concentration camps would simulate persons possessed by the fox spirit, who utter strange chants purportedly emanating from the fox spirit. Essentially, they were going to take all of the families in America's concentration camps of Japanese descent, force them to run around in a semi-deranged state yelling about foxes. Now, Salinger cautioned the OSS planning staff that the creation of a fox-possessed human army was in the planning stages only. He said there are many difficulties which would have to be overcome before the plan could be put into actual operation. So they developed psychedelic drugs to give the Japanese population in America's concentration camps. They were going to transport them all to Japan en masse, unleash them on the beaches in a deranged state, after which they had been fully indoctrinated under tapes and video recording. In those days, it would be cinematic footage on, your normal newsreel kind of conveyance, in which they would look at foxes, hear foxes, and be taught to emulate foxes at gunpoint, beat and tortured and electrocuted until they were willing to act as foxes. They put in all the orders for this to go into effect when America lost the war. So it's so important to understand all of the animals that died, what the Americans planned for America's concentration camp population, and why, when America lost the war, the Japanese families were spared this horrible misfortune. Now, as early as September 24th in 1943, Stanley Lovell, the head of the OSS Research and Development Branch responsible for overseeing Fantasia, recommended in a meeting, well, at one of the meetings, that they abandon the operation. He couldn't understand why nobody ever questioned its logic. Not once. Its feasibility or its rationality. Failure after failure. He told his colleagues, "I trust that this will serve as a critique to us in the field of pure reason." Now understand, Lovell himself was a lunatic. He had established his reputation in the OSS by pursuing eccentric ideas such as trying to make Adolf Hitler's mustache fall out by slipping female sex hormones into his vegetables because he was a vegetarian. So Lovell's own nickname was Professor Moriarty, Sherlock Holmes' greatest nemesis, because of his own reputation as a villain. But Operation Fantasia went beyond even his tolerance for insanity. So the meetings of another OSS meeting occurred near America's surrender that reveal noticeable relief in the attendees, including Lovell himself, that the OSS canceled the bizarre project of what they were going to do to America's concentration camp population. And they concluded, the problem of Fantasia has been mercifully completed. It almost makes you think that they were reticent to do what they were going to do. But I think what they were more reticent about was another supermassive failure that would fly back in their face like everything else did to this point. This is where the Japanese egregore, the fox spirit, possesses the Americans. All this was the doing of the fox spirits, my mother taught me. The fox spirits came to America, possessed the Americans, and misled them throughout the war into running in circles, and ultimately brought them to defeat before they could harm any Japanese people, even in their captivity. This was the true accomplishment of the fox spirits of Japan in World War II. If you don't believe in fox spirits by now, the fact that they make fools of men in their arrogance and hubris, you must be blind, as well as deaf and ultimately dumb. So, a bit of that there before we turn towards the Germans. But it's almost midnight. Peter, are you holding up, or how are you doing?
I'm gonna check out, but I mean, it's like it's just classic. And it's not so much that people are blind; they're just so uninformed, which makes them blind. And it's like, I think, the majority of people wouldn't care about this because they're not up to caring about it. It's very good information. It's like they're not even up to understanding what happened with Roswell. This is, and this is all secret. So it's sort of like this is. But where it's important is the buffoonery of our intelligence agencies. And then you have people saying, well, retired agents saying, yeah, well, they're going to, this disclosure, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? People are still waiting for disclosure
from these clowns. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, they don't need phantom clowns. We have clowns right out in plain sight, and that's where the blindness comes into play. We live in a world of absurdity, and when it's really tragic is when people lose their lives in and this is what these people are doing at a killing people and whatnot. They're just, insanity is tolerated. It's not just tolerated. It's the zeitgeist.
Thank you.
It's the zeitgeist. The spirit of the times.
Actively encouraged. Yes.
Well, encouraged. It's the way of life. And
But go on.
go
Yeah.
ahead.
I was going to say, I basically what I found out recently was that memo that I made certain reached that education department, the of the United States Army. I understand that recently that somebody actually referenced it publicly. So I think this is beginning to leak now. So people should be able to look up, say for instance, at the Army Heritage and Education Center in Pennsylvania or other sources. People should be able to find out about these attempts to try and quote unquote outfox the Japanese with these insane operations. I'm sure that they probably covered their snail tracks and probably said, oh, these were under consideration, but, probably hiding all of the disasters that I had to collate and destroy, rescuing the few documents that were supposed to go to certain departments, but the rest were incinerated to hide their shame. Not shame over what they did to animals and humans, but shame over their failures. But I think that people can find out about this. It should be openly available for reference, but I'd like to see what people find.
Well, yeah, and I wonder how many people, would be so interested. I mean, there are some, but they're not the people you need to convince. And I would also say to the gang stalkers and people like that want to undermine Douglas, and this bodes very well. You're either life or you're not life, and most of these people down somewhere are life. They're clinging to life. Everybody, even these anti-God proponents, are clinging to life.
Yes, pathetically.
But I noticed, like when I was in Scientology, it was like I was learning about life. I was learning about life, and you can't go against. Well, you can go against life. But, you start to hear the whispers of life itself, the whispers of the jungle. What do you hear in the jungle? You hear, menacing signals will manifest. I mean, trouble's on the way. You hear about the trouble before it comes. You hear where life is happening, where everybody's, where the water hole is and all the animals are in unison at the water hole. That's life. They're eating together. Enemies are drinking together. The water hole is sacred. And you start to listen to this stuff and you see that your colleagues are moving in the wrong direction. You're moving in the wrong direction when you're fighting this information. People who are listening. And what happens is you end up on the, wrong end of a bed sheet or whatever. And this is like, this delusions of power that you get from worshiping the anti-gods, they will feed you back down the toilet, flush you down, and just like, and you're part of a stupid program. Yes. And this is what I would say to them is listen to life. Don't listen to me. Listen to life if you can perceive life, because they're just cultivating not just their own demise but their own suffering.
Yes.
So it's it's important to tell them this, because it gives them a chance to escape. It's not like they have to find Jesus. I'm not telling them that. Although that couldn't hurt them.
Thank you.
It would be an improvement.
In their case, yes.
Yes. But because self-annihilation is what the anti-gods are about. And if life is that painful, life can be better. But that's their own choice. So it's not too late. It's never too late because they do have choice. And oh God, what what was it to get $70 million and to just go nowhere with it?
Yes.
As Stephen Outram did. It's like he's, to just be a loser.
Thank you.
And it's easy to be a loser with that much money.
It is.
Because you're not going to have friends. People will like you for your money. If they will even like you, they will tolerate you for your money.
Yes.
Because, there's nothing going for. It's very challenging for somebody with that much money.
Yes.
Very challenging. I don't envy them. Because it's like, what do they do? They're looking for companionship. By the way, I got $70 million. Oh yeah. It's the only way they can impress people.
It's true. Oh my God. Certainly in his case, yes. In
general, it's like, what if they're not bragging about it, they'll be showing it off. The one person, the wise person, wouldn't be showing it off and wouldn't want anybody to know, and he'd appear in a different way, and he'd be sharing his personality, not his ability to influence by reason of wealth, because it's gonna when somebody finds out you're that wealthy, they're gonna react to you totally different. What can I get out of this person?
Yes.
And it's you get a respect that can open certain doors, but more often not. And there's X amount of people that will view you as a potential sucker. So good luck. I hope I changed somebody's mind there.
Thank you. I hope you did as well. And it's
And by the way, if they have that much money, donate to Douglas. It wouldn't.
By the way, oh yeah, go on. By all means.
No, I didn't think of that. I just thought of that now. It's like, it can only help them.
Thank you. Yes, we have received a donation from Nolani Bouchard in Hawaii, 30 United States dollars. So God has blessed her.
Thank you for doing that for Douglas. Thank you so much.
Yes. And thank you, Peter, for being here with us on this adventure. We'll continue along this train of thought and discussion, but by all means, feel free to join us. Chances are more likely these days that you'll wake up before the show is over, actually, depending on if I hold up. But see if I'm around when you pop back into the world.
Okay, all right. Have a good night, and good night to everybody. And thank you for donating to Douglas. And please continue. And I'll see you in the morning. Good night.
Yes. God bless you. Blessed be thy dreams.
Good night, Peter.
Yes. Good night. Bye for now. That's Skybooks
Douglas,
USA. Yes, we hear you. So yes, by all means, before I go into Shro, go on with whatever impressions. Yeah.
I just want to say something about your final comments before.
Thank you.
You spoke to Peter.
Yes.
When you were saying that ultimately the fox spirits helped the Japanese.
Yes.
Whether it was their own intention or an actual, there was some kind of care there.
Yes.
It wasn't just sheer seeing someone suffer, right?
Yes.
I would assume. But it explains that.
Even if they were simply malevolent, just the fact that they were summoned by these weird gaijin with pale faces, round eyes, and long devil noses was enough to irritate them into tormenting their summoners. That's usually what happens when a demon is brought into this world, and summoned is they'll just wreak as much havoc as they can. Go on, yes.
Right. So, but that's when you mention that explains why in the various anime stuff, they actually, and video games, they show the kitsune and also the kyubi as a very they show the Kyuubi specifically in Naruto to be a malevolent being
Yes.
filled with hatred and vitriol and being the utmost powerful, but at its core, it actually is a loving being, and
Yes.
it ends up befriending the main character after a while through love and care, and you know, they have a whole backstory to it, but you know, it's shown in a favorable light, actually, the Kyuubi.
Yeah.
You know,
Thank you.
even though it has,
yeah,
you know, it's
Cool.
a demon and stuff, it's shown to have a heart. You know, they don't just show it as pure evil.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, that's so important because, of course, these are, in the end, these are entities that take the form of animal spirits, and they have a real sense of caring for their environment, their territory. I would like to think myself, as my mother thought, that they were protective of the Japanese and their homeland, and therefore did what they did with.
That seems to be the case because of the way the Japanese portray them, is what I was trying to say.
Yes, yes. The Japanese certainly see them as such. That ultimately,
Yes, exactly.
Yes, as fearsome as they may be, that they're ultimately caring. And I mean, we'll go on to answer some more of these questions. But now that Peter's gone, I'm going to bring some other people onto the call. And how's your work night going? Is everything as peaceful as could possibly be? Considering
Yeah. I'm on my way home. I was getting followed by two sheriffs, like a police escort home, and I was just like
what the
concerned
fuck?
for a second. But
Yeah.
it's just something on my street.
Okay.
I just live in a sketch neighborhood.
Oh gosh.
They show up every once in a while.
Yeah. And
But you know,
yeah.
I'm safe. Everything's fine. Yeah, situation normal.
Okay, excellent. And like you said, perhaps in a sense, they were offering you some shelter there amidst their presence, not intentionally, of course, but just collaterally.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But in this neighborhood, it was good.
Yeah.
Like someone was like horizontal in the road, and I almost crashed into them, and then they saw the cops and got all sketched out. So got out of my way quickly.
Oh my goodness. Well, by the way, there's a lady who I do want you to speak to, who's given me permission to give you her phone number. She, of course, has been through some of the usual approaches by our gang stalkers. Jambo the Reese Monkey in particular was calling her repeatedly, so or as she said, attacking her. So
Who is this?
I'll let you know who it is privately and give you her phone number privately.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, soon enough. Maybe even during transmission, if not shortly thereafter. Yeah.
Jameson's easy to take care of. You just send him cough medicine. He'll be
Yeah.
out for a couple weeks.
Yeah, cough syrup.
Right.
Yeah, the
DXM. Just send him like
Yeah.
200 capsules of DXM. You won't hear from him for a while.
Yeah, good point. You've got the son of a bitch down. Yes. Him and these. Yeah, they're also creepy too. These people, and it is what it is. And I do want to remind people I should be on Friday at about 2 p.m. on some Zoom call with Peter Moon and Brett Loiter. So that'll be 2 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. Which I guess is 2 to 3, 3, 4, 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight. So, gonna press the add button now. See if we can bring any other of the usual suspects on to tonight. I'm going to honor and respect Brooke Gibson's wishes to kind of not contact her unless she contacts me first about the show. We'll see what happens with that. Everyone maintain her in thought and prayer. Oh, Viviana, have you joined us, dear lady?
Hi.
Hi, honey.
Hi. Hi, Douglas.
Yes, so glad to have you with us. So blessed. I think the real Ian West is also with us. Ian? He's mute. He'll have to find the right button to unmute. Then we'll hear a series of cuss words as he tries to get the equipment to work. He says, "Hold up, I'm working on a song." Oh, that's right. He has some songs he had written for my show. I'll have to review them privately later. I'm scared to do so, as you might imagine. Is that Joe Ty with us? Joe Ty.
Hi, how you doing?
Oh, fine. Much the better for your joining us. How are you tonight?
Not bad, not bad.
Good. Glad to have you. So we have a good start in terms of, so our man Real Ian West says, I'm finishing this song. He can't play it on the show, of course. I'm too scared. Yeah, I don't care if he wrote it himself. Some idiot will claim copyright for it. But yeah, all that being said, Viviana, dear lady, tell us about your recent experiences. Anything you'd like to share?
Oh, I've been hanging low, just kind of doing my thing. I really haven't been up to much, staying out of trouble, really.
Yes, well, that's hard for anybody these days. These days, it's easy for us all to get into trouble. Oh, by the way, how close are you? Yeah, how close are you to home, Brandon? Let's see if he hears us. He might be in that special zone. The zone's near his home where the transmission cuts off, so to speak.
I'm nearly there. What's going on?
Oh, I was just asking. Yeah, I was just asking how close you were to home. So I was just, just trying to keep track of you, so to speak.
Extremely close.
Okay, good. Stay safe. All accidents happen closest to home normally. So,
yes,
bear that in mind. Let
us know. Watch out for Kitsune.
Yes. Yeah. Well, they're your friends. Don't worry about them. They're the last. They're the last on earth that would give you any trouble. They give arrogant men trouble. Arrogant men who are full of themselves. Yes. And
I'm not a furry, but I'd be up for some Kitsune.
Oh hell yeah!
Like a night or something.
Well, fuck it. Well, fuck it. Every emperor from China to India to Japan was into it, so it must be good. Holy shit.
Right. That explains all those weird sights. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah. I mean, they aimed high. The Kitsune were like, fuck, they weren't settling for some, low Joe on the totem pole. They went straight to the fucking top. Yes, Joe, and have you had any luck socializing? Share us a bit about your social life these days. Just work?
Just work, socializing with a friend about talking about opening up an Italian restaurant in Woodstock, New York. I don't know. There's a bunch of things. Then there's the sumo restaurant, the one that worked with Emperor Chef, the family that cooks for the Emperor of Japan.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And his restaurant, his restaurant is in Pennington. There, I already talked about Sumo Sushi.
Okay. Are you considering getting a job there?
Yeah, he told me to. Yeah, it's cushy. I mean, it's only like 5 hour a day, man. I can't complain. Whoa. So I'm thinking about leaving the job. It's not even a job. I'm just helping out. I mean, she doesn't want to listen. There's certain weird stuff that at the restaurant she doesn't have the aquarium. At least Sumo has 2 aquariums, so he doesn't have. But I know that place is haunted because
For those of you who don't understand this, what Joseph Tai is describing is the fact that the overwhelming majority of Asian restaurants, certainly any traditional Asian restaurants, have aquariums as a defense mechanism against incoming ghosts, spirits, and demons, where the fish will take the brunt of a psychic or occult attack on the premises and absorb the blow, and then the fish are there to die. So when the fish die, they've taken the blow for one of the consumers who otherwise would have a heart attack eating your food or choke on it, and therefore bring bad reputation to your facility. So this helps your facility stay free of such incidents where the fish will die instead. So when Jotai is confronted with many of these places without aquariums, they're essentially haunted. Or is that how you find it to be true? Yes?
Yes. I mean, I think somebody put a curse on there already.
Okay.
Because there's 2-3 dead trees. Every time I see a dead tree, I know there's always if a tree can't survive on land, how are the people gonna survive?
Good point.
It's like basic stuff. It's like a basic stuff, man. Oh yeah, remember I was talking about Vinny, the Vietnamese guy that got robbed delivering food for Rain. Yeah, I was talking to Will, Paul I's son, the guy who's a mobster in Chinatown. Got like 5 years for putting a hit out on collections. But
Whoa.
yeah, I told since the COVID they didn't leave the aquarium open, so I told the son that now has partial ownership of that restaurant in Rain in Albany over there. There's something that's gonna happen. You should just, even if you're not raising fish for the customers, you should just put some goldfish there to take the blow.
Uh-huh.
Then Vinny got robbed and got injured. He's in rehabilitation.
Well, there you
His mother
go.
died.
Yeah, go
His
on.
mother died. And
Shit.
now I heard his father is in the hospital. So the guy doesn't listen,
See, these aren't
this-
superstitions. These aren't superstitions. This is occult metaphysics. This is applied mechanics of quantum level physics, which most people tell us, Brandon. Jesus Christ! I mean, it speaks
Yes,
for
that's
itself.
why the restaurants with the strongest defense or that's why they revered like the oldest fish. So the
Yes.
goldfish, I don't know if you guys have ever seen goldfish that get to the size of like a striped bass or something. It's like abnormal, but they consider that to be like they were valued as like members of the family or something. Like the restaurants I've seen, they had like giant goldfish. Like the biggest ones I've ever seen. And that restaurant lasted till the day they took they sold the business and took the goldfish with them.
Yeah.
So there's definitely something to it. Yeah.
Absolutely. And for those who don't know, Jotai's biological father was a Chinese fortune teller. So Jotai actually picks up quite a bit of this and speaks of it almost with a professional level vernacular. So go on, Joe. I mean, so this guy's family has paid the price for not carrying out the simple act of maintaining an aquarium with their business.
And the weird thing is that the building was a Planned Parenthood that had a lot of abortions, so that's even deadlier. So
holy shit! I mean, Jesus Christ! They opened a restaurant in a former abortion clinic.
Yeah.
No, that is so fucking stupid. There are already, look at this shit. So for those of you who don't know how hard it is to grow up Asian in America, I live in one of the most, there's a lot of Asians in California. We're still such a minor percentage of the population. Demographically, we effectively don't exist. But there's enough of us to form intense enclaves or ethnic communities in San Francisco, specifically on the Pacific Coast for obvious reasons. And what happened is the real Ian West is saying that's amazing about the restaurant. Yes, and thank you, Ian. And but what happened was that this rumor started, of course, that Chinese eat babies as an aphrodisiac, fetuses. Chinese eat fetuses as an aphrodisiac. And I've had the most educated among you, medical doctors who have more education than anybody else. And I've had them approach me and ask me how these fetuses taste. So it's simply assumed that because I have epicanthic folds to my eyes, that I eat babies before I have sex. So with that kind of bullshit going down, for a Chinese family to open a restaurant in a former abortion clinic only feeds that kind of insanity. People would be saying they were using former aborted babies in their food, for God's sake. I mean, did they not think of this? Or are they... What would ever possess them? And I use that quite seriously as a question. What would ever possess them to do something so stupid?
Well, there's something even more stupid. They renovated that place for $350,000 just to rent that place. He could have bought that for that building for $400,000 with renovations. And this is how crazy. I don't get it, but he knew to put in the aquarium. The big owner. I mean, they're relatives. It cost him $40,000 just to put in this setup. I mean, and he's not using it. It's like, it doesn't make sense, man.
That is so sad. I mean, what a tragedy across the family, and they paid the ultimate price for their stupidity. It's almost pathetic. I'm left speechless. I just
I was gonna, I'm trying to help them, but she's ignorant.
Are they
son's,
paying you? I would hope they're compensating you for time that you spend with them.
it's not even worth it. I mean, I just get frustrated. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got a beautiful restaurant. You know, you just don't take care of it. You don't do stupid. How the hell can you not have a computer system in a restaurant? I mean, it's like
So are you like
there's
volunteering? Are you volunteering your time or something?
yeah, something like that. Yeah, sort of, but not really. But yeah, it's just getting frustrating. You know what I'm saying? It's like I know all she has to do is put a fish tank in there. Then then you don't have to worry about other restaurants sending bad energy or putting a curse on your place. You know what I'm saying? So the fish would absorb all the all the you know energy. I mean, it's crazy. Even 3 trees are dying on that property.
Yeah.
How it's like small stuff, man.
Yeah.
And she's Chinese, and that's the main reason I broke up with her too, because she refused to move out of that goddamn house. She's still in that goddamn house. I was with her.
You were involved with this woman?
Oh yeah, that I told you this is my son's mother.
Oh, wow! Holy shit! Wow! No,
This is the ignorant she is.
Oh.
Her sister. Her sister got. I saw shit happen in the house. Her sister got killed.
Uh-huh.
I mean, in China, because they were digging into the mountain in the back and it was bleeding. It's small shit like this.
I'm sorry. They were digging into the mound in the back and it was bleeding. What are we talking about?
Oh, I mean, that's where her sister lived. I went to. Her sister had like a factory, a cardboard factory that was located in Shenzhen. It's called like Dragon Tong, okay? And you know how the government over there is a bunch of idiots. The CCP are just corrupt and a bunch of pieces of shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they will bulldoze anything, and they were when she got killed, that mountain was bleeding.
Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah.
What did it look like? Any photographs taken?
No, I didn't take a photograph, but I saw shit. I saw that happen. It's like you'll see when the dirt is red. That's the most dangerous. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So that year, and I and she was putting up these poison, like those white fences. I pulled it out. I said. Then she put it back in and yelling at it's her house and all this bullshit. Said, then she put it in. Then, within a month, she went back. Her sister got, murdered.
Wow! Oh my God! I mean, I'm just.
But this is the ignorance I'm dealing with.
Yeah.
If you're Chinese, you should know some of the shit. And she still doesn't. It's not with the program. You know what I'm saying? I told her to move out of the goddamn house that she was living in. I couldn't,
How did you meet her? How did you come to know this woman?
Well, it was weird. I mean,
oh, what else would it be? Of course, it's weird. It's kind of like that's the norm for you, right? I mean,
oh yeah, everything's weird. Yeah, I get adopted halfway around the world. Shit like this. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's just some crazy shit, It's like these are these are reality. I mean, that's why it's been in Chinese tradition for years. That's why the Forbidden City is built the way it is. That's why certain shit is built the way it is. It's like all the casinos have fucking magic in it. Even the one I was working in Rivers Casinos in Schenectady over there.
That's true.
They opened up on on the day of the Mohawk Massacre, February 18th. They knew what fucking day they were opening it up on.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's true. All these casinos are built on this magical foundation, and so that
Yeah,
makes
look at Trump when his feng shui master, the Tibetan black hat sect guy, died. All his casinos got bankrupt. It's like, it's like you got to get with the program, man.
yeah.
People just don't listen. It's so annoying, especially she's goddamn Chinese. You know what I'm saying? It's
Right.
fucking annoying.
Where was she born?
Oh, if mainland China.
So maybe because of the communist upbringing, she was raised to not believe in any of the traditions.
No, but her father's like a temple guy too.
Really?
Yeah.
So is she simply in denial of him, trying to?
Because she, I stress this shit to her all the time. She refuses to listen. She's lucky she's still alive. I tell you the truth. I saw, this year she was, before the end of this year. I already told her it's danger for you. See, that's her restaurant is going down because of this stuff.
Oh my God. Yes, it's best that you simply find a job elsewhere and move on.
Yeah, because the energy is not good. It's
Yes.
like small stuff.
I mean,
Just take down the goddamn dead trees. Get a goddamn aquarium. You know what I'm saying?
yes, I know. And these sound like rather silly things to Westerners, but she's Chinese and she should know better. But I think she's been communized, essentially, culturally communized.
Now I refuse to. I try not to get involved with mainlanders. It's like they're so goddamn ignorant.
No, they're no longer a culture that's recognizable.
I would explain that.
Yeah.
I would explain the condition of the modern Chinese. They
Thank
lost their traditions and
the Cultural Revolution.
Yeah.
And goddamn, you know how World War II started? Because Mao went to a Taoist temple to break all these demons that were in these jars.
Interesting.
Released a lot of those shit out.
Yeah, he released them. Yeah.
Yeah, that's incredible.
You know what's interesting about that, Douglas? I've told you before that all the imperial treasures, the magical jade pieces, like I was speaking of earlier,
Yes.
and all those important items,
Yes.
they were transferred to Taipei, and
Yes.
they're in the museum in Taipei. So
Yeah.
all the protective items that protected the emperor
Yeah.
are no longer in China.
Yes.
So Chiang Kai-shek and the other what was the other being's name?
Mao Zedong was the enemy, and Dr. Sun Yat-sen was kind of the founding.
Sun Yat-sen.
Yeah.
Okay. So Sun Yat-sen, he was probably, because he was of the older generation, he knew of the importance of those, and he had Chiang Kai-shek take him out before he died.
Yes.
Stuff like this. Yeah.
Yes.
Because I have a book on it. It shows all the photos.
The Yuan King even went to the Heavenly Temple to do rituals. That's why he was, even though he didn't last long, he still got into kingship at least.
Wow. Yes.
Man, people don't follow tradition. It's like there's so much ignorance, man. It's
right. And by the way, at the risk of sounding like we're proponents of a magical worldview, bear in mind we are, but people need to understand that magic is a quantum physics. It's a quantum mechanical, applied physics in the quantum mechanical sense. That's what magic is, and that it's
English is a magical language. It was created by Sir Bacon and Shakespeare. Look at hello. It's a satanic language. Hello.
I like it. Yeah. I'll go for that. Yeah. Certainly.
Also, like good morning is also one, and
yep, exactly.
Yeah, and various things, and even just they call it spelling. You're casting a spell.
See?
Yes, absolutely. Words cast.
I suck at spelling, so my spells would be terrible.
Yeah, well, join Jameson Reese in that. Yeah, his idea of casting spells would be like, I even forget the acronym for that cough syrup. DMX, is it? You know, that would be
DXM.
DXM. Yeah, that would be the only thing he'd get right. Yeah, I think he put that on his license plate if he'd be allowed to drive. Yeah, there you go with that. In terms of I mean, I used to make a joke with my gang brother Beaver, telling him that his license plate should say DUI and his girlfriend's license plate should say IUD. But you know, there you go. That's some poor taste for you. All that being said, with all of you gathered here, Viviana, how do you feel about all of this? What does this bring to your mind? Have you ever had similar experiences?
When it comes to like curses,
Yeah.
cursed places.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I like to do a land prayer, so I make sure to consecrate things.
Yes.
But I go after portals. I like tearing them down. Usually, I'm on the opposition of it all. So, let me think. I can't really recall anything right now as to prior my like journey in Christ, but I do remember just certain things in life when you just kind of cannot get out of a certain box, like you feel cursed.
Mm-hmm.
I think like my family, the Randalls and the Bonners, since our granddad, who's not my relation but on my children's side, he worked with the Native Americans and had a trading post to where he built a really wonderful relationship with them, and he also employed thousands of people with jobs back in early settlement of where I live here. And I think that his wife did not like the natives, and I think that they understood that. And I kind of always had the feeling that they cursed her.
Wow.
Which was interesting because she had so many issues. And that was probably one of the things I could correlate with perhaps generational type curses, but I like to try to break them. I believe there's power in that, and taking back sovereign land, power, principalities in the air and all on the land back to Jesus. So I think that's a real thing. I think superstition can be more perhaps perceived if you believe in it, then it kind of gives it fruition.
Well, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but faith works the same way. Faith is based on belief. So
that's true.
Yeah, we invest our energy, and our energy is returned. Of course, that holds true, and but certainly, I want to thank you for participating in that. Now, just out of curiosity, just checking in with Ian West for a second. How are we doing? Everything okay? Still writing the song? We'll see if he responds or answers in text. Either way is fine by myself. Let's see what he says. It's almost, let's see now what he says. Or maybe he's so absorbed in what he's doing, that's fine.
So Ian's gonna play us a song.
No, honey.
Why not?
He can send me links or something. I don't want to do anything on this show where Ian's playing something for a little while yet. Let's ease back into such things. He needs to run them through me first. Honestly, it's just we can't risk it after what happened. Even though, just so people understand, for those of you who haven't heard, when I was banned for a week from YouTube, I made the most of it. I did things that I couldn't do otherwise that I had been wanting to do for years, and one of them was closing down my father's account. So I want everyone to know that George Joseph Henry Dietrich's Comcast account, which functioned for like 20 years, well, he died in 2007, so for a long time after his death, he was considered a diamond client of Comcast. It closes tomorrow. So in the middle of tonight's transmission, George Dietrich's Comcast service will die. It will stop functioning. And I'm functioning now on the Douglas Dietrich account on my new modem. So it's not going to interrupt this transmission in any way, shape, or form that I expect. But you never know. Something might happen, like, dad checks in for a moment or something like that. Our life is surrealistic enough where electronic static may come in, which could be perceived as some kind of like visit or something, a visitation. But that being said, it's the close of a cycle of my life. I mean, it's like one of the last connections with the old world with me. And so it took days to get that done. I knew I couldn't do it while maintaining the show, so I had to wait for a time in which the show was cut off and I was not engaged with all kinds of social obligations. Like I normally leave the show for social obligations, and I'm so involved with those I can't do things like I did with the modem. It took days to get here, so we didn't know what day. When you start a process like that, they didn't know how the modem was going to get here. Originally, it was supposed to be an engineer delivered it to me, and then they changed it to, well, we'll just mail it to you. Believe me, it's like working with a government, a state within a state. They don't know how it's going to work. They can tell you they plan something, then it winds up being done a different way. So they canceled the engineer, sent it here, and then I counted on a young man to help me install it by myself. And believe me, he did most of the work. I just did what he said. And then he had to pull a bunch of tricks to get its Wi-Fi, my Wi-Fi, to connect with the new modem. And it was like our man Brendan said, I think when I was working with Brendan originally, we were using Wi-Fi at that time. It must have been there from the beginning, right, Brendan? I think that's what we concluded.
Yeah, we had to hook up Wi-Fi at one point.
Yeah, so we had to do that at one point, but it was still the same account, so it wasn't that bad. But with this one, the guy had to pull some real shit because this is a whole new account and it was a whole new modem. So he had to get all my services to recognize it was the same as getting a new IP address. Functionally, it was the same. He had to get all the new services to recognize the new modem. And by the way, I guess that explains why one of my favorite porn channels, the only one that I ever actually signed into with a password, challenged me and had me actually do a cross-reference with my stupid cell phone before they opened it back up to me again. That must explain it, as opposed to... But it seemed like I was asked this in a few days before that happened, so maybe someone tried to break into my porn site, which is, I think that's funny. Trying to use the old password. Must be Selena Khan or something, but how would she even know about that? It's just weird. Honestly, the enemy seems to act on the most stupid priorities. But hell, we can thank the gods for that. It's kind of like the Americans working with the Fox Spirits and just burning themselves in every deployment. Yeah,
the irony of that is like they would probably get you more popular if they exposed your tastes.
Thank you. Well, I'll give you a hint as to what they were with that particular channel. I was talking to the Bulgarian bozos, and I don't know if you remember this part where I was telling them, it's outlawed in Japan to show pubic hair. They have to digitize it out. And he went, "Oh, that explains it." I don't know if you remember that part.
No.
Yeah, that's
like
on
he's
record.
Watching it.
Yeah, no wonder they want to get this taken down. No wonder I didn't say it, but I almost said, well, now we know what Milko watches when he's milking it. Yeah, that tells us quite a bit. Well, there you go with that.
I think it's just funny when they show the tentacles but they don't show the rest of it. It's like, what is that about? Like,
yes. Well,
like that's just cheesy.
Well, it's too expensive. It's like, why go into?
And it's like you said, it's a law. They're like too,
yeah,
like everything's too literal. Like once the law's there, it's like
yes.
They can't blur the lines.
Yes. Oh my God.
As a pun, I guess that's a kind of a pun.
Yes. Yeah. And but now we know what Milko watches. That's so no wonder they were trying to get that taken down. All they succeeded in doing was getting an age block on it, but that's just advertising. I mean, if there's any punishment that YouTube gives that I would pay to get, it would be the age block, because then everybody wants to see it, adults and children. Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
So
especially on YouTube, that never happens, so people would be like intrigued. Like,
yes, that's right. That's going to bring more people to it, and So that being said, yeah, our man Brett Loiter was, I guess I can save that for another night. But just to remind all our listeners, Friday at 2 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time, 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, Peter Moon and I will be on some Zoom call with Brett Loiter, who wrote some UFO identification manual back in the day, before he was grotesquely fucked over by Lorian Ann Fenton, who basically, when she's not eating people, will rip them off as much as she can until she can't get any money out of them. Then she'll try to eat them or something like that. And by the way, for the people who don't get the joke, she's like half 1,000 pounds. And can't even walk without huffing and puffing. Like an ambulatory, like a bipedal hippo. It's what she looks like when she goes down the street. It's really frightening, actually. That would scare people more than any fucking glowing fox in the dark. But
I think a hippo is giving her too much credit. That's
thank you.
That thing can kill lions.
Yeah, good
She's
point.
like a Snorlax or something.
Yeah, thank you.
There's like a Pokemon that's just super fat and sleeps all the time.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's her. Yeah, shit, that's her. Yes.
It's like useless, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
I hope I never piss Douglas off that he has to roast me.
Nary a care, honey. No, you would never.
Yeah, maybe you can make a side job as one of those roast jockeys.
Yeah.
No, he won't roast you. He's a vampire. He needs you alive. Okay?
Yes.
It's more into sushi.
Comedic roast. A comedic roast.
Well, he knew that. Joe knew that.
Roasts are good, but Douglas does them so intriguingly.
When I was describing how some kitsune were appearing as shrewish wives or bitchy woman, I almost brought up Brooke. But I didn't. It just wouldn't be fair without her being here. But that a lot of people have asked me about her, Clarice Claudette, and the rest. But all such being said, honey, I am curious. Many of these women have spoken to me about being approached by the enemy. Did the enemy not ever, like Jameson Reese or Salman Sheikh, did they ever not try to approach you? They must have. Did they not?
Oh, yeah. They did, actually, on Facebook a lot. And let's see. I think I got some comments on some of my YouTube videos. They're like, oh, we're glad you left Douglas. And then they would send me long messages on Facebook. And I just didn't respond.
Uh-huh.
I blocked them. A lot of people that I recall from like 2014 that I recall being in the circle of the community in Facebook and on other lives, they seem to try to reach out to me, and it just was I figured it was going to happen, but then
Thank you for handling it the way you did. It is so creepy, and it's the fact that it's such an orchestrated and networked and organized effort that they approach en masse and tell these people, "Oh, we're glad you left Douglas." Just the way that that's phrased, the presumption that is said there, and the way that would draw an idiot in. You can imagine somebody who's truly simple-minded or lacking in any faith in themselves or a higher power is just drawn in by this social approach where they feel they're becoming part of this new family of weirdos and creeps whose only existence is attacking Douglas Dietrich and trying to bring him down. It's like, what kind of existence is that? It is so bizarre to me. I can't grasp it, but it's out there.
Sounds like that Misfit Island from that Christmas movie, where all the broken toys are like.
No, those
like
but they were sympathetic. The broken toys were sympathetic.
Yeah, at least they had a backstory, and yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Someone once loved them. It would be like someone once loved me and then I broke or something. Yes.
Yeah.
We have George Knight with us. So George Knight, what is again? You were telling me something about your schedule. I'm sorry. What exactly did you say about your schedule? You have an hour with us, or you have more?
Hello, Douglas. Yes, thank you for having me on with you and everyone Good evening to you all. Yeah, I do. Unfortunately, I was planning originally to be with you for the duration of the rest of the show from this point onwards, but unfortunately, yeah, I've got to work today. It's been, yeah, we've rejuggled our schedule, so I'm now working today as opposed to Saturday, unfortunately. So. Oh. Yeah, it's only because my van is going in for an MOT service tomorrow, so I don't have a van for Saturday. So they've rejuggled my schedule, my roster plan. So unfortunately, so yeah, I'm only on for a good hour with you today.
Oh, well, we'll make the most of it. Before we turn to you and have you join us with some of what comes on your mind, because we didn't have a chance to ask you about that last time. You left abruptly, of course, but I'm presuming you had to because of work the last time you were with
Yeah, exactly. No, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, I do. Unfortunately, the way the day plans out is I have to hit appointment slots. These are agreed assignment slots I have to hit to meet with the customer. So unfortunately, I'm a bit time constrained with my schedule for when I'm working. So yeah, unfortunately, but that's how it pans out.
Right. And of course, Brendan Zogit's work schedule is just vicious. They've been changing him from day to night to, I mean, is it going to be night for a while, Brendan? What is it?
Oh, I'm going back to, I'm actually having to I have to wake up at 5 a.m. tomorrow. So.
Oh, fuck. What? It's day tomorrow?
Yeah, they switched between night and day within this week because they messed up the schedule. So
fuck them.
I feel you, George, like it just, it's part of the thing. You gotta roll with the punches.
Oh my God. So how long are we blessed with your presence? Just a few more minutes or what? How do you feel?
Yeah, not long.
Oh God.
I need to sleep.
Oh, well, for God's sakes, talk a little bit before you go, and then we'll, segue into George. Ian, I noticed that your mute is off. Have you finished that song? I guess he doesn't hear. That's okay. We'll catch up with him later. At any rate, Clarice Claudette, who lives in Florida, was saying some things about what he was bringing up. And, of course, he had some woman in Germany who was saying she also hears the explosions at night, like I do in San Francisco. Apparently, every major city has them. But, of course, she was telling me, Ian's 100%. And, of course, he had to write, see, Doug, I told you. I responded to her with this wow face, and to him I gave the rolling eye emoji, kind of like I gave to our Australian fellow when he talked about, I had to leave with Ian on Discord. I suppose that they went off together to speak about things that I told them not to talk about on bandwidth more freely, but there we are with that. Ian, so I do see you moving around a bit. Is that you there? And I guess he's engaged in what he's doing, and that's fine. So, yes, Brendan and George, we'll concentrate on both of you for several minutes as we segue from one to the other. Brendan, with the everything that was said tonight, I felt I couldn't understand why Peter Moon said, "Oh, I was hoping that what I said about the foxes he might think about including in our next book," but he's like, people can't find interest in that. I mean, I disagree respectfully with him on that regard. I mean, and yourself?
Yeah, no, that was fascinating. I think I told you, it reminded me of Archer. So at the least, it should be just put in somewhere for posterity, just to show how crazy these people were.
Thank you.
Or an example in that kind of mentality that these people had.
Thank you. I'll see if I can talk him into it. It shouldn't take that many pages, but yeah. And George, I don't know, were you able to hear it? Were you able to hear some of the opening hours of the show, or did you? What time is it where you're at?
Oh, I didn't, unfortunately, Douglas. I was asleep at that time. I do apologise. At the moment, it's 6 a.m. It's just coming up to 6 a.m. in the morning.
Right. Oh, my God. So our man Brendan will be in your position within hours. Oh, God. I'm so sorry, Brendan. We'll hold you in our prayers. And for God's sakes, drive carefully. What's the next location? Is it kind of like a boondocks area out of this This one chick I was working with who knew how to shave my face with a straight razor, she moved to San Carlos. Where the fuck is San Carlos? I'm asking.
Sound like it's in California.
Yeah, it's in California. Apparently, I would think. Apparently, she was like commuting from there to get to San Francisco or something. So she.
Oh, okay. So it's probably East Bay, like in those kind of industrial areas.
Jesus Christ.
That's my assumption.
Yeah. So I'll have to check into.
You know, like near Vallejo type, like Richmond, those kind of places.
Okay. Yeah. Later on, if you get a chance to look it up on your GPS, you can tell me where it is. Maybe I can go there at some point. But
yeah, it's actually it's near Redwood City. It's not too far. Well,
okay,
it's pretty
enough.
far from you.
Yeah,
below South San Francisco.
It is South San Francisco then.
Just below it, like maybe like a few towns out.
Holy shit! So it's.
But if people have never been to the Bay Area, it's like it's huge. Like, and there's so many cities and it's massive.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Like it's close in geographical sense, like less than an hour drive, but it's just like
okay.
Driving there during the day, it would take you all day to get there.
Oh my fucking god! Holy shit!
It's between you and San Jose, essentially.
Oh my god! Oh my god! So there you go. I'll have to check into that. I am appalled. That being said, George Knight, do segue yourself in here. I mean, we'll try and send Brendan off into peaceful slumber soon enough. But George, so now that you're back from vacation, how's the shock been? How are you adjusting?
Yeah, just adapting now. Back to reality. Just back to back to the grind, so to speak. Back to work and other duties. The weather has been. I brought back the sun, which was nice. So when we returned back, it was sunny in England. Today it's a bit overcast, so it's a bit cloudy. So the sun's hiding for the moment. But yeah, it's just adaptation, which the British are very good at adapting to changes. Changes occur all the time. I'm used to change.
So yes. Well, are you up north, George?
South, right the south. Okay. If you look at Southampton on the map, it's a bit further, it's northeast, so to speak, right the central part of the central south part of England. It's about 50 miles from London, from the London.
Yes, understood. Yeah, you don't have to give too much detail. I was just curious.
Right.
Oh yeah,
mentioned the town.
Yeah, he's mentioned it before. He's he's basically in Greater London on the the outskirts, so to speak. I was
just curious, south versus north, because the climate's different and nothing.
Not only that, but it's like he was trying to explain to Brooke, but it took a while for her to get it. He was trying to explain that the south is where they consider the more educated, and they consider north in England to be more of these hillbilly or inbreds type. While we're still blessed,
Manchester gets a lot of hate in those kind of places. I don't know the culture behind it or anything. I just I mean, I'm sure. And like Liverpool, before the Beatles, Liverpool was considered like they were like the stepchildren or something.
Yeah. And
are you near Wiltshire by chance, or like close to that area?
George, Wiltshire.
I do apologise. I'm just keep going on mute. I'm just trying to boil the kettle at the same time, but I don't want any background noise. So I do apologise if I delayed.
No, it's no big deal.
Sorry, what was the question, Brendan? It was.
I said, are you near Wiltshire? Are you near Wiltshire or?
No, Hampshire. Okay. That's where I'm. Yeah, Hampshire is the location. There's several counties. There's loads of counties.
It's massive. Yes.
Geographically. So we've got Surrey next to Hampshire, to the east, and that's closer to London. So that's bordering on London, and then you've got you've got the Salisbury next to Hampshire on the other side, Salisbury, and then going down to Devon and Cornwall area.
Yeah. So, I see. So okay, understood. I see it.
So you go. There's so many different counties. Yeah. And then you've got you mentioned about Liverpool. We call them the Scousers. So they're referred to as Scousers. And so they've been given different terminologies in Britain to it's a term that identifies people where they come from. And people that live in Manchester are referred to as Manx.
Yes.
You've got the Cockneys who live in London, and I don't know what we're classed as. People from Hampshire. Yeah, I have no idea what we are referred to.
But by the way,
Never been called.
whoever saw my interview with Christine Joanna Hart, the latest one, where I speak of these places being sold unless they're marked as historical, and how the Russians in particular were moving into them and turning into operating stations and the like. I owe so much of that knowledge to Brendan Zogit. Brendan Zogit was doing a lot of the scout work in terms of looking this stuff up for me, where he was talking about...
You're
yeah.
talking about the luxury flats.
Yes! Tell us about this.
Luxury flats.
Tell
well,
people
yeah,
about this.
basically, like, I was watching these tours of London. This person that does the shows, I bring it up a lot, but there's a lot of hidden gems of info in there if you know where to look. But every time he passes an old building that's not listed and it gets bought, he makes this running joke where he says, it's probably turning into luxury flats, no doubt. And then they like walk into it and it's like clearly getting renovated. And it turns out that they're all like foreign business interests and Russian billionaires. They just buy up old buildings in London and places like that, and they just renovate them into luxury flats for their friends and their other rich homies, and they just make money that way, flipping them. Basically, they take a dilapidated building and make it like a multi-million-dollar building just by selling flats. And it became a running joke in that, because he does like a series of them, but it was, at first it was a joke, but he's like, every time he says it, it's actually what's happening to them. So
it quickly gets depressing and oppressive.
Yeah.
Just the reality of it, right?
Yeah, and they're all local Londoners, so every time they see it, you could tell it hits them like, we can't even afford our house out here, but they have to watch that happen essentially.
Yes, yeah, it's disgusting. Really depressing. So I don't know. Does any of that hit you, George? Do you resonate with any of that? If you heard it, he said it was feeding.
I do apologise. I didn't. I do apologise. What was the question?
No worries.
I do apologise.
Oh yeah. It wasn't so much a question. It's. Did you say you were feeding a cat?
No, I'm not. No, I was just attending just work duties just very quickly, so I was using Brendan's time to just buy off what I need to do, and then I was buying his time with the show, and then I
no problem.
Give you my free time. So I do apologise. I wasn't listening in on that.
Okay.
No problem.
Oh no worries. You can hear it later. You can replay it later. There's no need for us to be repetitive. But what I was saying was that while we're still blessed with Brendan's presence before he takes off for the night, you heard me the other night, but just before you took off, we were putting everything in context with the Bulgarian guys concerning that interview, but you didn't get a chance to respond. So knowing now the context, tell us a bit about your impression of the interview in that context.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, my personal view is, whenever Douglas conducts an interview, it should be posted in its entirety. And that was a 11 to 12 hour segment, a whole entire segment, which lasts the duration of 11 to 12 hours. You have to have it all, in its organic form, without any form of editing, because obviously they want to monopolize on the whole interview conducted. They want to, it's being presented and published on pay-per-view. So in order for anyone to view it, they have to pay to watch it. And like you said, they're going to be spliced in segments. They're going to be, they can juggle what you're saying. They can even, just edit out what you say and splice in anything they want to put it into any form of context that they want, which will put it out of context. It won't sound comprehensible or coherent. It would just be whatever cater to their whatever they want to present. And so that's the worrying thing, obviously. But we know the entirety of that, and like you said, Douglas, it sounds like a generous offer, paying $1,000. But when you realise it's on pay-per-view, it's like, wow, they're going to be making mega bucks off that.
Or at least that's their
was-
intention, and
Yes.
and they certainly are going to be spending a lot more than they paid me to do that, and it becomes very sinister. It's incredibly sinister, and they were telling Peter Moon, Douglas Dietrich betrayed us, broke his word, and all this bullshit, and I'm just it's incredible how and they've been attacking, of course, the show itself, first reporting the episode last week and getting me banned for a week, and then attacking that which I posted, which thankfully YouTube simply put an age block on, which is just advertising for everyone to see it more than anything else. So they really fucked themselves over with that. But such being said, it wasn't for lack of trying. They've been trying to do damage, and fortunately I've rolled with everything, so that's not been the result. But nevertheless, they're why they're so determined about this shows that there's malevolent intent. It doesn't make any sense because, considering the number of viewers I get, 1,000 or whatnot, I mean, they're going to be showing it to an audience that never heard of me. So they could be getting any number of viewers to hit it and more than make up for the $1,000 they paid me very quickly. So they're out of their minds to be so determined about this. There has to be other intentions behind this. So they definitely seem to be. This is why I had to publish what I did, because it's self-defense. It preemptively prevents them from turning my message into something which it's not, which is essentially what would happen if they're re-editing it. There's nothing else that could happen but you change the message. I mean, they would take out all the parts where they sound like idiots, of course. There's no magic in Harry Potter department. What's this about Japanese Department of Magic in Harry Potter? I mean, that's what Brendan Zoget had to lay out so that, apparently they were too dumb to even understand what the fuck they were reading. But there you go with that. But it also shows us they read Harry Potter as well as watch Japanese porn. We know that they watch Japanese porn and read Harry Potter. So there's two things we know about them right there. So Ian, just curious, you joining us there for a second, or how you doing there? I see you moving around a lot. I don't think he can hear us. That's all right.
Is he on camera?
by the way-
Because I'm not trying to look at that.
No, he's not on camera, thank God.
Douglas,
George, yes, go on.
Yes, sorry, and Brendan, I've just looked up our regional nicknames. So every region in the country has been given nicknames, and for Hampshire, people that live in Hampshire, such as I, they're referred to as Hampshire hogs or bacon faces. Because Hampshire is notorious as a pig-raising county, it says.
I
so
see.
I just looked it up. Yeah, so that is what we're referred to as.
Oh my God!
That's quite funny.
Tell Brendan about Salman Sheikh trying to hook up with you when he went to England.
Yeah, he wanted to quote unquote rendezvous. I've got the messages. I've sent it to
Rendezvous, yeah. Just the
he literally was,
I know.
he was telling me, and it's literally just basically he private messaged me with asking me, well, he was just outlining that he was gonna visit England, and he was asking if I'm happy to rendezvous with him, which I didn't actually respond to it, and so that was the entirety of all the time he's all the time I've known Salman. That's the only interaction we've ever had, besides if I've commented on anything he has ever commented underneath Douglas's post. So that was the only interaction I had with him. But he wanted to rendezvous with me in London, and I never responded to it because, of course, it would have been very, very awkward. I would have been like, well, what are we going to talk about? What we're going to do? It's like I don't do that casually anyway. I don't just go and meet people in London. It's not something
especially
I've ever
with
done.
a strange Muslim Freemason, quote unquote.
Yeah. I mean, what was it? Was it a form of initiation for me? Like, would he need to join his lodge? I don't know. I have no idea. I've met many Masons in my time because of working where I worked at my former employment. We used to have it's like a festal dinner for the local lodge, and it was oh my God, it was the most bizarre, canny dinner celebration that ever, and they were very what's the word, anal about everything. Especially the lady that was the head of the lodge. She was very particular, and it was And of course, I had like a brief just a minute amount of knowledge about masonry, and so I was just taking it all in, just like observing what they can do and conduct during this, and it was just basically a dinner table festival thing.
And those are just the garden variety masons too, on top of it. So
all the symbols and sigils everywhere. That was
yeah. And he received a form letter after writing multiple letters to the Queen. He receives this form letter, and he was so proud of it to show his ignorance and his stupidity. You saw that?
Solomon?
Yeah. George, tell him about this form letter from the Queen, quote unquote, that Solomon was putting on display and shit.
Yeah, he was saying he received a response from Buckingham Palace, from the palace itself. And it was like, some form of form letter that he received. And I do not know if it was supposed to be signed by the Queen herself, her former Majesty, but I don't know. It could have been a representative of the palace that could have just signed it, or there could have been just a stamp that they just signed it with. Yeah, no idea. But apparently it's a formal letter that was written to her, and he received a response. Yeah, or some form of recognition.
It reminds me of in elementary school or like high school, we got a letter from Obama that was signed.
Thank
supposedly.
you.
Like, that's what it sounds like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thanks, kids, for writing in. Like,
yes. Thank you.
That's what it. Yeah, that's most likely what it was. Something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, but of course, to that idiot, this is what first off, the fucker has the time to do this, to sit down and write letters to the Queen of England. This is like a person with nothing but time on his hands. There's no one who holds a job.
He definitely doesn't have to work. That's
He never worked a day in his life. He's so disgusting. Every element of this. The only reason I bring it up is because, both of you knew this individual, and it's kind of relevant to what we were speaking about tonight. And since he approached Viviana too, within that period of the last few years, it feels like a few years. It hasn't been that long, really.
The funny part is he never asked me to talk to him or anything, probably because like I would have tried to bring up like real Sufism.
Yes.
And every time I did that, he would just go completely silent. And
I
was like trying to talk Rumi with him one time, and he was just saying like bizarre, like totally oblique stuff that obviously he'd never read anything Sufi related.
Thank you.
So that's why he didn't want to talk to me. Yeah.
That's
my assumption. Yeah.
Thank you. He was just so full of shit. In other words, all this Sufi bullshit he was spewing was just bullshit. He knew nothing about it. And like Brendan said, he never brought up God, as in Allah, except when he was saying, my enemies will burn in hell for all eternity, as if he were God, and made that judgment. It's just crazy shit. But obviously these people were always deranged and working with the other side, but they certainly got sent here and then insinuated and did as much damage as they could. So such being said, Viviana, honey, with George here tonight, I was just curious. Did you ever have any questions for George? I mean, you never had an opportunity to speak with him much, so I was just wondering. I don't know if you ever had any thing you wanted to say to him, or questions, or anything.
Oh, well, hi, George.
Oh, hello, Viviana.
I hope you had a wonderful honeymoon.
Yeah, it was wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, it was sad to return back. Having holiday blues at the moment.
So did you just return, or?
Last week.
Last week.
Returned last week, yeah.
That's great.
A week ago now, yeah. So, it was wonderful. No, wonderful. And it was beautiful weather, beautiful location, just away from civilization itself.
Lovely. So, I often think about interviewing people, and I don't really know. I guess George has a real interest in World War II, so I'm always interested in things that he has to say, but he brings so much to the table, and appreciate him so much. Yes. As well as Brendan and Ian too. I don't know where he is right now.
He doesn't know either.
He's in Wayne's World.
Yeah. And Joe too, I suppose, right, Vivian?
Where is Joe? He's totally gone.
Oh, Joe does that. He falls asleep. Jesus, poor guy. I mean, the other night he had the camera on. Oh, there he is. There's Joe. Hi, Joe. Joe.
Hi, Joe.
He said something. So yes. So
I'm
yeah.
not really sure what I would ask George like right now off the cuff, but maybe someday he would be kind enough to let me interview him.
Yeah. George, you're open to that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I've got loads of, I've got Christine Joanna Hart. I've got a conducted interview with herself and, with, multiple people actually. It's busy
great.
schedule.
But you,
Let me know, and I can listen in. And Douglas, I'm so sorry. So you sent me the latest interview with Christina Joanna Hart, and I didn't listen to it yet. But how recent is that?
oh, just not long ago. I mean, it's like feels like yesterday, a few days ago. He's
Sorry, I thought it was something older.
Oh no. Oh no. But by the way, Really in West says, here's a rough cut for a theme song for you. So what I'll do is do me a favor, send that to me in the Facebook Messenger so I can listen to that more easily later. He says a rough cut for a theme song for you. Great. So Todd's TDDS theme song, 5 megabytes. We're not going to play it right now because I'm always afraid. We'll get more comfortable in that zone later. But he also said there's something with his audio. I think that we hear him typing. I don't want you to play it right now. Understood. Thank you. That's fine. I'll listen to it later. And thank you, Ian. Appreciate that. The work that went into that. Yeah.
And inspired in writing music.
Yes, he writes music. That's right. He actually played a little bit for, I think it was Viviana and another lady was with us, right? Was it you that was with Nancy Toulouse in Mexico the night that he...
Unfortunately, no. I wasn't there.
Oh, okay.
Was it the last 2 weeks or so?
Yeah, something like that. Before I got banned.
Aw.
Yeah.
Maybe I fell asleep.
Yes. What was that, honey?
I might have fallen asleep that night.
Oh yeah, no worries. And George, in the time we have remaining, just to enjoy our company with you. So when it comes to where your job today, do you have any idea where your job is taking you?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm actually, what I do in the morning, I sign on to, it's an application called My Jobs, and it gives me a list of jobs that I need to complete by the end of the day. And so, it's great because then I can plan out my route and plan what I'm doing. And these are service level agreement slots. So these are appointments I have to meet within an appointment slot time. So, you've got AM and PM appointments. So, so I've already been scheduled jobs. They've been allocated to me. So I know where I'm going. So it's, we'll see how it pans out. It's just interesting. Just before I jumped on bandwidth with you, Douglas, I was listening to what you were articulating about the visit from the engineer or the technician that came to help you reconnect your modem to the Wi-Fi. And it's like, that's what I do every single day. I connect people to the Wi-Fi, to their broadband. So that's So that's what I do every single day. I go to people's homes and I connect them up to full fiber, to the full fiber network. So it's just interesting, and it's interesting how it works. Is anyone? Because are you familiar? Anyone on the show tonight familiar with the company Horizon? I think that's how it's pronounced.
Yes.
I was informed of it yesterday by a colleague. Is that like the equivalent to British Telecoms, the major provider? Is that the major provider in the US? I was told that yesterday by one of my customers because she works for it.
Okay. Brendan?
Brendan. Yeah. Anyone on the bandwidth tonight, even Ian.
Do you mean Verizon?
What?
With V?
Verizon with a V as opposed to Horizon?
Is it? Yeah, I don't know how.
Yeah,
it's
Verizon.
I never asked how. Is it Verizon?
Yeah.
VER iZone. That's our main telecom. One of them. They've faltered as of late.
There's multiple,
but it's one of the big three.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. Thank you. Yeah. So my customer knew somewhat of the how should I put it? She knew some of the terminologies I was talking about. So because she said, well, I work in telecoms, and she works for an American company called and I thought she said Horizon, but it's
Well,
Verizon.
I think there
So
may
thank you.
be a Horizon, right? Is that there is a Horizon and a Verizon, right? Maybe, or am I wrong on that? There's just Verizon.
I'm probably listening to Horizon.
If there is a Horizon, it's very small.
Okay,
It's like
there
a-
we are. Thank
Like
you.
a tiny
So it is
company.
Horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it would have to be Verizon. And so our man Ian is saying Verizon was old gangsta Sprint, and they read GSMA cell chips. So okay, that's cute.
Yeah.
That's cute. I probably don't even get that joke. It's meant to be tell us, Brendan. What was the punchline on that? The GSMA cell chips.
It was just that they were just the gangsters that owned the chips. Like
Yeah.
that's how I see it.
Okay, cool.
Because back in the day, the reason why Verizon went down is because they were so like they were at one point they were the biggest one other than AT&T,
Yeah.
especially for cell phones. So they were like just raking people over the coals and ruining their credit if you didn't pay them, and
Wow.
like it was all kinds of like they got in some scandals. The FCC or the Federal Communications people had to come in and like regulate them out of existence. basically.
Yes. By the way, Ian West is saying he is correct. Yes, that's it's so cute that Ian can't talk. It's so cute. Maybe he's restraining himself just for my sake. He might be restraining himself for the sake of my show, making certain I don't get hit.
He's probably got a whole like a whole montage of Holocaust denial going on.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, yes. And he says, I'm running the air filters and they're loud. Okay. Yes, there we are. Okay. That makes sense. And so George, and how's the any climbing poles today? Any pole climbing today?
Yeah, both. Yeah. My jobs do require me to climb up the poles. Yeah. And one of them is a joint user pole, which is on the it's joint with the electric board, so it's a very dangerous pole.
Oh my God.
So you do need a second person, a ground
Oh,
support.
so you guys don't have a separate line for the electricity, or they're like intertwined?
We do. Sometimes we
okay.
do. They're referred to as wayleave issues. So the wayleave, there's a wayleave in place. So they actually pay. They pay money to have these poles joint with the electric board, or they sometimes they'll pay us because they'll basically what do you want to call it, daisy chain off our poles. They'll daisy chain their lines off our poles, and there has to be a within the vicinity has to be above 2 meters. Otherwise, you're working quite close to electric. So it's quite dangerous. Wow. Quite dangerous.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So let's all maintain George in
Sorry.
prayer. Maintain George in prayer that he doesn't die
May the gods be
electrocuted.
with you.
Yes.
Alone on a pole.
Well, what month were you born, George?
Him down.
October, same as Douglas. I'm born 9 days before. My birthday is 9 days before Douglas.
Okay, all right. So it should
So
be
yeah,
all
my
right.
birth. Yeah.
You were born in the month of the metal, so climbing up on wood, it's good for you.
Yeah,
It's
but
all right.
by the way, Joe Tai's father was a Chinese fortune teller, so he's actually judging by the elements and your birth date that this will be a safe activity for you.
Oh, thank you, Joe Tai. Really appreciate that. But there's safety measures in place. So the ladders.
But
are
only
used
on
to
wooden
use-
poles. Only on wooden poles. So
Is he safe?
Yeah, they're all wooden. Yeah.
okay.
Okay. Interesting. Fascinating. Okay, yes, he said you were born in the month of the metal element, so climbing up the wooden poles, you shouldn't be conducting too much electricity into yourself, right, Joe? Something like that.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, there we are. And so, for those who don't know, there's 5 basic elements in Chinese alchemy: metal, wood, fire, water, and earth. There we are. So, George, back to talking with you while you're still with us. So I sent you that link on those 2 things on the far side of the moon. What did you make of that? What do you feel about that?
Oh yeah, that clip with the far side of the moon.
Yeah.
And there was certainly the Wrightscraft technology that was presented in that video clip. So I actually presented that in my little collage or montage that I published fairly recently, one of the latest ones I published. And so, in my collage or collection of footages, that is one of them. But there was if anyone watches my videos, they will see various craft that are like protruding across the lunar surface, and you will see it also cascades on the lunar surface in the reflection, casts a shadow which emanates quite largely. And it's the same thing, the same principle that Douglas has always articulated when it comes down to what you can see from the lunar surface on the Earth, which is man-made. We can see the Great Wall of China from the lunar surface, and the astronauts have confirmed this because the shadow casts 2 to 3 times, maybe 4 or 5, depending on the actual trajectory or the angle of the sun. It casts a shadow, so you can see the shadow of the Great Wall of China from space, which is confirmed, but you don't see it at cruising altitude from commercial airlines, because China, of course, is one of the most heavily populated industrial outputs on Earth that produces a lot of carbon emissions, and it emits a lot of particulate matter in the atmosphere, so you can't see it from commercial airlines. And this is something like, I remember joining a quiz night, and one of the quiz questions to the whole entire group was, can you see the Great Wall of China from space? And everyone said, no, you cannot. And that was apparently the correct answer. And of course, in my head, I was refuting that.
Yes. Oh my God.
I was refuting that. Yeah. And it's the same thing that these people that I read on YouTube, that when they see these clips of the Wright's craft on the lunar surface, they're saying, wow, these craft must be miles long. They must be miles because of the shadow casting down on all these craters. And they identified the name of the crater, and they look at the width and the diameter of it, and then they conclude that these craft must be miles long. And it's like, no, that's the shadow casting from the craft itself.
Yes.
So very bizarre. Very bizarre.
People are so stupid. It's like you just grow so frustrated dealing with this endless stupidity on the part of people consistently. But
well, are you guys on Twitter yet? Like George, Brendan?
I've deleted it.
Thank you. And not everybody loves your favorite troll, Viviana. Not everybody loves it.
Wait, but you should
I do
come back,
apologize.
because the AI is really good. It's really good over there. I was looking at some paintings, and the Twitter AI is differentiating what is AI generated art versus antiquated art. We would consider, because a lot of the knockoffs are coming out, so it's starting to pick up on those. So I really appreciate that they differentiate the illusion with some fact checks and stuff, and that it's picking up those things, so you can kind of verify what is, real and not.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think they're doing great. Plus, you can live stream now over there, Douglas, for 2 hours.
Wow, that's cute. Yeah. Okay, I'll bear that in mind.
You can make money over there.
Okay, I'll try. I'll try to investigate it. I'll try to. I know younger people could be there. I mean, it's hard to say. It's going through a lot of changes. They did lose a lot of money. All their advertisers left. So I did speak about that a little bit in the other episode. That's when Peter Moon said I was distracted from talking about artificial intelligence. But I pretty much had said what my point was with artificial intelligence. What humanity needs is humility, and so he thought there was further to go with that. But not that day there wasn't. But such being said, I appreciate you bringing these perspectives up to us, Viviana. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite enjoyable when you recognize that the AI is more conducive to what you're actually interested in, and that, I think you would enjoy it. I really appreciate that I'm not seeing so much propaganda when it comes to the current U.S. politics, because I'm saying, I'm not interested in that, so it's not showing me it. I want to live in a bliss of ignorance when it comes to those things.
Thank goodness. Yes.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I can't resist now that you happen to inadvertently breach the topic. Ian West can tell us more about this later, but Ron DeSantis launched his bid for the presidency disastrously. A bunch of the engines crashed while he was doing so, and of course he didn't directly attack Donald Trump or make any comments about him, so it's all rather lackluster. I don't even know why he's doing it. Why is he doing this? It's not like he's popular, or that the way he's so messed up with Disney and everything, he's got enough problems on his hand, but then so does Trump with all his legal problems. I mean, these Republicans are all engaged in legal battles while they're trying to run for the presidency, and it's so bizarre to me. It's like
because they're criminals. What else?
Yes, thank you.
It's a kakistocracy moving into a monarch.
Yes.
Monarch kakistocracy, however you say that.
Yes, thank you. Kakocracy, I think. What is it? The government by thieves is a kleptocracy. Kakocracy is government by idiots. So a caco-kleptocracy. Yes, caco-kleptocracy. Idiot thieves. Ian West says, the Ron DeSantis thing isn't real. It's all smoke and mirrors. Okay, yes. So he's not running? Ian? He's
People are saying,
tell that to Elon Musk.
Yeah, tell it to Elon.
We got to worry about the
because apparently Elon's supportive.
Yes. Well, he
Elon
says,
and he just interviewed him, I think.
okay. So Ian,
literally like a minute ago.
Yeah, Ian, not Elon, says he will never be president. So okay, I'll buy that. Yeah, not the way he's going. No, yeah. But then again, we never thought that about Trump either. He says the USA is bankrupt.
Yeah, we don't raise the debt ceiling.
Yeah.
The idiot Republicans won't raise it, but inflation's up. And you're going to be affected, Douglas, if they don't raise the goddamn debt ceiling.
Yeah. Well, I think that includes all of us who get an ESSDI or Social Security or something like that. But then, I have every confidence they're not going to allow that to happen. But it does go to show you the recklessness of the Republicans. That and I'll go a bit into that tonight. But again, I'm echoing through Brendan, I guess. He's listening on the cell phone. Yeah.
Brendan's echoing.
Yeah, so he's getting ready for bed. We
all
love you,
the
Brendan.
retired people are going to be on the streets and all this stuff if they don't do this right.
Yeah, well,
with the federal pension is all screwed.
Well, what the government would have to do then is give them a writ excuse like it did during COVID. So another sick joke, just another more nuttiness, more craziness. He says, there is no more USA to be a president for, says Ian. Sure, you're right. I mean, believe me, I'm not arguing in certain cases. I understand where he's coming from. So George, before you go to work.
Hello, Douglas.
Yeah, were you able to review? Were you able to review the latest interview with Christine Joanna Hart that I had?
Yes, it was wonderful, Douglas. And that was what I was hoping to go into, well as maybe go back to the MUFON interview and as well as the 12-hour interview you conducted with the Bulgarians. It was something that we could have gone over quite extensively on the show.
We could do that Sunday, maybe, right?
Yeah. Maybe, Douglas. I might be able to join you. I'm not sure yet. I have no idea. I might not be able to attend, but I'll certainly let you know probably within the 24-hour before you start the show.
Excellent.
I'll let you know like I did last night. Yesterday.
Yes. And I've introduced you already to our man in Australia, Nemo Albano, yes?
Yes. Thank you. And thank you for all your support. Yeah, yes. Really appreciate that. Thank you for subscribing to the channel.
Thank you. Yeah, Nemo subscribed to George Knight's channel, as I recommend everybody do. By the way, I hope you all notice, Ian, George, Nemo, and Viviana, I provide your channel links whenever I present your name in our, yes. So there we are. Yes, and Frank Black says he's got a demo, and I'll review that later. Thank you, Frank. That is, of course, Ian West. Good man. And, of course, he provides this Jewish and black-sounding name, Frank Black, right? Hint to be taken. So that being said, so George Knight, so we'll go, but okay, so but in a summation about all of that, what comes to your mind as a thread or pattern with all of this before you go into the day's work?
Oh yeah, no, Douglas. I'm happy to. I've got a good half an hour with you, so I've got
Good.
some quality time with you for another half an hour. So I would just like to say quickly. Does anyone want to speak before I start speaking?
Yes.
Because I don't want to consume. Yeah, I don't want to consume
Nemo,
all the time.
anything you want to say in particular, Nemo, before George starts?
Let him finish what he wants to say.
Sure.
No.
Sounds good.
If you have anything to say.
Oh,
George,
well, Nemo
I don't
probably
have anything I need to say right now, but
I was about to say Nemo probably has a good part of the next few hours with us, hopefully. So
yes,
he should be all right. Yeah.
got
So-
a
And
lot
I
of
did.
time.
Thank you. I did catch Nemo. The last transmission when you were on the show, I did listen to what you said about the dinosaur program. So I did listen to that. So I just wanted you to know I did catch
the
that.
text
what you
was
said. So, yeah, I
horrible,
really
so
appreciate
I couldn't pronounce some of the words properly.
No, you did very well. You did very well, and it was something if you look at, I have some of the schematics from some of the actual the what you call the shuttles that were produced, the dinosaur program, and what I could tell you is the dino. It stands for aerodynamic, and then soar as in soaring above the above the clouds, above the sky, so in the ionosphere, the stratosphere of the Earth. It was very very well presented. So thank you.
There's still more I'm
course-
trying to dig up on that topic.
It is, it is. And I was having a conversation with my colleague yesterday, Douglas, with my good friend Eric.
Yeah.
And I mentioned to him the other day, I was talking to him about the situation with World War II. It's one of those things where when it comes down to World War II, and like you presented with the Christine Joanna Hart interview about, well, why is this, and I think you presented with the Bulgarians as well, about the power of propaganda and why people will literally buy in anything that they listen to or what they hear. And it's a simple fact. And actually, Eric hit the nail on the head yesterday. He goes, well, people don't have the patience and the time to invest in investigating or conduct their own due diligence into researching or investigating World War II. And so they simply get fed whatever and any information that they get told, and then they buy it. And I was just basically presenting many documents, many facts about World War II. I was telling them about, well, under the Reich's propaganda ministry of Dr. Paul Joseph Goebbels, he was the propaganda minister of enlightenment and propaganda. He was the man that would say, well, you tell the lie, tell it. The bigger the lie, the people will buy it. And I was telling them about the GI generation were the greatest generation alive because they did what they were told. They believed everything that they were fed. And I said the propaganda is still in extent to this day. And I was bringing up many facts about World War II, like with Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He died on April 12th, 1945, and Winston Churchill was voted out of office in July by a landslide loss. So he lost the election on July 1945. So he was not even in office by the time the bombs had even dropped. So I said World War II was over at that point. The Allies knew they were at a loss. And I brought up the other day about Henry Haggard Wallace.
Yes.
I mentioned the fact that he was the vice president to Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and he was the vice president, but they brought Truman into office. They brought Truman into office because what Henry Haggard Wallace was going to do was to collectivize on the United States agriculture. He was going to turn it communist.
Yes.
And so said that was so he was basically thrown out of office. He was thrown out of being the vice president. Yeah. And so I was bringing up many of these facts to him, and I brought up with. So it was I'm trying to summarize it without going into extensive detail because I was really going into a lot of detail. So I don't have a lot of time on the show to actually go over everything, but I was showing him like these books that were produced under Thomas Woodrow Wilson. He produced a book titled saying what was the book entitled A New World Order, A Quest for a New World Order, The War to End All Wars.
Yes.
And I think that's the name of the title. And I said, that's where the term New World Order comes from. And I said, he was actually a Democrat. He was a socialist Democrat. He was very heavily influenced by the Communist Party. He was actually a member of the KKK as well.
Yes.
And I said every single president between Thomas Woodrow Wilson and the socialist Democrat Franklin Delano Roosevelt were all Republicans. And I said, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, he won 4 elections. He won 4 terms, but yet he died before even they actually announced that Adolf Hitler died. Adolphus Jacob Hitler. And I said, the war was already over at that point.
Yes.
And I said, this is why they brought... And I brought up all these facts. And he was like, I don't even know all this. No, you don't get presented this in your conventional history books. I said, no, you don't get told this at all. This is all historical fact. You can all verify this. Everything I say is verifiable. But it's mind-boggling that people run with it. They don't have anything else because there's nothing else that they can go off on. There is nothing else that they can say that they are proud of. Where's the proudest moment? It was World War II. There's nothing since. But yet you just look at the state of living today. And in Britain, we're going through a massive, economic crash. It is plummeting. But actually, it just came to my mind that what Eric was bringing up was the fact that the United States is basically going, and I think he used the term de facto in. I think he goes that the economy is actually plummeting. So where all the other countries have got their currency pegged to the United States dollar, they basically go back on default, he says. But I actually said to him, but the Japanese own the majority of all the treasury debts. Yes. The majority of all the treasury debt in the United States is owned by Japan. All these other countries own the United States debts.
Yes.
So yeah, it's on free fall. And I said, communist China doesn't have the majority of the debts. It's actually all the treasury bills is owned by Japan, the majority, and then it goes China and then South Korea. It's just like, and then it's just, you look at things like that, and it's like, well, it's obvious what happened after World War II. But the fact that he was bringing up Joe Rogan as well.
Oh God,
very interesting.
Go on.
He was bringing up the latest. He was bringing up the latest interview with James Fox. So he brought up the interview with James Fox, and he was asking me, what's my take on that? And I said, well, he's an investigative journalist, so he's only presenting what information he can ascertain or what he can collect. So I said, he is basically an outsider trying to piece together a puzzle. And I said, have you noticed with all these, with like the History Channel, when they produce all these, docu-series, I said, all these documentaries they produce, it actually makes you question more. It makes you ponder more questions than they give you answers. I said, you don't get given any answers to anything you watch. And I said, that's the power of this whole media machine. And I said, you ask more questions than you get given answers to, whereas what you and I, Douglas, do, we give the people the answers.
Yes.
And that's what I've learned from you this whole time. What you're doing as a public informant is informing the public. You are given exposure. You are given disclose. You're disclosing the information. So then it makes absolutely coherent. It's incomprehensible. It's completely substantiated everything that you've ever presented to the public. And because I can vet that because I've verified everything.
And if you have time during work today, make certain you review the opening hours. Certainly the second half of the Peter Moon hours is when I start talking about the war again. So you'll hear some new things I brought up that I didn't bring up before. So I do look forward to your review of that as well. So go on. Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you, Douglas. And it was we were going through, bringing up various important topics, very important, what do you want to call it? Just substantiated facts about history that nobody knows about. And so that was something, I was hoping to go into a lot more detail on today's show. But
we'll make it happen. If it doesn't happen Sunday, it'll happen Wednesday after that. So we'll make it. By the way, Ian West is very anxious to know. He's been he brought up some things that were pretty impressive about Disney. Essentially, that they were basing their law on this property that Disney owns, which is kind of like called the Reedy Creek property or something like that. So it's kind of like this business deal that essentially states that Disney owns that property in perpetuity, almost like a microstate, something like Andorra in Europe, or one of the European microstatelets, or like Vatican City, perhaps. But the Disney apparently, to make itself more like a kingdom, and to add the magic, that tourist attracting magic, apparently they might have made a deal with the royals at some point, because their business statement, or Ian, what is this? Their contract for the property of their microstate is basically says that they own it until perpetuity, or until something like the 23rd descendant of King, who was it? Ian? George, King George, or somebody. It sounded like one of the British royals dies, until one of the last descendants dies of, basically something that would be very difficult to measure genealogically, something that one would have to measure for generations before they could even try to discern. But it
was the current king.
It was the current king. Okay.
It went from the queen to the current king, so Charles III.
Thank you. How do you know this? Were you listening, or you just knew this yourself?
No, we were talking about it last time, Douglas. That weird contract thing.
Yeah.
It's basically after this generation dies, which is Charles III, it like goes on for 100 years or 99 years or something crazy. I can pull it up.
23rd descendant, until 99 years after his 23rd descendant dies, or something like that. Yeah. Is it something of that nature? And thank you. No, that's right. I remember now talking about this with Brendan Zogit, and he was on, I believe, the time that it was being discussed. Yes, thank you. And so then Ian goes further to argue that there's officially only 33 or 43 permanent residents at Disneyland. I was presuming they were corporate heads or something, but maybe this has something to do with the royal property. So there may be royal property on Disneyland that considers the English royals to be... By the way, but believe me, everything Ian says, I would normally dismiss. But what happened was the last episode, everything he was bringing up that I would normally dismiss, this young lady, who I'm not going to name, comes in as Love Revolution on the chat room. And she was pointing out the reality of what he said, and it astonished me. I mean, like, one of the things he brought up was the Anti-Defamation League started because some Jewish multi-billionaire who owned American Sanrio, like an American Hello Kitty sticker company, basically raped and killed this young girl who was underage, and then paid this black guy to take the fall. And I was like poo-pooing all this, and then this young girl came into the chat room and said, no, it's all true, and brought up this backup for it. So I was, oh my God. So apparently when they brought the black guy into court and proved he couldn't have done it, then they turned towards his Jewish employer, and that's when the ADL was formed. And then Ian was saying, yeah, and then Willaine Maxwell, the woman who was working for Epstein, yeah, she drives her own submarine. This is where she ports her submarine in Florida. And again, I just dismissed it. But then the girl said, no, she was bragging about her ability to pilot and navigate a submarine. I was like, holy shit. I mean, so I do need to defer to the fact that Ian West apparently has been coming up with a lot more than I gave him credit for. Don't ever tell anyone I said that. But that being said, holy shit. The world's even stranger than I thought. So it's just something for you to look into. Yeah, Vivian.
I'm going to clip that and let everyone hear you say that.
Yeah, and like I said, this German woman was saying, I hear the noises at night too. Ian's 100%. And he was going, see, I told you, Doug. That's actually a thread underneath our latest video before tonight.
Well, Douglas, you're a vampire, right?
Yes, yes, there you are. Yeah, there you go. I mean, go figure. Yes. A vampire who doesn't believe half the things humans say. Yes. Well, you got to admit, most of the things humans say are unbelievable. But yeah.
I'm in that book too. May I take this time to say hi to Nemo?
Yeah.
Hi, Nemo. And is Nemo nothing in the chat?
Did I never introduce you to Nemo? I do appreciate. I'm so sorry. Nothing. Nemo Albano. This is Viviana Sanchez. Viviana Sanchez. This is Nemo Albano from Australia. Yes.
Oh, well, greetings. Lovely to meet you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you too.
Yeah.
Finally.
You have a wonderful voice.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Always love our Australian brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
Such
Okay.
a wonderful country.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
No worries.
Thank you. I mean, that's wonderful. So George, when I brought all this up, either address that with whatever quick impression you have, or maybe tell us what kind of danger Britain's in now that the radicals have taken over the Tory party.
Yeah, we'll see what manifests from it all. Yeah, we'll see what pans out, Douglas. Yeah, what develops. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting.
So yeah. Have you ever heard
it's
about
something
this?
that I don't always. Yeah.
Yeah. So go on.
Sorry, was that? Yeah, no, I haven't, Douglas. No, I haven't. No, that's the first I've heard. That's the first time I've heard anything. Yeah, everything you just said. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, just want to respond to with Ian West. He does bring credence. It does bring credence to some of the things he does bring up in what he says,
right.
And I'm learning all the time myself.
Yeah.
Things I'm not aware of. But yeah, no, thank you. That's all I've got to say about that. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And and if you look into it, do let us know what you find out. So it would make sense if the Royals had like summer homes and were counted as permanent residents, that they didn't need to live there, but they're counted as being able to live there whenever they want in Disneyland, because that would be, I think that would be useful to them, probably useful to them. And
Disney has a castle, so.
Yeah, it's true. Several castles in Disney, so it's like there's something there that makes sense about it all.
It's a pedo haven, because even the individual named Anthony Cumia from the Opie and Anthony show, he's a 60-year-old man, and he brags about going to Disneyland on his free time, and he has reputation of being a creepy person that likes to prey on the younger girls. Other comedians joke about him being a pedophile.
I did notice that there was it was an episode that was brought to my attention of Saturday Night Live, where that big New Zealand guy who's the big The Rock Johnson was playing a mad scientist with a bunch of other comedians, and they were making jokes about their mad scientist creations, and they specifically brought up, I made a robot which can fuck kids, and essentially is what the joke was. I mean, this is what they were saying.
Yes, I remember seeing that skit.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. That way I know it wasn't the drugs I was using that night. Thank you.
And you wouldn't expect someone like him to do a very evil skit like that.
Thank you.
To make it as comedy.
That's what made it shocking. Yes.
They're trying to normalize pedophilia. They're gradually doing it, conditioning people into accepting it.
Yeah, yes. And they laughed when he said this.
Yes.
Yeah, I developed a robot that fucks kids, essentially. He didn't say that, but that's what he said. And everybody was
essentially.
And that's what everybody was going, yeah. Yeah, so there you go. I mean, it's bizarre. It's bizarre.
Yeah.
But
and Dwayne Johnson, sorry. Dwayne Johnson is one of the most despicable humans that one of the most despicable human beings. Yeah, he's one of the most despicable.
He's very good at portraying himself as a good person, but deep inside he's rotten to the core.
Well, everybody in Hollywood is.
Yeah, that's what. They all master that art.
He's embedded with them in Hollywood. Him and the other, is it Kevin Hart, the other individual? He's also embedded with the Hollywood. Fringe groups. There are three dominant fringe groups in Hollywood to this day, and Dwayne Johnson's one of the most despicable human beings. He's very.
Well, most of the actors and actresses are jiggles and hookers anyway, so nothing to say.
Mind control victims and
they're prostituting themselves.
Yeah.
It's a very sad situation, and it's certainly one that they're both victims, many of them, and victimizers. But that's the cycle of violence. The cycle of violence is that. Well,
you almost got molested.
That triangle.
On Schwarzenegger's producer, right, Douglas? So.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Joe Ty is referring to myself when I was sent down by an agent to potentially break into the series Beverly Hills 9210, which was a really big deal at the time. Potentially a chance to meet Tori Spelling, the daughter of Aaron Spelling, who's just rich beyond one's wildest dreams. But I couldn't get into it. And it's no moral thing here. The man was extraordinarily nice to me and was very patient. But
and that proves you that Schwarzenegger is a politician that prostitutes himself too. So
absolutely.
Same with all the politicians. Even Biden said he was going to prostitute himself.
Yeah.
They said,
he has no problems.
Come back when you're 40.
Yeah.
He had no problems appearing in a lot of commercials back in the 80s and 90s in America, Japan, and Europe.
Yeah, no, definitely. And so when it comes to, if anyone's curious as to what happened, just to review it very briefly, the individual just basically said I had to have sex with him to get the job, but it was presented in such a way it wasn't that he was an asshole about it. I couldn't get it up for him and said, look, I'm not getting into this. So he offered to inspire me by showing me pictures of other men he had had sex with. So he showed me pictures of him having sex with Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mel Gibson, and Danny Glover. So this was, I know for a fact all of them have done it for the sake of advancing in Hollywood. And do you
think those guys have a penis pump?
I don't know what it was, but what I couldn't understand with him was I said, I see nothing in common with these three body types. What did you see in all of them? I mean, one's a muscle. One's a musclehead. The other one's a black Buddha figure. The other dude's skinny Johnny Fuckable. I mean, they're as different as you can imagine. I was asking him, how did you get it up? I guess for him, it's just,
penis pump. I'm pretty sure it's a penis pump. All these guys probably have a penis pump.
Yeah, friction's friction with him. But some idiot afterwards asked me, who was on top? A gay guy, no less. I said, you idiot. No matter what position they're in, the producer is always on top. But anyhow, he paid to fly me home. He tried some other gay porn, and watching a bunch of men's pecs and wangs bouncing up and down didn't do it for me. I just had to say, look, there's no stirring in the loins. I'm sorry, I just can't get into this. And
you should have just bitten him and used the DMT to get your way in. Hypnotize him.
Dude, you think I want the blood of some raunchy old fucking guy who's probably on HIV cocktails? This is like, that's going to taste like shit. And at any rate, when I came home was the worst of it. Then Sylvie Michelle Quagenbaum, the beautiful French lady who had put so much hope into me and was like my acting and modeling instructress, and was of course a dominatrix as a side profession, and kept a giant boa constrictor in a container that's as big as someone's backyard. She fed jackrabbits to. She threatened to feed me to that first, but then felt that the boa constrictor would vomit me out, so she just kicked me down the stairs. It was just awful. I mean, really, to be told I'm not man enough to suck cock and take it up the ass. How she could just lost all of her respect for me. The idea of what is accomplishment in that world is topsy-turvy. It's not even a moral judgment. It's just so bizarre that no normal human being or different species like myself can really comprehend it. It's a world of people who are fucking their way to the top. It's going to pervert anybody. So they're warped. And again, not a negative judgment on many of them. It's just, it's not what you think. And George, I'm surprised you never had any offers considering your bodybuilding. And do you think that steroids fucked The Rock over? Do you think that might have been a factor in his processing or?
Yeah, and he's always been a denier of taking them. He said he's put on a public statement once that he tried them when he was 18 and they didn't work. So he said he's never.
Well, he was a pimp.
it's just the most bizarre thing ever. And like if people buy that, they're just completely delusional.
Thank
But
you.
I've always been because of my mannerisms, because with myself, I've always been offered by gay guys, and they usually operate in couples as well, because they just looking for friction.
Yeah.
And because of course my persona, I personify I personify homosexual traits, because I'm polite and I say please and thank you, and my smile apparently as well. So this is the feedback I've got from them. I said, well, what gives you that impression that I swing that way? And they said, well, because you smile and you're polite. And I said, but I'm not that way inclined. I'm not that way.
But by the way, do you realize how poorly that speaks of your average Englishman? That they judge you to be effete if you smile and you're polite? Holy fucking shit, your average Briton must be a boorish fucking pig who just goes around and grunts and snorts and farts. I mean, good Lord. Because if you're well groomed and present yourself well, they just don't think of you as the average masculine, that's disgusting. That is appalling to me. Whatever happened to the concept of the English gentleman, or was that always a minority?
Always a minority. Yeah, unfortunately, Douglas. Yeah.
Well, the English was Lenin an Englishman?
Excuse me, Lenin.
I don't even know if Lenin was fucking human. But go.
I agree.
Yeah.
He was half Jewish, or quarter Jewish.
But yeah,
I heard he was a cosmogonate like you. It's
let's just put it this way. You mean hybrid? Yeah, a hybrid.
Yeah.
That's I think what Nemo is trying to tell us, is that apparently he had Jewish blood in him. I don't know. I'd have to check into that, but it would make sense. There would be a certain sense in that. Ironically enough, the Beatles got famous in Germany. Everybody in England hated them. You remember the James Bond film where Sean Connery says, it's like listening to the Beatles without earmuffs. You know, that's the British people originally hated the Beatles, and it was when they made it in continental Europe they came back as heroes. But at any rate, so George, I'm so sorry you've been through that, but I'm so glad now that you've proved them all wrong. You've found yourself a wife, and you have this lovely young daughter. Is she doing okay?
Yeah, everyone's good. Thank you, Douglas. Yeah, no, thank you for asking. And it was I mean, it was flattering. And like my brother always used the expression, well, at least you can pull both sides. You know, at least you can. That's when you know you're attractive, when you can pull both sides. Yeah,
it's true. No, it's true, and it's something that obviously you presented yourself as someone who was a gentleman, or they would never have approached you. They obviously didn't fear a violent reaction. So no. I think that's to your credit. Believe me, it's and of course now I would say you probably look different. You're probably physically more fit because you're probably more aerobicized and get more exercise climbing up fucking poles. But
exactly.
But you probably don't have the muscles to that degree anymore, right? The muscles have really toned down.
The muscle mass is deflated, so to speak.
But there's a difference.
If I ever go back to it, the gym, I know muscle memory will kick in. It'll give me a few weeks, and I'll get back to how I was, without a doubt, without the use of steroids. I don't need them. It's something that I know the back of my mind. It's one of those things. I've got the tools, but I don't have to use them. It's just one of those things, Douglas, and that's one of the things that I'm grateful for is my knowledge of history I've learned from yourself is I have the tools. I can go against anyone in this world, but apart from yourself. It gives me that confidence.
Well, believe me, you're better than myself at a lot of the things you've remembered now, better than I have, because I've done quite a job in forgetting them. So you're indispensable, one of the few indispensables out there. Brendan Zogit has proven himself as well, and others around us are proving themselves now. Certainly, Peter Moon feels that Viviana Sanchez is my quote-unquote child's Bible, who scares the demons away like Daniel Arola. So, yes, you definitely all serve a purpose on Team Dietrich, indispensably. So what would be the difference, say, between your muscles kind of toning down and your ability to rebuild them, and what happened to Jameson Reese. Basically, what he did was it was the drugs that destroyed his body, the muscle fiber from within. Are you familiar with the rhabdomyolysis and what that means?
No, it sounds very familiar. Is that to do with muscles? It does sound like a muscle and
yeah, the muscles die off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what he's got because of all the DMT. He takes all that. So basically, it's called rhabdo, and it's this very serious medical condition that can be fatal or result in permanent disability, and it occurs
DXM, Douglas.
Thank you. Tell us. Yeah,
Right.
thank you, DXM. Tell us about rhabdo.
Yes, it's basically he's wasting away because he's in like such a stupor all the time. His muscles are basically detaching from the ligaments, so it causes extreme pain.
Oh god, that's awful.
And
yeah.
Like,
Well, I think Douglas is happy about that.
Does it actually show? Oh God.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying that the other day. I was like, if he's even still alive, like that.
Yeah, it's actually a minor miracle if he is. And all that damaged muscle tissue releases all these proteins and electrolytes into the blood, and these substances damage the heart and the kidneys, and they eventually would cause permanent disability or ultimately death.
He's basically like a sock puppet of all those entities.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you said Aquino was a demon, right? So he can possess any bodies, right?
That was the point we were making with a Horcrux. So explain that to our listeners, Brendan.
Yeah, the Horcrux is like a container for a piece of a warlock's or a dark wizard's soul that they could use to gain immortality by splitting their soul into many pieces and thereby having like an infinite reincarnation. Or an infinite incarnation from that specific soul shard.
But whichever piece wound up in Jambo the Reese Monkey must be miserable.
Hey, Douglas, I do apologise. I do have to say goodbye to you all, and thank you so much for having me on. Please, any of the viewers, if you can support Douglas, please donate anything you can spare. It will go to a great cause, and it's very much needed. So thank you so much for having me on. I do apologise. I have to go.
Understood, and we love you dearly. Take care of yourself, and take care of your family.
Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Stay safe.
Thank you. And okay, so that's our man in England, and
I must slumber as well, Douglas.
Well, we love you dearly too, and awake in good health.
Blessings.
And believe me, you're in all our prayers because we all know you're under constant occult assault. But as you said, I think we've conquered quite a bit of it, and a lot of it's been because you've been open about it.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. So thank you. Okay. Blessed
Good night,
dreams.
Brenda.
Gratitude.
Yes.
And many blessings. Om Namah Shivaya.
Yes. Thank you. Higher and divine. Hugs.
Yes.
All right. And that's Brendan Zogit. So that'll leave us with about 4 people who are on.
They already left?
Yeah.
I was trying to goddamn get over here and say goodbye to everybody. Well, sorry, guys. Good night.
Well, hey, so these images are intriguing. What are these tunnels? Where are these tunnels?
Oh, that's under the Superdome in New Orleans.
Yeah, and yes, our man had to bring up, no, George, that's called metrosexual. Well, metrosexual implies someone like myself or the governor of California, who we're both flaming metrosexuals in the sense that we enjoy being pampered. These are men who enjoy manicures and pedicures and facials and the like. That's what's called metrosexuality. Nemo brings up the term.
I don't think George should be shamed for taking care of himself.
That's a British quote, by the way. I wasn't calling him that. It's just a British quote I heard of what they call gay British people. Lily boy.
Lily boys, right. Okay, understood now. Thank you. And so our man Ian, let's see if he's found a good photograph of this. So I believe...
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Ian,
good.
Is this the one I gave you, or is this a new one that you found that's higher definition?
No, that's the one you gave me, but I put a border around it for you.
Okay, thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. It makes it appear to be higher definition. So definitely appreciate it. And aside from that, he's got pictures of Trump in this Freemason's outfit. Is that Freemason's
I
outfit?
can't tell what it was. That's why I was sitting here. I couldn't tell what. It's just a random thing I found. I couldn't tell what it
Well,
was.
wasn't he a Fordham graduate, so he would be considered Jesuit?
Weird.
I guess so. I mean, that doesn't
haven't-
make him good, but yeah.
I have no idea. Oh well, to Our Lady Viviana, Jesuits just this side of Satanist or something. Aside from that, there's,
Chocolate.
yeah.
Was he in the Skull and Bones Society, Donald Trump?
No, he wasn't.
All right.
No.
Just George Bush and
George
some
and
of the
Junior,
other-
yeah, George Bush,
Yes.
Junior Bush,
Yeah.
also
And Kerry.
John
Kerry,
Kerry,
yeah.
that's right.
he was running against him at some point
Yeah, and
in
they're
the
all
early
members.
2000s.
Yeah, and they're all members of the same
Well, I
fraternity.
hope I didn't scare George and what's his name off. The
Oh
Brandon.
no! Oh no! Oh no! They
No, we gotta go to work.
yeah, they unlike Nemo and I and God knows what with Joe. Apparently Joe volunteers his time at the restaurant, but Nemo and I just kind of kick back. Ian, of course, he kind of works. I mean, he does work actually.
Yeah. I work part time, but I get paid full time. So I try to keep it low key.
Where can I get that job?
So
You
yeah,
got to join a union.
I love it. Fuck, that's basically he just
I pay
admitted.
$350 a year.
Yeah, he just admitted to getting becoming part of a mafia. Yeah. So
Yeah.
$350 a year, like that's nothing. You mean $350,000, right?
No, $350 a year. $350 a year of my dues.
Oh, you pay $350 a year.
Yeah, I pay $350 a year, and then I get access to a work list that I literally work 30 minutes in the morning, then I work 30 minutes at night, and I make like $220.
And you get free concerts too.
And I get into all the shows
I
for
wanna
free and all
sign
that
up.
shit.
Yeah. So Viviana, Nemo has just placed into the text box for you Donald Trump's Jesuit education. There you are.
Ah.
Yeah, he's a Fordham.
Well, he believes in that Christ should come before the whatever. I think he made a deal with the Catholic Church for his nomination. So.
Wow.
I wouldn't doubt it.
So what's this other thing you have here? The this pink lavender worms.
Let me see.
This is how they do it.
Oh, that's a old LiDAR graph that I lifted from GIS.
Okay.
But that's the route. That was another one of Ghislaine's routes that would head north to where was it? It head north to like Iowa or Idaho or something.
Okay.
Underneath the United States. That's the route.
Well, wouldn't this be like solid ground, and these would be like cavernous tunnels that would be like snaking underneath ground as opposed to a submarine route?
It is a submarine route.
Operations. Okay. All right. I'll have to check more into this. Again, it's one of those things where I'm not quite sure Ian is using the correct readings.
Well, I
mean,
paid $5 for the goddamn thing, so it should be correct.
what I have to admire is your earnestness and your sincerity in pursuing information. Your willingness to pay for it even disturbs me to an extent. I honestly feel you're being victimized, and every time you do this.
No. It gets a lot of good hits.
Okay. I mean, is that what you're seeking?
On the 4chan.
4chan.
Yeah, that's why I put my name on everything. So that way, whenever somebody shares it out, all that.
Well, I heard about the tunnels about the postal service shipping kids in the early 1930s through tunnels already. So.
Believe it or not, you can look this up. In the old days, parents used to just give their infant children to the postman to literally deliver to wherever their destination was. Like, we want her to get to grandma's, and they would just mail the child by giving it to the postman with an address. Wow. And they have photographs of this where the postmen are stuck with this fucking squalling brat inside of their post bag. literally shitting and pissing all over everybody else's mail. Well, they're carrying it to another. The U.S. Postal Service used to do this, unbelievably. So they don't do it anymore. But it's like, it goes to show you, America, there's something fucked here already. Again, it adds to the potential for elements of what Ian West is talking about to be true. Now, understand, obviously, I'm someone who's talked about what happened at the Presidio military base, what happened at these various daycare centers. The difference between what I say and what Ian West is saying is that it becomes so intertwined with some fairly spectacular scenarios, like underground tunnels, which are real, but not necessarily all of them, but some of them are real. We certainly have them. Sometimes he looks at imagery and he interprets it differently than I do. The imagery that I looked at, for instance, of these kind of wiggly things, I take to be like an underground series.
The cartography map right here.
Where it says
Waukulla Cave and Springs in Woodville, Karst Plain, Florida.
Well, you headed it. Yeah. You headed it. This is how they do it.
This is how they do it. This is how they get the drugs and kids and shit up Pensacola to that Navy base.
Are you talking about the image that you had scanned with your sonar watch?
No. This is I bought this off of GIS.
Yeah.
These tunnels in Florida are the size wide enough for the submarines to go through.
That looks like a pretty perilous route for a submarine. I
Well,
mean,
it's a computer, it's a
there's
computer.
a submarine. I was talking to Sean Cole. Was talking about submarines in New York from Saratoga Springs, and it goes out to the sea. You know how far?
To the Atlantic Ocean or the Pacific?
The Atlantic Ocean.
Okay.
I
think I have that.
They built submarines there. I didn't know that.
How
They have
ironic.
a naval base there. I didn't know that.
How ironic.
Wow. So I'm definitely.
So he's confirming this. I was trying. He's fucked up. So that's the only reason I was able to get into his goddamn brain, because he's half drunk, but he's got this computer chip that keeps him semi,
alive or
conscious. I'm surprised he's able to communicate.
So what you're telling me, not that I necessarily believe this, but I do want to clarify it for our listeners. You're telling me you know some individual who claims he has a computer chip that's keeping him alive or conscious or both?
Conscious. I mean, it's like a computer chip, computer brain he has. He can remember, he can pull things out, but he's like drunk all the time. There's no way that he could keep all this information in him when he killed most of his brain cells drinking.
Couldn't you say the same thing about me?
Oh, maybe he has the same blood transfusion as you. Maybe.
I mean, by the way, I don't bring that up as some.
Well, he's from Nazi country too.
Oh.
I mean, yeah. His mom spoke. You said like Hitler, hillbilly country. What is that? Austria?
Yes.
Yeah, he's from Austria. The guy speaks Japanese too, man. I don't know how he.
Who is this?
He's a goddamn pilot too.
Who is this?
He's got to have a chip in his head. He's got to.
The homeless guy in Glenville.
Oh, the infamous homeless guy. Yes,
But
the man in the tent.
That's normal for vets, right? That's normal.
Okay. I know the more we discuss this, I'm only going to get angrier. I don't know why it makes me angry.
You don't want to talk about him.
Yes, it's
Let's
like,
not talk about
didn't
him,
this individual's sister physically assault you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What did you do?
Huh? She stole my goddamn phone. She pulled the phone out of my goddamn and claimed that it's hers.
Did you slap a hoe? Did you slap her?
She's also a National Guard. She had like a license plate of a National Guard airsman.
Well, why did that stop you?
When you slap her.
Why did that stop you from slapping her?
I didn't slap her. She pulled it out of my hands. I just grabbed onto her shirt and she became topless. So.
Yeah, I was about to say I'd have a titty out.
Oh my God! So you basically you assaulted physically.
No, I didn't assault.
No, that's self-defense. She broke his standing ground or whatever it's called.
So exposing a woman's breasts is self-defense. I've got to use that.
I didn't expose it. I just
no. It was a result from a reaction.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ian.
Yeah, this but apparently this never made it into court.
No, it didn't, because she's in the wrong. She knew it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
She even called the cops on me, so.
Okay, but did she feel you were doing something to her father?
No, her brother, not her father.
Oh, that's her brother. Yeah. Oh my God. So her brother is living homeless in a tent. Why is she not helping him?
Yeah, because she's stealing the money from him. That's why he's homeless.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. Those women are quick, man. I'm telling you, they're quick these days.
Yeah, and she's like a guarantor for his disability.
Isn't that a rather misogynist statement? Yeah, those women are quick these days. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah, totally. Yeah. I mean, at least the proof's in the pudding right here. You hear them?
Oh my God.
Well, that's why you're lucky you didn't get married, okay, Douglas?
Yes.
I thought you were talking to me. I was going to say thank you. I know.
Even you, Ian. You're lucky too, right?
Oh my God. Okay, so let's take the conversation in a different direction. Remember that YouTube statement in the letter about protected populations? Let's not.
Well, why are you bringing it up?
Yeah, me?
Yeah, I just heard you.
Yeah.
I was listening. I was listening last week, and that was so great when I said Disney's protected guests. That was so good. That was genius.
I was listening to this union guy that had like 26 kids from different
baby mamas
girls, and these girls have like 15 of different fathers, so they can collect these. I was laughing my ass off. I was like,
yeah, they're setting up franchises.
Americans set up weird. When I'm dealing with these some of these American white women, it's like
Oh, good God! Yes, changing the topic.
I don't mean you, Vivian. At least you only have one husband. You had only one kid.
That we know of.
What?
I told you, Vivian, they're not to be held accountable for what they say. They're at some lower stage of maturity or something like that. Arrested development. Yes.
You can say that.
Yes. Oh my God. And so. Vivian, honestly, I apologize. I apologize for them.
No, fine. I'm not offended. I just had to jump in there because I was like, no, I understand the issue that men have with the plight with women of the American culture. My sons as well share the same sentiment, as they're in a motion of, trying to find women or women to date. And literally my son is like, Mom, I'm so scared of the women.
Wow.
So she understands, see? Yeah. She has a son.
Yeah.
Women are different now. I mean, we're lucky if we can find somebody like our mothers.
So what Viviana is sharing with us is that, Viviana, honey, you have 4 children, 2 girls and 2 boys, two sons and 2 daughters. Yes. Thank you. Yes. And how are the daughters faring? They found husbands, both of them, right?
No, my daughter is still pursuing her school. She's here with me, and then my sons are both working at Gore. Gore is kind of like our family core now. It's literally family.
Wow.
Yeah. So they're doing great, actually.
Wonderful. Could you explain a little bit about that? Core is what this is called? Common Core or something?
Oh no, it's W.L. Gore. W.L. Gore was stemmed off of DuPont. He was an engineer with DuPont, and he came up with a fabric called, I think it's PFT.
Like Gore-Tex! Like Gore-Tex!
Yeah, Gore-Tex, thank you.
Yeah.
So he was with DuPont and then branched out and decided that he wanted to make his company here in Flagstaff because he had the opportunity to go to California like everyone else, and decided that he'd rather create a business that was surrounded with family. So he decided to build it here. So WL Gore is a big thing here in Flagstaff, but literally our core of our family is now tied to Gore in so many ways. Like it's just kind of become a fabric of our
So your
family.
two sons are chemists, or
No, my son now works on the machines that his engineer father created. So he's like looking over the schematics all the time and working on them, which is, I think, so cool. It's because that's his father-in-law. And then my other son is a manufacturer.
oh, okay.
So it's pretty cool. It's a great
Yes.
place to work.
Yes. No, definitely. I mean, I'm just impressed, so impressed, and they're doing well. But your son's scared of marrying some chick who's gonna basically rip him off or run off with all he's got or something like that.
I think he's just having a hard time finding a meaningful relationship with a woman, especially with this Tinder dating and.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
they got them all brainwashed. I mean, our phones are just messing the programming of young women because they're just programmed in the wrong way.
Well, he actually found someone, and she's going to be he's actually been with two girls long term, and they're both going to be doctors. So.
Oh, that's
Okay.
great for them. Great,
Yeah.
congratulations.
Well-
Glad your son was able to find some decent ones at least.
Yeah.
Well, or at least highly educated professionals. Go on, honey.
No, they're pretty amazing women, and I'm really proud of them too. It's just that it is a fear for him just being single out there on the dating scene.
Oh.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
No, that's good for you guys.
Is in
guys-
heaven
you guys
right
got-
now. He's in Florida where there's more women to men.
Yeah, I had one for lunch, then I had one for after lunch. And then
Oh my
it-
God.
And most of them are drugged up, so he's
Oh my
perfect.
gosh,
He was a dealer, so they know where to get some, right?
Yes, he's he roofies them, and if they resist, he feeds them to the gators. So,
yeah, they call me a witch doctor. They do. They
Yeah.
do.
oh my God.
Well, he also have a lot of MK Ultra Mickey.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah, I didn't realize how many chicks were MK Ultra here.
It's not
yeah.
just chicks too. There's men that are under the Disney MK Ultra mind control.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Even John
They
Sykes.
killed my
It goes
friend.
back to the late 70s, early 80s. John Sykes, the famous guitarist from Thin Lizzy and Whitesnake, he's another one of those mind control victims.
oh my
Oh,
God.
Yeah, that's why they're in those bands. That's how they do it.
Yes.
Right.
That's why they have long hair, so you know.
Yeah, apparently that indicates their ranking and
I'm
status.
sorry about that, Douglas. I don't
The
mean
hair
that
length.
too.
Oh no, that's fine. My hair, I cut it often, but it grows back so quickly. Nemo, this Project Dinosaur, are you friends with George Knight on Facebook? You could send this to him by private message. I can give you his Facebook address. So let me
Yeah,
do that. And let me do that. Get that for you and get that to you right here in the text box.
I'm just sending you guys some more, data that backs my shit up.
Understood. I mean,
That's
it's
good.
images. He's sending us images. That's for sure.
I think
trying his best.
this one I'm sending is for Joe Ty.
Yeah.
I think that's got the tunnel he's talking about.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
I'm looking at it already.
Okay, great.
It's
So,
big enough for a submarine, that's for sure.
wow.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Okay, here we are. Let me open up the call, and what I'll do is take a short break. So here we are. Oh no, damn! I forget. Whenever I do use this Skype shit, I've got to make certain that I use the full link. So that's always a pain in the ass. So here we are. This should work. So here's what we're going to do: open up the Skype. And then make certain that I don't have the angled brackets too close to the email address, or the Facebook address. So here we are. There it is. Now you should see. Do you see that? Nemo?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I see the link. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, I see it.
Great. Both of you can now email private messages to Well, you all four of you can email private messages to George Knight now. So, not email, but Facebook message him. Yeah. What did they call it? What did they call it again?
Instant message. I am.
No. I mean, Meta messaging. Now it's a Meta.
Are they doing that now?
Yeah. Well, it's supposed to be Meta platforms, right?
Well, I'm so out of the touch with the goddamn.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. And so. There you go, and send him that dinosaur thing, please. I'm sure will appreciate it. And with that, so I will count on Viviana Sanchez and Nemo Albano to kind of guide the course of conversation to keep it out of dangerous areas like.
Okay, hurry up and go take a break because I got some good news when you get back.
I don't know if that's going to prompt me to come back.
Oh, it's great. No, you're going to love this. You're going to love this. Like, go and break. Hurry up.
Ian's going to take over. You already know this.
No, I'm going to wait for him to get back. I'll wait for him to get back.
Okay.
I have an interesting topic to talk about.
Okay. So you're all going to promise me no playing of any audio or video while I'm gone, okay?
No.
Okay.
None of that.
Please.
No, we're not going to talk about the chosen. None of them. Don't worry about
it. Yes, thank you.
Excuse me, I'm in charge.
Yes, Viviana's in charge. She's the adult supervision here. Nemo's second in command, and the daycare center people are Ian and Joe. And
thank you.
They need warning labels. They need warning labels to come on their foreheads, or something like that. But I love them both, and they have proved themselves valuable. I mean, honestly, we never would have gotten the microphone to coordinate with the computer without Ian West. So he
That's right.
Yeah, he came in and he did what he did.
Pulling his weight somehow.
Yes. And so that being said, I'm gonna go mute, and I'll be back after doing some lines, and hopefully everybody is copacetic.
You're still here, Doug. You're still here.
All right.
Okay.
Love you all.
Hello, and thank you for joining the Douglas Dietrich Show. We're into what hour? I'm not sure.
5 hours in, roughly.
We're 5 hours in. Well, hi, Nemo. Did you say you have an interesting topic?
Yes. Are you all familiar with the famous classic movie Grease Lightning, starring John Travolta and Jeff Conaway?
Oh, yes.
Yes. Back, I think it was 2005 or 6, Jeff Conaway attempted to commit suicide. And he left a suicide note, an interesting suicide note. And in the note, it says that John Travolta once sexually assaulted him in his sleep. His best friend at the time, John Travolta, Jeff Conaway, admitted he ended up waking up and find that John Travolta was performing fellatio on him when he was sleeping. He admitted that in a suicide note.
I would not doubt that.
Yeah, and John Travolta is obviously denying all of that. He denied all of that.
Well, they gotta go both ways when they're in this.
Yeah, when they're in that business. She's right.
Yeah,
she's right.
And Jeff Conaway was obviously a mind control victim, and he was horribly abused because he died looking like he was a drug addict, street bum nearly. I remember seeing him on the famous celebrity reality show when he was trying to participate in the programs, and he just couldn't do it because he was just a big wreck. They used him up, chewed him up, and spat him out.
Yeah,
I believe it, man.
That's how they do it,
True.
That's so sad. This system seems like that it feeds off the need of first seeing if you're capable of betraying yourself and your morals and whatever you stand for, and then you're found worthy, because if you can betray yourself, I believe you can betray anyone, and so you're more movable and malleable. And
that's why they keep on saying making the deals with the devil,
you hear that a lot. Yeah, even Bob Dylan once said that on 60 Minutes. Right? I don't know if he was being sincere or if he was trying to be cryptic, but the interviewer knew exactly what he meant, but he was playing stupid when he asked him, why do you still do it? And Bob replies in the likes of, because I made a deal with, he was about to say devil, but he said, the chief, the commander, And the interviewer host.
Are you talking about Bob Dylan?
Yeah, and the interviewer host
okay.
just chuckles and says, "Of this earth," and Bob Dylan replies, "Of this earth and in a world where we can't see," referring to the chief commander he made a deal with.
That's
I remember that.
popular one, yeah. Oh, welcome.
Well, they say the devil is the god of music, right? So.
Well, yeah.
Oh, Mark's
they
here.
portray him a lot in the music industry.
Hey, Mark.
Mark who?
Welcome.
Hey, what's going on,
Our
everybody?
buddy.
Oh.
I'm
How's
sorry.
everyone
What's your last name, Mark? It popped
Pace.
up.
Pace.
Mark Keish?
What's up, Mark? Long time no hear.
Yeah, what's going on? Joe Ty, man, how you been?
Not bad, not bad. Any magic at the casino you're working at? Are they
man,
hiring any voodoo magic guys recently? You know.
Yeah, there's a couple. Well, there's people. Actually, I think more of the magic comes from the people that work there.
Yep.
I've met some people that are familiar with Tibetan magic. They won't really necessarily speak about the Chichoa, but they're very familiar with it, I think.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's where most of their black magic comes from. That's why all the Buddhists in Thailand roast little babies to do
for
gambling.
fertility. Right, fertility, yeah.
Not fertility, for gambling. I mean, they
for
raise
gambling.
little ghosts. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, I didn't know that.
Amazing.
Can I ask is that just with the Native American casinos, or is that casinos in
I think it's gambling energy in general, right, Joe?
Yeah, it's a lot of. It's actually, when you go to the casino, it's a graveyard. It's a lot of dead people in there.
Oh, the Druids have a name for that.
I actually think I saw them go into Rivers Casino. They were bussing these ghosts in there.
Oh, Twin Rivers?
Yeah, I was like,
that's crazy.
They look like they're half dead. I said, why are they look like that night? I swear to you, I thought I really saw these ghosts taking bus to Rivers.
That's creepy as hell. But that makes sense because they're pretty much dead inside when they get to us. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's called a Tawin. It's a ritual site of the dead that they draw energy from. It's what the Druids believe.
Well, Desmodius, one of the six devils of hell, princes of hell, controls the casinos. Desmodius.
Well, I know here in northern Arizona, the Navajos wanted a casino, and so the government found it. It was they would barter their water rights. I think it was the top groundwater rights. And just currently, I think in the last 3 months, this Supreme Court case on groundwater rights between the Navajos and the Supreme Court just took place. And I found it very interesting, the history of it all. But nevertheless, the U.S. government is like, well, we're not responsible for their ability to pursue clean water as a right because they're sovereign unto themselves and basically yada yada. Anyway, but they did but they did get the right to have a casino if they would sell the water rights. So now it's trying to be waived in the Supreme Court. They kind of sold themselves out down the river.
Well, the Indians, it's like they don't give a shit anyways because they know anything written is useless. So if they can get something out of it, they get something out of it. They never kept their promises with the natives. So it's really a bunch of BS, So it's really about enforcement. So
I know the property we're at that they had to clean it because it was the most polluted. It was basically the whole property of the casino was put on a polluted, heavily polluted land. So they had to literally clean everything. They spent millions and millions of dollars cleaning, the lakes and rivers nearby. So basically, the whole property is on toxified soil.
Yeah.
So I mean, maybe they can clean it as much as they can, but I don't think you can ever fully clean all of that.
Yeah. Well, almost 43% of America's waterway is polluted now. So, what are you gonna do?
Right. Well, I mean, I know we're also like for our property, we're still like buying up. I mean, we pretty much own most of the city that we live in next to Boston. They just keep buying more property, and they bought, I mean, everything around them is surrounded by power plants. They have this huge power plant.
So,
So they have.
since you're in Boston, right? Didn't you hear about Douglas talking about the Kagets going into Boston area? Have you seen any of these Kagets?
What is that, Kate? What is that?
The chochos of the Pyrenees. The pygmy chochos. You know about the chochos, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I've never obviously.
But they're originally from the Pyrenees of the Pyrenees of Spain and France, and they're the ones that knew about the New World, and a lot of them went on to the ships of that sailed to the Americas. So I'm just wondering if you've seen any of them.
Well, I mean, I can tell you this, Joe. I've seen some people just because I've run the property in different departments, and I've held many different positions. I will say I've seen some individuals that I don't believe are normal, and I've done my own little research on it because of where I worked. I did, I ran the control center at one point, so. I had to actually double check and double look at what I would see because
it would be interesting, right?
Well, I had people that worked there, and I had people that would tell me these things, and then I would have to go back and check the video, and I was astounded, by what I would see. I would see some really creepy shit with people. Whether I don't know if they had just deformities or whatever it is, but. Yeah, I've seen because obviously, hospitality, you see a lot of different people come through there, and there's a lot of these groups that come and just a lot of money laundering groups. They just and they got hundreds of thousands of dollars that they just try to filter through and just try to clean money and
well,
a lot
that's
of
what Trump's
Chinese
casinos
mafia.
were all about, anyways. I mean, all the Russians knew that they could send all their monies to the casino and basically pull money out.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a kind of a joke too because Title 31. I mean, there's ways to go around it. Obviously, I'm not going to go over it now. It's probably incriminating, but even if you try to avoid, there's ways to try to avoid it. But if you try to, you're still going to get flagged. So they understand that there's a very acceptable amount that comes through.
Yeah.
So people understand that as well. I mean, because you're getting money, so you're doing yourself a favor. You got to probably look away sometimes, but.
Yeah.
They have these things in
That's
place.
how Epstein got rich, laundering money. So.
Oh, it's brilliant. It's a brilliant way to do it because everyone wants to clean their money.
Yeah.
So couldn't we just start a company and it could be whatever we can and vainly imagine and launder money and get it on Wall Street?
Well, that's Wall Street is a form of money laundering, anyways.
Yeah,
because they don't
they
don't really have to pay taxes on it. They put a loan. This is how these rich guys get rich. They can put a loan, a mortgage on their stocks, and they pay a low interest rate.
Yeah,
and they get away with not paying taxes. So. It's just the legal system is for the criminals. They just know the loopholes,
Yeah. Hey, right. Ian West has raised his hand, and I don't know why.
Go ahead, Ian. What's up?
Ian?
No, I was asking Mark if Lockheed Martin was by his casino.
I don't believe so. No. Okay. We have a lot of things near us, but. I don't believe that's one of them, unless obviously they're doing stuff they're not telling people about.
Well, Lockheed Martin is the main company right now for the last 5 years that's been getting in trouble for all this dumping of chemicals and pollution and shit. That's why I asked.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I
Oh, yeah.
know, they did. They told everyone they did a huge that it was kind of like a volunteer thing. They had to do it, but also they're using it to their advantage, saying that this is what we did for the community. We cleaned up your shitty toxic water and your toxic land, so that they take pride in what they've done, and they did do it because where we're at now, that water was just disgusting. So they did do that, which is great, but obviously for selfish means.
So you ever met Mr. Wynn, the big guy?
So no, but I'll tell you this. I'll tell you the one thing that really astounded me about this company. So Mr. Wynn, aka Mr. Weinberg, was his real name. He was so beloved and followed by all of his people, his proteges. It was just unbelievable. People were willing to go down with him. If they showed any kind of compassion or that they showed any kind of sympathy for his situation that he was involved in. It was like allegations and things like that. The last guy who ran it too, Mr. Maddox, he showed some sympathy, and then he was next thing he's had to step down as well. So, but I'll tell you those guys, because I worked under one of the proteges of Mr. Wynn, and the guy was I gotta say he was fucking impressive. He single-handedly ran both properties in Las Vegas by himself. He was like, behind the scenes kind of guy.
No.
And literally the place would collapse if they did not have this guy. He was indispensable. So, and he worked right under Mr. Wynn. He would tell me all these stories about him. Amazing stories. So I guess people had really good experiences with him. I can tell you that from where I'm at now, I'm not experiencing what they did. Things done changed. So I think it's sort of a communistic style business. So my understanding is that it just hasn't been, nothing's been trickling down. In the communistic, triangle system, you need trickle down, and nothing's trickling down from the top. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what their structure is. If it's actually going to be conducive for us in Boston.
Oh. Well, I think they're going to invest more in Boston because all the high tech, all the upper echelons are in Boston. So
we just opened
all the old money's there. So
yeah, no, that's true too. But we just opened in Dubai as well. We have a property in Dubai.
So are they allowing casinos in Dubai? I guess.
Yeah. Yep. And our main powerhouse is Macau.
Oh, still Macau.
That's like 70% of the company's revenue.
Well, I think that's going to go down because the commies are messing up the economy over there. So
that thing, I agree, and that's whatever's happening there is a reflection of what will happen here. There's no.
Well, tell us, Mr. Weinberg, if he wants his profitability to go up, we gotta invest in some propaganda to take down the commies over there.
Okay.
It's tough, man, because
I'm sorry, I just returned. Mark H., welcome aboard. Go on, please. Whatever you
Thank you, Douglas. No, I was just going to say that it's one of those structures that it was a rigid structure in Vegas. They try to emulate it here, and it does not fit. It does not fit because there's no trickle down. So, it just seems very selfish. So
by the way,
I don't know.
Viviana, I want you to know that there's kind of an echo coming from your side because apparently you have this on speakers. So when Mark speaks, it comes out as kind of an echo on your end. Thank you, honey. Mwah. Love you, darling. So, Mark, please continue and also elaborate on what Joe Ty and Brendan Zogit said earlier about the supernatural element of casinos, that they tend to be built on some kind of supernatural foundation. I don't know. Well, I mean, look at where you're at. Do tell people a bit about that.
Absolutely. I would say probably I don't philosophically I probably don't know as much about it as Brendan Zogit or Joe Ty. It seems like they probably have a little more in-depth knowledge of that. As far as like technically and just from what I can see, I can totally understand how, that's built on that, because like I said earlier, it's, you know, we're literally right next to just, a power system, power supplies, just, generate, just tons of energy. And we just keep purchasing more and more. We have a deal with the city, where we have basically indispensable energy as a property.
Wow.
Our property is built on it was just complete wasteland, Douglas. It was totally polluted. There was nothing that could live anywhere near the property where the property was at.
Wow.
So they did clean everything. They spent millions and millions of dollars cleaning up the water. So there's actually wildlife, things that can live now. It's a
Wow.
beautiful property. Yeah, no, they did their due diligence.
They created an ecosystem. You're telling me they created an
Yeah.
ecosystem so that they could, anyhow, go on by all means. And I believe the word that you're looking for, instead of indispensable energy, certainly the energy is indispensable, but I believe the word you're looking for is you have a contract with the city for effectively unlimited energy.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. And, we just got they're just power stations popping up everywhere. We have another one legit on our property. It's just crazy. I mean, you could just feel as soon as you come near the area, you could just feel all this energy just pouring through. But I mean, as far as like the occult and magical means, that would make complete sense, because what you're dealing with is anything involving money or money energy is you're dealing with manipulation, and then when you're dealing with manipulation, that involves the black arts. So that totally makes sense that even people that probably work in high ups, I would not put that one by them past them at all if they're just is involved in these types of situations. That would make complete sense, because that I just don't understand what these people are doing anyway. So they must be involved in some sort of occult manipulation.
Yeah, I saw some creepy thing in Las Vegas. They were when the communists, Bowen Lai was doing all these exhibits to bring these dead bodies from China, the nervous systems. I think there's one casino that has it in Las Vegas. They were trying to get, I guess, gruesome business or something, or to get the ghosts in there.
Well, to put both of these things into perspective for our listeners who might not understand, the first thing to bring up about Mark H is because he can't see the forest through the trees. He forgot to bring up the geomantic fact that he is in vicinity of Salem, Massachusetts, which is infamous for the witch trials, and therefore this is no doubt the reason for the choice of the location of the casinos. It was taken into account of that, I have no doubt. With Joe Tai, what he's speaking of is an infamous display of preserved bodies that made a tour of the United States and other parts of the world as far back as in the, I dare say, the 90s, maybe the around
early 2000s.
Thank you, early 2000s. Thank you. Late 90s, early 2000s more likely, because that's when I became a care provider for my parents. And it was around that time that UCSF, I found this out through UCSF and attending, as I said, I audited many courses in medical journalism through the Osher Lifelong Institute for Advanced Adult Education, something which I've had idiots write to me saying, oh, that's for seniors. And I said, no, they also allowed people who were care providers for seniors to also audit these courses. So I did do that. And but one of the things they brought up was all of these bodies, which were flesh stripped and showed preserved men in various positions, were unmistakably Chinese. These were Chinese bodies that had nervous systems exposed, internal organs exposed, kind of like the Invisible Man model you used to be able to buy in modeling kits in stores where they sold products for children, and they were considered educational. These were certainly educational, but they were also very they betrayed the fact that these were all political prisoners. It turned out these were all political dissidents who had been basically skinned alive and then preserved as a kind of
Yeah, the
shaming.
godless communists, the godless goddamn communists.
Yes.
Those Edomites, man, real Edomites.
Yes.
Reds. What do you expect? Red, like the goddamn Republicans, the Reds.
Yes,
God,
yes,
damn it.
I agree. I mean, believe me, I'm right there with you. And so, so this is the ultimate like shaming in China is if you're a political dissident, you're skinned alive, you die in agony, and then they preserve your body and take it on a tour around the world to show to people as a scientific display. So it is.
And sell your organ parts to people who pay for it. Yeah.
Well, those
I wouldn't even
yeah.
want to go to any hospitals in China.
Yeah, but by the way, those particular cadavers may have been emptied of some organ parts. Maybe a few of them had some organ parts sold, but most of them had their organs retained for display. But at UCSF, they did bring up the fact in these courses that I audited, the MDs did say that they were contacted both privately and as an organization by communist Chinese who offered them cheap ass organs like eyes and kidneys from political dissidents, saying that we have an endless supply of organs from our prison system. Literally, we're quite candid about the fact that they harvested organs on a daily basis and cheaply sold them from political prisoners, of which they had millions.
Well, yeah, there's a new, they call them huminerals now. The goddamn communists has basically made the people of communist China a mineral, element, not
Right.
even people.
I believe it, Joe Ty. I believe it.
Yeah, they're sick, man.
And
Sick.
the interesting thing is,
I'm not surprised.
yeah, and the interesting thing is that these are the same people who will talk about what the Japanese did in World War II, which of course is a fact. Historically, Unit 731 in particular would refer to their prisoners who were used for experimentation euphemistically in their records as logs, as basically another log is brought in, this sort of thing. And of course, experiments were conducted on these people in time of war. But the communists will propagandize about that as if it's an outrage, which, of course, morally, it certainly can be construed as such, albeit I have always contextualized it as wartime expediency. And again, just so people understand, war, of course, is horrific, and this was a war of races, and it was a war for survival. But what I can't understand is the logic or the anti-logic of the communists decrying that, and then turning around and calling people huminerals and harvesting their organs at the drop of a dime and selling them on the cheap en masse in far higher bulk than the Japanese were working with. So it's
the Japanese are going over there for organ transplants. They don't have to do so. They just go to the communists.
Well, I'm not quite sure they do that, because just so people understand this, maybe some cases like that happen. I can't imagine it being common, simply because I don't believe most Japanese would trust Chinese medical science.
No, they just had to. They proved that they were talking. This person just had to prove that the Chinese were doing it, and the Japanese went over there to prove it that it is what's happening. So
okay, so they went over there almost like an undercover mission.
Yeah, it's basically a mission. Yeah, they're sick, man. He's brainwashed. They may look Chinese, but they're not Chinese at all. Just look at their funeral rites. They're wearing black. They're not even Chinese. Yes,
the color of death in Asia is white. So that is bizarre. That is bizarre to me, and I'm just it's appalling. It's truly dystopic. So it's truly a dystopia in communist China. Honestly, I don't think most people understand at all.
Yeah, they're not Chinese. They're communists. They have nothing to do with the Chinese race. They're like look at their flag. They have like the satanic stars. 5 of them. That means the 5 ghosts. Wukwei.
Yeah.
The 5 ghosts.
Yeah, I work.
Yeah, go on.
I work with some wonderful people, as I mentioned before, that sort of they actually make it worthwhile. Obviously the money doesn't, but the people really do. Just talking to all my team is incredible. We have we have a different variety of people, all different. Everyone's from different areas of the world. It's incredible. And like I said earlier, we have a guy who is, Tibetan Buddhist, and his father's military just like mine was, and we have a similar connection on that route. But I asked them questions, and they're very well aware, Douglas, of the Chichewa.
Thank you.
They don't want to talk. They don't want to talk about it. That's the only thing.
Right.
Because half of their black magic comes from them.
Right. But they'll talk a little bit about it, and then but obviously not too much. And then I also have people on my team that are former parliament of Indonesia, that are verified on Instagram, and that are famous singers over there, and they came and they're working normal jobs with us.
Wow.
And it's just an incredible story. And then we have another guy that's born in Vietnam, who I've spoken to him about you, Douglas. And he despises communists, and it's just he's very passionate. He's very passionate about talking about Taiwan, speaking about their government as well. But he despises, just because of his experience, he despises the communists. But you can always tell, because they don't really they're still afraid, I think, of speaking about it. And I think they're really afraid of someone just knowing that they're talking about it and bad mouthing it.
Right.
So they won't go into a rant.
Yeah. So just so people understand, what Mark is talking about is the fact that the communist Chinese in particular maintain secret police stations all over the world. And they actually have many secret police stations throughout the United States where they monitor ethnic Chinese. Yeah. Go on. Yes, please.
That is true.
Yeah, it thought police at the truest meaning of the sense. And you could see it in their eyes. Like I said, they get to a certain point, and even I, out of respect, I won't go any further, because you could tell it's a little discomfort for them. But it's severely embedded in them. And it kind of reminds me of also, the former Soviet Union. Some of people, my Albanian friends, and some people that have certain parts of these countries that have experienced the worst parts of that type of government. And they'll vocalize it, but like I said, it's a traumatizing thing, because it involves their whole life and their family. So.
Yes, thank you. By the way, we've gotten some responses from the text box here, where we have our man Nemo said, "I hope the Chinese people overcome the CCP," meaning the Chinese Communist Party. Our man Ian says, "Hold on, I've got something for Joe Tai on this." Okay, very good. By the way, he also put up, everybody who's with us on this call can see this. If you scroll further up in the text box, you'll see he put up our man Michael Aquino. I say that without affection. This is the guy who has access to all your emails and phone calls. Whoever heard what I said recently about the experience with V understands this to be true. And hopefully the point's been driven home to her. Of course, he signs it off as from the fucking Frank Files, which I'm not quite sure adds to its credibility, but so
no, it's good. It's good. That's how I can trace it if people are sharing. It's good.
Okay. And so he does intend to say that this does source from myself as having
yeah.
stolen.
I was gonna we can talk about it after the show.
Oh yeah, no big deal. It's just we have to phrase it.
I want to beef it up. The more info, the more better. That's the way I feel.
Yes, we of course have to express it in such a way that people realize I am not the author of this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's why I said we could consult and do it right. That way we don't have to do it again.
Yes, thank you. But I am curious now. Your point is. Perhaps this is for the best. Maybe you did the right thing, and maybe it works better this way. You stop where the character who is actually Aquino, it's Aquino writing about himself as purchasing a young child. And how Aquino does this. But you stop where he basically tells the young victim, "Your body is now my property." But after that, in that chapter, Aquino, as the character, proceeds to rape the child. So
Yeah, I just ran out of room on the paper. I couldn't get the rest of the story on it. That's all.
Okay, interesting. So maybe there's a way you can reframe that so that that can fit in or something like that. It would, but it makes its point. Regardless.
Yeah, it's very suspenseful.
Yeah. And so it's so there we have that, and that is of course Aquino is quote unquote dead now, but his ilk are certainly still involved with the NSA, and they run the communications effectively in America, and certainly monitor communications where they can all over the world. So they have a horrible impact on our society.
By the way, about that, I think when they got the 7 dwarf servers, that's when they busted Aquino's coven. I'm not too sure though, because it's still an ongoing investigation.
I recently saw a thing that they showed. They have covens in the army.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah.
Yeah, they were showing it. There were a lot of people joining it.
Yeah, go on, Mark.
I'll say this. So I've had some experiences with some of these people. Not to the point where I could speak extensively. But
I'm so sorry, Mark.
Yeah, you're right. Well, it's just the nature of life in general. But I could say that they're definitely a coven. It's definitely a if you're not bought into it, you're not. And it's not even about that. They look upon everybody as profane. So if you're in a conversation, even if you have a conversation, it's all about trying to one-up you either intellectually or just energetically.
Yes, you're right.
They take pride on their power, which means everything to them. So, it's sort of they kind of speak to you in a condescending tone, as if they know anything they need to know. It's already known. Nothing you could say could ever surprise them.
That God mode. They're on God mode. Yeah.
Yeah, and basically, if this makes any sense, they get high off of other
ego. They get an ego from it. Yeah.
They get a high off other people's maybe emotional distress
Yes.
or anything involved in that. You can just they love it. It's just and they try to hide it as much as they can, but they can't. I mean, it's pretty well known. So it's hard to have a normal conversation like a person with these people, because they won't get off that plane that they're at. They won't come down to earth to talk to you like a normal person. It always has to be, oh, well, that's great. It's just very surface. They're not going to reveal anything. They might tell you some stories, but it's very carefully controlled. But I tell you, if you're in intelligence, 98% of the time, if to get into these things, you don't even get in unless you're in a mystery school, or you've had experience with a mystery school as a young child.
Right.
A lot of these guys have DMLA, which
is
go on the child Freemasonry.
Yes.
And I've had cousins. I have cousins that got into that. So
are they okay? Or
I mean, it is what it is. It's a grooming thing, Ian. It's how to make connections. I mean, and that's how you get ahead in this plane with connections.
I know, man. I know. I almost joined my local Mason lodge down here after my friend was murdered. That's where we had his funeral. And I was talking to the fucking whatever the commander or whatever the fuck they're called, or whoever is, and dude, he looked like an evil J, totally looked like an evil J. And
they'll always have something to do for you, yeah.
And the next morning, he asked me, he's like, because I expressed an interest in joining the lodge and shit. And he was like, well, what are you doing tomorrow? I was like, well, I'm going to go, have breakfast with my friends up at Johnny's and shit. And dude, he was there that next morning, and it's creeped shit out of me. And I was like, oh.
Listen, dude, these guys, why are these people so desperate? I remember I was getting hawked by a Mason myself a decade ago. They're desperate, and it doesn't make any sense. Why are these guys, these older white guys, so desperate to get other guys involved in this group? It just doesn't make any sense. It's just creepy.
A lot of them are dead. That's the thing. They're using them up. that's why they're having a hard time enlisting them.
Right.
I think they kill them. I mean, they literally. That's what they make you take an oath. They make you break it, then they kill you. You know.
All lodges are being opened every day. They're trying to recruit younger men into their fraternal brotherhood, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up with a lodge that was down. It was on my street, and it was called the Odd Fellows.
Yes.
Odd Fellows Club.
Go on.
I didn't even know what the hell that was. No one knew. We had this like weird club that they called Odd Fellows, and I didn't find out till I was in my 20s what the hell it was. It's basically just a branch off the Freemasons.
Yes.
Not directly connected. They never really explain the direct connection, but it's a mystery school, just like anything else. And that's what intelligence agencies. I mean, they're existentialists mainly by nature, but they're all a part of these mystery schools, or they're all groomed at a young age with this type of mentality because they want to make sure that's ingrained inside.
I posted an image regarding what you're saying with other groups being tied to the Freemasons.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And
oh shit, wrong chat. Now I'm posting it. Sorry, I posted it to George Knight on Facebook. Now I'll do it in Skype.
yeah, he'll love you for that. Yeah. That'll confuse him.
Well, what do you expect? I think the Masons have the Star of the East, basically a pentagram again. You know, what do you expect?
Yeah, the Eastern,
5 different colors.
Eastern Star is the female branch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for the female show.
Yes.
And then the
Wendy
African
Williams
American
talked about being a part of it. The famous black chick on her own talk show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
there's an African American branch called the Prince Lodge, I believe.
Oh yeah, Prince Hall.
Prince Hall, yeah.
I heard there's the Black Masonry has 3 groups. I didn't know that.
Michael Jackson's doctor that apparently killed him was a Freemason. He was part of the Black Mason Lodge.
wow. Well, he's in jail now, right?
Yeah. I think I haven't kept up on the latest news, but I've seen images of him wearing the trinkets and regalia of the Freemason.
That's yeah. There you go. That makes sense. I mean, all of you are presenting something that I think is a very important narrative. I'll try my best to contextualize it while digesting it right now. But please, by all means, continue. And Viviana, honey, you still with us? I'm sorry I made you go mute because of that echo that was going on, but don't be afraid to interject whenever you wish. Okay, honey?
Yeah, I think you silenced her for good, Doug.
Yeah, no, she's coming on. I heard the echo. Is that,
we hear
that laughter?
Blowing up in the background.
That was me. I walked to the kitchen to get some ice. I had to get some ice.
Okay.
Am I still echoing? Because I was.
No, you're fine now, honey.
No, good. You're doing fine.
Okay.
Oh my God. Yeah. So, darling, when you hear all of this, give us your own impressions, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was half asleep.
Oh, that's all right. That's fine, darling.
I'm dozing off into my night.
Yes. Oh, okay. That's all right. Yeah. And any particular dreams that happen when you hear all this weird shit coming in your ear?
No, I just was. What were you guys talking about? I'm sorry.
Freemasonry.
No worries.
And their lodges.
I mean, but just weird as hell shit. You know, basically all these creepy old white men who are desperate to get new people in their creepy organizations, and a lot of this has to do with pedophilia. Obviously, many of them are involved with it. Our man.
Well, they said George Bush was eating little kids, right?
Oh yeah, every day. Every day he did. Yeah. Every day.
Back in that, he participated in a big, massive ritual killing in the early '80s. George Bush Jr.
Hold on. Was his dad hunting?
So they're basically Aquinos, right?
they support the same chaos forces.
Yes. Okay.
They're aligned with the same force.
I have to acquiesce to that. Yes. That's but that does our lady.
Go on, Doug. Acquiesce to it.
Our lady, the Viviana, knows more about that than anybody. Honey, tell us a bit about George Bush Jr. as the Antichrist, if you wish.
Okay. Well, people usually want to label the Antichrist as, as one. But if we go back to the pure words of Christ, he says there's many Antichrist spirits. But there's only one man of sin, the son of perdition, which is like a mirror from Jesus Christ being the son of Yah to, George being the son of Satan. So it's like a mirrored effect.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but he's definitely marked, throughout history with Cain. And, when Cain had pleaded that he would never die. So that spirit has continued on unto our time or our generation, where we can now figure him out. When he said it, and at the end of his office, he said, "No one's going to figure out my presidency, and not till I'm dead." And I was like, "Bitch, you're never going to die until it's your time, and you will see your final judgment." So. Yeah, and then there will be an end to that Canaanite spirit. So he's just from a long line of Cain. He's just always re-emerged. And now I think he's literally in the eye of Putin, part of the brain and the mind. It's creepy. It's but
his middle name's Walker, right? George Walker Bush Jr.
Yeah, well,
There's six letters in George, 6 letters in Walker, and if you add Junior next to the Bush, there's 6 letters there, 666. George Bush Jr.
Yeah, you could,
amazing, amazing.
Yeah, and he is a death servant, so he has ruled by chaos, death, and by force, and by basically. Throughout history, he's ruled by policies which are now still in effect and have not ended since he's left office. They just continue, which was all prophesied in Daniel. So, and he has a number, that's a name. So it goes beyond, it's just more intricate, and he has a mark and all those aspects. Like, he fits the bill, so you can call him the Antichrist, but his proper terminology is the son of Satan, son of hell, son of perdition.
Okay.
Well,
yeah,
I can totally see that.
well,
yeah, and the sad thing is that because we mark it like the Antichrist, and we are in error in defining what Antichrist is, which can be in anyone. The spirit of denying, Christ, Yeshua as Messiah or whatever, then theology has, put him in the future. Like, we'll never see him. He'll never be in our orbit because we'll be raptured before any of this even happens. So they're in a futuristic realm of something they can't prove either. So it goes to be oblivious as to who is the Antichrist.
Right.
Excuse me.
Some
sorry.
said Obama was an antichrist too because of his slogan, "Yes we
oh,
can."
he's related to the Bushes.
If you that famous slogan he had, "Yes we can," if you play that backwards, he's saying "Thank you, Satan," and he gets the crowd to repeat that over and over like a mantra, saying "Thank you, Satan, thank you, Satan."
Yes, we can. Remember? Yes,
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Okay.
I don't think
I'm
anyone
not making that up. You can do that yourself. Play it in reverse when you say "Yes we can."
But by the way, I'm sorry. Go on, Viviana. Before.
Sorry about that, babe.
No, it's okay. I don't think anyone gets in office or in any area of governance, even globally now, without the rite of passage through the covenant of death. In Isaiah 28, it talks about the covenant that they make with death. And that, so we're seeing the operations of death and how it works, opposition of life, and what they say is evil is good and what's good is evil. So we're in this kind of upside down hierarchy, which is
Val,
so creepy.
you're correct.
Reality's being inverted.
Right.
No, Val, you're literally correct. To get those jobs, you have to fuck or eat or kill a kid.
Obviously.
Bottom line, that's all there is to it. There's no went to college for 4 fucking years and straight A's and all. No, it's fucking you cut this little fucking 2-month-old baby's head off. That's how you get that job.
They purposely do that because the more vile things that you do, they want all of that energy to go to a certain spot. You know, they want it all to go there. So if you're doing all these things and just lowering all these people, just lowering their vibrations so much, and they live there. You have all these individuals that just live in this low vibration sort of state, and they want you to be like them constantly, and they need you to do these. That's why they need you to do rituals, so you can continue to lower your vibration and keep you at a low vibration.
It's an obligation once you're in. You have to keep doing it.
If you stop doing rituals, they'll find you and they'll make sure they do something to you.
You guys, I'll tell you something. I've got the murder and rape list for every congressman we have in office right now. I got their numbers, like how many kids they've killed, how many of them. Right? See, the chicks don't have to rape the kids; they just have to murder them
or torture them.
They just gotta murder them.
I would think it would be the senators, not the Congress.
How did we get off into this topic, Douglas? No.
Viviana!
This is the darkness.
I thought this is what you normally spoke of. I mean, I'm not saying that to be coming down on you at all.
No. I'm just saying it's so defiled. Really, to even talk about it is just sad that we even have to put this in our realm or spectrum.
I agree.
Oh, you mean how did we, as like a culture or a species,
how did we come to this?
Sink to this level? Is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Rothschilds brought us down to this.
It's
more than just
remember what we said about protected peoples.
Well, they're past that,
Oh God. So, nevertheless, so I'm digesting all this. I'll do my best to put it into context with tonight's monologue. But there was 2 things that our man Mark H came in and certainly kind of brought us into a kind of narrative that I feel is very important. But Ian and Nemo both said they had something for me. Ian said he had good news.
I got good news. I got really good news.
And Nemo said he had something. Yes, so both of you, Ian first, I guess. Oh.
Okay, you guys ready for this?
What? What? What is that, Nemo?
Did you say I had something for you?
That's what you said, didn't you?
What? Well, think of something now, Nemo.
I posted
You're on
images.
the spot, Nemo.
Okay, so we'll take a look.
I can talk about anything.
I'm sorry.
Keep
what?
going, Ian.
Oh yes, so go on, Ian. Yes, by all means.
All right. Well,
now breathe. Is this something that is like going to get me in trouble?
No. And the only reason I'm announcing it is because they finally announced it on the news and shit. So, and it's really fucking good.
Okay.
So do you guys remember when I told you that story about how I went to Disney World and I had the watch on that was really like a sonar beacon so I could map out the underground?
Whoa, no. Tell us the story.
I remember you telling me that.
Okay.
Tell the rest of that. This must be when the 2 of you eloped into Discord.
Yeah.
So tell the rest of us this.
I've told the story a couple times. Well, they got the help of the Florida Republican.
How did you get a hold of this technology?
They sell it on what's it called? On Alibaba.
Oh, they tagged you like a dolphin. Yeah.
No. It's a watch you can buy. It's on Alibaba. It's like $100.
Okay.
It's an Arduino watch, but you can put these sensors on your shirt, and it turns it into sonar, and you can map out the area you're in. It records like a 3D projected image.
Okay, go on.
Anyway, so the Republicans here in Florida finally have submitted legislation to get Disney World to drop their no fucking fly zone. So instead of having me going down there wearing a sonar and trying to map the shit out, if this passes, we can get Disney to drop their shit and we'll be able to fly over their property with LiDAR and find all the fucking tunnels and all the fucking kids and see everything that's going on down there. That's the one thing that's held this whole operation up, was not having that fucking flight zone open so we could just, fly some LiDAR over it and map everything out digital. But they're supposed to be submitting this whatever paperwork to get their fly zone shut down. So that's the good news. So this will all be over soon.
I think that's awfully optimistic, but I thank you for that report. And anything else? Yeah.
Oh, that's it. No, I'm just saying that's just the good shit. You know, that's the good news.
If you say so.
Did you tell them about all the tunnels you were finding that get built under the water connecting to certain areas in Florida near Disneyland?
Yeah. I've said it on a few episodes.
But you're.
I've made my witness, or I've said my witness.
Well, you're welcome to re-summarize. I don't mind.
Well, there's a lot of the episodes Brooke was on. Like, she kept on interrupting in certain parts. But I mean, if you could piece it together, you know.
Yes, but yes, since she's not here, take advantage of that absence to give us a summation.
Every time I hear you say that, I think she's going to just sneak up online and be like, "Hi, everybody!"
Yes.
But anyway, yes, that's the good news about this. So, God knows how long that will take to fucking get through. But, yeah, once we get that done and we can just, you know, use the LiDAR, just say, be like, all right, here's this, here's this, here's this. Then we can go there and kick ass and just, you know, get it all shut down.
Uh-huh. Okay. I mean, you've got a lot of faith in this. Yeah. Now, by the way, I have to act the skeptic in some regards. One of them is that while we are here to expose a number of these evils, I do have to try and keep things within a historical context, which is already horrific. I do believe that Ian is working in a different realm where he does pick up a lot of numbers that are questionable. Nevertheless, like I said, I was forced to confront the reality of some of what he was saying, which I would have summarily dismissed had it not been for a young lady known as the Noticer Revolution. It was Noticer Revolution.
Who was she, Doug?
I'll tell you privately, but
okay.
Yeah, you know, they terrorize everybody who's female who comes into this environment, and that includes
touche.
Yeah. So the interesting thing is all the females who involved themselves with those idiots and committed themselves to the cause of Edom, they all paid the price with everything they had, their very lives, effectively. Lena Shea lost her family and children. Penny Bradley lost her show because, you know, basically I put a producer in jail. And so it's like they expend the woman much more easily than they do their men. Why any woman would even involve themselves with these fuckers is beyond me. They're a bunch of misogynist faggots.
No, they're MK Ultra.
Yeah,
that too. Yeah.
The female victims, yes, true. I mean, your point's well taken. So that being said,
here I'm going to send you guys a link to the Los Angeles Times article about it, and that should ease any of your questions about it. But like I said, I think we're almost out of this, and I think this was like the key whatever thing that was missing this whole time.
Oh, right.
This ability to do this.
Okay, so yes, this is what I was going to say. Well, for instance, when I was dealing with the Department of Defense, the United States Army alone was caring for 100,000 children a day in its daycare centers worldwide. So it's not like large numbers are necessarily to be discarded, but the numbers that are given out by, say, for instance, some of the people that Ian sources through usually the Q crowd, these are like millions, numbering in the millions. I mean, it's literally unbelievable.
I agree with you. It's a little ridiculous. It is.
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
I agree with you. The numbers are a little ridiculous. But then what if they're little 3-inch kids? Would they count?
I'm sorry.
3-inch.
Like what if they were making gnomes and shit, and the kids were little gnomes?
Oh my God.
They could do that, Doug. I've seen it. That's what Romania was all about.
Oh my God. Okay, what did you say?
So is that where the Oompa Loompas come from?
No. So what did you? Okay, so all right. Let's get this straight.
Okay.
We have the potential ability to clone people and do something to the growth where they could conceivably become micronauts. Let's say we absolutely, during the communist era, the Soviet Union had no problems with creating physical freaks. They did so with a much more primitive technology where they just really fucked them over using applied mechanical operations as opposed to genetics. But genetics, if they're applied, you could conceivably, as Ian says, create gnomes. The point is the production of millions of gnomes.
Yeah, you're not gonna get a lot of shit done with a million gnomes. You know what I mean?
It's there's something hideously humorous about that. It may even
I'm just
border.
using that as an example. You know, as an
They
example.
could be used to carry out specific hard tasks that a normal-sized human couldn't.
Well, yeah, but at that point, okay, how would you control
Like the
them?
Chochos, like the Chochos.
The problem with controlling something like that is at that point you effectively have human ant colonies. And at that point, they have the potential to take control. When you're dealing with a population that small and they're cooperating, what is to stop them from basically infiltrating anywhere and killing through air ducts, through various vent shafts, and killing the people who created them in their sleep? I mean, it's one of these
silent
things.
spy.
Yes, it's there's
I'm joking, Doug. I'm joking.
No. I get this. But I mean, so believe it or not, your suggestion is not summarily dismissed in that regard. I've seen enough experiments conducted at the Letterman Army Medical Center where something like that is conceivable. It's we'll leave it in that zone for right now. As a matter of fact, I will address
I've never
that
been to
further.
Romania. I've never been to Romania.
Why this connection to Romania for you about that?
I got a testimony of this dude that was like special forces, and he quit after this fucking Romania mission, and he just goes into detail about what these evil scientists were genetically creating down in this fucking dump. And then a couple of weeks later, I actually found the manual on on like the specs of that dumb, like the real dumb manual for it.
Okay, for our listeners, whenever you use that acronym, articulate it. Say that DUMB. It's pronounced
Deep Underground Military Base. Yeah,
Thank you.
I found the actual like construction manual for this dumb. I actually found it.
The connection in
After
Romania.
I heard the testimony.
The connection in Romania with the gnomes. With gnomes. Did they
Oh
come
no!
in?
No! I was just using gnomes as another example, but my point is that if you know that chimera factory, I'll call it, that they blew up in Romania, that you know that there could be 100 little million kids in that thing if they made them into gnomes. But I'm just using that as an example, you know.
Okay, so just coincidence here.
Yeah, just playing devil's advocate with the numbers. That's all.
Just coincidence here. In oh God, what year was it? There was a book by Lindsay Guthridge. Lindsay Guthridge, I believe this book was published in 1971. In 1971, Lindsay Guthridge wrote supposedly a trilogy, maybe even a series of books. The title of the first one was Cold War in a Country Garden. And it was about a program to basically produce clones of human beings that were micronauts, the size of a human being that could fit in a gelatinous pill capsule and use that to deliver into someone's internal organs. Of course, they'd be summarily digested by stomach acids. But if they were in a protected capsule from which they could emerge, etc., interestingly enough, the first novel portrays them as being deployed in Romania. So that is where I thought you had some kind of connection. It's conceivable that this individual who was interviewed either read that novel and I thought and was kind of playing off of that. But you're entering into a different territory from that. Okay, so that's interesting.
No, I saw his testimony first, Then 2 weeks later, I actually found the fucking manual. Like I found the book, like all 500 something pages of it. I've got it still.
Okay, but that's for the construction of the DUMB. That has nothing to do with, say, for instance.
No. Like how the way the labs are set up, the way the human embryo or the uteruses or the whatever the uteruses were, like how they were all lined up. Man, I mean, it was fucked up. Mm. But he's like, yeah, man, it's just. He was talking about how hard it was to kill these.
So could you send me this?
Yeah, I can send it to you. Yeah, but it's just like maybe he was a great actor, had me fooled. And then they just decided to make this manual, just to fuck with me. But, I mean, it's sad, you got to, you're being tasked to kill a bunch of little chimera kids,
Yeah, whatever. I mean, I get what you're saying. So let me respond to the live stream. Mick Mac says, send me your Skype. Anyhow, it's here for everyone. Douglas Dietrich 1. Send me a Skype contact request. I can't promise that I'll accept it, but depends on what mood I'm in and how people are behaving. Our man Troy Bellamy has entered the chat room. He says, Reedy Creek is important for many reasons. DeSantis had no reason to get involved. It is a weird contract. There we are. Thank you. Thank you for that. It's Soul Serpentine says... hold
on, Mr. Bellamy. We got to correct this immediately. When you find out what, okay, Mr. Bellamy, can you answer us why Star Wars is getting closed down already, and the Star Wars Hotel is getting closed down already?
Of course he can't.
Why would he? Then you can complain about DeSantis fucking shit up. But
I mean, obviously, I'm no fan of DeSantis, and I'll complain about him when I start my monologue. So, it's one of those things where DeSantis is basically declaring a war on business, and this is essentially, I think, the problem of communications between Brooke and yourself when it came to this is that you're arguing from this paradigm where you feel DeSantis is compromised, but that he's being forced to confront what you feel is a greater evil, I suppose, and that in that sense...
Well, yeah, we're being occupied by the King Charles III's descendants. We're being occupied by...
No. According to that contract, basically the microstate of Disney is hosting them, but that has nothing to do with the state of Florida, because the Disney is a sovereign state.
Yeah, but they're still taking 700 kids a year from there.
Then you throw that in.
Yeah.
Okay, so, by the way, just so everybody knows, as far as I could get from Ian, I don't believe you have a source for this number.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. It's what's his name? Jim. What's his name? He's just like a geopolitics guy.
Okay.
And he was the one that busted the kids in cages at Disney World. That was him. He was the guy that fucking... But yeah, and the whole conveyor system. Yeah, there's a conveyor system underground that links from Lockheed Martin on International Drive to Disney World.
You do understand I find this hard to believe.
Well, you do understand you go to Government Planet and you can auction one of the cages right now. You can buy those kid cages.
Okay, now here's something I will bring up just to provide a kind of, shall we say, verification for the sake of devil's argument.
Okay.
So you might remember the other day, the show that got banned. Ian was replaying Preston Nichols.
Don't even go there, sir. It was because you pissed those dudes off.
Yeah, we know it's the fucking Bulgarian bozos who reported the episode. That's not my point. Now, Ian was showing us video. This was not the video that got us busted. He was showing us the video of Preston Nichols going into Montauk, the base, and showing these cages in which children were kept. Now, when you speak to Peter Moon believes that this is a Preston Nichols delusion and indulgence, where Peter Moon says those cages are like chicken wire. You can keep kids in those. And yet Brendan Zoget pointed out Preston Nichols himself, as an engineer, was adamant about the fact that the temperature was always kept very low. 58 degrees, which underground is freezing. And therefore these kids were cuddling to each other and huddling just to stay alive by clinging to each other for body warmth. That none of them were moving to try and dismantle the cages because they were simply too cold, literally kind of frozen into a torpor to do anything about their constraints. So in that sense, it's almost as if Peter Moon finds the situation Preston Nichols is describing so abhorrent, he simply cannot accept it. So he rejects it as an indulgence on the part of Preston Nichols. So, but Brendan's point is well taken. So in other words, I'm basically providing context for what you're saying in terms of certain situations.
Well, hold on. I think we're talking about two different things. Okay, that thing in Montauk, it wasn't cages. It was just it was a partitioned off part of a room.
No, Preston Nichols is saying cages, and you see the cages.
Yes.
It's in the video you
it's
showed
like a horse
us.
trough. It's a horse trough like those kids would be too short to get up to the barbed wire part.
Yeah, well, he's showing the chicken wire part is what Preston was showing, which
I believe that's the top part.
Yeah, which is flimsy, admittedly flimsy looking.
Yeah,
and he was saying the kids were kept in here. And then he was pointing out the temperature. That he was saying, feel the temperature. It was always kept at a very steady, 50.
That did get my attention. That did.
Yes, yes, and so there you have it. So in that sense, these things are conceivable to me. They're doable. They're something that there is truth to that. I've seen
the cages.
Yeah.
The cages that they're auctioning off on governmentplanet.com or .gov or whatever, they literally look like shark diving cages. You know, like shark diving cages where the divers go in there and take pictures of the sharks and shit. They look like those. And there's a track system that like picks them up and scoots them back and forth and shit.
So my point is, however, okay, now we know for a fact that what I did with the Presidio military base got it shut down, and we know for a fact that after that, the U.S. military came up with this bullshit Month of the Military Child, which anybody can look up. Month of the Military Child, and the year it started was after I got the Presidio military base closed down, after I released all the scandals. So I have circumstantial evidence for what I say. Now, of course, all my life I've been harassed for what I did and paid an enormous price for it. That has been endless and just relentless, to the point where, of course, we can pretty much conclude these Bulgarian bozos are part of that entire affair, with their continuity of attacks, and they're claiming they're trying to monopolize that all my information belongs to them, which is beyond insane.
They think they're slick.
They think I'm some kind of idiot and that somehow they're intelligent. It's that in itself is offensive on both counts. But such being said, what I want to say is that when it comes to this guy who calls himself a geopolitician, note that's what I call myself, is a geopolitical analyst. So it's almost like this guy is like, but he's older than I am. That's the funny part. He's older than me, right?
Yeah, he's older than you. Yeah, I mean, and he is a little annoying. I admit it. Yeah.
Okay.
He does have like a sharp voice. Oh, do you remember that clip I played you where he's like, for y'all that don't know, there's an underground battle. Go to the back of the class. Remember that guy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the dude who like busted the Lockheed Martin operation with the Disney World operation. Yeah. How they were combined.
Okay, so it's it is what it is. I don't hold much stock in that individual.
No, it's all good. It's all good. As soon as when it comes out, though, that's what we gotta wait for. We gotta wait for it to come out.
Mm-hmm. But such being said, before I go into any kind of monologue, I do want some more people to participate a bit more. So Mark and Nemo. And Joe, what does this bring into mind for you, everything that we've been discussing so far, please?
I wanted to verify that over 800,000 children and roughly 800,000 children are going missing every year. In the FBI
From where?
statistics, it's in total, it's people,
Oh,
but
okay.
the total people count are 85 to 90% children of the missing cases of those people each year.
Yeah,
Over
but each year in the United States alone, or worldwide, or wherever they take a census.
If it's FBI, they just have to be in
U.S. alone.
United States. Yeah.
Thank you.
I thought so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, United States. Yes.
Thank you. And so I mean, yeah, that's a lot. But it's how much is that again? Say it again.
Over 800,000, 840,000 roughly.
Right. Which means that we
I
can.
sent a link in the Skype chat if you want to
Thank you.
verify that.
And that means, by the way, we can easily double or triple those numbers because that's only the cases that are reported.
Yes.
So
exactly.
that's so that is a lot. Of course, it's not numbering in the millions, but it's certainly something that needs to be taken seriously. And of course, it's how do I say it? Something which nothing is ever done about. And
Do you guys want me to play the Disney
No.
clip with the
No.
the Disney thing with the Royals?
No. Oh,
Royals
what?
clip. Okay.
Oh, you mean the Royals clip? What are they saying? Just tell us what they're saying.
About how the contract in the Royals.
Oh no! Save that for when George is here. I was hoping you would do that.
Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And so, at any rate, what about Mark, Joe? Do join in the conversation, please.
I think he's AFK.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, Joe might be it. Okay. I was going to say when it involves kids, it's kind of I don't really like to talk too much about it just because it's really a sad situation that people would actually, use anyone would use anything, anyone innocent in any way, form is just despicable, vile, just piece of shit. I just have a hard time even just thinking about that shit, to be honest with you. So
Understandable.
100.
Light needs to be shed on it though. Someone's got to talk about it.
no, that's true.
Oh,
Very true.
did you see the comments in the episode from like a couple of weeks ago?
What in particular?
Just like this chick was like saying how good it was that we were like exposing this.
Oh, you mean in the chat room?
Yeah.
In the chat room?
Yeah, in the YouTube chat or in the YouTube comments. I'm sorry, the YouTube comments. Not
Was
the
that the
YouTube
last
chat.
episode? The last episode?
I think it was 2 episodes ago when I forgot what I was talking about. I don't know if I was talking about the Tory Smith.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I was. Some chick was like, some chick was just like very impressed. It was very good.
Okay, I'll look for that.
I was very proud.
Well, I'm glad you're interacting with some of these people. It's important that you do, and it's always good to maintain a rapport with the.
Did you see that comment I said to that chick when she's like, "Do you have a website for the Royals?"
Right. Yes.
I died laughing. Did you see what I replied?
I can't remember exactly. Something like, I don't think it really answered her question.
No, it did. Here, let me pull it up. I said something like, I was like, yeah, when the enemy.
I think what she meant was, do you have a website in which you were giving out this information on the Royals? I think is what she was asking.
I think I just sent her a link to the video to watch,
And what you said was, no, the Royals don't have a website. And I was thinking, no, you don't understand her question.
Here, let me go down here.
That being said, okay, we don't need you to necessarily have a comment on something.
It was so funny though.
No, not you. I mean, yes, I understand what you're saying. I found it bemusing, but I meant to Mark H. We don't need necessarily for one to form a comment on something so revolting as what's happening with the children. I actually meant, have you ever heard of anything similar to what I said about the Micronauts, essentially, like what I was talking about?
No. I was just thinking. When I hear these things, Douglas, as you probably already know already, I'm very visual.
Yes.
So I sort of conceptualize things from popular media and movies from the past and TV shows and things. That's how I think of things. In that thing that I shared in the chat log was that it was like a TV show from like the 80s or the 70s, Land of the Giants, and it was humans go and travel into a different planet, and they enter a humanoid planet with giants.
Yes.
So they were like the insects of this giant human world.
Right.
And it was just an interesting sort of take on what you guys are sort of similarly talking about.
Yes, that's right. No, that was always fascinating to me as a child. I never got to see the episodes until I was much older. Then I could, find them on YouTube and the like. But it was a fascinating concept by the same guy who was giving us all the rest of the weird shit that was that he threw out. Like, I think he was also responsible for the voyage to the bottom of the sea or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, another great one,
Yeah.
and it changes the perspective. I mean, you think about just most people don't even think about it when you think of extraterrestrial or interterrestrial, whatever, that you have a whole different world even below you, a totally different dimension. Most people look to the stars, but if you look down below, there's just endless colonies. And I'm not trying to geek out over here about insects and things, but it's just a whole new world. And if you think about us as the insects and, in a world full of gods and giants, it's just kind of an interesting way to kind of look at your life or look at life in general. It kind of just changes it up a little bit.
Thank you.
There's a lot of unknown from domestic source that we have yet to discover.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Any UFO that I see, I immediately just assume it's from domestic source operated by military people or whatever. I don't think it's aliens immediately.
Thank you.
Hey, I was going to say, what do you think about, because you're in Australia, what do you think about Douglas, about his take on, what is it, Murdoch? What is the guy's name?
Rupert Murdoch.
Rupert Murdoch.
Yeah, what's your take on him?
Oh, he's just another typical multi-billionaire scumbag. I don't put him at any kind of pedestal. He's just an old pedo, multi-billionaire scum. Yeah, he monopolizes majority of mainstream media in Australia.
That's crazy. That's crazy. And
yeah, go on. So Nemo's verifying what I say, but go on. Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, the people that we had some people that came right from Australia that work with us, and they're very like, it kind of reinforces what Douglas says about the men versus the females. Like this girl that I spoke with, she's she basically says that most of the men in Australia, where she came from, they're all conspiracy theorists.
Yeah.
Like to the
a lot
point
of them
where
have been turning into that. Yes, they've been brainwashed by InfoWars and a lot of alternative media conspiracy disinformation.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't know. It's just interesting. I mean, it's kind of an interesting.
Because American military and government occupied Australian government.
I feel like it's almost like an experiment. Just how far they can go.
Yeah.
Over there. I don't know.
Yeah, like lab rats.
Yeah.
Psychological experimentation and genetic experimentation.
Thank you. Yes, so true. So true. And
it is fucked up. It is.
Yeah. And so Brendan Zogate was pointing out that there's a lot of wealthy people in Australia, but he's noticed that some of these wealthy people are basically Chinese who have basically purchased Australian citizenship. Yes. and they've moved in, and he seems to be under the impression, Brendan's under the impression, that it seems more and more like the wealthy class of Australia is essentially Chinese who have purchased Australian citizenship. Is that the case?
It's becoming more like that because they're buying more property and owning more businesses and corporations. Mm-hmm. So China has a big piece of the pie.
Yeah, that's incredible. And of course, that's.
I want Australia to become an independent sovereignty where we tell England, America, and China to fuck off.
Yeah, that's what you gotta get in touch with that Bosco guy down there. That's what he's trying to do.
Bosco, and what's your impression?
I haven't heard him.
Okay.
I gotta look into him. I'll look into him.
Yeah.
He doesn't take no shit from nobody. He'll look at you and tell you shut the fuck up. He's awesome.
I take what people say with a grain of salt, so I'm not going to buy into anything he's saying.
Thank you. Thank you.
I love them. I love them. I don't care what y'all say. I love them. I love them.
Yeah, that's fine if you like him.
I mean, but Ian also loves Alex Jones. So.
No, I don't. No. I was ripping on. You were with me the other day.
He was in a homosexual relationship with Dave Mustaine. Jeff
Yes.
Young. Did Jeff Young admit that? Did he tell you
Oh,
that?
are you serious? Dave Mustaine's a gay?
Yeah, there's a lot
You're
of
kidding, right? You're
there's
kidding.
a lot of hurt.
I had no idea.
He was heavily involved in satanic cults, and he was practicing black magic throughout the 80s and 90s.
Yes.
Is that why they kicked him out of Metallica?
He was probably responsible for the death of Cliff Burton by putting a curse on Kirk Hammett precisely because Cliff Burton took the bunk that Kirk Hammett was supposed to be in before the crash. So Cliff Burton died instead of Kirk, because Kirk Hammett was the man that replaced Dave Mustaine in Metallica, and Dave Mustaine
I know.
has made it public that he hated Kirk Hammett after being replaced in the interviews that he had. So no doubt he put a curse on him.
They all hated Kirk. Even James Hetfield used to troll and shit on him all the time, right in front of, like, when he first joined, he would shit on him on camera all the time.
I
didn't know that.
Was he like, what's the word? Was he being acted feminine around, or what? You know, was he given a reason to be?
Say that again.
I don't know how to say that.
They publicly, Alex Jones and Mustaine publicly, just openly, without even hiding it, rented hotel rooms together. So it's like
in the 90s. Was this the 90s or 2000s?
Oh fuck! It was the 2000s. It was probably the 90s too. I mean, they were just a known gay couple. Everybody.
I had no idea.
I was wondering if Jeff Young actually
totally got
witnessed
by
it
me.
when he was in the band in the late 80s. If Dave Mustaine was in
Wh-
having
wh-
sex with
Hey
Alex.
Doug, is this the connection? Is this the connection with Putin? Because Dave Mustaine's supposed to be the double for Putin.
Yeah. Dave Mustaine, by the way, they've made these memes that are quite funny where they superimpose Dave Mustaine and Putin next to each other, and they do look alike. And they make a joke that they were twins separated at birth and shit. But it's
Y'all are
almost
blowing my mind. Y'all are blowing my mind.
yeah. So it's almost like Alex Jones was fucking Putin in his fantasies when he was fucking Dave Mustaine. But the person who go on.
Dave
No.
did a full-hour interview in roughly 2010, maybe 11, on InfoWars with Alex Jones, and Alex Jones was bringing up the death of the Cliff Burton, and he had to say to Dave Mustaine, "Oh, it was funny because what was brought up was very suspicious. Is Cliff Burton's death style was similar to the Wicked Witch in The Wizard of Oz, where the top half of his body was crushed and covered, and the bottom half was showing just the legs." And Dave's like, "Yeah, I don't want to get into that. That's not cool."
Cliff
Quickly
Burton
changed
was-
the subject because
Cliff
Dave's
Burton
probably
was way
guilty.
better. He was way better than Hetfield. He was even better than Hetfield. His voice and the way he played was just so much better. I mean, clearly you knew that he had to go because he threatened everyone else with that.
He was musically educated. He actually knew
100%.
how to write and study music.
100%.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all fucked me up on this.
So
Dave Mustaine falsely accused Jeff Young of sleeping with his whore witch girlfriend. Jeff Young has stated multiple times, "I did not have sex with that STD-ridden witch," or whatever.
But you know what's so funny about Jeff Young was that Jeff Young, of course, has this whole pity story, and he is pitiful. He's downright pathetic. So this poor son of a bitch was involved with the band Megadeth, I believe, for about a year.
Yes.
So
From 1987 to 89.
Yeah, and so this poor son of a bitch has been downhill ever since. And basically, when he came onto my show while I was still involved with Revolution Radio, and I certainly wanted him to speak about what had happened to him, he was open about the fact that he had suffered cancer at one point and lost at least one testicle. He was vague about the other testicle. I remember the woman I was working with at that time, Laura Lee Solomon, was very brutal about it, saying, "Yeah, it shows." And, but she was just a cunt, and not that I feel any need to defend Dave Mustaine, but Jeff Young. But Jeff Young basically he would say that he came from a very wealthy family that had made a lot of money off of a number of inventions. But he apparently got
I
really
didn't know that.
yeah
I
yeah
never knew that.
yeah, and but apparently his family kind of edged him out. They edged him out as the the runt of the litter. And so when he was edged out as the runt of the litter, he didn't get to take advantage of that. But this is what I can tell you definitively. I can tell you this definitively. He basically was begging for help, financial help, and every other kind of help, including the desperation of his life was falling apart because he had a brutal girlfriend who was basically beating him up. He was basically a beaten man whose girlfriend was physically abusing him. She was like, literally grabbing his head and ramming it against the wall or the door repeatedly. This is just nightmare stuff. And so then this individual was asking help for raising money, asking help about what to do about his family that had ripped him off of a part in the family fortune. So I basically got together with Brandon Young, Laura Lee Solomon, maybe a few other people, and we were talking for hours to Jeff Young, who recorded the entire conversation on Skype and published it. So I am used to all of my conversations being recorded. I always assume that they're always recorded by somebody. So it didn't bother me. But everyone else was appalled. He was asking them these intimate questions, never asked permission, and just went ahead and published their conversation, which, by the way, of course, is unethical. Something that...
The nerve.
Yeah, should never be done. There's definitely something wrong with him. There's something seriously wrong.
Yeah, I see that. I watch his videos, and there is something a little off. I feel sorry for him, ultimately.
Well,
but I understand.
But get this. So then he wound up becoming a boyfriend. This happens all the time with me. My listeners meet each other and they hook up. So when it came to this one woman whose name is best I forget, I don't remember her and I don't care to remember her. She was living in a... What do you call them?
A trailer park? A trailer park?
No. The poor people's complexes that they have for like...
Section 8. Section 8.
Section 8 housing, but it was like, they're kind of like real fucked up apartment buildings for the poor. So they call it low-income housing. What they used to call low-income housing. So she was living in a low-income housing complex. And you're not allowed to have guests because, of course, the rules of the community and all that. They don't want people bringing in hookers.
They sell the pussy. They sell pussy.
Yeah, and they don't want people doing that. So she was bringing him in against the rules of the complex, which could have gotten her evicted. And she was bringing him in regularly. And now she testified to this in a court of law, and she brought the police in on the situation and had him arrested and taken away several times. But he was beating her. Oh. So this fucker was taking advantage of an older woman in a low-income housing complex, beating the shit out of her to steal her money. Okay, there is no sympathy to be had for Jeff Young.
I had no idea about that. I had no idea.
I've never, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think he would be that type of person.
Yeah. But...
That's strange.
Now I'm not good. I'm.
She was a white girl, wasn't she? She was a white girl.
Yeah,
right?
white older lady.
I could tell. I could tell.
Yeah.
Maureen Lewis, or
I'd have to look.
I see the name of the girls he's been with. Buddy.
No, she wouldn't be. She wouldn't be identified among them. I mean, she's just basically like a low-income housing old lady that he got into just so he could exploit her. Now, this was the kicker. So while this chicken shit piece of shit is beating up this old lady and stealing her money, sneaking in and out of the window of a low-income housing project, he repeatedly tells her to stop listening to Douglas Dietrich because he's a government shill.
Wow.
This is what she relates to me. And I'm like saying, this guy is begging me for advice on his girlfriend beating him up. Oh, and by the way, she used to bring home her boyfriends and they would fuck her in front of him so that he would just...
Oh, he's a cuck.
Yeah, so he would just be forced to watch.
Total cuck. Cuck.
Yeah, he was forced to watch while she would get fucked by the boyfriends in front of him, and she would just laugh at him. And then the boyfriends would say, "You want me to kick his ass out?" And she says, "No, I want him to see this." And
She better be getting something for that money.
Yeah.
When he was beating this lady, was this after or before he got the cancer?
This was after. After.
Oh, so even after nearly dying, he still chose to be a piece of shit.
Yes.
And learn from what he...
Nothing.
After dying. No.
Nothing. But what I can't get is, okay, forget, there's no sense of betrayal here. Like, how could he say that after my trying to help him? It's not like that. It's, what I don't get is, you're sneaking into the window of some old woman in a housing complex. You're beating the shit out of her. You're stealing her money. Why do you feel the need? What on earth compels you to tell her to stop listening to some guy on the internet?
He's got to be a puppet for the cultists, maybe.
Thank
Because he's
you.
in the music industry, and all of them, he's still in the industry, and all of them are part of the cults.
Thank you.
Satanic
No.
cults.
He saw your cock in the bathroom one day and became extremely jealous.
Yeah.
Hey, Douglas.
Go on.
I just wanted to say one thing, just because it's sort of similar to what we're saying. It kind of really astounds me, and this is coming out of just pure honesty here. It astounds me what the lengths that people go to tell people not to listen to you.
Thank you.
And that's what really blows my mind, and initially kind of wanted me to get interested in what you're saying to begin with, because that's what I think all the good stuff is, where people are just obviously saying it's horrible. But another, like, I read something, like, because what's that guy, Richard Cole or whatever?
Yeah, Richard K. Cole Jr., yes.
So, yeah, I read something on there where, I mean, I've never seen something so fucking crazy in my life. A whole dossier on you, just like a whole breakdown. And it, like, all the facts are just, it's just so fucked up. Like, the time and effort someone would take to just go through to this extent just blows
Mark, you've really seen that? You've really seen that?
Yeah, he's seen it. Yeah, believe me, because I've seen it. Go on. Yes.
Right. Yeah. It's just it just unfucking believable, the time and effort of just like sprinkling like truth facts, but then warping other facts completely out of fucking context.
Putting their own spin on it. That's what Alex Jones
but
does.
it's so like neatly packed, and it was just so put together, and I just don't. It's just nuts. Like, that alone is like, why would you really take this amount of time, like, to do that? I don't know, man. It's wacky.
There's no one with any modicum of sanity that would do that. They're
all friends. They're all friends with each other. Like, they all show each other, like, in the same groups. Like, it's out in the open. It's out in public.
Yes.
Can one of y'all send me that?
You can find it just by looking for it, but why would you want to see that? The point
curious.
When I say that I've seen it, I probably haven't seen the same thing that Mark has seen, but there's so many of them. That's the point. What Mark has seen is like a repackaging of what was on the colon column with Stephen Outram. Stephen Outram wrote like 2,000 pages on me where he. Yeah, I mean, literally, it's thousands of pages. You can find it just by looking up Burning Man. If you look up Burning Man and Stephen Outram and Douglas Dietrich, you'll find it, and it's just
it's basically people just trying to say that Doug is that Doug is a cultist, and he has these cult people that follow him.
They're projecting themselves onto him. Yeah. Evil projects its evil nature onto its enemies.
It's just and it's people are saying are former, like, they're former people that were on Doug's show.
Yeah.
Like I forget a couple of the people's names, but their names are on it, and they're claiming that they have information. It's just wacky, man.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, the problem is when you look at it, it's nauseating. It's like literally, it's like opening a trash can. The lid of a trash can and looking inside and taking a deep breath and inhaling all that garbage juice and all the fumes that come out of it while looking at all the maggots seethe in front of you. It's the sickness of it is just plainly, it's the odor comes through the screen at the computer. It's just the fact that people are, and it's groups of people. The fact that groups of people are getting together to dedicate their lives, and the bizarre nature of it is, so when it comes to this whole pathology, is that they are like taking everything that I've said as a quote, and of course they misconstrue it, they misquote it, they twist it, and then they'll take everything about me and then take it out of context and reconfabulate it. But you see them on the videos, they put up these videos. So the thing is that all of these people, of course, were all people who glommed onto me, but they were all going to do this from the beginning. That was their plan from the beginning. None of these people were like people who turned. It doesn't work like that, because anybody can be affiliated with myself and just say, I want to stop affiliating, but there would be no motivation for you to then suddenly start dedicating hours of your life to basically...
It's pretty pathetic.
Yeah, be attacking somebody. But yeah, to attack me and everything. But the insane part is, of course, the self-contradictions. It keeps contradicting itself every few sentences, because they'll say I'm lying about something and then try to use the same quote-unquote claim to discredit me in another sense, saying, he said this. Yeah, so it just goes into these logic circles that...
and then... Yeah. I was going to say, they'll mention some of the things that you've... I mean, I know what you said, and you'll repeat the same thing that you said since I first have started talking to you, and I haven't seen any hole as far as I'm concerned. It's like, usually liars will catch themselves because they'll fucking forget.
Yes.
Or if they're that good of a liar, maybe not. But I mean, he was pulling stuff out about stuff you said about your own father, like details about your dad, like, and it's just so fucking weird, man.
Yeah. No, they'll bring up everything I said about my parents. And anything I said about anybody. And then they'll claim, oh, but this is not true because whatever. But like I said before, there was this guy of theirs who died. His name was Master Sergeant John Victor Lillier of the U.S. Army Special Forces Green Berets, which of course are a bunch of satanic baby raping cowards. If anybody knows a Green Beret, I'll say to you right now, any Green Beret listening, go fuck yourself. These are a bunch of baby raping Satanists, always have been. And remember, Aquino was a Green Beret. Remember that the uncle of the Night Stalker, Michael Ramirez, was the Master Sergeant. He was the uncle of Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker.
Didn't he hand Richard Ramirez images of the corpses he defiled in Vietnam? He gave them to
these were pictures of living women whose tits he cut off while they were alive, and brains he blew out while he was forcing them to give him blowjobs. So he handed photographs of this to Richard Ramirez to jack off to when he was under the full moon light of the cemeteries he was masturbating in.
Were they trying to turn him into a serial killer deliberately?
Absolutely. Michael Aquino explained that entire process. That
was Little League, right? Was that Little League?
Yeah, what Michael Aquino called his California Little League.
Little League, yes.
Yeah. And when it comes to these kinds of people, the U.S. Army Special Forces Green Berets, John Victor Lillier was one of them. He essentially killed himself. He was participating in a satanic ritual trying to call up something to attack me. And this because apparently he didn't believe in the Night of the Broken Circle or that I was protected by the Peacock Angel. He died screaming with this look of abject horror on his face. Whatever he summoned broke through, and he just died of fright. But the reason he felt desperate enough to do that, risk himself to do that, was because we busted him for double dipping, which means that he was illegally collecting both his military pension and full disability, which you cannot legally do unless, like my late and sainted father, the man who raised and guided me, you got what was called concurrent receipt, which is like getting the Congressional Medal of Honor. So my father got that, the man who raised me and guided me, partly because of my advocacy, but he got concurrent receipt, meaning he could legally receive his pension and his disability. No one else can get that other than exceptional people. John Victor Lillier was not one of them. So this individual would just take from the Veterans Administration, where they have all kinds of connections through their satanic cults, he would get certain facts about my father, and he would just republish them. And we had our man Gary States, who worked with the VA, prove this is all falsified documents. So they would they do this doxing with all these falsified documents that they just print up themselves, in which they were claiming my father wasn't on the, God, what was the name of that cruiser, the Pittsburgh, the USS Pittsburgh, that got hit by that tidal wave that broke off its bow. And it survived by fabricating a wooden bow so they could make it to Hawaii to port and then fix the ship. So my father was on that ship, and so they were claiming, oh, his father wasn't on that ship. They're just trying to deny the military service of my father as well as myself. So you're talking about people who are attacking not just myself, but Mark H., you're witness to this. You can tell everybody they attack my father's military service, the man who raised and guided me. Yes. And claim
that's exactly what they contested, is that the facts that you just said about which one he served on. I remember seeing that.
Yeah, and that he was also on the ship that helped the Franklin, the carrier that was hit by a kamikaze. He was not on the Franklin. He was on one of the ships that rescued the sailors off of the Franklin. Those guys would probably claim that I was insisting he was on the Franklin. But this is the kind of insanity that these people do. And so these people...
They really sound like spoiled, fucking, rotten, fucking
well,
rich
they are.
kids.
They're living off your tax dollar. All of these people were being paid by your tax dollar, and this is all they do all day, is attack people. It's just, and they're paid to do this. You're paying them to do this. So this is why, and not only that, they get free medical treatment at the VA, which is not treating them because they need to be on heavy meds. They need to be basically institutionalized.
I'm about to say.
Yeah, these are people who are dangerous to themselves and others. They're completely psychotic. They threaten my life consistently. I
mean, just for the simple fact they don't have anything better to do. I mean, that's pretty much a good, load up the truck with the good old boys to go clean them out,
Absolutely. They're a bunch of fucking faggots, and of course it's these MK Ultra chicks that hang with them and wind up getting used as human hand grenades. Now, with Lena Shea, what happened was, let me see if I can find the name of that stupid police officer who was running the police station in her area. See if this thing even comes on. I'd probably have to recharge it for it to come on. But this is my old cell phone, which they allowed me to keep when they switched to the new one, which they can obviously still break into. But it'll probably take forever for it to come on. But basically, the local, for all intents and purposes, police chief in her area said, her husband ran her out of town on a rail when he found her late at night with the two kids out in the cul-de-sac, which is the playground right next to their house.
All of banging a one sheet.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that was it. She was banging the kids. They were all covered in mud and blood, her menstrual blood.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and screaming Shub Nagorath while howling at the moon. At that point, he ran him out of, the husband ran him out of town on a rail. The wife, he kept the two kids. But she was like attacking myself incessantly. And the price she paid was, I told the police to check in on her late at night and do what they did. And, it's one of those things.
Safety check.
Yeah, and but the husband got to him just before the police did.
Wow.
And it was, but there you go. It's now she's up there in Vermont, so she can cross the border into Canada anytime the feds show up for her. But these with Penny Bradley, of course, she attacked me, but her producer was Daryl Neely, and Daryl Neely, who was black African American, identified himself as a white supremacist. So
he's transracial.
I was about to say transracial.
That's like the Dave Chappelle black white.
Yeah, that's where I got it from.
Thank you,
Mark. You got me.
Yeah, and it's like with Daryl Neely, he called himself one with Odin. Odin, the king of Norse gods. So he called himself one with Odin. I'm sure Odin would have been just so proud to have found out he had, mixed race child. But with Daryl Neely, he was like a producer for Penny Bradley. She could not produce without him, and she couldn't adopt like I eventually was forced to. She couldn't adapt, so she just was completely dependent on him. So when I called the FBI about the fact that he had stripped an officer at the January 6th riots, where the insurrectionists had broken into the federal buildings, he is on camera stripping a dead officer of his uniform. And so this son of a bitch, thought he was immune, thought that he was like, could do something like that with impunity. So of course, he went to jail. He's one of the few that you never heard of, in the sense that, remember every time they brought these fuckers, the insurrectionists, into trial, you'd hear about it like, oh, this guy was one of the guys, at the insurrection, and now he's going to be in jail for 6 months or something like that. You didn't hear about that with Daryl Neely, because they just rammed him in. they just stuck his ass into jail for that shit. And he'll probably be there the rest of his life. But because, since he was stripping a dead officer, they are holding him responsible.
Clothing or some shit.
What's that?
Capitol Police. He stole police clothing or something.
No, they're pretty much holding him responsible for killing that officer. Because because if they can't find somebody else to directly blame it on, he's the perfect scapegoat.
Find the next white guy.
Yeah, rather than finding the next white guy, he makes the perfect scapegoat, right? I mean, so at any rate, he's being held responsible probably for the murder of the officer. So he'll be in jail for effectively forever. He's just lost in the system now. So she hasn't put out anything in 6 months. So I mean, these women are just used by these people because, like you said, it has to be MK Ultra. There's no.
Yeah, it's the programming.
Yeah, no one could be that stupid. Otherwise, but all of these people are just human hand grenades to the cult. And the fact that they, again, are like, if you go look them up, they have whole videos where they're attacking me. And there's people that claim, I know Douglas Dietrich, but the things they say, I don't know if you saw this, Mark, there were videos with Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese where they're both admitting they live at home with their parents. And this is what they do all day. Yeah, and then beyond that, they brought in some weird black guy whose name is completely, it's so outrageously stupid, I couldn't even remember it. Something like some black empowerment name or something like that.
It's obviously fake, or
yeah, obviously fake. Kunta Kinte something, or
something like that. Yeah, some stereotype.
Yeah. King Akhenaton or something.
yeah, some stereotype.
Yeah. And he was saying Douglas Dietrich is begging for money, but he's really rich. I've seen him.
What?
Yeah, he said I've seen him in his, what was the car they gave me? Fucking Maserati. Maserati. Said I'm in Maserati. Yes, he's got this Maserati. And then they brought this other guy who was sleeping on the park bench where Salman Sheikh would pass out ice cream to the kids with his taster spoon every morning. And there's a guy named Douglas Marks. And this Douglas Marks guy, literally, like right off the park bench. And he's like, yeah, I know this Douglas Dietrich guy. And I can't even remember what the fuck he was saying. But they're saying basically I'm a wealthy guy who really lives in an estate in San Francisco, drives a Maserati. I'm ripping off all these poor ladies. They made it sound like I was some kind of badass. Where it's real Ian West says Douglas Marks tried to add me. They said shh. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah, but this is what they do. This is what they do.
No, and then I remember, I don't know if it was a Stephen Outram or something like that said something on your. Yeah. I think this was back when I remember seeing you, like, your timeline on Facebook, Douglas, just because of like Max Spears and things like that. And I remember he posted something on your timeline or something that said, "Hey, Douglas, you're out there, you're pimping your DOD money or something like that." Like basically, like you're giving you had like DOD money or something like that, and you're giving it to your co-host or something like that.
Yeah. And you know what's so funny is I don't consciously remember that. I believe you, but it's probably one of those things that he probably like unpublished it within minutes or something. You probably caught it, like because he would do that. He would publish things on other people's timelines, and then after a few minutes, some attorney would call him and say, basically like an adult minder, like an idiot minder, would say, Mr. Outrim, what you're doing is lawsuit material or something, after which he would like unpublish it. So it was probably one of those that he had published and unpublished, and you probably saw it the few minutes it was up. So it's because I heard other people tell me things like that, and then they disappear. But it was like, we would try to screenshot these things just to maintain some level of a record. But the most important screenshot was one that I captured of Stephen Outrim and Michael Aquino speaking to each other on the thread of a YouTube video where they both obviously knew each other and both their icons show their faces. And they're both basically talking to each other like they're bros. So you obviously could see they knew each other. And so when it came to the other screenshot was taken by George Knight, where this Richard K. Cole Jr. Was bragging about receiving orders from Michael Aquino. So he was bragging that Michael Aquino was giving him direct orders. So we have the screenshot evidence that they're obviously networked. So it's this truly is the cult that I describe to people, the Kings of Edom, and these cults are obviously just threw a bunch of people to cleave onto me, just to specifically then quote unquote turn on me, to make it look as if I was driving them away or something. But honestly, this was all very much standard operational procedure for them. And it went on for years and years. I mean, I was totally dependent on them actually to produce my show. I didn't know how to produce my show. I was like Penny Bradley. I had this homeless woman named Rose Dio who was producing my show. But then when she tried to scrub all of my videos, I had like 25,000 subscribers at the time I was involved with Amber Rose Dio and her stupid My Stick Warrior channel. So she had this My Stick Warrior channel. And that was when she was homeless. Literally came to San Francisco at one point and caused all kinds of havoc. Tried to go up to see Amanda Ute and then panicked. So when it came to her, when she tried to scrub all my videos and then shut down her channel, of course, after that, nobody ever went to her channel ever again, simply because she has nothing to offer. But aside from my own shows, all she ever had up there was Thelema, which is black magic videos, and all this shit on Peter Levinda, who is directly affiliated with the Cult of the Kings of Edom and wrote the Simon Necronomicon. I mean, so she was so obviously with the enemy, and yet that was the only way I could get my shows out there, was her to upload them through her local public library. When she scrubbed all my videos, suddenly she was given a home. In fact, I could even give you her address in Boulder, Colorado. So she was given like an entire house in Boulder, Colorado, after
that's MK Ultra Central, Doug. Boulder, Colorado.
Yeah. Thank you. And Troy Bellamy, by the way, says DeSantis thinks he is king, or is a king as well, and his problem is that he gets his issues straight from 4chan and Q. And I agree with that. Yes. Yeah, that's his crowd. That's what he caters to. But
never mind. I don't want to.
Well, you do agree with that, don't you, Ian?
No, hell no, he doesn't. Don't you know what that fucker did?
You mean
I'm talking about DeSantis. Yeah, yes. You know what that fucker did?
What?
He fucking. I think I told you the other day. He goddamn opened up. He dumped money into the government or military to reopen up the underground, and then advertised it as an underground command center.
Okay.
That was the first fuck up he did. The second fuck up he did was he gave a certain part of Miami, the certain neighborhood, a citizen taxes paid ambulance service.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you figure it out from there.
Say that again?
A taxpayer funded ambulance service for a certain neighborhood in Miami. Think about it.
Wow.
Think about New York and their taxpayer funded ambulance services for only the chosen, you know.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because Miami has a lot of them in there.
Yeah.
Oh,
a lot of rich chosen.
Yes. We'll be careful about.
So you're saying they have their own private ambulance service
in
their own community?
Right.
And practically, it's their own private evidence disposal. on our dime.
Yep.
Ooh.
Basically, that's what it is.
Ooh. Yeah.
Was it a secular, but was it just the rich old folks community, or was it a secular ultra orthodox?
I don't think we should go into details of that, but I think the principle of the matter is like there, you know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
But anyway, that's what I'm saying. That's why I think somebody's putting DeSantis up to this Disney thing.
Okay, well, there you go. In that sense, you are essentially agreeing with both Mr. Troy Bellamy and myself.
What, that he's being put up to doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100. But I mean, I'm not going to fault him for doing it, though. I'm glad he's doing it.
Okay.
but he's not doing it on his own. You know, he's not taking the initiative to do it on his own. You know what I mean?
Right. I see what you're saying.
He's being put up to doing it. Yeah, he's being put up to do it. But I'm glad he's doing it, though.
Okay.
You know?
Okay. Yeah. And and
Troy Bellamy, I'm going to send you a link to this KTLA news thing about what's going on with Disney and DeSantis, and then you can put the pieces together from there.
Okay. And but aside from that, when it comes to the how would I say it? What you were looking for, if you were to look up, say for instance, Richard K. Cole Jr. and Douglas Dietrich, Ian West, you'd find out, whatever it is you want to see. It's believe me, you're either going to be revolted by it, but if you're one of those MK Ultra types that's brainwashed towards being having a proclivity to fall into programming. You could wind up falling
the hive mind, you mean?
Yeah, you could wind up falling into their cult, but I don't think that'll happen with you.
I'm not about that life, you know.
Yeah,
it's just like it tries to make it seem like it's exposing you, Douglas, and it really doesn't expose anything as far as I could see.
Thank you.
Yeah,
they're just bitter. They're just bitter bitch talking or whatever, bitter bitch talking.
Yeah, you just wonder at the mentality of the people who would even look at it, because it's so, like I said, just repulsive when you see it. It's not just me looking at it finds it that way. It's anyone else who looks at it. The ironic thing, just so people know, Richard K. Cole Jr. is originally from something like North or South Carolina. He was right on the verge of Washington, D.C. He actually was in the same area that Dr. David Lewis Anderson was in for a long period of time. And he was also a Holocaust denier. He started off his career as a Holocaust denier. So he, of course, is a flaming racist. The fact now that he's working with all these people of all these multiple colors, crazy black guys who think they're white and identify as such, and stuff like that, it goes to show you the desperation of the cult, and that they are taking on anybody that they can exploit. But the fact that these people stick with them, people like Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese, it shows you how desperate they are as well, that they have no other people in their lives other than the cult. So the cult is it exists. Anyone who disbelieves that, just take a look at the number of people involved in the network attacking me. This is not natural. Anyone can tell this is not a natural gathering of human people of sane processing who are like sharing some kind of hobby. I mean, nobody shares a hobby naturally where they're gathering just to hate on one person. It's too out there, bizarre, and just simply plain pathological. But again, it shows to show that I'm the greatest threat to the cult that exists. They certainly consider me such. And for some reason, they expended a lot of energy on occult attacks on Brendan Zogit. Also, of course, on Brooke Gibson, believe it or not. So maintain her in thought and prayer. But such as, this is what they do. They attack people who are the most vulnerable. So aside from all of that, I do want people to understand that we're bringing this up strictly to educate others. And if you know anything about me and even listen to this show, you'll be approached by them. they will get your email and address and everything, stuff they're never supposed to have. I'm just curious, Mark, were you ever approached, or that didn't happen to you, at least at this point yet?
Yeah, no, I've been lucky enough that that's not the case, and I'm very fortunate of that.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that is lucky. It may happen to Nemo Albano soon, but
I doubt that.
yeah, hopefully not. Yes, we'll see. Hopefully, it stays that way. It's amazing. It's strange who they
Some of
approach.
these,
Yeah.
not to boast, but some of these high-level scumbags you speak of, I confront them and decapitate them or shoot them in my dreams.
Excellent. I mean,
Amazing.
yeah. Certainly they deserve it, and hopefully they feel it. Honestly, some of these astral assaults, can impact people. Don't think it doesn't happen. It can work like that. Again, magic is simply quantum mechanics, applied quantum mechanics, and anybody can ultimately use it if they simply avail themselves to learn it. And a lot of it is dream work, no doubt about it. So that people can do research on their own. Of course, it's not encouraged. It hasn't worked out well for most people. Take a look at that Amber Rose Dio, who was quote unquote my producer for those years when I couldn't say no and needed someone just to get out there. She was someone who built her life around magic, and her life was based on homelessness, just miserable. And only when she began to attack myself openly and was she gifted a home. And like our man Ian West said, that makes sense in Boulder, Colorado, being this kind of central area for that kind of activity. Let's take a look at the live stream right now, see the amount of time we have left.
Yeah, that part of Boulder, that's where that Bob Enyart church was. That was really a front for MK Ultra programming. That assisted in the John Benet Ramsey fucking murder.
Oh yes, that did take place there, didn't it?
Yeah, and the Columbine was right next to there too, and that MK Ultra Center / church, the Bob Enyart Church, was like a front for that too. That's what I was freaking out on, like with this new Holden Center, the bunker door at the Holden Center that I found. It's wedged in between two churches, and I'm wondering if those churches are pulling the same shit like Bob Enyart's church was.
Okay, so that being said, when it comes to I tried to look up stuff on this Bosco. He's referred to as a former prime minister, so he's a former prime minister of Australia.
Oh, is he? I don't know what he was. It's just he's funny as hell, and he's rough and tough, and yeah, I dig him. He's rough and ready. That's what I like about him.
Okay, so he is warning about war with China. So it shows that.
Yeah. Or we should say the CCP, not China, the CCP.
Yes, I appreciate
that.
I appreciate that. Yeah, at the same time, it's like it's almost a moot point.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I get it.
We don't want to shoot the innocent.
Well, I keep trying to get people to use the term communist China as opposed to just China, so that
understood,
for the same reason. Yeah.
I never sent Joe my CCP folder.
And so in terms of the what else might come up before I go full monologue, I could go at any time, but I really want to enjoy the company of these gentlemen a little bit longer. I believe that our dear lady Viviana has fallen asleep.
Yeah, she tapped out.
And as did Joe Tai. But
yeah, he always is tapped out. Oh, there she is. I hear her little voice.
Yes.
It's
Yeah, I'm working on a project. I'm listening.
Oh, well, what's your project? What's your project, honey?
Oh, it's I'm just looking for old photos. I'm trying to put something together, and I was looking for my baptismal photo from the Catholic Church. I don't have.
Oh, you were baptized as a Catholic.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's so cute. Yeah. That's so cute. What made you turn?
Well, I was baptized. Well, I was baptized Catholic when I was born, and then I was looking for my first catechism, which is you're basically married to the church. And then I also went to communion, so I did all the Catholic stuff. And then I actually went independently to church, to the Catholic Church, in my quest for seeking Yah. And so I would go by myself to church, to the Catholic. We only had a Catholic church and one Baptist. But I think, I sort of turned just on my own when I started learning more about the papacy and things like that. So I was quite young, probably like 17, when I realized that I was more of a fundamental type of Christian. And so, and then my journey just was always meeting people who witnessed Christ to me and stuff like that. And it was a journey of seeking that.
Okay.
Well, Vivian, I just posted a link for you, so you click that, and there's some old pictures in there if you want them.
Thank you.
They're from Lewis Carroll, the author of the Alice in Wonderland. Enjoy them.
Oh, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
So this is kind of like proof that Lewis Carroll was sketchy and taking pictures of. Was that his niece? Who was that?
I forgot what the article said. It was like
some young relation.
Yeah, I think it was like his stepsister or something. I forgot what it was.
Right. And,
well, let me know what you think of him. Let me know what you think of him, Val. Or Vivian, I'd love to get some feedback on it.
All right. And that's and Vivian. So do me a favor, honey. Talk to these gentlemen for a few minutes. I'm just going to. I was drinking 2 cans of liquid Coke. I should be carbonated, caffeinated, sugarized enough by now to go into monologue. Like I said, always reluctant to do that when we have some other people to kind of take advantage of in terms of their participation. So I hope these men participate for a few minutes while I'm gone. I'll go mute. I'll be back in about 5-6 minutes, and then maybe go monologue. But once I get started, of course, I won't stop. But definitely everyone is welcome to just kind of hang in there and interject whenever they want. I have a feeling, of course, Mark might drop off because of his work responsibilities. Are you getting up early tomorrow, Mark, or at any particular time?
Not early, but I'll probably head out in maybe 15-20 minutes or whenever you get back, Douglas.
Sure. Take your time, though. I'll certainly appreciate your hanging around for a few more minutes when I return. It's always good to have you here, and we definitely appreciate the calmness that you interject. I'll ask you a few questions about the reviews. The interviews you were listening to that I conducted with all of those those people, and before we let you go, and hopefully Viviana gets a chance to listen to them. So Viviana, later on, take some time, listen to the latest interview with Christine Joanna Hart, and
I'm so sorry. I thought you sent me an old one because I looked at your photo and I was like, I've seen this one.
Well, I never age. I don't age, honey.
I didn't know that because you looked exactly the same, and so that's why I didn't listen to it right away, because I was like, I'm pretty sure I listened to that.
That's so cute. No, that's adorable. And, that's all right.
It's really true. That's what went through my head.
Yeah. And that's fine. I take that as a compliment. It goes to show, of course, how little I age over time. It's good genes and nanoplasma. And so that being said, all right, honey, take the stage for a little bit. I'm going to go mute, okay?
Okay.
What are you up to, babe?
I guess we got the whole thing to ourselves, guys. What should we do?
Let's play a song. No, I'm joking.
Just talk about any interesting topic.
Don't get me in trouble.
I'm joking.
Oh man, poor Ian, man. Poor Ian.
Yeah. Can you believe Doug was fucking blaming that shit on me? I was like, man, I was so fucking pissed. I even gave him my goddamn password to my fucking YouTube so he could just broadcast from that. I felt so bad for him.
Hey, you know what? I felt sad, Ian, because didn't you? I think you dropped out all the conversations. I thought you were gone for good, my dude. I was a little worried.
I wouldn't. No. When I figured out Doug was bullshitting me about, I got suspended for 2 weeks and then he's on the next week, I was like, all right,
Well, right now, what we're experiencing in my little community and how people are getting back at each other is just reporting at certain aspects where the algorithm is going to pick up, whether it's a bad word or whether it's anything at all. And it's producing to take a lot of people's channels down. And people do this as a form of an attack.
You're right. And Viv, I'm glad you're bringing that up because I thought about a way to get around this. Do you guys know those like little countertop service bells? Like whenever you go to a hotel, you got to ring the bell to get the service.
Yeah.
Okay. If we all had a bell like that, and we know we said something like that was on the edge of fringe, if we hit that bell, it throws the AI off, and it doesn't pick up on what you're saying. And that's a trick that I learned. And I knew about this for like years, and it didn't dawn on me until I was watching this episode today. And I was like, yeah, we should do that. We should get bells. And every time we're like, about to cross the brink, just tap the bell, and then it fucks the algorithm up. And it doesn't pick up on what you're saying.
I think somebody purposely reported it.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, it was the dudes that fucking hired Doug to do that interview. It was them. It was them that reported.
Payback, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate that they left it at an isolated incident, but still, it's still on the brink of fringe. But doing the bell, ringing the bell thing, that is a way to beat that system.
Well, how are we supposed to know what is off limits when it comes to protected people?
Understood.
Because anyone can be a protected people. Like I could say I'm a protected person. Why? I don't know, because I identify as a unicorn. I'm offended.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I identify as a homeowner, so anyway. That's an old joke I had. But I don't have one of those bells. I need to have one, but I think I'm gonna get some off of Wish or something, like a case of them, or just have them. But that's the trick. That's the trick.
Speaking of the AI, Viv, or Ian, or Nemo, have you seen the new videos that are AI generated?
Yes.
The deep fake, the 81.
Yeah, it's so weird. It's AI does not understand human consumption. It's really creepy. Because
amazing.
The food, like they just see us absorbing food. They don't actually see like the process of it, because I don't think the AI understands why we need it. Yeah.
But eventually it will figure it out.
Probably takes time.
That's so weird.
Yeah, because it's taking on our human nature in effect. Yeah, I saw the craziest one today, and it was like Putin tried to plug something in. Oh gosh! And then of course, I had to go to the comments, and people are like, "This AI generated video is off the freaking wall. Like you can't even tell anymore if it's real or not."
Oh, that's scary.
I think Ian had posted a video of the AI.
Yeah, did y'all get that? Did y'all get the video I posted of AI? I mean, don't play it on here. Don't play it on here, but when y'all got some free time, check it out.
Oh, okay.
If you ever played Metal Gear Solid 2, you'll love it.
Okay.
Oh. But yeah, that bell noise, it's just genius. I was wondering why these people were doing it, and then I figured it out. I'm like, oh, yeah, it beats the algorithm. Why didn't I think about that, It's like apparently
that you can't just freely speak, and now you have to stop and think about, is this...
Yeah, I know. It sucks, right? It sucks. Yeah. It sucks,
Mm-hmm.
It's terrible. And apparently YouTube assumes that we read the, that we read the full agreement with the live broadcasting. Right. So therefore, the innocent people like Doug will get punished for it when it happens.
Yeah, or just people who want to straight up take them down.
Sure.
Or take anyone else down. Like, you have to be concerned. You can't have a free flowing speech channel talking about...
It's crazy.
Nefarious things or anything at all that's outside of the ordinary properly, contextualized speech that we have to adhere to.
You know what? I got my little signal generator over here. I couldn't look that up. I got this.
So we have to be feeling bad just because we said certain words or because we think a certain way and we want to express ourselves. We have to stop and think about everyone's feelings.
Yeah, well, the Democrats are the one that brought us into this, so we have to, give them credit where credit is due.
Stop buying into that political bullshit.
Well, I think it started with psychology when we adopted psychology as a concept. I'm not downing psychology. Of course, it is a science.
Well, you should.
It's interesting, but it focused too much on how we feel, so that we're dictated by those instead of rationalizing emotions or processing thoughts and ideas without making it personal.
Yeah, no, I'm the kind of guy who just talks off the top of my head. I really don't have
It helps to develop thick skin, not to get offended.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Bothered by what other people say.
That's what I tell all these little kids. I'm like, somebody's gonna rub your face in the dirt and show you how this world fucking works.
I've learned to make fun of the things I like, so when other people make fun of them, it doesn't bother me at all. I just laugh along with them.
Yeah. But it's just not like that now because we have to, I don't know. It's just, this is where we are. And I was just talking to
YouTube's
myself.
horrible now because it used to be a lot better before Google got the ownership of YouTube. You could get away with a lot more content.
Yes.
Oh, hey, I forgot to ask you guys. Did you hear about the satellite phones getting issued to the Congress people and shit?
No, tell us about it.
I don't know all the details about it, but I have a feeling if they're saying that they're issuing certain government members satellite phones, I think this 3 day of darkness thing is going to happen soon.
Oh,
I mean,
darkness from a solar storm.
They've been saying this shit for fucking 5 or 6 years and stuff, but with the announcement of the Disney's Air thing getting lifted and stuff, and then the satellite phone being announced, it's I really think they're about to, I think we're about to wrap all this shit up.
But wouldn't
I have to agree with Ian there because when I was tripping on through Twitter yesterday and I saw Medvedev pretty much, Russian propaganda, why would American news sources be propagandizing this message towards us? But what they were saying was absolutely in your face, something they would not say 5 years ago, but they were basically saying that nuclear options, if the U.S. and the UN are not going to honor nuclear capabilities on either side, then neither are we, basically. And I'm like, where the hell has Medvedev been, and why is he trending?
Yeah.
Now he's got this voice saying U.S. should pay for the losses and damage in Bakhmut, and I'm like, what? And so I'm just astounded at the things coming from the Putin and Medvedev, the 2 feet of the bear in their tan democracy that they've had for this long of time. But Putin pretty much kicked him to the curb, so I haven't seen him in a while. Wow. And I'm looking at him like, why is this dude trending with such great outbursts of demands, their kings are ruling, telling us what to do. We must be so weak that they feel emboldened to come out and do that in such a way that it's madness in my eyes.
Thank you. Very much so. And that's very astute. And by the way, I'm very impressed with your knowledge of the internal politics of Russia. It's incredible to me how you've attained this level of knowledge by your observation. So I'm proud of you. That's incredible.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thanks.
Yeah. It's got to be RT, Doug. It's got to be RT.
It's biblical, actually.
Yes. Yeah. Actually, she's been observing Russia for a long time, and so she's picked up quite a bit. So, honey, when it comes to
also. I'm a student, so it's not just me. It's just that I'm, I like to learn. So But I
Understood.
like that God leads us into understanding. That's really a good thing.
Yes.
Understood.
Yeah. And so now that I'm returned, yes, Mark, so you listened to all of those interviews. Perhaps you could help summarize them for other listeners who haven't listened to them yet and inspire them to listen to the interviews as well. Whatever stands out to you, please relate it.
Yeah, absolutely. The ones with the, I believe, the Bosnian, not Bosnian,
Bulgarians, the Bulgars. Yeah.
Bulgarian. Yeah. So that was an incredibly long interview that I don't know how the hell you stayed up or stayed clear and lucid throughout the entire thing. That was just incredible. God bless you. But I noticed, throughout that entire interview that they were definitely super interested in knowing more about a protected peoples, if I should say.
Yeah.
Good one, Mark. Good one.
Yeah, they kept trying to redirect it back to that when it was sort of just somewhat inappropriate because you were trying to get onto different things.
Yeah.
And they were trying to bring it back to there. But I did notice, the way that you approached, the interviewer or interviewers was very tactful, and I picked up on your social engineering skills when you were speaking with them, and it was in a genuine way. It wasn't in a disgenuine way. You generally did know about their country, and you were speaking very clearly about it and connecting these things together.
Thank you.
And I also did note, and I did overhear the guys giggling, weirdly.
What was that all about? What was that all about?
I think Doug already said it in the last show.
But you can repeat it. You can repeat it for our listeners for their amusement.
I was in and out that day.
It sounded like there was a little bit of hanky-panky going on there, Ian.
Yeah.
So they were a team or whatever.
They were getting their jollies. You know what I'm saying? Getting their jollies.
Yeah, literally. Yeah. It was because it was just so our listeners understand. It's actually time-stamped on the excerpt that I published, which probably pissed them off no end because they would have, actually censored that out. But probably censored out perforce my entire story about my mother and the Nyaga. But, I brought up the big snake, the Titanoboa, the Megaboa. And, most of the time, when people have a reactive laugh, which they cannot control, like, oh, this is so fucking ridiculous, they just bark out laughter. It's kind of like sometimes when Ian says something and I respond that way. Actually, that doesn't happen, but you get my point. It's skeptical laughter.
In that manner.
Yeah, where somebody, ha, and then stops themselves if they have any sense of civility. But it wasn't like that. It was into the narrative when I began to talk about the size of the snake. Then they started this chuckling, and like Brendan Zoget said, why don't they mute? Why are they not muting?
Right? Yeah, good point.
And it's like because the physical sensation of the one guy pulling his dick out and the other guy stroking it, it's basically they're too involved with what they're doing to think about muting. They're just this is what I envision happened. But if anyone listens to it, it would be hard not to conclude otherwise.
No, the funny thing is you called them out on it like dead to rights.
Yes, thank you.
For real?
You literally said, like, it's funny the way Douglas does it because Douglas really doesn't have any shame. He's very straightforward with it, which I appreciate. And he said, was there something I said that was, funny pretty much? It was almost like a teacher with like school kids,
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Literally, what the hell is, like you're in this in-depth conversation. You're trying to explain something that they want to hear. Yeah. And you
supposedly that they supposedly want to hear. Yes,
right.
Yeah, it sounds like they had ulterior motives.
Yeah.
Like most
they
women,
didn't commit to taking it seriously.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with these chicks, dude? This is the third chick in like 15 minutes that's texted me. This never happens.
Hey, there's a need out there for escape, and you've got the means. It's
I know.
What Ian is saying is that we all have a chance.
Yes, there we are. It's true.
There we go. Yeah, let's be optimistic. That's great.
Yes, and Ian's he's got it. So
you're a pusher, man.
Yeah, and so with Mark, so when yeah, so what I actually said exactly was I said, "Am I amusing you?" That's what I said. Was again
Yeah,
like a
something like
teacher,
that. There you
yeah,
go.
pretty much
Yep.
coming down. I said, "Am I amusing you?" And then they were like, "Oh," yeah," and then whatever they said was just totally. It didn't even make any sense. It was just but you know, and Peter Moon was trying to kind of like, oh, you know, different culture, and Jesus Christ, he and I have both worked with Eastern Europeans for quite some time, many years at a time. We both know it's not cultural difference.
So Peter's just softballing them in there.
It kind of, but
He's going camping with these guys or something, right?
What?
yes, he's going camping with these
Why
guys.
would he?
Right.
Oh, that's not
Yeah,
going to be
so he's
awkward.
got right. So he's got to get himself mentally prepared.
That's a little sauce.
Yeah.
He's got to dumb himself down to get himself ready to hang out.
Yeah, yes. By the way, to his credit, like I said, he pretty much you know, told them that when they confronted him with this, saying, "Oh, Douglas Dietrich broke his word, he betrayed us, and published this," as if I had to out of self defense because of if they're going to re-edit it, God knows what they'll twist it into. So when I did what I did and they confronted him, he just said, "It's not my business." So, you know, all credit to him in that regard. He has pretty much, you know, fobbed them off in terms of any kind of taking sides. Nevertheless, as Brendan Zoget said, he really should be concerned for his physical safety if he's going to be in the wilderness with these people for about a work week's worth of time, about 4 days. And God knows these guys are going to, you know, start, you know, coming at him with this at some point organically, and he'll just have to dismiss it, and we'll see if he comes home in one piece.
They'll try and poison his mind. They'll try to do that.
Throw Peter to the wolves.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all I can say in that regard is good luck. I mean, you know, they could try and poison his mind, but you know, Peter Moon's undergone enough Scientology training where it has its uses. I have no doubt about that. He's pretty good at resisting that kind of thing. He's a
wise man.
Yeah.
Oh, Doug, I never told you the
He's
joke
wiser
about
than me.
I never told you the Peter Moon in the book joke, but I can't do it here. But
I mean,
never mind.
Yeah. I mean, Peter Moon is human. He's human. He's human, and it's he's yeah, and he and I both have our eccentricities. It's amazing. I mean, take a look at our politics. We're polar opposites, but it's like at the same time, he's like he's a product of a different age. He's a, you know, a different time, a different place, and he's you know, he takes care of himself. But yeah, he's yeah, I think that hopefully he'll be fine. He's been through a lot, and yeah, that being said, moving right along, right?
Yeah, here, I'm gonna send you guys a link to this thing I sent Doug about that was Peter Moon. It's so fun. It's so funny.
What is this? What is this?
We can't talk about it on
Okay,
here, but like
okay.
off the air we can. But I'm gonna send it to everybody just to get an idea.
Okay.
All right. Here's the copy link address. And here we go in the Skype.
Y-
But yeah,
yeah.
I saw this and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah.
But yeah, it brought me back to an old Daniel Carver quote.
Yeah. But so did you notice, Mark, at the end of the interview where they both say, "Oh, Douglas, you sound like you're exhausted," and then they say, "Oh, but we haven't talked about this yet or that yet,"
yeah.
like, you know, like the Dietrich
Yeah.
Artelect, like they got ripped off, and I'm like thinking, dude, you paid me for 4 hours each segment of the interview. Instead of giving you 8, I gave you 11. And we would have gotten to the Dietrich Artelect if you hadn't kept telling me to go back to Israel and shit. Yeah, so it was just bizarre. I don't know. Was that on the record? Was that on the recording? It must have been, I think.
It must have been they tried to pull like a religion hit on you or something, you know, where they like set you up or you know.
Yeah. No, I believe it was a setup because yeah, even V saw that. She said when I was telling her about it, she said she felt that they were going to just edit out in such a way that it would sound like I was a raving Judeophobe and just release it on pay-per-view like that. Now, why on
Yeah,
earth?
that's what they say about me, you know.
They kept saying that too. They kept trying to distinguish. Douglas, could you please reiterate what the difference is between the Edomites and these protected peoples?
Yeah. It's like, thank you. They were obsessed, and then when I was going into these long explanations at the end, they were so disappointed. You heard the guy say, "That was a long answer." Like, what the fuck do you want?
Ungrateful fucking response.
Right?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
It was
It's like, go back in your fucking time machine and tell me how long it is. You know?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. No, it's definitely a bizarre experience, and has been growing more bizarre ever since. Hopefully it dies down now, and they just quietly go away. Such being said, and so with Christine Joanna Hart, yeah, I mean, God, you know what I might bring up with her if it comes up again. When fortunately she seems to have dropped that desire to quote unquote integrate herself. For those who don't get what I'm talking about, Christine Joanna Hart has altars, and these altars were exploited in espionage. And, one thing I didn't say the last time I was on with her, where I was telling her you don't want to go back and open up these altars. Mark was sensitive to this. And Mark noticed I was trying to discourage her because I was bringing up things that might happen to me as an example. But, just to let you guys in on something like, the real potential for disaster with something like that people just don't get. Her altars were fucking seductresses. And, but understand that her son is not her altar's son. If she goes into an altar state, she likely would seduce her son.
Yeah, she'll fuck her son.
Because that's not her son. Yeah,
exactly.
when her altar is locked in. And
we gotta save that kid.
Yeah, it's just like this is something that, believe it or not, if you see the Salman Sheikh interview, he knows this and he's trying to drag this out of her by telling her repeatedly, tell us about your son. Did you notice if anyone's witnessed the Salman Sheikh interview, this is what the fucker's doing throughout that interview. So you saw that, right, Mark? Or
yeah, he was sounded like he was having her try to overcompensate for her son because of what was said.
What?
Yeah, because of what was may or may not have been said by Douglas or someone else about her son. That she was put in a position where I think she felt like she had to overcompensate about her son's masculinity of somewhat.
Right.
I believe.
Right. Well, this is one of the things that Salman Sheikh was trying to do, obviously under orders, because I don't give him credit enough to even be that psychologically astute. But when it comes to the situation, just so people understand what was said, the years and years ago when I was public about this was, of course, Michael Aquino was still alive and, of course, had exploited her in the past. And certainly that was the reason she had approached myself. So all one needs to know is this sort of thing doesn't stop. It goes on for generations. So I pointed out the fact that Michael Aquino had no qualms about basically trying to exploit her son either. This is something, of course, that she actually had accepted the first times that I had said that. And it was something that she then was approached by, of all people, Sarah Rachel Adams about it. And was then basically asking me to reapproach the subject in a manner that would, I guess, kind of change the narrative, so to speak. But it's one of those things where these things are just going to keep going on forever if we don't discuss them.
Now you get a dog. Oh, go ahead.
And
well, I can tell you're full of shit for the next year now. This will be good. I'm sorry about that.
Understood. It's At any rate, such being said, Salman Sheikh was, of course, trying to rub that wound, pick that scab. He was trying to pick that scab and and break it open and cause it to bleed. He's just such a piece of human shit. I mean, these people, you understand, their entire life is bent around just hurting people and tormenting people. It's
all going to pile back onto them from all the torment and horror they cause to other people.
The SRA does that.
Yeah,
well,
do you mean
that's the problem, Nemo? Because I think a lot of these people love it. They're real masochists. They love that. They want that pain.
Thank you.
To come back to them.
Thank you. It's the only time they really felt alive. That's basically
when they die and go to the other side, they go into the lowest realms, aren't they? For all the bad shit they've done.
They live in the low realms now. They live there now.
Yes, it's true.
I get what you mean.
Yeah, both ways. It's true both ways. They're in this very low vibrational realm, and of course they sink to a density that they would resonate with. And as I said before, people ultimately can escape those realms when you realize you don't belong there. And of course, some people it takes aeons for them to ever realize that. But there is the phenomenon of the second death. And the second death is something that can impact that element of the soul in certain realms or places. A great example is when first to qualify, understand that I've always talked about the fact that the soul is very multifaceted, that we are, in its most simplistic form. I would say that the soul is we're like the Creator. The Creator is viewed often as a trinity, the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost. With the Kabbalah, it would be the Kether, the Shakma, the Binah. So these are the masculine, feminine, the wholeness that combines them both, the yin and the yang combining into the whole at the top of the Trinity, as in W-H-O-L-E, not whole as in H-O-L-E. But this wholeness, this holisticness, is obviously bifurcated by necessity. And so our soul is like that. There's an element that either ascends or descends, an element that incarnates again or reincarnates, and an element that stays there, just kind of like in place, that's left with the body. And this was why so many human cultures throughout all human experience bury their dead, or at least place them in a place where their ashes will be kept together. Some people scattered the ashes, but obviously there was a lot of burial going on worldwide, so there is an understanding of keeping the body intact. Ian West said I lied about what? What'd you say you lied about?
I posted the wrong watch. This is the right watch.
Oh, okay. And so when it comes to the soul, understand that what I saw when I died that first time, or at least the first time I was cognizant of dying, that was when I saw what I did with those shades in this urban realm that looked like a city that was semi-derelict in the sense that there were cars on the streets, but they were all parked. I saw no traffic, and they looked like they hadn't been used in a long enough time where they were corroded. And the skyscrapers that were not necessarily standing intact, denuded of many windows, skeletal parts of their internal infrastructure showing, and in the spaces between them, those extraordinarily large spider webs that blotted out the sky, with cords that would be thick, the size of an undersea cable, and these incredibly very large spiders, just macroscopic arachnids that were feeding off these many shades that were going in and out of the buildings, trying to live the semblance of a normal life, but just not really being able to interact very well with what was around them. They could get into the cars, but not really drive them. They could go into the buildings, but probably were not deriving any any capacity to interact with whatever might have been inside. But there were so many of them, countless numbers of them, that were stranded on these webs that were just struggling. And the spiders desiccating them of whatever substance was within them. This is what is known in spirituality as the second death. It was witnessed by Europeans when they would witness what was called the wild hunt. And the wild hunt was, of course, people can look that up, seen across Europe where ghostly hunters were hunting humans. And these hunters were believed to be the demons of yore that were hunting down various humans that had bargained with infernal elements in the past and not been able to deliver on their bargain, and were hunted down. But it was all seen as a ghostly shadow of a hunt, like a hologram or a kind of hallucination. But people were seen being captured in the hunt and killed and slain. So this was seen as a second death, that there is a potential for whichever element of the soul is in those situations to die again. And apparently at that point dissipate into a nothingness, which obviously apparently is feared by the souls because they do run in the wild hunt. The souls I saw were struggling on those webs. And if Mark H. didn't hear that part of the last program, I was driven out of that environment by a young girl who I had, how could I say it, known peripherally, more an acquaintance than someone I ever really knew, but I did know her name. And of course she got me in terrible trouble as a child, blaming a crime on me I didn't commit. And when I saw her in that environment, she started, basically, it was flat palming my chest, almost as if she were the same kind of force as if she were beating my chest with both her fists, like she was pounding against a door with both fists, except they were open palming me on the chest. And that's when I came back to with those paddle boards breaking my ribs as they were applying the electric jolts to restart my heart after my erstwhile doctor had literally killed me by ramming a chest tube through my lungs as if he were spearing a whale, harpooning Moby Dick, and barely missed my heart but collapsed the other lung. So that's when I clinically died and had that experience of going essentially to a hellish realm. It's this young girl I investigated afterwards and found that she had recently killed herself before I encountered her in that realm. Only she obviously wasn't part of that realm. Unlike the rest, she really glowed. Golden, as a matter of fact. Golden and, dare I say, sparkly. Effervescent. She was effervescent. And
I get what you mean.
yes. And she was basically pushing me out of that realm, and she obviously could extricate myself. She could obviously extricate herself. So it was like she had gone down there just to get me out. Like she was making up for what she had done.
So you think she was sacrificing herself for you, Douglas?
I don't believe that she sacrificed herself because I don't believe she was stranded down there. As I said,
She was making up for what she did wrong to Doug.
she's right in the
Apparently,
wrong.
is that
Right
what
in the
you
wrong.
said?
yes,
Making right for her wrongs.
yes. What she had done to me was when we were both very young. We're talking about first or second grade. They had all these animals that they kept in the classroom so we could get acquainted with life and develop a respect for life. All kinds of animals, little chicks with the heating lamps, all that sort of thing. There was a budgie that was in a cage, an Australian bird actually, and she grabbed this young girl, blonde, who was going to grow up to be a Barbie doll, grabbed the budgie out of the cage in front of me and began to crush it between her hands, screaming all the while at what I was doing, quote unquote, and then threw it on the floor and screamed, "Look at what Douglas Dietrich did."
She's
So,
MK Ultra.
So I was brought before the principal and the dean, and everyone classified me as the what do they call that?
The psycho killer.
Most likely to become serial killer, mass murderer.
Serial killer. Yeah. But it's really the girl that did it.
Yeah. No matter what I said, they wouldn't believe me.
She's MK Ultra.
Well, she ultimately killed herself, and
she MK Ultra again.
Yeah, shortly before I myself was murdered by that doctor who told me he was going to kill me before he plunged the chest tube through my rib cage. By the way,
why did he say he's going to kill you?
Because he was Chinese. He was Chinese, and like so many Chinese people, his parents forced him to become a doctor, and he never wanted to be one.
And he hates his life now.
Is basically it. Yeah. I mean, so just so people understand, Chinese American community, or probably Chinese Australian community, or Chinese community anywhere outside of China, and half the Chinese community in China, you don't have a choice. It's just basically you're born and your parents say, you're going to be a doctor. You're going to be an accountant. You're going to be something that's money making and doesn't stand out. They would never say you're going to be a lawyer. They would never say you're going to be a politician. And they would never say you're going to be a manager. No, it would be something like you're going to be a doctor or an accountant or something of that nature. An engineer. Yeah. An engineer.
A suit suitable for Asians.
Yeah. And something that wouldn't make any social ripples, but would make enough money. My gang brother Beaver, just an irresistible tangent. My gang brother Beaver's, one of his relations became a nuclear physical engineer, what they call, meaning he had both a physicist degree and an engineering degree. And he worked at those waste disposal sites for nuclear toxins out in the desert that they all fucked up by burying them under kitty litter and shit. And it's like he had to live out there, because even then, for nuclear safety, he couldn't live on site, so he had to drive like half the day to get there and half the day to get home almost. So he was like, you're talking about maybe 6 hours to get there, 6 hours to get home, and then you're 8 hours at work, and then you go home and go to sleep, and then wake up and start the cycle again. And it's like, but you're not doing anything at work anyway, other than fucking around for an enormous paycheck. And
right.
But so this guy was just devoid of anything other than, well, like most of Beaver's relatives, which is why Beaver grew up with a pathological hatred for money. All he could think of was collecting the money. And it was like when Beaver went to visit him down there, he was sitting in the guy's home, and they had like shipped in this grand piano for their daughter to learn to play. And it was like the money to do that must have been astronomical. But other than that,
it probably cost more than the piano.
Yes. But other than that, there were no indulgences in particular that he could notice. And he did see the man open his safe. And he saw all these stacks of money. And he said, why? And the guy said, well, I have to cash the government checks, because if I don't cash them after a certain time, then they go, they cancel the check. So I have to cash the checks. And he just kept all the money in his safe, just growing and growing, because he didn't trust banks. And Beaver was saying, what are you going to do with all that? And the guy seriously said, I'm going to have it buried with me. And it was like, at that point, Beaver was just like, God damn, he just checked out. It's like, it doesn't compute. There's nothing to relate to. And he said, then at night, they pressed this button, and it was like the movie The Purge. Then all these, shades came down that were made of steel and shit. And these grates came down, so the house was locked down. And Beaver said, what are you worried about? By the way, it was me who later on told Beaver about the Hellstorm hives, where Americans had developed these species that dwell underground. That's what the guy's worried about. That's why the home's built like that. Does that make sense to you, Mark? You understand what I'm saying, right?
I totally agree. I totally understand, dude. I don't think Mark knows the story about the hives, but...
Do you? Mark, you must have heard me speak of it, yes? That's on the banned episode, actually. People can listen to that by going to Odyssey. So then what happened was that This same guy told Beaver at one point that he had seen ghosts. He says this was a nuclear physicist and an engineer. And so Beaver took what he said seriously. And Beaver said, tell me about this. And the guy's response was, well, one time when I was down at the nuclear waste site, this ethereal figure came in, tall in a shroud, looking like, you know, that ghost from Christmas Future. Beaver said, what'd you do? And the guy said, I turned around, put my head between my shoulders, and I walked away. And it was like, that was it. No insight or revelation or nuclear physics, engineering analysis. Just, okay, paranormal encounter. Turn around, put my head between my shoulders, and walk away. And this happened twice. So the next time he saw a ghost was in another environment. And let me see. Who says, sorry, guys, got to go?
Ian.
Oh, that's Ian? Oh,
Yep.
So our hearts out to Ian. Hopefully he's okay. Hopefully that's not something happened to a relation or something like that. Hopefully it's just some girl desperate for drugs. And that works to his favor, so to speak. Maybe that's not something to wish for. But, at any rate, so then the second time the guy said, yeah, and I saw a ghost in this other place, like some office or something. And Beaver said again, what'd you do? I put my head between my shoulders, I turned around and walked away. And that was just his way of confronting the paranormal. A physicist, engineer. It was just, you know, there was nothing to get out of this guy. I mean, his life was empty. So when it came to my point, however, we were talking about the Hell in the Second Death, this girl, this young lady in particular, and MK Ultra. And money. What was it before I went off on that tangent that I found so irresistible? What were we speaking of? Perhaps you gentlemen.
I asked, why did the doctor say he's going to kill you?
Oh, thank you. Back to that. So, like this guy who was forced to become an engineer and had no choice in life, and therefore had no real personality ever develop. You get what I'm saying? He never had a chance to develop
I get what you're saying.
an integral personality. There were these other people, Chinese, who were forced to become accountants like they wanted Beaver to become. His brother became a CPA, which is a super accountant. Beaver became kind of like the black sheep of the family who helped to run the crime, which made him the most useful person in the family. And ironically, everyone goes to him for advice. But basically, when it came to, you know, because he's the only one in the family who's had a life. Get it? So, but these people who become doctors understand that to become a doctor is your life. You spend the majority of your life in school because the doctor's lifespan, because of all the stress involved with being a doctor, and they eat horrible diets and all this other shit, they live very short lifespan. So a doctor's lifespan statistically is very short. You usually die in, if you're lucky, you die when you're 60. So if you spend like 30 years in school, that's half your life, right? Yes. Literally. So it's like, so imagine somebody when you're young and you're born, your parents say, you're going to be a doctor. Well, you've just checked out of life. There is no life for you. You at that point are going to become a pre-med student and go through math and then go. So most of them hate life. They hate people. And
it's very verifiable because everything you described about the Chinese is exactly how the late comedian Patrice O'Neill described the Chinese in multiple times.
Yeah. And
so what you're saying other people say about them as well.
Yeah. And so, well, they'll tell you that. I mean, if they have any degree of capacity to self-reflect, most of them don't. I mean, seriously, most of them don't. They just, they live the system. Like Beaver's brother. Beaver's brother has no concept of what it's like to be anything other. When I called Beaver's brother up and I said, hey, I was taking care of my parents for 10 years and I received this stupid check that said 0.00 every month because California is paying me as a care provider for 24 hours a day care for both parents. So I'm getting paid for 48 hours a day, but the state took it all back in what they call share of cost. So I didn't get a penny of it ever, but they're taxing me on it, the federal government. So I owe $35,000 in back taxes and they're going to send me to jail. And I said, what do I do? You're the CPA. And he said, oh, come on, Mr. Dietrich, I deal with this all the time. Just give him the money. I said, what? He said, just give him the money, and then I'll take care of the rest. You give him the money, and then I'll take it, go in and work for you and get the majority of it back. I said, you're not getting what I'm saying. There is no money. I can't give them any money. I don't have money to give them. And he was just shocked. He said, I don't understand what you're saying. I've never dealt with anyone who didn't have money. He literally just thought everyone in life just had money, like that. Because that's all he ever dealt with was helping a bunch of rich people build the government. You get what I'm saying? There's no concept of poverty. Literally. And so it's like, this is how lost these people are. But when it came to the Chinese doctor, so he was one of these really angry young Chinese doctors who never had a life, and he hated his patients. So after he was presented myself with a collapsed lung, he basically whispered in my ear, I'm going to kill you, because he could get away with it, and then proceeded to kill me. He clinically rendered myself dead. When they reanimated me, later on I was talking to this idiot bitch named Dr. Doof something. I remember her because she had a hyphenated name, and the first name was Doof, D-U-F-F. The rest of her name I don't even remember, probably for the best. But
probably us, Doof us.
Yeah, everyone always says that, which I never argue with. She had a 1,000-yard stare because in those days they used to put people through this hell test where they were trying to test their merits for becoming a doctor by making them work for days without sleep. So she had a 1,000-yard stare, which was the most dangerous thing in the world. Just to give people an example of what that means, I saw the military equivalent of an industrial safety film at one time. And for those who don't know, an industrial safety film is where they will show you literal accidents on the job so you don't make these mistakes. Like, see, if you don't wear goggles like Billy Joe Jeff here, look what happens. And he loses an eye in front of you because a metal splinter goes in his eye and takes his eyeball.
Just to quickly ask, the 1,000-yard stare, is that like a hypnotic gaze you're talking about? Someone just goes
God no. 1,000-yard stare is when you can't see past 1,000 yards because
literally.
Yeah, you're just physically exhausted. So you're sleepwalking. You're basically sleepwalking, and you're just staring ahead. You're not looking around like a zombie. Right. So, like I said, the military equivalent of an industrial safety film, like "Don't do this, kids." Was a 1,000-yard stare combat engineer who was sent out in the field to disarm some mines, some landmines. And communist landmines are just infamous for being, they just go off at the drop of a dime. Communist landmines are cheap. They're like put together poorly. They're like not made to, you ever see in the movies, the guy steps on the mine and it's like, oh, it's going to go off. So he's got to stay there. You stand there. You ever see that in a movie? That's not a communist landmine. Communist landmine is like literally you're in an area and you breathe wrong and it goes off.
Just a bug landing on it.
Yeah. So half the time it doesn't kill anybody because it goes off, before you even get there, just because of the vibrations of your feet. But so it shows this combat engineer, and it's like he's supposed to disarm the mine. So what you do, theoretically, is you take a weight, you put it on the mine's trigger. And that depresses the trigger, theoretically keeps it from exploding, and therefore you can work on the wiring. So, but this guy had a 1,000-yard stare. So the military safety film said, make certain that when you realize you haven't had enough sleep, that you speak to your commanding officer so he can order sleep time for you. Or look at this. And so the guy with the 1,000-yard stare takes basically the weight, which is like a brick, and he slams it down on the mine like he's putting a slab of beef on a butcher display, like this plop, and you hear this plop, and then of course he blows up. So this is what the doctor did to me. She sent me home without She didn't stitch my chest tube sites. She sent me home with gaping chest wounds. Is what she sent me home with. She slapped Band-Aids on them so I couldn't see them, and sent me home with gaping chest wounds under bandages that I wound up in. But anyhow, so this Dr. Doof bitch, when I was speaking to her about the doctor that killed me, I said, he tried to kill me. And she said, look, he's been through a lot of stress lately. A lot of his patients have been failing on him. You like that? Like that term? A lot of his patients have been failing on him. I said, bitch, he's been killing them. And it's like, you have no
Dr.
right.
Kowalski.
Yeah, she says, you have no right to say that, that kind of shit. After that, she tried to get me out of the hospital and shit, and ultimately tried to kill me herself, probably subconsciously, by not stitching up my chest tube sites. Anyhow, this is the kind of crap we're talking about. So there you go. That puts the context of why the doctor said what he said, and everything after that's just more medical nightmare. By all rights, of course, it's impossible that I'm alive. So it's
a miracle.
Well, it's really the vampiroid genes, the nanoplasma, and a miracle. Yeah, and a number of miracles combined.
Combination of things.
Yes. Now the point I always try to bring up is unlike, I've died as many times, maybe more, than Daniel Brinkley. But unlike Daniel Brinkley, I don't base my career on those death experiences, because I'd like to think that my life, in the more immediate sense, is far more important than my deaths.
Yes.
But with Daniel Brinkley, the deaths are all he's got.
He wants to dwell on that.
Yeah, and that to me is pathetic. It's like, God, if that's all your life is I died a lot. Jesus Christ. It's like there's nowhere to go from there. It's that's horrible. I mean, you may as well be dead.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. But there you go with that. Now,
thank you for answering that.
What was that?
Thank you for answering my question while the doctor was saying he's
okay.
kill.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And just so people know, I personally had a very positive experience with Daniel Brinkley when he called me when my father died. But after that, of course, he was just scared of being identified with myself, so he withdrew more and more. And that's pathetic. That is pathetic, because, his life is based on selling himself, and he knows who his crowd is, which is the palliative care crowd, the hospice crowd that listens to Coast AM, all the old people that are dying. So he can just say to them, oh, death ain't so bad. And, they buy his books and shit. And that's what he did forever. And and that reminds me of the reverse speech Australian. What was his name? Do you remember his name?
Reverse speech guy. Person.
Yeah. He worked with Art Bell. I mean, I went to his story in the past. I was just wondering if you ever met him, because you were...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know this particular. I might have heard of him because I did listen to Coast and Art Bell years ago, but yeah, I can't remember the particular name. Do you know?
I'd have to look it up. Let me see. We can look up, the usual kind of hashtags and see if they come up with anything. Reverse speech, Australian Art Bell. That'll probably get us right to him. And David John Oates. Do you remember him?
All right. No, I don't. But I might have heard of him, but just can't remember, because it was years ago when I used to listen to him.
Yeah, and so he's the guy who, using reverse speech, he turned around and said, my reverse speech analysis of Art Bell proves he's a pedophile.
All right.
That's when Art Bell sued him for millions and millions of dollars.
So that's how that started, because I remember hearing about a lawsuit of him being involved with something relating to sexual assault to a child. Yes. So that was because the guy thought he said that in reverse speech.
Well, but bear in mind, Art Bell's son. Art Bell was married 3 times. He was married each time to an Asian woman. So the first two wives were Okinawan, so he was married 4 times, really. First two wives were Okinawan. The third wife was Filipina, though a lot of people didn't know that. And then she had a Filipina cousin. He murdered her, and I will say that. I will say
Wow.
that, with all confidence. To anyone can listen and say, "Oh, Douglas, that's horrible." No, he killed her, and so
Interesting.
yeah. And then he married her 14-year-old cousin. By the way, it is legal to marry a girl who is 12 years old in the Philippines. I don't know if you knew that. So
No, I didn't know that,
when,
but I'm not surprised.
when he married her 14-year-old cousin, he had to arrange for her divorce from her first husband. So imagine picking up some 14-year-old chick
That's
who's
already been with a dude.
that's already been with a guy since she was 12.
That's fucked up. I didn't
And
know he did all that. He's just a pure scumbag.
yeah.
From what you're telling me.
Oh, fuck, that's just the beginning. But
Is
so,
George Norrie just as bad?
oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, that's yeah, and he's just a well, the only reason he let me on the show was because he thought I was a member of the Aquino cult. I gave him the passwords.
Oh.
That's why he said, "Oh God, you got to be on the show. You're one of us." That was it. So when it comes to the story with Art Bell and the point I was trying to make with that was, oh yes, so from his second wife, I believe, the Okinawan, he had a half-breed son like myself. But most people, of course, don't raise their child with any sense of pride. So this poor, insecure, half-breed kid, because he's Amerasian, like myself, looked very effete, very effeminate, real turn on to the child predators, was taken on a special desert field trip with his teacher all by himself, where the teacher raped him and infected him with AIDS. And this was back when AIDS was a death sentence. So what David John Oates was saying was, how did Art Bell let that happen? That's basically what he was saying. And he said, I'll do reverse speech. And what he concluded was Art Bell is in on it. That, Art Bell doesn't care because he's a pedophile. Then when he got sued, he ran back to Australia to escape having to pay the millions and millions that the government said he had to pay Art Bell. So he just ran to Australia. And then what happened was, after that, he was complaining the rest of his life was hell on earth and he was being pursued and hunted. Of course, a lot of that could be just paranoid self-indulgence, because he did strike me as someone with a serious set of delusions. But nevertheless, I'm certain there was Art Bell.
Couldn't he have just released reverse recordings discreetly, incognito, without causing a public fuss?
They're not accepted in a court of law. It would have been meaningless. He could have done something like that. Maybe he was doing stuff like that. It didn't help him. But in the end, I guess my point about him was that, and after all that was exposed, Art Bell turns around, kills his wife, and marries her 14-year-old cousin.
Yeah.
So at any rate, before I go into monologue, Viviana, Mark H., any of you have anything to say before, I start going into my, sucking all the oxygen out of the room and everybody dies? Do come in and participate a little bit for a few minutes. Yeah. Hey.
Yeah,
the other people.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
I was just going to say, Doug, thank you so much for having me on. I'm going to probably bid myself adieu here. I did have some questions that I'll ask you probably the next show or whenever I get some chances, but it's always educational speaking with you, and thank you so much. And it's good to speak with you, Nemo, and Viviana, and everyone else.
But before you go, I mean, I'm open to answering those questions unless you feel it would keep you here too long. Is that the case?
Yeah. I have it's weird. I usually have stuff written down, Douglas, like bullet points and things, and they're pretty, they're all random. They're not really connected, so I think it would be probably more appropriate another time.
Okay, but you're going to put them together into more of a coherent question, kind of, so to speak?
Yeah, they're more of just kind of random. We've already covered some of them tonight that I had on here, and the other ones were just some things that you might have mentioned in the past. but nothing too crazy that would take up any time. So, but we can go into another time.
Okay. Well, bless you. We love you dearly. Take care of yourself. Stay safe. And by all means, do tell us more in the future about your interactions with various people at work, because I find them fascinating when you're speaking to people who are afraid to talk about the Communist Party, and other people that you've told them about me, what kind of responses they might have, that sort of thing. And so
they're all everyone I've mentioned to you, Douglas. Because I work with a lot of the Asian community, and a lot of the people that I've spoken with, I work with hosts and things like that. They're very interested on some of what you say, and of what your take on the history is. Very interested, and the issue is that I can't really. It's tough because I want to say, do this. It's just it's tough conflict, because I don't want people to, listen to the show and be like, and then associate me completely with it and get totally offended by it.
Right.
But I feel so passionately about the show, so it's hard for me. I sort of have to tell people, listen, maybe in a different circumstance, I'd be happy to but I tell them your name, of course, so they can look you up, and if they wanted to, they can listen to the show. It's fine.
Yeah.
But they feel very passionate, and they do. They're very fascinated by your take on history, and
Okay.
Absolutely.
Excellent, and thank you for that. Always inspirational. So, blessed be thy dreams, sweet be thy slumber, and awake in good health. Okay.
Thank you, sir. God bless.
Have a good
Take
one,
care.
Mark.
Thank you, sir. God bless now.
Yeah. And so, Viviana Sanchez, how are you, honey? Are you with us? See if she's out there for tonight. How did she handle things while I was gone? How did she prevent Ian from going off the deep end?
Oh, she did fine.
Oh, she did?
Perfect.
Excellent. I'm so glad to hear that. Oh, my God. And I take it she might... Honey? She might be asleep at this point. And and that's okay. Definitely... Okay, let me psych myself up, do some deep breathing, prepare myself for, of course, the monologue where I go all in. Now, you're welcome, of course, to basically stay with us and just interject.
Yeah, I'll stay.
Thank you.
I'll stay mute and stay in chat.
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And go ahead, feel free to enter things in chat. And don't be afraid to interject if you feel you have something to say constructive. Ian West does that, and I'm fine with it. So, he'll do that, and he'll say some things, and then I'll be fine with it. Also, I don't have the time I nearly used to have, because a lot of time Peter Moon now wakes up because I'm doing these shows later, and then he wakes up earlier, and therefore, it is what it is. So he'll come in, pizza in the house, and, I'll bring him on, basically to usually save my voice. So that being said, I guess I'd better get started. Still, of course, winding myself into it. With everybody out there, I hope you all understand that it takes energy, of course, to provide quality analysis. I do want people to understand that we are covering points that are, I might as well just start getting into them. And I'll start, of course, since Ian's no longer with us tonight, I'll start off with, of course, DeSantis, because he's an easy target to beat on. And, it's a cheap and easy target. We'll start there. And let me check the phone call one last time, Skype call. So what we have on is Nemo, Viviana, Joe Tai. Two of them are likely asleep. Joe Tai, you asleep there? He's breathing. He's on, though. He's on, though, because
you see his box going blue.
Yeah, his box goes blue when he breathes. When he breathes, yeah. And Viviana, honey, yes. Before I go into monologue, how are things going? Say good morning to our audience.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for letting me up on your panel tonight, Douglas. It was nice to come and chat.
Yes, you're welcome every night, honey. You're always welcome. And
thank you.
Yes,
appreciate it.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and just sit back and listen, though. But thank you, everyone. Hope you have a really nice rest of your week.
You have a good morning.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. Good night.
All right. Good night, honey. So, And our friend Mr. Nemo Albano do say good morning to everyone. And
Oh yeah. Good morning and good night to everybody. Hope you're having a good day.
Thank
or
you.
Night.
Thank you. Now, a reminder to everyone, credit to Holly Kaditis Kiefer for contributing 100 United States dollars via money order. That will help. I certainly need several hundred more to make it through to rent at the end of the month. And in order to help me out, we'll need contributions as soon as you can. If you can, obviously don't put yourself out, but we've had wonderful people like the wonderful lady in Hawaii. So if I check my notification of donation received, we had a contribution of 30 United States dollars from Nolani Bouchard. Love you dearly, darling. Our man, Nemo Albano had contributed an equal amount of money from Australia, and my thanks be unto he, as well as David Fitzsimons, who contributed a good $20, I think, was something of that nature. We've had contributions of 10 United States dollars, supposedly from the man who asked the question. I don't know if I see evidence of that arriving yet, but he claims he sent that out there. Let's hope he did so. All of this is deeply appreciated. So in the case of where we're going to start with this campaign of trolling, which is essentially what it is. It's a campaign of trollery. Well, what happened was earlier this evening, as I'm made to understand, apparently what happened last night, or basically yesterday, Ron DeSantis announced his presidential campaign by talking to Elon Musk on Twitter. The Florida governor's attempt to fit into Donald Trump's shoes is only going to get worse from here. I am not going to open Twitter. Well, I certainly didn't open it last night, and I'm not going to open it this evening either, to hear Ron DeSantis announce, finally, for real, no joke, this time he means it, his campaign to become the leader of the free world. Neither are you, in all likelihood. Because Twitter is composed of a tiny fraction of highly engaged social media users, and most people in America simply are not on that platform. Even fewer use Twitter Spaces, the audio component of Twitter where users can tune in to a live conversation. Now, I've known some people who have participated in some of them. I'm told that they're fun, but a bit cumbersome. More to the point, very few of the people Ron DeSantis wants to reach are on Twitter. Most of them won't hear any of that conversation unless somehow the Ron and Elon show is blasted from loudspeakers in Florida's retirement mecca, the Villages. So, the day before yesterday, after Fox News announced what turned out to be last night's event, Reuters published an explainer. What is Twitter Spaces, where DeSantis will announce his presidential run? If you're unfamiliar enough with Twitter that you need to read the explainer, you're not likely to have joined that event. Regardless of what played out last night, or how many people tuned in, or more likely did not, to hear it, I have to wonder, who came up with the galaxy-brained idea of matching up trois of the most socially awkward people in American public life for a spontaneous discussion on Twitter. It's not even laden with the pomp and suspense of a real announcement. As the Atlantic magazine columnist David Frum tweeted the day before yesterday, if you tell Fox News you plan to announce your candidacy on Twitter, isn't that really announcing on Fox News? In any case, the venue is, to say the least, something of a risk. The last time Musk tried to participate in a Twitter Space event, he got exasperated with journalists for asking him questions and quickly left the discussion. Much like Donald Trump, Musk seemingly cannot internalize that everyone in the world does not actually work for him. This time, Musk brought in his friend David Sachs as the moderator. Musk reportedly once tossed Sachs out of a room with a wave of his hand by saying, "David, this meeting is too technical for you." Sachs denies that this happened, but still, a close Musk advisor like Sachs is unlikely to ask anything too challenging. DeSantis' campaign likely saw 12 reasons for choosing this stunt. First, Trump has not come back to Twitter, despite Musk lifting the former's presidential ban from that platform. Trump vowed not to return, and, amazingly, it's one of the few public promises he's ever kept. The Florida governor, well, he got a Trump-free environment, where he could show that he's cool and hip and down with his fellow kids on the interwebs, unlike the elderly Trump. Trump, of course, pioneered the abuse of social media for political reasons, but he's now over on his own platform. The second reason is likely more important. DeSantis seems to think he can win the nomination by imitating Trump, sometimes physically. And part of that, apparently, is owning the libs on social media. In that sense, Musk's weird and cloddish right-wing politics make him a perfect partner for DeSantis. Both of them need a public relations boost after months of missteps. Of course, Musk will still be a billionaire and the CEO of 3 major companies, no matter who likes or hates him. DeSantis, meanwhile, needs money and Republican primary voters, and he has apparently decided that the way to gain Trump's share of those voters is to troll hard, while generating free publicity by appearing with the guy who tried to wreck Twitter just to get even with the blue check media elites. DeSantis' moves so far fit into that strategy. The war with Disney, the attack on public education, the phobic reaction to anything regarding race, sexuality, or gender. It's all performative cruelty aimed at the most socially and politically retrograde voters, which is another way of saying the Russo-Republican, reactionary, insurgent-based voters who will decide the primaries. DeSantis could be a true believer in his own policies, but he's clearly decided to lean into the idea of being a Trump-like outsider and culture warrior. As Jill Lawrence, a correspondent, pointed out today in the circular she works for, The Bulwark, well, the day before yesterday by now, possible candidates such as Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin are also culture war partisans, but they seem to understand the risks of scaring off less extreme voters. In my own analysis, these United States will be better off if Donald Trump does not become the presidential nominee of the Republican Party. His continued support of violent insurrectionists forever renders him unfit to participate in our elections. Anyone would be better on the ticket than Trump, and that includes DeSantis. But DeSantis has learned from Trump that winning the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent nomination is not about policy. It's about play acting. He knows that the primary faithful want rallies and revenge, costumes and chaos. The presidency is a job for a serious person. But in today's Republican Party, serious people need not apply. DeSantis seems to understand this and will appear with Elon Musk, or already has by now, in the hope, perhaps, of winning over Twitter power users such as @CatTurd2 and the various pestilential extremists Musk welcomed back to the platform. Though it might be a good move for DeSantis, who needs to do something to reinflate his shrinking political bubble, his cozying up to Musk is just another moment when secession's Logan Roy might look at the 2024 Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent primary candidates as he did at his children, shake his head sadly, and say, "You are not serious people." Now, we recently had the 2023 G7 summit held in Hiroshima, Japan. So it was very positive, enough to give one hope for the future. Since President Biden took office, placing aside his pedophile tendencies for the moment for the pragmatic exigencies of the situation, revitalizing our alliances and partnerships and reestablishing America's leadership around the world has been one of his top priorities. The G7 summit in Hiroshima showed that the G7 are more united than ever. United on Ukraine, united on China, united on economic security, united on building the clean energy economies of the future, united on nuclear disarmament, and united on fighting poverty and responding to global challenges like the climate crisis around the world. So in terms of how united they are on Ukraine, and understand that the G7 are the 7 most developed economies on Earth, G7 leaders set forth a powerful statement of unity, strength, and commitment in the response to Russia's war of aggression. Leaders announced a set of concrete actions to intensify the G7's diplomatic, financial, humanitarian, and security support for Ukraine, to increase the costs to the Russian Empire and those supporting its war efforts, and to continue to counter the negative impacts of Russia's war on the rest of the world, particularly on the most vulnerable people. New sanctions and export controls were discussed. G7 leaders announced new steps to economically isolate Russia and weaken its ability to wage war. They announced new efforts to further disrupt Russia's ability to source inputs for its war, close evasion loopholes, further reduce reliance on Russian energy and limit its future extractive capacity, and squeeze Russia's access to the international financial system. G7 leaders also reaffirmed their commitment to keep the Russian Empire's sovereign assets immobilized until Russia pays for the damage it has caused. To implement these commitments, the Departments of Treasury, State, and Commerce rolled out new sanctions packages, including, by expanding our broad restrictions, cutting off over 70 companies from the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire and other countries from receiving American exports, and sanctioning upwards of 300 individuals, entities, vessels, and aerocraft, including actors across the globe. And discussing peace with a broad range of partners took place. The G7 leaders met with the leaders of Ukraine, Australia, Brazil, the Cook Islands, Comoros, India, Indonesia, the Republic of Korea, that's South Korea for you out there, then Vietnam, to discuss international peace and security. The leaders issued an action plan on food security that notes, especially in light of its impact on food security and the humanitarian situation around the world, we support a just and durable peace based on respect for international law, principles of the United Nations Charter, and territorial integrity and sovereignty. And the G7 was united on China. G7 leaders affirmed that G7 countries are not decoupling from China or turning inwards. At the same time, G7 leaders recognized the need to respond to concerns and to stand up for our core values. This included economic security issues. The G7 will push for a level playing field for their workers and companies and seek to address the challenges posed by the Communist Chinese Empire's non-market policies and practices and foster resilience to economic coercion. They recognize the necessity of protecting certain advanced technologies that could be used to threaten our national security. And they sprackethon the Indo-Pacific at length. G7 leaders reaffirmed the importance of peace and stability across the Black Strait between Taiwan and mainland China and called for a peaceful resolution of cross-strait issues. They highlighted that there is no change in the basic positions of the G7 members on Taiwan. They registered their serious concerns about the situation in the East and South China Seas and reaffirmed their strong opposition to any unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force or coercion. Well, that brings us to the topic of core values. G7 leaders voiced concerns about the human rights situation in Red China and called on the Communist Chinese not to conduct interference activities or undermine the integrity of our own democratic institutions. They were united on economic resilience and economic security, whereon G7 leaders took steps to enhance strategic coordination on economic resilience and economic security by strengthening supply chains, reducing vulnerabilities, and countering malign practices that exploit and reinforce them. Also, they spoke at length about protecting critical and emerging technologies. President Biden has taken action in these United States to protect certain dual-use technologies from falling into the hands of strategic rivals. In Hiroshima, G7 leaders affirmed that this is a common interest across G7 countries. To this end, the leaders further recognized that addressing risks from outbound investment could be important to complement existing tools of targeted controls on exports and inbound investments. And they launched the G7 Coordination Platform on Economic Coercion, in which G7 leaders launched this coordination platform on economic coercion to increase collective assessment, preparedness, deterrence, and response to economic coercion. And they proved united on building the clean energy economies of our future. At home, President Biden has delivered on an ambitious clean energy agenda that is centered around bold public investment and working with partners to build secure and resilient supply chains. In Hiroshima, G7 leaders outlined the way that G7 partners are working to meet the moment, really, in achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement. The movement to revitalize clean air by basically purging the various carbon pollutants that are causing climate catastrophe. To build secure and resilient supply chains that would mean around the Communist Chinese Empire in order to avoid them linking directly to it, and to ensure strong industrial bases across G7 countries. Now, all of this is about maximizing the impact of incentives. Thanks to the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, this was the first G7 summit where the President of the United States could unambiguously say that the United States is on a path to meet our Paris climate commitments. G7 leaders recognized that achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement urgently requires significant new incentives, industrial policies, and public as well as private investments. Leaders committed to work together to ensure regulations and investments will make clean energy technologies more affordable for all nations and help drive a global, just energy transition for workers and communities that will leave no one behind, hopefully. And they were at last united on an affirmative and ambitious development agenda in that regard. President Biden has championed an affirmative and ambitious agenda to support developing countries, including through reaffirming our support for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and working to create fiscal space for increased domestic investments in key development priorities. In Hiroshima, G7 leaders emphasized the need to unlock investments and policy reforms to accelerate progress toward the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals, including by investing in more resilient food and health systems and by addressing the effects of climate change. Now, they're also discussed tackling rising levels of debt, which we'll be forced to return to with our own debt ceiling in these United States at some point in tonight's analysis. G7 leaders highlighted their concern that serious challenges to debt, sustainability. Oh, great. Our man Nemo is flushing the toilet. Thank you. We needed to hear that. That could be a portent of
that
where...
wasn't me. That was Joe Ty.
Oh, that was Joe Ty. That figures. Sorry about that. What I saw was your image in the window. I'm sorry. It was his went blue. Okay. I didn't see that because I didn't have the call on. Because I don't have the call on. I didn't see that. All I saw was because you're the one that's conscious. The call is tethered to your image. Yeah, not your facial image, but the image of your icon. And I figured that was him. I said it has to be him, Joe Ty. I mean, because
I'm
that's something he
too
would do.
considerate. I don't want you hearing anything in my background, so
Yeah,
I
thank
always
you.
have it mute.
Yeah, thank you.
When there's noise. Yep.
Yeah. So hopefully he goes back to sleep. That was. But by the way, I still take that as a potential portent of where we may all be going with the debt ceiling. And, when you heard that flush, that just might be America's credit future. And, that being said, okay. We're all concerned about serious challenges to debt sustainability, and that these challenges are undermining the progress towards the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. So the G7 reiterated the urgency of addressing debt vulnerabilities in low and middle income countries and their full support of the G20's effort to improve the implementation of the common framework for debt treatments beyond the the DSSI, the Debt Service Suspension Initiative, in a predictable, timely, orderly, and coordinated manner, providing clarity to participants. And then they promoted the evolution of the MDBs, the Multilateral Development Banks. So the G7 leaders noted their strong support for the efforts underway by multilateral development banks to review and transform their business models to better address global challenges such as climate change, pandemics, fragility, and conflict, which are integral to achieving poverty reduction and shared prosperity. So they encouraged MDBs, multilateral development banks, to expedite this ongoing work. And they look to further progress on the World Bank's evolution agenda toward the 2023 WBG and IMF annual meetings and beyond, IMF being the International Monetary Fund. And understand that the G7 are so important. You might wonder why I am even excited at all by their accomplishments. Understand you cannot do anything via the United Nations anymore, because two of the members on the United Nations, the Communist Chinese Empire and the revisionist Russian Empire, are both the enemy. And therefore they cancel any ability to get anything done. So you can't trade with the enemy, you can't deal with the enemy. The end result is you can't do anything. So what I'm discussing is that we're making progress without the United Nations through the most developed economies on Earth, because these are the supracultures, the cultures that will lead humanity into the future, the most developed cultures on Earth that will then be the foundations for the future of the world. This is why it was so heartening that they discussed reversing the first global decline in life expectancy in nearly a century. G7 leaders committed to work with global partners to restore access to essential health services to better than pre-pandemic levels by the end of 2025, and to strengthen primary healthcare delivery, including by investing in health workers in order to accelerate progress toward universal health coverage. The United States is providing approximately $10 billion in global health program funding with fiscal year, the FY as it's called in accounting, 2022 funds, much of which supports essential health services, including addressing HIV/AIDS, TB, that's tuberculosis, and malaria, expanding access to water and sanitation, and supporting maternal and child health. 1 year ago, our president also launched the Global Health Worker Initiative, which aims to address the global shortage of health workers. Investing in health security with American contribution of $250 million to the pandemic fund. Granted, these amounts are fucking nothing, but it's, I guess, better than nothing. The president did announce that the United States plans to provide a $250 million contribution in fiscal year 2023 appropriations, subject to congressional notification, to the pandemic fund to demonstrate America's ongoing commitment to strengthening global health security around the world. This planned investment in the pandemic fund will continue to serve as a catalyst for additional contributions from other donors. The United States is committed to providing greater investments in health security to help break the cycle of panic and neglect in the wake of health emergencies. And they also launched the Hiroshima Action Statement for Resilient Global Food Security with partner countries to address needs today and into the future. G7 leaders reaffirmed their continued commitment to address global food insecurity and the need to build more resilient, sustainable, and inclusive food systems. G7 leaders have exceeded the $14 billion commitment announced at the 2022 G7 Elmau Summit, mobilizing $14.9 billion for food security. The United States remains the global leader on food security. Since the beginning of 2022, the United States has provided over $13.5 billion in acute and medium to long-term assistance for food security. And we are showing tangible progress at the PG2 one-year mark. Now, 1 year after G7 leaders announced PG2 as the G7's collective infrastructure initiative, G7 leaders demonstrated that PG2 is making concrete progress. Collaborating with partners was made into an issue. During the summit, G7 leaders were joined by leaders of Australia, Brazil, Comoros, Cook Islands, India, Indonesia, Vietnam, the Republic of Korea, and the World Bank, which for all intents and purposes counts as a superpower all its own. They were also joined by private sector executives of Citi, Global Infrastructure Partners, Japan Foreign Trade Council, and Nokia, a Korean company, I believe, or maybe it's Japanese. I'm not exactly the industrial expert, but I can always look into it. I believe Nokia is actually Japanese, but let me take a look to make sure. Matter of fact, I'm rather embarrassed by the fact that sometimes the Korean names sound fairly similar to the Japanese. So the telecommunications company is actually Finnish. Bigger and shit. There you go. Nokia Corporation, of course, Finland has joined NATO. So this shows their status as practically a defense contractor on the international scale. To reaffirm their commitment, along with all the rest I articulated, to opening a serious, sustainable channel for unlocking public and private capital for these projects in the developing world. And far more inspiring, they talked about launching new projects. You see, to date, the United States has mobilized $30 billion through grants, federal financing, and leveraging private sector investments towards PG2. And President Biden announced new projects and highlighted the impact of several projects announced since PG2's launch at the 2022 G7 summit. They also announced a PG2 investor forum. The president announced that the United States will seek to launch an annual investor forum to enable the United States government to more comprehensively de-risk capital, play a matchmaking role between investors and opportunities that advance PG2, and hear feedback on how it can continue to refine the PG2 model to maximize its effectiveness. By the way, I realize now I'm pulling in Ian West here and not describing what PG2 is, but it's the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. It's a collaborative effort by the Group of Seven to fund infrastructure projects in developing nations based on the trust principles of the Blue Dot Network. And that's something that, again, is trying to sway the third world from a north-south conflict with G7. G7 is the global north, sans Russia and communist China. The third world is now being seduced by the Sino-Slav-Indic synaxis into an alliance against the developed world. That's a war in which they would be dragged in as the cockpit of conflict, where the Russians and Chinese would hope to funnel G7 energies in combat. We have to evade that and strike directly at Russia and China instead. This brings up Hiroshima, why the G7 summit was held there. You see, Japan's mobilized military might is rising in a factory in Hiroshima. As the Empire of Japan mobilizes, the City of Peace once again becomest a defense hub. In the center of Hiroshima, it can seem like everything is named for peace. The main road, Peace Boulevard, abuts the manicured Peace Memorial Park, which features landmarks including the Peace Clock Tower and Peace Bell. Elsewhere in the park are the National Peace Memorial Hall and the Flame of Peace. All are dedicated to commemorating the victims of the first atomic strike against a purely civilian target. A thriving industrial hub today of 1.2 million people, Hiroshima is the center of Japan's pacifist movement, a powerful political force in an empire that's stayed out of armed conflict officially for more than 75 years. Beginning on May 19th, the city began to serve as the backdrop for the summit of the Group of Seven Industrialized Democracies, where the Empire of Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, who has family ties himself to Hiroshima, was hoping to build support for reductions to nuclear stockpiles. Yet just a short distance from the monuments to the dead, perhaps 140,000 people by the end of 1945, a different view of international relations has become manifest. Because the Empire of Japan is gearing up for war with the Communist Chinese Empire. The threat of Chi-Com, Chinese Communist aggression, is producing a quiet revolution in Tokyo statecraft, and officials are pushing the empire to get ready for a fight. If collectivized China on the mainland were to attack my Taiwan, it wouldn't just have to face a hostile superpower. It would also, in every likelihood, have to confront its long-standing regional imperial rival, Japan. For centuries, the Empire of Japan and mainland China have vied for hegemony in East Asia. At times, they have threatened each other's very survival. As I found from reviewing 3 days of meetings between Japanese officials and analysts in Tokyo, the threat of Dy-Com aggression is producing a quiet revolution in Japanese statecraft and pushing the empire to get ready for a fight. For the American empire, Red China is a dangerous but distant challenge. For the Empire of Japan, Red China is the existential danger next door. Years before American leaders were proclaiming the return of great power rivalry, Japanese officials were warning that Beijing was up to no good. As Red China's capabilities become more formidable and its conduct in the Black Strait between Taiwan and the mainland ever more menacing, Tokyo's concerns grew more acute. The weather may have been beautiful when the G7 dignitaries visited the capital after their conferral in Hiroshima, but there is very much a sense that storms are on the horizon. Prime Minister Kishida Fumio warned in June, "Ukraine today may be East Asia tomorrow." The same month, some 90% of the Japanese public believed the empire should prepare for a Dy-Com invasion of my Taiwan. That was before communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping ratcheted tensions by firing ballistic missiles into Japan's EEZ, its exclusive economic zone, following House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taipei, capital of my island China in which I was born. In Tokyo, as in Washington, opinions differ regarding when the risk of war will be greatest, and even whether Xi would hazard everything in a high-stakes military gamble. Some officials have gone on record to state that Xi's recent personnel reforms, which included placing a veteran of Red China's last foreign conflict against Vietnam in 1979, and a former commander of Dy-Com military forces opposite Taiwan in the top spots on the Central Military Commission, amount to the creation of a war council. Others counter that the People's Liberation Army, the PLA, will lack key capabilities necessary to invade my Taiwan, such as sufficient amphibious landing craft, for years to come. But there be little debate. The empire must brace for trouble, because Red China taking my Taiwan by force would be disastrous for the Empire of Japan. If my Taiwan fell, the islands at the far southwestern end of the Japanese archipelago might become indefensible. Red China could constrict Japan's vital trade routes, increase the pressure around the disputed Senkaku Islands, and otherwise coerce its historic rival. This is why the Tokyo government has stated, as strongly as it can, given the Empire of Japan's post-1945 aversion to the use of open force, that it would not stand by while my Taiwan was subjugated. Already a serious regional military power, the Empire of Japan is moving rapidly to strengthen its capabilities for deterrence and defense. The Empire of Japan plans to nearly double defense spending by 2027. It is turning some of the southwestern islands into strong points studded with anti-ship missiles and aero defenses. It reportedly has plans to use its high-quality submarine fleet, one of the most advanced in the world, to bottle up the Communist Chinese Navy. Tokyo is also moving to acquire American Tomahawk cruise missiles and other counter-strike capabilities that could target the communized Chinese mainland. Some of these maneuvers are publicly justified as measures to deal with a very real threat from North Korea, which livened the G7 arrival in Hiroshima and their time off in Tokyo by launching ballistic missiles that triggered alerts for residents of North and Central Japan to seek cover. But Japanese officials acknowledged privately that every crisis with Pyongyang strengthens their argument for acquiring, the weapons that can blunt aggression by Beijing. Meanwhile, cooperation with these United States is getting deeper, with American and Japanese forces stepping up training together, including large-scale exercises off several southern islands this last month, and preparing joint operational plans in case conflict over Taiwan breaks out. These measures are part of a larger shift as Tokyo, which in the 1930s and 40s ravaged its neighbors, becomes a pillar of Indo-Pacific security. When the American Empire withdrew from the Trans-Pacific Partnership Trade Agreement, the TPP under President Donald John Trump, the Empire of Japan salvaged a pared-down version of that accord to act as a counterweight to communist Chinese influence by essentially establishing the very Greater East Asian co-prosperity sphere that the Americans so feared would be the outcome of World War II, finalizing the ultimate inevitability of that conflict in the same manner that the European Union realizes Adolf Hitler's dream of a united Festung Europa, or Fortress Europe. Japanese officials are weaving a web of security partnerships with countries from Australia to India, meant to strengthen checks against Chi-Com expansion. Tokyo even coined the idea of preserving a free and open Indo-Pacific, a phrase Washington has now appropriated. Just like always, the whites copy the Japanese and claim the Japs copy and improve. As always, Americans see history and reality itself in a funhouse mirror while facing bass backwards and wondering why everyone kicks their ass when it looks so big. To be sure, it's a halfway revolution. Doubling defense spending would take the Empire of Japan's military outlays to just 2% of GDP. The country's constitution still can be interpreted, or rather misinterpreted, to impose serious constraints on foreign and defense policy, but the overall trend is clear and, most likely, durable. Kishida, once considered a dove, is carrying out the policies that his more hawkish predecessor, Abe Shinzo, envisioned, without provoking nearly as much blowback as the more polarizing Abe, who was himself killed in an assassination. This is good news for Washington. Access to Japanese bases and the involvement of Japanese forces would make the odds in a war over my Taiwan far more favorable for the American Empire. An alliance that began as a one-way security guarantee after World War II, at least in the minds of the American public, is steadily evolving into a more authentic partnership. That's not to say that the two empires are in lockstep. The volatility of American politics and the legacy of the Trump years have led to lingering concerns about America's long-term reliability. As the G7 learned in their off time in Tokyo, Japanese think tanks are quietly studying geopolitical Plan Bs, or Plan As, in case Trump returns to power. Military and diplomatic investments that make the Empire of Japan a better ally of the American empire today serve as insurance against a future in which America retreats into isolationism or angry unilateralism. Japanese and American diplomats who dared to go on record to speak also worried that Washington sometimes elevates the symbolic aspects of support for my Taiwan, such as the Pelosi visit, or calls to recognize my island China as an independent country over concrete action to strengthen its defenses. Whereas Tokyo prefers deterrence sans provocation, the United States periodically practices provocation sans deterrence. That's not a good way to handle a dangerous rival, or to keep America's single most crucial ally in the fold. Now, another aspect about Japan that I was articulating that I felt was very important for Americans to understand was that they were able to regulate the unregulatable cryptocurrency. And in this sense, kind of prove themselves, well, the economic power of the future. This is something that, even though I covered it, I really feel that it's necessary to kind of recover a little bit of ground that I brought up and essentially take it from there so that people will have a better grasp of what it was that I was discussing. I want people to understand, of course, that, when it came to the G7 that I was discussing, Kishida enjoyed a Zelensky bounce. The Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky's surprise visit to the Hiroshima G7 summit met with a warm public welcome and bolstered Prime Minister Kishida Fumio's support enough to prompt him to call for an early general election. Trois polls carried out during the Trois days, the 48 hours that Zelensky was in the Empire of Japan, showed Kishida's support rate leaped by 9 percentage points to 45% and 56%, while a GG survey before the visit reflected a fourth consecutive monthly hike in the approval rate for his cabinet. Now, while an election for Parliament's more powerful lower house is not due until 2025, Kishida is keen to beef up his strength in the ruling Liberal Democratic Party, which critics have always argued historically is neither, ahead of the leadership race next fall, to ensure his re-election and retain the premiership. So, he shifted his attention back to domestic concerns, a domestic political agenda after the G7 summit on Monday, opening this work week, when the Prime Minister, ruled out raising taxes to fund a planned increase in child care spending to tackle Japan's falling birth rate. As government sources said, the goal of doubling Japan's child policy budget will likely be set for the early 2030s. Data released last week showed the Empire of Japan's estimated child population fell for the 42nd consecutive year to hit a new record low. And Kishida has called for implementing unprecedented measures to turn things around. Well, basically, I can tell you this alludes quietly to a more open enforcement of the very quiet cloning policy that has been ongoing in Japan for quite some time now. This will become more the norm as the future rolls into the present. Now, as I said in our last episode, basically we had this Mt. Gox hack that perhaps I didn't quite properly explain, or explain so that enough people understood what I was referencing, because not everybody had the, shall we say, lack of foresight or common sense to avoid investing in crypto. But in 2014, Mt. Gox, MTGOX, suddenly collapsed, and its users were left reeling. It was soon revealed that the exchange had been hacked, with approximately 850,000 bitcoins, worth around 450 million United States dollars at the time, stolen from its wallets. So, this destroyed entire lives. And after the Mt. Gox hack, Tokyo put in place tough rules that later protected FTX customers. FTX is, of course, a very specific trade and exchange within the Empire of Japan. It is an acronym for the FTX Trading Company, which is now a bankrupt company that formerly operated a cryptocurrency exchange and crypto hedge fund. I believe that at the time of its operation, probably had around 300 employees, but its revenue was over $1 billion. So when it comes to that secure base that Tokyo papered rules around, it's moving to allow blockchain technologies to flourish now. So the Empire of Japan could teach the United States and the world about regulating crypto. You see, more than 1 million investors around the world were left stranded when FTX suddenly collapsed in November, with this astonishing hole estimated at $8.7 billion in its balance sheet. The cryptocurrency exchange and its 130 plus affiliates have been operating in bankruptcy for half a year now, and a new management team claims to have recovered $7.3 billion of the missing cash and tokens, yet only one component of the company has returned money to its clients. FTX's Japanese unit allowed all verified accounts to resume withdrawals on February 21st. As of April 25th, this date today, yestermensis, last month, nearly 10,000 individual and corporate clients had withdrawn crypto and cash worth approximately 23.4 billion yen. That would be around 175.4 million United States dollars. Count this as a victory for the Empire of Japan's financial regulators and the strict rules they've put in place to protect customers in the wild and woolly world of crypto. So the Empire of Japan cracked down with safety and soundness rules from a unified regulator after these twa big exchange hacks. But now, from that stable, and some in the industry would say overly restrictive, base, it's seeking to come up with a strategy to become a leader in the collection of mostly decentralized blockchain-based technologies known as Web3. The American empire, by contrast, has arguably been open to more innovation, but its dueling oversight agencies and the lack of rules have created gaps in oversight and a culture of regulation by enforcement that makes strategic planning perilous. The Empire of Japan, as an early adopter of digital assets, learned the value of regulation early and the hard way through what remains arguably the most notorious crypto hack ever, the 2014 plunder of 800,000 bitcoins from Mt. Gox, which had been the world's largest Bitcoin exchange. 4 years later, CoinCheck, which, if I remember, was another cryptocurrency exchange based in Tokyo itself, was robbed of $500 million United States dollars, $500 million worth of NEM blockchain's XEM coins, XEM coins. After the Mt. Gox and CoinCheck shocks, the Empire of Japan's primary financial regulator, the Financial Services Agency, acronymous as the FSA, tightened rules on crypto exchanges. Now, according to Ananya Kumar, the Associate Director of Digital Currencies at the Atlantic Council's Geoeconomics Center, the think tank's unit addressing foreign policy, finance, and economics, the FSA's rules include: first, customer and company assets must be held separately, with holdings verified in annual audits. Second, investors cannot borrow more than twice their investments for leveraged trades on exchanges. Understand that many cryptocurrency exchanges, including Binance, allow trading at 100 times leverage. And third, exchanges must hold at least 95% of customer funds in cold wallets, which are not connected to the internet. So these measures proved instrumental in enabling clients of the Japanese subsidiary of FTX to withdraw their assets after its parent filed for bankruptcy in November. It remains unclear when other FTX clients will be able to get their money back and how much of it they'll get at all. Nevertheless, the Empire of Japan has thus become a customer-friendly crypto haven, but at the expense of stringent supervision of the freewheeling digital assets industry. Now, the Empire of Japan is building on that secure base with a national economic strategy and a bid to lead its allies in creating rules that will effectively govern the industry. In written comments, the FSA, the Federal Services Agency, told the press that the FSA contributes to international policy discussion, including the one at the Financial Stability Board, an international organization that monitors and makes recommendations about the global financial system on crypto assets by leveraging its experience as a global forerunner in the regulation and monitoring of crypto asset activities and markets. Now, on April 6th, about 48 hours, 2 days after my interview with the Bulgarians, the ruling Liberal Democratic Party's Web3 project team, tasked with drafting crypto-focused policy proposals, released a white paper outlining several recommendations, including a call for Tokyo to take the lead. And this 35-page document predicts, here I translate for you from the Japanese, after crypto winter, Japan may be the first to welcome spring. As a country that has overcome many hardships in the cryptocurrency industry, we are in a position to persuade the world about the immeasurable potential of Web3. Now, suggestions in this paper cover tax reform, improved accounting standards, and regulation of blockchain-based finance. There's even a recommendation for the government to drive the conversation about digital assets at this last Group of Seven, this latest G7 summit, scheduled, of course, and held in Hiroshima this month. In February, Prime Minister Kishida Fumio told the Budget Committee of Japan's House of Representatives that there are various possibilities for using Web3 in Japan. He said that the Japanese government could employ blockchain-based mechanisms like non-fungible tokens and decentralized autonomous organizations to revitalize regions and promote Cool Japan. That's this national strategy aimed at promoting the empire's innovations and culture to the rest of the world that dates back to the early 2000s, the aughts. the decade of the zeros of this century, and echoes the United Kingdom's Cool Britannia policies of the 1990s. And according to written comments to the press by Masaki Taira, the team's leader and a member of the House of Representatives himself, his team, including about 10 members of the Diet, which is Japan's national legislature, as well as six lawyers from the private sector with expertise in Web3 and 10 leading Japanese digital influencers acting as advisors, all working directly with Kishida and several government bodies. Well, to quote us, the policy proposals compiled by the project team are adopted almost directly by the LDP, the Liberal Democratic Party, Japan's ruling party forever, and a significant portion is adopted into government policy. It is an extremely powerful team. While Western financial regulators appear to be single-mindedly focused on tightening regulations in the midst of what is being called a crypto winter, I assess that Japanese financial regulators correctly understand the potential of blockchain and other technologies that are working to design regulations in a forward-looking manner. That's because the Empire of Japan has already been there and done that. Now, major American crypto exchanges like Kraken and Coinbase have recently shut their subsidiaries in Japan, citing market conditions. Overall, there are 37 crypto exchanges registered in the empire. That's according to the FSA, Japan's regulatory body. The Empire of Japan does not have a long history of being hospitable to blockchain entrepreneurs. In addition to its heavy-handed regulation, Japan's tax code is particularly hostile to the industry. It's also hard to get new cryptocurrencies approved. After founding their gaming company, Murasaki, on home shores yesteryear, Shinosuke Murata and Shunsuke Sasaki recently decided to move their business to the Netherlands. In October, Murata lamented by way of written explanation in a Nikkei, major Japanese newspaper opinion editorial and op-ed column, that with a corporate tax rate set around 30% on unrealized gains from cryptocurrency holdings, it is a real struggle to get a new blockchain-based business off the ground, and that additionally, the agency can take months to review proposals to list new tokens, which results in Japan's trading market growing much slower at lower levels of liquidity than those of other countries. So, to quote his T, Japan loses entrepreneurs that could build $100 million businesses because of those barriers. Suppose you issue 100 tokens, each worth $1 million. Even if you don't realize gains, you will need to pay $30 million next year. Practically no startup founders can issue a token. Why would two Japanese entrepreneurs with considerable experience starting companies in their own country go halfway around the world to set up a new business? Simply because it was just not, or to translate from the Japanese, simply because it just was not feasible to do so in Japan. So, obviously, the existing framework makes it difficult for local entrepreneurs. Avalanche's brand recognition in Japan is exploding. Or at least that's what the aforecited Harada says, which has prompted Avalabs to start building a presence on within the island empire. As a first step, his team has partnered with Japanese media, the Japanese media giant GREE, GREE, on a new blockchain game. Per Roi Hirata, the head of this new Japanese subsidiary of the Avalanche blockchain's main developer company, which is the New York-based Avalabs, well, he noted that I see a huge opportunity for both intellectual property providers and traditional businesses in Japan to adopt a blockchain like Avalanche, providing both decentralization and compliant service. For now, it's deep-pocketed tech giants that are leading the blockchain push in Japan. This year's Forbes Blockchain 50, or Half 100, an annual listing. Well, it's an annual list highlighting the best enterprise applications of the distributed database technology, features 3 Japanese companies, Fujitsu, Line, and NTT. Line is an acronym, Line, all uppercase, and the NTT would speak for itself in most cases. When it comes to the situation, the social media giant Line, Line, helps create NFTs, non-fungible tokens, for 26 big customers, including SoftBank, South Korea's Naver search engine, and Visa, the credit card company. According to the company, more than 12 million wallets have registered on its DOSI, D-O-S-I, NFT, or non-fungible token platform since September. NTT Docomo, the country's dominant mobile phone service, has pledged to invest up to $4 billion in Web3 infrastructure. The electronics powerhouse, Fujitsu, teamed up with financial services giants including Mitsubishi UFJ, Mizuho, and Sumitomo Mitsui to build the Ryukoku, or the Japanese Metaverse Economic Zone. This initiative, announced in February, seeks to build a shared metaverse infrastructure for large enterprises. That's going to be a very important term in the future. Japanese Metaverse Economic Zone. Ryukoku. Meanwhile, the FSA is planning to lift its ban on the domestic distribution of stablecoins later this year. The exact date and the coins that will be allowed have not been determined, but decisions are scheduled for June. And via written comments, the agency, the FSA, told Forbes, "This does not mean that all foreign-issued stablecoins will be allowed without any restriction. We will allow stablecoins to be handled after individual examination, if there are no problems from the viewpoint of user protection, etc. Examples include foreign issuers in their countries being subject to the equivalent regulations as in Japan, and underlying assets being preserved appropriately." Now, in the time we have remaining, late last year, the ruling party's tax committee approved a proposal to exempt crypto startups that issue their own tokens from paying corporate taxes on unrealized gains. New proposals introduced in that white paper include tax exclusions for companies holding tokens issued by other companies that aren't going to be traded short-term, and to limit taxable events only to instances when the assets are exchanged for traditional currencies. To quotist Sheila Warren, the Chieftainess Executrix Officier of the Crypto Council for Innovation, which is a Washington, D.C.-based group that advocates for the industry worldwide, she said, "I think it is not only really exciting, but it's actually paving the way to demonstrate to the rest of the world, here is how you create forward-thinking, flexible regulation that can back navigate this tricky balance of preserving a wide space for innovation while also protecting customers." Or consumers is the word she's using in the Japanese. The way they talk about crypto is very crypto native in terms of what the technology enables and what aspects of current regulation are just not workable. They are saying analog regulation does not work in digital environments. The drama and shakeup that the American empire is experiencing around Sam Bankman-Fried, FTX, the Bahamas situation, is not relevant in Japan. So the overarching message is Japan is back again. Yet, the Communist Chinese Empire and the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire have been moving away from the dollar for years. Red China has ramped up the use of the yuan to buy commodities such as oil and coal from Russia. Red China imported $88 billion worth of major commodities from Russia in 2022. That's a 52% jump from 2021. And much of the trade was done in the Chinese yuan. Still, financial crashes happen. And the Communist Chinese Empire could be next. My favorite financial crisis, if you can have such a thing, is the Japanese rabbit mania of 1873. Following the Meiji Restoration we were discussing earlier with Brendan Zogit, in which the shogunate was dissolved and power returned to the emperors, Japan's warrior class, the samurai, was effectively disbanded. They received some compensation, and many decided to plow their money into rabbits, imported from Europa. Apparently, those with yellow ears were particularly highly prized. A speculative craze built until bunnies were changing hands for as much as 600 yen, at a time when the average monthly salary was about 0.6 yen. There were reports of some people exchanging their daughters for rabbits, and one young man killing his father for refusing to sell him his carrot-munching asset. The bubble finally burst when Tokyo's governor imposed a rabbit tax. I first learned about this forgotten chapter of financial history from a book self-published by the billionaire hedge fund manager David Harding. Winton, which is Harding's firm, makes money by using mathematical models to figure out when assets are mispriced. In theory, it shouldn't work. According to the efficient market hypothesis, the prices of all assets should accurately reflect all available information. Yet Harding has long considered the theory to be nonsense. Markets are human constructs, and therefore subject to human weakness, especially fear and greed. Harding's book came to mind while reading another book found at Sugar Daddy's library, The Great Crashes, subtitled Lessons from Global Meltdowns and How to Prevent Them, which is published by Penguin Business Press at £22 sterling. That was the price on the cover. And which, unlike Harding's rangier book, confines itself to summarizing the biggest global financial calamities since the Wall Street crash of 1929. Her central theme is that we are stuck in a financial doom loop and appear cursed to repeat the same mistakes forever. She writes, "There is little that is certain in economics, but there will always be another financial crisis." That being the case, what, you might well ask, is to be gained from providing yet another lesson that we all seem likely to ignore? Yue, a fellow in economics at Oxford and a former BBC and Bloomberg journalist, quotes the economist J.K. Well, J.K. Galbraith, in the very first line, there can be few fields of human endeavor in which history counts for so little as in the world of finance. But her book is entertaining, well written, and remarkably short. She has come up with a 3-step framework to help spot when financial problems are brewing and identifies where the next may occur. Red China, as she writes, certainly warrants attention, having allowed mounting debt to fuel a sizable property bubble with the potential to drag down the banking system. More importantly, she emphasizes that the inevitability of financial calamities cannot be allowed to breed fatalism. Apart from wars and global pandemics, financial crises are the most damaging events that can beset the global economy. But while the pathologies of the various crashes of the past century have been similar, they are not identical. And comparing how each mess was cleaned up shows the importance of the policy response in ensuring a bad situation does not get worse. Yue also presents something approaching an hierarchy of crises. Depending on the cause, a currency crisis can be shrugged off fairly easily. How do I say this? Well, she points out that when the massive bets against the pound by the hedge fund manager George Soros forced the United Kingdom to exit the exchange rate mechanism in 1992, the sharp depreciation in sterling helped boost the empire's competitiveness. She writes, some people refer to Black Wednesday as White Wednesday for this reason. There have been calls to put a statue of Soros in Trafalgar Square. Trafalgar Square is where they have a great statue of Admiral Nelson for defeating Napoleon Bonaparte's armada. Well, a stock market crash tends to sting a little more. Investors lose their shirts, and this can depress consumer sentiment, with knock-on implications for the wider economy. But a banking crisis is almost invariably a calamity. These lead to households and businesses paying back the debt they owe in order to deleverage at the same time as banks are unwilling to make fresh loans. The resulting credit crunch can cause a deep recession from which it is painfully hard to recover. Yue, who served on the United Kingdom Treasury's independent review panel on ring fencing and proprietary trading from 2021 and 2022, has had the chance to examine bank regulation up close. What she can't have known, however, is that her book would come out so soon after another banking scare. In recent months, the authorities have yet again had to step in when First Silicon Valley Bank, a mid-sized lender in these United States, and then Credit Suisse, one of the world's most venerable financial institutions, got into trouble. The worst appears to have been avoided this time, perhaps because regulators have learned some of the lessons of the past and now know the cost of bungling their response. So Yue writes, in 18 post-war banking crises, the aftermath was a slow economic recovery. National output declined for roughly 12 years, falling by 9% on average. Unemployment rose by 7 percentage points over 4 years. Asset prices dropped steeply. House prices plunged, while equity prices declined by an average of 55% over 3.5 years. Even for those instinctively opposed to regulation, seeing the great crashes spell out the numbers in black and white makes a powerfully persuasive case for why our banks must be kept on relatively short leashes. But that's what brings us to the doomsday machine. Because here's what could happen if the debt ceiling is breached. The economist Mark Zandi warns, this is an especially inopportune time to have a political debate over the debt limit. You see, Congress is taking debt ceiling negotiations uncomfortably near a vague but fast-approaching deadline that is closely monitored by markets. It's not clear exactly when that deadline will arrive or exactly what will happen if it does. But from Wall Street to Washington, there is fear that the fallout could be very bad. For David Kelly, Chief Global Strategist for the asset management business of the nation's biggest bank, J.P. Morgan Chase & Company, where I myself bank at, the underlying problem is that the debt ceiling is being used by politicians to demand concessions, or alternatively, in his words, we will blow up the financial world. Emphasizing in an interview that he anticipates the United States would not actually default on its debts in such a situation, J.P. Morgan's David Kelly said that the debt ceiling is, in his own words, a doomsday machine and ought to be dismantled. I just don't like this game of chicken because they keep on pushing closer and closer to a point where one miscalculation or one piece of foolishness could end up putting you in a very serious situation. They've taken the wrong hostage here. If you're going to take a hostage, something hostage, take the overall budget hostage, not the goddamn debt ceiling. This contraption itself was built by federal lawmakers during World War I, granting the United States Treasury the ability to issue bonds sans a congressional approval, but only if the total debt of the federal government stayed under a specified ceiling. Congress has raised the debt limit dozens of times since then, but in recent years the maneuver has become as fraught due to the deep political divide in Washington and across our country. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has warned the United States could hit its $31.4 trillion US dollar debt ceiling as soon as June 1st, which would mean the United States government could potentially run out of cash if Congress fails to lift the limit. Members of the Republican and Democratic parties have been battling over including spending cuts as a condition for raising the borrowing limit, putting the Treasury Department in the position of possibly having to prioritize which payments it continues to make if a deal isn't done in time. President Joe Biden had for months insisted that Congress send him a clean debt limit increase and present its arguments for curtailed federal spending as part of the annual budgeting process. But what would actually happen if the debt ceiling were to be breached? It's not clear exactly when or how it might happen. Experts say the government might not actually default on its debts, but they also worry about the immediate negative economic impact and the long-term consequences for America's economic strength. Unpacking the damage the doomsday machine could unleash is tricky because it has never been set off. The deadline itself is tough to pin down with certainty, so it's commonly referred to as the X date. Concerns that its arrival is imminent have emerged in some corners of the market, such as trading of one-month treasuries and credit default swaps. Treasury bills that mature in 1 month recently sold off, while recent widening in credit default swap spreads tied to U.S. sovereign debt signaled it's more expensive to insure against the country's defaulting. Although possible, the probability of hitting the debt ceiling on June 1st is pretty low, at least according to Bob Elliott, the co-founder, chief executive officer, and chief investment officer of Unlimited Funds. While Yellen has said the United States could run out of money as soon as June 1st if the debt ceiling is not raised. That deadline could end up being further out, prompting him to say that the Treasury may make it to mid-June, at which point it will receive quarterly tax payments that might see it through to the end of the month, when it could unlock more than 100 billion United States dollars of extraordinary measures that potentially push the ex-date to the second half of July. To quote his T, "The United States will not default on its debt. Treasury will do everything in their power to ensure that doesn't happen." Meanwhile, Yellen has conveyed a sense of the urgency for Congress to act with a single word: catastrophic. The 24 trillion US dollar Treasury market is backed by the full faith and credit of the United States government. According to a recent Coalition Greenwich report commissioned by SIFMA, SIFMA, the United States government bond market is the world's most liquid and efficient fixed income market, with an average 590 billion United States dollars of U.S. Treasury bonds traded each day in 2022. This year, on March 13th, a record 1.49 trillion of U.S. Treasury bonds were traded in a single day. Treasuries holders include pension funds, mutual funds, banking institutions, individuals, state and local governments and insurance companies, as well as foreign investments. This is what the report shows me. In the report, Coalition Greenwich said, large governments and individual investors around the world continue to see U.S. government debt as a sure thing, hence the status of U.S. Treasury rates as the risk-free rate. Risk-free rate. Say that 3 times fast. Treasuries are also put up as collateral in repurchase, known as repo agreements, which are used for short-term borrowing. According to Noel Dixon, global macro strategist at State Street Global Markets is their name. That's a situation in which treasuries were losing value because of a default could present a nightmare scenario. In the repo market, himself saying credit could seize up significantly. In financial markets, defaulting by failing to make an interest payment because of the debt ceiling would be catastrophic, as treasuries are the benchmark risk-free rate. Risk-free rate. Repo market participants, including financial institutions such as banks, insurance companies, mutual funds, pension funds, and hedge funds. Well, according to a SIFMA report last year, the ripple effects of a default on treasuries could also include the drying up of corporate credit lines. But Dixon is not expecting the Treasury to miss any interest payments due to the debt ceiling. To quote as Dixon, "You would just have a massive seizing of the system. If treasuries are put into question, I don't see how the system could function, frankly. Even if we have a hiccup, I don't think they think we're going to default in the end." What he's telling us is that the thinking is, we will pay our debt, one way or the other. We're good for it. He himself expects investors may keep buying treasuries, bidding up the prices of American government bonds despite concerns over hitting the debt ceiling. That's what happened during the debt ceiling drama in 2011, the year of my late and sainted mother's murder or slaying in the week of Fukushima Daiichi, as our country then neared its ex-date. According to Seven's report research, investors sought safety in the 10-year Treasury note, driving down its yield as anxiety over the debt ceiling climbed. This is what brings us to what I was referencing during Joe Ty's toilet flush. A U.S. downgrade. In late April, Fitch Ratings, shout out to Ford Fitch there, warned that the debt ceiling showdown in Congress risks hurting the American empire's credit rating. Fitch observed, if, ahead of the X-date, we were to assess the risk of a default as having become more material, the country's AAA credit rating would probably be put on Rating Watch Negative, and further rating action could be considered. Early this month, Moody's Investors Service said in a report on U.S. political risks that in the highly unlikely, their words, event that the country defaults by missing an interest payment, the ratings company would downgrade its rating. Moody's rates the United States AAA with a stable outlook. In the report, which is dated May 4th, Moody's said wide range of U.S. debt issuers, including financial institutions and non-financial companies, would be affected by a sovereign rating downgrade, depending on the extent of their economic or financial exposure to the sovereign. In 2011, the year that the sixth world of the Hopi, the world in which magic would make a return to Earth, the year my mother was murdered, or slain, as they say for vampires, in the week of Fukushima Daiichi, debt ceiling brinkmanship led S&P, Standard & Poor's, to downgrade the American empire's credit. But S&P's downgrade wasn't particularly important in the sense that treasuries continued to be treated as a unique asset class, as what mattered was their securities backed by the full faith and credit of the United States. The American economy has been slowing, with the Department of Commerce estimating in late April that gross domestic product expanded at an annual 1.1% pace in the first quarter, emphasizing that it wouldn't take much to tip the United States into a recession. Alec Phillips, chief political economist at Goldman Sachs Group, said financial markets would be in uncharted territory if the Treasury had to miss some of its payments because of the debt limit. And it's not hard to imagine a negative reaction. But the economic consequences of failed payments, including to areas such as Social Security benefits or to military and federal employees, represent the bigger risk. Of consequences that would stem from the debt ceiling breach? Well, the aforecited Phillips said, this would be a self-inflicted economic issue. But he qualified that, in his view, that means there's a limit to how bad it gets. If it gets bad, somebody will fix it. For the most part, Treasury payments beyond debt obligations are ultimately going to individuals who use them to consume goods and services and to pay their own bills. The economy is driven in large part by consumer spending. Missed payments by the Treasury would risk imposing some real economic damage, with consequences beginning to build up after a few days. Partly because of contingency plans put in place in my late and sainted Cyrus's, mortal annis, the year of her death, 2011. Goldman's Phillips has explained that we don't think that the odds are very high at all that the Treasury would fail to make debt service payments. It's counterintuitive, but ironically, what would probably happen is that the investors would be selling stocks and moving into treasuries, despite the fact that the debt limit is, in theory, something that would affect treasuries. Now, Federal Open Market Committee transcripts that year indicated that the Treasury Department was planning to prioritize servicing its debt. Still, the aforecited J.P. Morgan's Kelly warned in a note early this month that political posturing could increase investor nervousness about the debt ceiling, with the potential for equity market volatility to rise. The CBOE, or CBOE, Volatility Index, the U.S. stock market's so-called fear gauge, ended at 16.9 on Wednesday of Yester Septimania, midweek last, according to the FactSet data I'm looking up. That's below its long-run average of around 20. Meanwhile, the S&P 500 Standard & Poor's Half Thousand Index remained up 8.3% this year through Wednesday, midweek last, despite slipping 0.3% so far this month, as of May 17th. In his note, Kelly wrote, "In theory, a threat to credit worthiness of federal debt should boost Treasury interest rates and depress the dollar." But he added that the traditional safe haven roles of both treasuries and the dollar make this effect less certain. Now, Adam Stern, co-head of research at Breckenridge Capital Advisors, told MarketWatch in an interview in late April that as the financial markets get more skittish, it's more likely to focus the mind of Congress to resolve the problem. He said that it's a kind of catch-22. On May 16th, House Speaker Kevin McCarthy said that while he and President Biden were still far apart in debt ceiling talks, it was possible to get a deal done by the end of the week. Biden said in a speech at a separate White House event that he's cutting an upcoming overseas trip short in order to get back for the final negotiations with congressional leaders. Now, referring to the debt ceiling, in Kelly's OW, Congress would probably suspend the debt ceiling if the equities market went into a tailspin. It would be an act of extraordinary recklessness to default on the debt just because you don't get your way in these negotiations. At least that's what Kelly said by phone. And he went on to say that if we actually default on the debt, we'd have a massive collapse in the stock market. Borrowing costs risk climbing, and a second great financial crisis could be triggered. According to Kelly, the damage to global markets could be huge because of how dominant the United States dollar is and how dominant U.S. Treasuries are in world markets. Now, our United States has operated with a debt ceiling for more than a century, with Kelly suggesting the United States should get rid of the debt ceiling to avoid its being used as a political football that creates worries about the Treasury itself running out of cash. According to Kelly's note, we'd be trashing our own credit rating. This is a stupid game they're playing. The federal government instituted a debt ceiling in 1917 as part of the Second Liberty Bond Act to help fund the United States contribution to World War I. Since then, the limit has been suspended or raised over 100 times, although this has often been accompanied by some political theater. Now, the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping could exploit the American debt ceiling crisis, even though China is described as bordering on the brink itself. They describe us as a declining power. Amid the ongoing debt ceiling standoff, top Pentagon leaders have warned that a default would be a win for Xi Jinping, who describes the American empire in his speeches as declining power. So here's what happened. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and Joint Chiefs Chair General Mark Milley, during a Senate Defense Appropriations panel meeting on Thursday of the week before last warned that if the debt ceiling is breached, well, the debt limit is breached, it would cause significant harm to Washington's position on the global stage and raise concerns about the American leadership, such as it is. The defense secretary warned that a default would mean a substantial risk to our reputation that Red China could exploit. Austin added that the most substantial impact would be troops' pay if the federal government defaults. Milley said, China right now describes us in their open speeches, etc., as a declining power. Defaulting on the debt would only reinforce that thought and embolden Red China and increase the risk to these United States. We won't be able to pay people like we should. I think that's something that Red China and everybody else can exploit. You might ask why it matters. The comments from top leadership serve as but another warning that a default would adversely affect national security. Republicans and President Joe Biden are engaged in a dispute over raising the debt limit, with only a few weeks left until the administration runs out of money to pay its bills. Meanwhile, the much-awaited meeting between Biden and White House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to discuss the debt ceiling crisis has reportedly been postponed last time I myself checked, with the leaders having agreed to meet, early this week, if I remember. Now, the Communist Chinese empire's mounting such a strong attack on the dollar's dominance that it's paying for almost all of its Russian oil imports in the yuan. By the way, yes, here we are. Our man Nemo Albano from Queensland, our Australian correspondent, says, well, aside from saying, I hope Japan fucks China over with lasers. Someone sent me a message just now about, here we are. There he is. China built a hypersonic generator that could power unimaginable weapons. You have our attention. Turning gas into plasma creates an intense electrical current for powering potent hypersonic weapons. Chinese... Jesus, he wrote a fucking essay. So, there we are. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'll go into that. Basically, what I'm going to do right now is cut and paste this, and I'll reiterate this in our next episode. So, thank you. I will bring that up, Nemo Albano. Let me put that into a space where, I can park that. Let's see now, where's a good place for it? I think I've got some, here we are. Okay, here we are. Drafts going on here. And he gave me a thumbs up on that. Good man. And appreciate his input. This is actually what I asked for. So, okay, with that being said, at any rate, China's mounting such a strong attack on the United States dollar's dominance that it's paying for almost all of its Russian oil imports in the Chinese yuan. So China's not mucking about when it comes to de-dollarization. The Communist Chinese Empire has been using its own currency, the yuan, for almost all of the Russian oil it purchased over the past year. Citing multiple trading executives with direct knowledge of this matter, Reuters reported upon it Thursday of the week before last. Referring to the yuan by its official name, the renminbi, the RMB, as it trades domestically. The yuan is for international trade. The Communist Chinese have two currencies. The yuan for international capitalism, and the renminbi for collectivized communist domestic projects, like financing the Three Gorges Dam and all the other super mega projects to keep all their relatives employed. So, one executive source told the press that all seaborne Russian oil sales to China are now settled in renminbi since the price cap, sidelining the last small number of banks that were handling US dollars. So you see, the point here is that US dollars are an international currency. They weren't using that to buy Russian oil. They used domestic communist Chinese currency as if Russia were but a Chinese province, which ought to panic the fucking Russians, but they're too desperate to protest. What this executive was likely referring to was Russian crude being subject to a $60 a barrel price cap imposed by a G7-led coalition. That cap makes it extremely complicated for banks to process payments in the universal currency, the American greenback. While Reuters did not specify the proportion of Russian imports that Red China is paying for in the yuan, the total settlements on the cross-border interbank payment system, China's version of the interbank messaging system SWIFT, jumped 22% year on year to the equivalent of 14 trillion US dollars in 2022, which Reuters reported by citing Chinese central bank data. To contextualize this, the Communist Chinese Empire imported 88 billion United States dollars worth of major commodities, including crude oil and fuel oil, from the revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire in 2022, up 52% in value from 2021. And much of this trade has been settled using the yuan amid sanctions and boycotts against Moscow, which include some Russian banks being locked out of the dollar-dominated SWIFT payment system, making transactions difficult. So, both Russia and Red China have been trying to reduce their reliance on the dollar for years. They even put in place systems that act as a replacement for SWIFT, the money transfer system of everybody else. But their adoption started to gain pace only after the Ukraine war started. In March of 2023, the yuan surpassed the dollar as the most used currency for Chi-Com, or Chinese Communist, cross-border transactions. Now again, my source is Reuters, and they're calculating this based on official Chinese data. I'll tell you about those economic lies. Now, Russia's payment system, the SPFS, has also expanded quickly since the war. The country's central bank has insisted that this is the truth, again, as relayed per Reuters in September of yesteryear. So I'm amalgamating this data to create what strategic picture can be pieced together, and we can conclude that the sanctions, which underscore the power the greenback wields, have also spurred other countries like Brazil and even France to call for reduced reliance on the dollar, hastening a debate on de-dollarization. But to be sure, on May 6th, Jennifer Soar, a columnist for The Insider, Business Insider, reported that the dollar's dominance isn't fading anytime soon because its position as the incumbent currency of choice is just too strong. Bob Stark, the head of market strategy at FinTech from Kyriba, told the Fourth Estate, "If you're transacting something to millions or billions just as an organization, Or if you're looking to park your cash somewhere and want it to be as resilient as possible, you're probably going to choose the US dollar because it's the least volatile of the currencies. That's that. So now this is where I can use that foundation to teach you how to spot an autocrat's economic lies. In the Communist Chinese Empire and elsewhere, forget the fucking numbers. Just look at the lights. I mean, from the sky, look at what's lighted up on the ground. Or what's lit up, more proper English there. Harken back to Winston Smith, the protagonist of George Orwell's 1984, who spends his days as an employee at the Ministry of Truth, adjusting documents to conform to the fluctuating political needs of Big Brother's regime, as I did for the Department of Defense. Orwell wrote, "Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past." Here, drawing a connection between a government's ability to influence what the public perceives as the truth and that government's political survival. Although he leaned to the political left, Orwell was deeply wary of the tyranny coalescing in the Greater Soviet Union, which sought to bend reality itself to its needs. Joseph Stalin had a penchant for manipulating photographs, airbrushing out figures whom he had purged. He also wanted to rule untrammeled over the field of official statistics. Stalin had the bureaucrats in charge of the 1937 census arrested and executed.
And reality itself.
After...
Dog.
Yes?
Joseph Stalin had a penchant
Yes?
for manipulating photographs.
Yes?
Airbrushed out figures whom he
Ian's on.
I never would have guessed. Yes. Ian! Okay. What was that? No!
Your audio is playing in his background.
I noticed. Yes.
Now he's off.
Thank God. Okay, Stalin had the bureaucrats in charge of the 1930s. Ian. Oh God, Ian.
I'm so sorry. You guys there?
Yes. Ian. Oh God. So okay, Ian. Camera coming on. Okay, he left. Whoa, I can breathe.
Did you want me to interject and read about the Chinese hypersonic generators? I don't know if you ever looked into that before, or if your people know about it who are listening.
No, I appreciate that, but next episode.
Okay.
Yeah, so Stalin had the bureaucrats in charge of the 1937 census arrested and executed after their findings displeased himself. The initial results suggesting that the Greater Soviet's population had not grown as much as expected in the preceding years, mostly as a result of the 1932 through 1933 famine caused by Stalin's collectivization of agriculture. Governments of all stripes remain preoccupied by such statistics, and many leaders feel compelled to cook the books. In a December 2022 address, Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping claimed that his empire's GDP, gross domestic product, was expected to exceed 120 trillion yuan. That's 17 trillion United States dollars, around 6 trillion US dollars less than that of the American Empire for that year. If true, this figure implied an annual growth rate for the economy of approximately 4.4%, much higher than the 3.3% growth rate that independent forecasters had expected, which itself was overly generous. It also suggested that the communist Chinese economy is well on its way to matching its American counterpart, at least in absolute terms, and could overtake the American economy in as little as a decade. Such a feat would be the culmination of what is already the greatest economic success story of recent times, and would further increase Red China's geopolitical heft. But there is every good reason to doubt the magnitude of Beijing's economic achievements. The Dy-Com government and those of other autocracies are especially prone to inflating statistics regarding their performance. Of course, leaders in democracies try to burnish their records in all sorts of cynical and even deceitful ways, but their statements tend to face greater scrutiny and resistance, which is why the Department of Defense simply destroys all evidence. Yet autocrats can lie much more easily about everything. My research, which parses satellite images every once in a while of nighttime lights, kind of the way our man Ian West looks over, Google Maps to zone in on various patches of swamp. I look at the night lights in order to provide a more accurate measure of economic activity, and I find that autocracies habitually overstate their economic success. The Communist Chinese Empire's GDP growth, in truth, is not as high as its leaders insist, and the empire is not as close to catching up with these United States as is commonly presumed. Okay, before I start talking about cooking the books, Ian, our man, has raised his hand and said, "Hey, dog!" Then, Doug! I mean, hey, Doug! Yes, Doug. Yes. Doug. We hear you.
Hey, what time is your stream going to be over? Because I wanted to run that Peter Moon joke over by you, whatever.
Well, it won't be over for an hour and 15 minutes yet. Okay. Hour and 10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, I'll check back. Sorry to bother you. I'll check back in with you.
Sure. Thank you, Ian. That was what happened earlier. You got this call and had to leave. Is everything all right?
Yeah. I can't get the camera to work, but
okay.
I just had some company. That's all. So
okay.
I'll check back.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, that's our man Ian.
All right.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, well, there we are. And so let's talk about cooking those books. You see, the Communist Chinese Empire's statistics have long inspired doubt. Academics have debated for years whether the numbers produced by the Communist Chinese government on topics as diverse as air pollution and workplace safety should be trusted. Beijing's decision to abruptly end its strict zero COVID policies at the end of 2022 prompted questions about the credibility of its official COVID-19 mortality figures, which remained impossibly low. When it comes to GDP, or gross domestic product figures, there are good reasons to be skeptical. Dy-Com local officials produce data on economic growth within their jurisdictions, which central authorities then weigh in discussions about whether to promote those same local officials. The inextricably politicized nature of these figures has forced many leaders to take them with a pinch of salt. The unreliability of some of Red China's official economic statistics seems to be an open secret among high-ranking officials, as evidenced by former Premier Li Keqiang's acknowledgement in 2007, the death year of my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, that railway cargo volume, electricity consumption, and loan disbursements were more credible measures of economic activity than blunt GDP figures. Unlike official GDP growth statistics, nighttime lights cannot be manipulated. To be sure, this impulse to manipulate official records to paint a rosy picture is not exclusive to non-democracies, as I myself, as a documents destruction expert, can attest. In the early aughts, the zeros decade of this 21st century, the early 2000s, several member states of the European Union engaged in creative accounting in order to artificially comply with supranational fiscal rules. At the end of the same decade, inflation measured through online prices in Argentina was 3 times larger than the official estimates, a discrepancy that was not observed for other large economies in Latin America. In Colombia, the head of the National Statistical Agency resigned in 2004 amid allegations that he had been pressured by the government of then-President Álvaro Uribe not to release the results of a survey on security perceptions, a sensitive topic for a government centered on law and order. Freudian slip there. There are, however, several important differences between the distortions that occur in democracies and those that occur in autocracies. Democracies tend to allow public officials to speak up against the government without fear of reprisals, and, more generally, create an environment that facilitates scrutiny and accountability. Officials in democracies and autocracies may both have incentives to overstate government performance, but leaders in democracies have a harder time getting away with it. A well-functioning system of checks and balances allows for the examination of official statistics by political opponents, judicial institutions, the news media, and the public at large. Moreover, the protection of basic civil liberties facilitates the publicization of evidence of misreporting. These institutional constraints are largely absent in authoritarian regimes, which allow for greater control and manipulation of information. As the economist Sergei Guriev and the political scientist Daniel Treisman argue in their book titled Spin Dictators, the desire and capacity to manipulate information is the defining feature of present-day autocrats. Exempli gratiae. The Soviet government initially denied the catastrophic nuclear accident at Chernobyl in 1986 and admitted the magnitude of the disaster only when radioactivity measures skyrocketed in other countries. In recent times, Venezuelan dictator Nicolás Maduro and the Turkish dictator Recep Tayyip Erdogan have put a tight muzzle on all news media in their countries. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's government has engaged in a supermassive misinformation campaign regarding its